A rust-stained, paint-peeled red steel window framed the view outside. The eaves of an old residential building occupied half the sky, while wild reeds grew chaotically across the rooftop of the building opposite. This southeast-facing window let in poor light, bathing the entire room in the half-lit haze of a summer afternoon. Beside the window, on the left side of a glass-topped desk against the wall, sat a bulky, three-part cassette radio with the red Huifen logo. The radio, along with its collection of cassette cases and the static-filled radio stations it could receive, had accompanied Zhang Chen throughout his entire student life. As for the room's layout, was ordinary, nothing special. There was an old rosewood wardrobe that had survived several moves, followed by a nightstand, a bookshelf, and a handmade wooden single bed, the same one Zhang Chen had slept in since childhood. This was Zhang Chen's childhood room. Were it not for the persistent rumors of upcoming demolition and compensation policies in this neighborhood, Zhang Chen would have probably sold this old house long ago. But what he was even more reluctant to face was the 7-inch photo placed at the edge of the desk. It was a photo of his mother, Huang Huifen, holding him when he was 5 years old, taken in a park now yellowed with age. This was the only photo of Huang Huifen he kept displayed. All her other black and white portraits he had long since shoved into the back drawer of the bookshelf. His eccentric mother, Huang Huifen, had given him an endless stream of unforgettable memories. Their mother-son relationship could best be described as chaotic, a pair of sworn enemies, clashing like needle against wheat, or a copper pea against an iron wok, unable to part, yet unable to bear being together. Zhang Chen had never been an easy child. During his school days, when academic records were still important and most schools tended to give positive evaluations, his kindergarten report card read, "Teacher hopes Zhang Chen will fight less and keep his feet on the ground more often, not always leaving footprints on the ceiling." Sometimes he'd get sent home twice a week, and in response, Huang Huifen would often chase him around the hallway with a clothes hanger in hand, yelling threats. In truth, Zhang Chen wasn't easy on them either. From childhood to adulthood, he neglected his studies, preferring fringe literature, historical romances, imported Doraemon comics, leading him to live in a fantasy world, absurdly overestimating himself. The problem wasn't having a protagonist aura, it was believing you had one, then charging headfirst into a tiger. He neglected his education, his grades were consistently poor, he bombed the college entrance exam, and barely got into a university that accepted anyone with money. Later, entering society, he hit walls and dead ends. Whenever things went wrong, he'd end up here buying alcohol, retreating to this old house, curling up and drinking himself into oblivion. Alcohol-induced headaches throbbed as Zhang Chen lay in bed, not hoping for sudden enlightenment. After all, even with full clarity, life still forces you into every pitfall. A man already battered and bruised, Zhang Chen reflected deeply on his first half of life and came to understand what he called the 3 great losses. The first loss, youthful ambition paired with shallow talent. He'd been clever, but misused his intelligence. Though he later achieved modest success, remembering the hardships he endured, he regretted squandering his youth and wasting time. The second loss, arrogance blinding him. So many opportunities had been right before his eyes, yet he failed to see them, unable to recognize the path he should take. He missed countless chances and let down many people. The third loss was perhaps his greatest regret, his failure toward his parents. Poor grades, constant setbacks, kept his parents perpetually anxious about his future. His mother, Huang Huifen, had opened a fruit stall for his sake, and it was during those years that her health deteriorated. To get good stock for the fruit shop, she had to wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning to collect goods. If she was late, the best produce would already be gone. She'd return to the shop by 5, prepare the stock, and start selling, often living irregularly, unable to eat meals on time. And she couldn't bear to throw away rotten fruits, eat them herself, even when they were toxic. People back then didn't care so much about such things. Huang Huifen suffered from chronic stomach pain, but neglected medical checkups. When she finally went, it was too late, terminal stage. At that time, Zhang Chen was struggling in Beijing. He rushed back home. His father, Zhang Zhonghua, was also ill but cared for her. Zhang Chen stayed by Huang Huifen's side until the end, watching her go from slightly plump to a mere clothes hanger, utterly exhausted, as she burned the last of her life's energy and passed away. Zhang Chen could never forget her final words as she clutched his hand. It wasn't a reflection on life, a final instruction, or a mother's guilt or hope for her child. She said, "I'm so hungry, Chen. I'm so hungry." Zhang Chen's eyes, nose, and brows crumpled with pain, and once again, tears streamed down uncontrollably. He couldn't count how many times he'd fallen into this stupor in the old house. Now he realized, the deepest pain in life, the greatest loss, isn't failing youth or missing glory. It isn't wanting to buy osmanthus flowers and drink wine, only to find you're no longer that carefree youth. The greatest loss in life is when the tree wishes for stillness. The wind won't stop when the child wishes to care for parents. They are no longer there. With his first half of life, Zhang Chen had truly experienced the three great losses. The half-lit room gradually darkened as the twilight, filtered through the grid of the red steel window, faded away. Zhang Chen didn't know when he'd passed out from drunkenness and fallen asleep. Yet the twilight shadows cast on the wall visibly shifted, moving from a gloomy crimson hue, gradually turning orange-yellow, then bright yellow. The grid-like patches of light advanced, slowly forming a bright, light color. Dust motes danced in the beams, crystal clear. A knocking sound came, growing increasingly urgent and continuous. Zhang Chen was gradually startled awake, squinting at the light entering the room. Could it be the water meter reader or someone collecting utility fees? He hadn't lived here for months, only returning occasionally. What outstanding bills could there be? Was the water company stealing from him? Damn it, he'd call 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His anger surged, gradually breaking through the fog of his hangover. He shouted, "Who is it? What the hell are you doing?" But this voice wasn't his usual hoarse, somber tone. Instead, it sounded youthful, fresh. And as soon as he spoke, Zhang Chen froze. His body didn't feel the usual post-drinking heaviness, and his mouth lacked the stale taste of alcohol. This reaction seemed to provoke the person knocking. The key, always hanging in the lock, twisted. The doorknob clicked and swung open. A round-faced, furious woman with curly hair appeared at the door, yelling, "Zhang Chen, do you know what time it is? The sun's already on your butt, and you're still sleeping like a log. Your dad's already gone to work, and the noodles I cooked for you are turning into a lump. Get up right now, eat your noodles, and get to school." There was no trace of twilight or divided shadows. It was clearly another school morning. On one end of the light stood the woman, glaring with fury. On the other end of the bed lay a teenage boy, utterly bewildered, as if lost in the flow of time. Chapter 2. An inescapable pit rising from the bed. He found himself clad not in the formal attire from the previous night, but rather in a pair of slightly wrinkled jeans and a shirt, a fitting representation of the morning after. The open door led into a corridor that connected to the dining area, accompanied by the distant, irate voice of Huang Huifen, who had temporarily departed. Zhang Chen dressed quickly, standing in front of the mirror at the center of the wardrobe, confirming the calendar date. He could hardly believe that this was his 17-year-old self, the Zhang Chen of the dawn of the millennium. The reflection revealed a fresh yet familiar visage, evoking an uncanny sensation akin to the uncanny valley phenomenon. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Chen entertained the notion that an advanced extraterrestrial civilization was playing a jest on him, reminiscent of the concluding scenes in Spielberg's AI. Though if it truly were the year 2000, that film would not be released until the following year. Stepping briskly outside, he was greeted by the sight of steaming hot and sour noodle soup on the dining table, the aroma of scallions wafting through the air, a scent that resonated deeply within his soul. Huang Huifen returned from the balcony, where she had been hanging clothes, her voice laced with irritation. "What are you daydreaming about? If you don't finish your meal and miss class, I'll make sure you regret it with this clothes hanger." Such a convoluted yet emotionally charged statement seemed to be the unique domain of a genuine mother like Huang Huifen. This extraterrestrial civilization had truly invested heavily in observing him. At this moment, Zhang Chen felt an abundance of words he wished to express. Perhaps something artistic like, "Huang Huifen, it has been far too long," or something fervent like, "Mom, I've missed you terribly," or perhaps something more worldly, "If this is a dream, let it linger. I do not wish to awaken." Yet, gazing at the makeshift clothes hanger in her hand, fashioned from iron wire, he blurted out, "Mom, it's been ages since you last hit me." After a brief pause, Huang Huifen glanced around before placing the clothes on a nearby chair, rolling up her sleeves and brandishing the iron hanger. "Seems like you didn't learn from that beating the other day. Just you wait, I'll make you learn." The sound of the hanger slicing through the air accompanied Zhang Chen's pained yelps as he sat at the table, devouring the noodles. Whether it was a sense of submission or a feeling of being touched, his expression was a collage of acceptance and defiance, tears welling in his eyes. "Oh no, Mom. How can I immerse myself in the emotions of our reunion after life and death when you do this?" The sleeves of his shirt now bore the marks of fresh welts, a painful reminder that this rebirth had not brought the warm embrace of a mother, but rather intense pain, a stark contrast. However, Huang Huifen's sudden outburst had not unleashed any lethal force. It seemed increasingly probable that this experience was indeed a rebirth. After consuming the noodles with fervor, Zhang Chen grasped the current situation, shouldering his backpack and preparing to leave. The circumstances dictated his actions. It was time to adapt to the customs of this new life. Zhang Chen's home was located on the second floor. As he opened the door and stepped outside, he was greeted by the soft glow of sunlight cascading onto the handrail of the staircase leading down. Zhang Chen, his heart racing wildly, descended until he entered the interplay of light and shadow. Before him lay a meticulously arranged row of 6-story buildings, each adorned with fresh paint. Indeed, this was the dormitory area of Nangguang Company, where Zhang Chen's family resided. These were collectively funded housing units, and after the Spring Festival of '98, Zhang Chen's family moved into their new home, which has only been 2 years. Thus, everything appeared pristine and unblemished, unlike the dilapidated state it would assume in years to come. In recent years, collective funded housing had flourished. The approvals for construction in previous years had surged. And in the past 2 years, these buildings had sprung up like mushrooms after rain across various units plots. Eventually, there was a significant spike in property prices. Although they ultimately fell into disrepair amidst the prevailing trend of housing for living, not speculation. Plans for demolition and reconstruction were underway, allowing them to benefit from a burgeoning market. This area was densely populated with state-owned enterprises, and not far away stood a somewhat modern structure. The large white building of the Rongqing People's Broadcasting and Television Station, crowned by a UFO-shaped television tower. Many local celebrities hailed from this place, and due to geographical factors, Zhang Chen had often encountered local television personalities. Nearby, the Trading District and the Cultural Bureau, along with the old department store, had undergone tremendous transformations. Some had become core shopping centers, while others had reinvented themselves or succumbed to the city's decay. Yet now, these buildings exuded youthfulness. Before Zhang Chen unfolded a legendary world, an era on the brink of emergence. Rushing to Yuta High School, he arrived in Class 5 of the second year, just as the first bell rang. The classroom was already filled to capacity, and the homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, cast a sidelong glance at him. Just as Zhang Chen was about to step inside, Zhou Ming halted him, commanding, "Stand outside. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of punctuality during morning self-study. You must treat it with the same seriousness as class. This is a critical time for you. Next year is the college entrance examination. If you do not take it seriously and continue to act so nonchalantly, Zhang Chen, you will stand outside for this lesson as an example. Do not enter." After the final bell, Zhang Chen leaned against the corner of the wall, feeling dejected. He pondered why, unlike others who had reborn with a steady demeanor, he faced continual obstacles. From Huang Huifen to Zhou Ming, his excitement over his mother's revival was intertwined with the capriciousness of life, leaving him feeling perplexed. Was his rebirth merely abstract? Fortunately, he was not alone in his tardiness. A few others arrived late as well. Just when he hoped for some camaraderie to pass the time, they merely checked in at the door, and Zhou Ming acknowledged them with a nod before they entered. Wait a minute, he thought. Isn't Zhou Ming supposed to emphasize the need for seriousness and highlight examples? Why am I the only one being singled out as a typical case? Have I truly arrived at a resolution? Is this all so abstract? Ah, I see. Those 2 students are from bureaucratic families, either the children of directors or vice presidents. No wonder Zhou Ming treats them with deference. Indeed, it was well known that his high school homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, had gained notoriety for differentiating students based on the gifts they presented. In this era, a teacher's authority was paramount. My rules are my rules. As long as one did not provoke public outrage, minor ethical issues went unpunished, a stark contrast to later times. Since high school, due to a lack of filial piety upon entering the school, Zhang Chen found himself relegated to the back rows of a classroom filled with 55 students. After several mild reprimands, the slow-witted Huang Huifen eventually realized that this was the consequence of not having offered gifts. With a sudden inspiration, she devised a meaningful approach to demonstrate her sincerity. Thus, before dawn, she set out and queued for 3 or 4 hours at the post office, ultimately purchasing several sets of commemorative stamps from the Hong Kong Olympic Games of that year, which she then inexplicably stuffed into a cowhide envelope. It is therefore no surprise that when Zhang Chen's homeroom teacher received that not-so-thin cowhide envelope from him, she strode to her office after class with a light and somewhat jubilant step. Upon returning to the classroom, she erupted in anger. berating Zhang Chen and another student for their careless handwriting, imposing a punishment of rewriting their assignments 10 times. From that moment on, Zhang Chen endured a tumultuous high school experience. Standing idly at the door, Zhang Chen mused, "Oh mother, it seems I cannot escape the pitfalls you have dug for me, even in a new life. The debt of the parent must be repaid by the child. The burdens borne by the previous generation are inherited by the next." As he stood there, his thoughts began to wander, reflecting on the grievances he had suffered in those years. He had at one time harbored resentment towards Huang Huifen, considering her overly meticulous and out of touch with societal norms, yet insistent on her own ways. It was akin to an English teacher in middle school who half-heartedly conducted classes while suggesting paid tutoring sessions on weekends. This touched a nerve in Huang Huifen, who chose not to enroll Zhang Chen in such classes. Instead, she opted to tutor him herself after school, resulting in his severe pronunciation issues that led to mockery from his classmates. These memories surged forth, reminding him of the troubles and embarrassment Huang Huifen had inadvertently caused him. The shadows of his past lingered long after he graduated from university and entered the workforce, keeping their relationship distant, with visits home occurring only once a year, until news of her illness reached him. As the memories of those frustrating experiences resurfaced, Zhang Chen, now reborn, found that they no longer felt like thorns in his throat. After all, what fault did she truly have? She refrained from reporting the English teacher to the Education Bureau, knowing that the teacher was pregnant, and perhaps such a complaint could jeopardize her job. Instead, Huang Huifen chose to handle the situation in her own way. Aware that her failure to offer gifts had resulted in Zhang Chen's lack of attention in high school, she opted to stand in line for 3 hours to procure what she deemed a meaningful keepsake, a gesture she believed carried her earnest intentions. Yet, Zhou Ming failed to see this perspective. Could one truly say she was in the wrong? She was indeed oblivious to the complexities of human relationships and did not comprehend that, for Zhou Ming, a monetary gift might have been a more straightforward solution than these seemingly trivial commemorative stamps, which he might have discarded without a second thought. But was she truly at fault? Years later, upon his return, Zhang Chen finally found the answer he sought. Under the golden rays of the morning sun, he lifted his head towards the gilded dawn and spoke into the air. "Mother, how have I incurred such misfortune to be your child? Yet, you are not in the wrong." Then he straightened his back slightly, as if savoring the warmth of the sun, turned around, and pushed open the iron door of the classroom from which a buzzing sound emanated. The voice of Zhou Ming, the teacher, and the rustling sounds within the classroom came to an abrupt halt. Chapter 3. A dream awaits. In the brief silence of the classroom, Zhang Chen entered, traversed the aisle, and took his seat. Perhaps it was the ease with which he moved that seemed entirely natural, or perhaps he exuded an indescribable aura, his face betraying not a single ripple of emotion, rendering the atmosphere momentarily frozen. Zhou Ming glanced at him and resumed his lecture, restoring order to the classroom. And by the end of the lesson, the incident felt as though it had never occurred. However, as Zhou Ming left the classroom, he cast a glance in Zhang Chen's direction, thinking to himself that Zhang Chen, being a mediocre student in the class, would likely end up at a third-rate university, or perhaps plunge directly into society. He was not worth saving. Moreover, the lad had grown taller, nearing 6 feet, and in a confrontation, he might not fare well, which would only serve to embarrass Zhou Ming, so he decided to let him be for now. As Zhou Ming stepped out of the classroom, Huang Huifen, who had been chatting in the observation area, sauntered over, threw an arm around Zhang Chen's shoulders, and gave him a playful squeeze, regarding him with newfound respect. "You're quite impressive today. You've gained some face." Huang Huifen was his close friend, having known him since childhood. As they grew up in the vicinity of the city's television station, they had played together throughout their youth. In fact, his father had once insistently made him acknowledge a godfather. His father, Wang Bowen, was a radio host known for his work in the financial channel during the 70s and 80s, but after his mother left for a Hong Kong businessman, his father fell into despondency. Nevertheless, he managed to raise his son decently, keeping him away from the vices of society, though he was a bit playful and carefree, much like Zhang Chen. Furthermore, his father likely felt a sense of obligation towards him. Financially, they were well off. Thus, Huang Huifen enjoyed a comfortable upbringing, clad in Nike and Adidas, often among the first to indulge in trendy gadgets like Sony cameras and Nintendo gaming consoles. With Zhang Chen reaping the benefits of his friend's good fortune. The saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is bound to be soft, and thus, Huang Huifen exhibited a subtle leadership quality in front of Zhang Chen. Moreover, since Zhang Chen referred to his father as his godfather, Huang Huifen often boasted to others that Zhang Chen was his younger brother. Later, Huang Huifen ventured into the gaming industry but fell short, accumulating a debt of millions and retreating into seclusion, avoiding Zhang Chen. One year, on a whim, he messaged Zhang Chen, claiming he'd found a great barbecue place near home and would treat him when he returned to Rongqing. However, that was the last they heard from each other. Oh, so this barbecue was waiting for him here. Zhang Chen brushed away Huang Huifen's arm draped around his shoulders. At that moment, the youth took pride in challenging the authority of their teacher, as if such defiance showcased a courage that others lacked. Unaware that among some more mature and academically inclined peers, such behavior was perceived as juvenile and foolish. However, Zhou Ming is different. Firstly, as the class teacher, even the most unruly students tend to temper their behavior in his presence. Their mischief is typically directed at subject teachers. Secondly, Zhou Ming possesses a certain finesse in dealing with others, having established his authority since the first year of high school. The offspring of officials are aware that when their parents host Zhou Ming for a meal, they must adopt a cordial demeanor. No matter how indulgent they may be, they must tread carefully, for if Zhou Ming were to file a report, their fathers would indeed take action. This context highlights the significance of Zhang Chen's earlier actions. To their eyes, Zhou Ming's behavior was evidently unjust, and Zhang Chen had the audacity to challenge this inequity, even managing to suppress Zhou Ming's authority. Consequently, not only Huang Huifen, but also those around him gathered, giving Zhang Chen thumbs up and playfully teasing him. In that moment, as figures swirled around Zhang Chen, he perceptibly sensed something amiss. Through the gap between two individuals, he gazed towards the front row of the classroom and caught sight of a pair of slender, expressive eyes. These eyes, quintessentially almond-shaped, featured elegantly upturned corners that alternated between a languid allure and a piercing sharpness. At that moment, these eyes were fixed intently upon him. The instant Shen Noyi spotted Zhang Chen, her nose and brow furrowed in a sudden frown, the corners of her lips curling upwards into a silent, yet menacing hush gesture. Yet, this threat was neither fierce nor intimidating. Rather, in the grand tapestry of Zhang Chen's life, it bore a certain girlish charm. What on earth is happening? Huang Huifen mused, taking in the scene. Just the other day, you were scolded by your mother because of her, and today you've forgotten all about it? But then again, it was her birthday. Who could blame you for crashing her computer with a host of viruses while gaming, causing it to fail utterly, and even shattering her crystal figurine? The mystery was unraveled. It was no wonder Huang Huifen remarked today about forgetting the pains after healing. The root cause lay here. He recalled Shen Noyi, who could be considered one of the children raised together in the vicinity of the 3 companies and 4 courtyards. The so-called 3 companies and 4 courtyards refer to the intersection of Zhonghing Street and Zhongba Street, where the Nangguan Group, a trading company, and a department store are located. The 4 courtyards encompass the television station compound, government dormitories, the Cultural Bureau compound, and the Industrial Design Institute dormitory. Children from this residential area predominantly attended nearby schools, intertwining their lives from kindergarten through high school, forming a complex web of acquaintances. In later years, a theory known as the 6 degrees of separation posited that any 2 people in the world are connected through 6 intermediaries. Here, it could likely be unraveled in just 2 or 3 connections. Moreover, in that era, the concept of commercial housing was virtually non-existent. Most residences were fixed, allocated by parents' workplaces. Thus, the demographic composition of a neighborhood remained relatively stable, resulting in a familiarity that persisted from childhood to adulthood. Given the proximity of Nangguan Company and the television station compound, the children from both locales often mingled freely. It was during a visit to Huang Huifen's home in 6th grade that Zhang Chen first became acquainted with Shen Noyi. Certainly, prior to this, the name Shen Noyi had been a constant whisper in his ears. Since childhood, Shen Noyi had been one of the goddesses among the children of the 3 courts and 4 institutions. Even as a young girl, she blossomed into a striking beauty, captivating little boys who would sneakily procure white rabbit candy and their mother's gold rings just to impress her, once even trending in the neighborhood's gossip. Throughout elementary and middle school, she was a force to be reckoned with, participating in various competitions, dance performances, and programs, surrounded by suitors aplenty. However, she was not the typical delicate beauty. Rather, she possessed a somewhat androgynous charm, with her elongated, upturned eyes exuding a spirited elegance. Her beauty was not merely ornamental, but held an undeniable presence. The first encounter with Shen Noyi occurred at a birthday celebration hosted by Huang Huifen, where numerous friends gathered. Zhang Chen, a mere boy who had only heard tales of her for years, found himself captivated by her ethereal presence. On that ordinary day, they played games of cops and robbers outside. After tiring from the fun, Shen Noyi rested on a flower bed. Zhang Chen, lagging behind, approached and sat beside her. After a moment of surprise, she extended her hand. "You must be Zhang Chen. Huang Huifen often speaks of you. You seem quite amusing." To his astonishment, Zhang Chen never imagined that he would be remembered by Shen Noyi for being humorous. He wondered what Huang Huifen had shared with her. However, he was pleasantly surprised by her generosity and the softness of her hand. In the days that followed, Zhang Chen often reminisced about that first meeting. Once, he dreamt of her sitting in the flower bed, just as she had back then, an ethereal goddess. Yet, before he could reach her side, an alarm clock roused him from his slumber. A fleeting dream, indeed. Chapter 4. The disappearance of the childhood sweetheart. During that day, Shen Noyi was gracious. And as time passed, they grew familiar with one another, navigating through their entire youth together. What emotions arise upon seeing a childhood goddess once more? Zhang Chen even contemplated names for their future children. Just a jest, of course. In truth, he had harbored feelings for Shen Noyi back then. Yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Could he compete with the basketball star nicknamed Zhang Xueyou? Could he match the grace of the piano prince from Class 7 during the cultural performances? Could he solve physics problems faster than the doctoral candidate, who later enrolled in the aviation university behind her? The answer was a resounding no. These figures became mere casualties of affection, some shattered like a direct hit against a wall, while others faded into the memories of those who recalled the chilling tales of unrequited love. Some remained entangled in their sentiments, even during university, still penning heartfelt letters. But Zhang Chen was not among them. He chose the path of the adversary, a rather comical manifestation of youthful bravado, yearning to draw closer, yet unwilling to express it like the ordinary crowd. Instead, he sought to provoke her, to stand out. Upon entering high school, he discovered that he was in the same class as her, tossing and turning in bed that night, thinking he had finally found his chance. Their relationship began on a normal note, yet at an unknown moment, a sudden chill fell between them. Even upon graduating from high school, the two never exchanged signatures in each other's yearbooks and simply faded away from one another's lives. Zhang Chen remained oblivious to the reasons behind this estrangement. Perhaps it stemmed from the clumsy nature of their relationship. Just the other day, at her birthday celebration, he had caused a scene. Occasionally, he would provoke her. Yet she remained tolerant, laughing and exclaiming, "Zhang Chen, you haven't grown up at all." It seemed that Shen Noyi had categorized him as one of those perpetually immature friends. This was tolerable at times, but if it persisted, there might come a moment when they crossed each other's boundaries, resulting in a complete severance of ties. How absurd it was to think that such tactics could win a woman's affection. Reflecting on her earlier eye roll only strengthened Zhang Chen's conviction. He wondered if their relationship had irrevocably changed since that incident. Would it ever return to what it once was? Zhang Chen had indeed made strides. He had expected him to be more reserved today. After all, just 2 days prior, he had mentioned to her mother the chaos Zhang had caused at her home. And he heard that Zhang had received a good scolding upon returning home. "Huh, I avenged you." Zhang Shui turned to Shen Noyi and said, "He got scolded by his mother?" Shen Noyi was taken aback. He was already so grown, and his mother still reprimanded him? Although Zhang had infected her computer with a virus, much to her annoyance, the news of him being chastised made her temporarily set those grievances aside. "His mother is quite formidable," Zhang Shui continued, "but it's not like she physically punishes him. She usually just gives him a few symbolic whacks with a clothes hanger. Sometimes, you can see him sprinting out the door. Don't mention it. She must have used the drying rack again." Shen Noyi blinked, and the image brought a smile to her lips. What were you thinking? Why tell his mother? Yet, recalling her own recent disdain for him, she felt a twinge of guilt. "I wasn't trying to get you back at him." "No need," Shen Noyi replied coolly. "Oh, are you upset? Don't be mad. I only meant well. I won't mention it again," Zhang Shui quickly retorted, knowing well that she thrived on chaos. While she aimed to defend Shen Noyi, she secretly relished the thought of Zhang Chen facing some difficulties. Aware that Shen Noyi could see through her intentions, she softened her tone. Shen Noyi turned back to her homework, leaving Zhang Shui awkwardly seated. Zhang Chen finally grasped his predicament during a day of classes. It was January 10th, 2000, an utterly unremarkable Monday. Initially, he had thought this would be just another mundane day in his rebirth. However, during the subsequent English class, he found himself in yet another embarrassing situation. The English teacher distributed the papers from the last quiz, first announcing the names of several high scorers as a form of praise: Tian Jia, Li Ruinjia, Huang Huifen, and Shen Noyi. Upon hearing these names, the class erupted in their customary exclamations of admiration. Li Ruinjia was the top student in the class and among the best in the entire grade, essentially a guaranteed candidate for prestigious universities, with an English score of 146. Huang Huifen was a gifted scholar, exceptionally talented in languages, excelling in both Chinese and English, with his essays even published in literary magazines, scoring 145 in English. Tian Jia, with her English score of 140, possessed a soft and delicate demeanor, complemented by a pair of glasses that lent her an air of scholarly elegance. Upon taking the stage to receive her English exam paper, she heard that Shen Noyi had scored 139, trailing her amidst the collective sighs of the class, which stirred a sense of pride within her. In truth, she had been quietly competing with Shen Noyi. While she acknowledged that in terms of looks, she could not rival Shen, she also believed she had her own strengths. Embracing a refined, lyrical approach akin to the poet Li Qingzhao, she fancied that she could triumph over a woman like Shen Noyi through grace and poise. At 17, Tian Jia mused in this contemplative manner. Shen Noyi felt a tinge of disappointment, for she could clearly see the expression on Tian Jia's face. And there was an unspoken tension in the class, hinting at a rivalry between the two girls. The audible lamentations of their classmates upon hearing that she had scored just 1 point less than Tian Jia only underscored this sentiment. Even the English teacher, with a subtle shake of her head, contributed to Shen Noyi's growing sense of heaviness. She resolved to surpass Tian Jia in the next examination, wishing for her to experience a similar sense of loss. The commotion didn't last long, as the English teacher distributed the papers of the top 10 rankings. Her expression shifted when she noted that the overall performance had been quite mediocre. Aside from a few individuals, most had performed poorly, while some fared better. She summarized the results, noting that their class had 2 students at the very bottom. Come up to collect your exam papers. Second to last, Wang Shuowei. Last place, Zhang Chen. The announcement took Zhang Chen by surprise as he witnessed Wang Shuowei sheepishly rise from his seat. The two approached the disapproving English teacher, Qing Guimei, to receive their papers amidst the laughter and jeers of their peers. Wang Shuowei, grinning and nodding to all corners of the room, seemed to revel in the attention, as if to declare, "I am a fool, and how glorious it is." Had he been in his former self, Zhang Chen would have greeted the attention with a similar facade of bravado. Yet now, he merely wished to hide his face, especially upon seeing Wang Shuowei's demeanor, which only deepened his regret. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that he had claimed the last place. He had been reborn, but the path ahead felt infinitely bleak. Chapter 5. As a minion on this day, the sun rose as usual. The basketball court of Yuta High School was bustling with students full of exuberant energy during the midday break. As noon approached, the eateries lining the streets outside the school were overrun by hungry students. Zhang Chen spotted a beloved small stir-fry restaurant from his past, housed in a 2-story building of Ming and Qing architecture. Unlike the meticulously restored ancient streets of later generations, this establishment retained an authentic charm, though it was in dire need of maintenance. The decaying wooden pillars, dust-laden cloud-patterned windows, and greasy wooden partitions within the restaurant told tales of neglect. A glance at the prices posted on the wall revealed shredded pork with green peppers for 7 yuan, cucumber with sliced meat for 6 yuan, sausage fried rice for 3 yuan, and mapo tofu for 5 yuan. In that moment, Zhang Chen felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. How absurd it was. He thought that in more remote areas of the future, a bowl of beef noodles would start at 15 yuan. This is a dish that costs merely a few dollars, sufficient to satiate 2 individuals, and one could easily indulge for 20. I recall that this restaurant was undoubtedly the pinnacle of culinary excellence among students. Every dish was exquisitely delightful. Perhaps it was also due to the fact that people I once cherished, those I missed, and unforgettable souls all had fleeting encounters here, making the memories of the food particularly heartwarming. A year after Zhang Chen began his career, he returned only to find that the establishment had been razed and rebuilt, the restaurant long gone, leaving no chance for nostalgic recollections. Now, He and Huang Huifen have entered and seated themselves, perusing the menu. They ordered dishes such as fish-flavored eggplant, kung pao chicken, garlic ribs, and black pepper steak rice. Indeed, it exists. Zhang Chen eagerly selected each dish that had once tantalized his taste buds, while Huang Huifen chimed in with delight over each choice, exclaiming, "Oh, this is delightful. Well done, Zhang Chen. Garlic ribs. Beautiful. I've craved this for ages. Black pepper steak rice, wow." Their banter resembled that of comedic performers, with Huang Huifen continuously generating emotional value for Zhang Chen. Perhaps this is the essence of true friendship, where like frequencies attract. Throughout their meal, curious glances from nearby tables were cast their way, with several patrons clad in Adidas and Nike, accustomed to the comforts of life, casting astonished looks, impressed by their financial prowess. As dish after dish arrived at their table, Huang Huifen, feeling famished, eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to indulge, then inquired, "Such a lavish spread, Zhang Chen. Are you treating us?" Zhang Chen lightheartedly replied, "I'm treating you to a joyful meal. Next time, you can repay me with that barbecue you owe." "How do I owe you?" Zhang Chen chuckled, instinctively reaching for his phone on the table, only to realize he had to check his pockets instead. He fished out 2 bills, one worth 1 yuan and another 5, totaling 7 yuan. Huang Huifen, with food still in his mouth, exchanged incredulous looks with him. Zhang Chen suddenly remembered that this was all he possessed. Every day, Huang Huifen provided him with 7 yuan to cover both lunch and dinner. In response to Zhang Chen's gaze, Huang Huifen began rummaging through his pockets, producing 30 yuan. He indeed had a wealth of funds. "How much is this meal?" he pondered. "Let's see, 7 plus 7, plus 12, then another 12, 38. This should suffice." Huang Huifen chuckled in disbelief. "But we still have dinner later. We might even need to buy drinks. My daily allowance is merely 20 yuan. How can you flaunt wealth when you're broke?" Zhang Chen sighed. "If only you had reminded me of our current financial situation, I wouldn't have ordered so lavishly. What were you doing earlier? Boosting my spirits and leading me to overindulgence?" Observing their comically desperate attempts to count the money from their pockets, several students within the restaurant, who had been watching them, couldn't help but chuckle. Those who had previously envied their order now scoffed, dismissing their pretensions. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the street as Shen Noyi and Zhang Shui strolled by, with Shen Noyi sporting a striking red bow hairpin that captured the interest of many. A group of boys loitering nearby fell silent, their conversations halted, as they cast furtive glances at her. After all, she was a celebrity at school, not long after entering her first year of high school. Rumors circulated that several upperclassmen had developed feelings for Shen Noyi, with some confessions turning into public knowledge after being rejected, though such occurrences were hardly surprising, given her history throughout elementary, middle, and high school. Within the school, some individuals were social butterflies, basking in the glow of admiration and surrounded by friends, while others seemed distant and unapproachable, existing in a separate realm altogether. Shen Noyi belonged more to the latter category. While she had a fair number of friends in reality, she often preferred solitude over socializing at school. With Zhang Shui being the closest companion, she maintained both in school and outside. Zhang Shui, with her vibrant spirit and whimsical charm, complemented Shen Noyi beautifully. Suddenly, Zhang Chen emerged from the restaurant, stepping forward to confront the 2 girls, causing them to halt in their tracks. "Wow, Zhang Chen, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly appearing out of nowhere?" Zhang Shui exclaimed. "I just realized I didn't have enough money for my meal. Could you lend me some?" Zhang Chen directed his gaze towards Shen Noyi. Zhang Shui looked at him in astonishment, pondering how he could be so audacious. Wasn't it customary for boys to maintain a facade of pride, fearing that girls might perceive them as financially inadequate, particularly in a prestigious institution like Yuta High School, where many students hailed from affluent families and competition was rampant? Zhang Chen's inquiry was not solely based on happenstance. It served a dual purpose. He was uncertain whether the incident surrounding Shen Noyi's birthday had severed their connection. Securing a loan from her might not necessarily indicate her lack of resentment. Rather, it could pave the way for him to express gratitude through small gifts during the repayment process, thereby alleviating the burden of the previous mishap. The striking red butterfly hairpin adorning Shen Noyi's hair caught his eye as she regarded him with clear, expressive eyes. Before she could respond, Zhang Shui interjected. "Let us go. If you didn't bring enough money for your meal, you should have planned accordingly." With that, Zhang Shui took Shen Noyi's arm, leading her away. Shen Noyi did not hesitate, casting a final glance at Zhang Chen. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Chen found himself at a loss for words. With a sense of resignation, he returned to face Huang Huifen, who remained bewildered by the unfolding events. Despite his indifference toward academic performance, often ranking near the bottom, he possessed a fierce sense of pride, particularly in a high school environment rife with competition where they had sought Shen Noyi's assistance due to their insufficient funds. The sting of his pride was palpable. For Huang Huifen, the situation felt intolerable. At barely 18, he found himself standing like a mere lackey beside Zhang Chen in the restaurant. As they settled back at the table, gazing at the lavish spread before them, Huang Huifen felt a sense of weariness. While Zhang Chen began to piece together the implications of the earlier encounter, it seemed that since that incident, Shen Noyi had grown distant toward him. Once a childhood companion, a youthful goddess, she embodied a cherished sentiment, yet such feelings might not withstand the test of time. Zhang Chen was reluctant to allow misunderstandings to breed regret. Yet perhaps regret is simply regret. One does not lament what has been gained, but rather dwells upon what has been lost. It is precisely due to the irreparability of loss that one is reminded of those fleeting moments once cherished for an extended period. The bond with Shen Noyi may have long harbored fractures, and perhaps one day, all shall part ways. Sometimes, attempts to mend such ties merely postpone the inevitable farewell. The connection with Shen Noyi culminates here, which may not be an entirely unfortunate outcome. Huang Huifen continues to chatter from across the table, proclaiming, Huang Huifen, would rather starve than borrow money from those two women. His words hung in the air, trailing off as his gaze became steadfast. Due to Zhang Chen's somewhat obscured position, he was caught off guard when a figure emerged from his right. With a swift motion, a hand pressed a 50-yuan note onto the table. Though it lacked the gravitas of Qiao Feng's legendary table slap or the decisive clang of axes marking a regime change, it nonetheless carried considerable weight. The group of boys beneath the phoenix tree, along with the onlookers in the small shops and restaurants lining the street, turned their heads in unison. Perhaps due to a recent cold, Shen Noyi's voice, slightly husky, floated from the left. There's only 50, nothing more. Remember to return it. After placing the bill firmly on the table, she turned and descended the steps, returning to Zhang Shui, who had been making faces at them. Her dark hair, swaying beneath a crimson hairpin, contrasted with her slightly oversized blue and white striped school uniform. Yet one could still sense an underlying grace and lightness. This left Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen exchanging glances, both at a loss for words. Chapter 6. The Hunter and the Prey. Initially, Zhang Shui, having declined Zhang Chen's request, found herself bemused as she witnessed Shen Noyi abruptly halt. From her pocket, she retrieved a small Snoopy-patterned bag, extracting a rolled-up 50-yuan note and returning to place it on the table before Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen. Shen Noyi received a weekly allowance of 100 yuan, coupled with a habit of saving, often resulting in her wallet containing a considerable sum. How could you lend them so much? Aren't they profiting immensely? Zhang Shui thought to herself, questioning their audacity. It's a matter of urgent assistance, she recalled, reflecting on Shen Noyi's sharp eyes and the effortless manner in which she had uttered those words, embodying the spirit of a heroine. Indeed, she had made a notable entrance amidst the crowd's gaze. Zhang Shui had always admired such decisiveness in Shen Noyi, recognizing that she could never emulate it. Thus, she hoped to be influenced by her proximity to such forthrightness. Zhang Chen's mood lightened due to the midday borrowing incident. However, Shen Noyi's return did not lead him into unwarranted illusions. This did not signify much. After all, Shen Noyi was simply kind-hearted. In hindsight, she had indeed displayed loyalty, and they had known each other since childhood. Perhaps her actions were driven by a moment of empathy, fearing they might be stranded in the restaurant due to insufficient funds, which would be truly humiliating. Regardless, it was a personal favor, signifying that their relationship had not yet reached a point of silence. Zhang Chen found this day to be truly memorable in such a brief span. He was once again ensnared in the trepidation of his former struggles as a lackluster student. His English grades languished near the bottom, and he had been publicly reprimanded. Living on a meager daily allowance of 7 yuan, he had accrued a debt of 50. Even in this reincarnation, life felt like a relentless pursuit. However, one must always look forward, engage in dialectical thinking, and focus on the positive aspects. Being at the bottom of the class signifies that he has significant room for improvement in this new beginning. Meanwhile, Shen Noyi was akin to a monarch proclaiming, "I shall build a vast empire for you." Fortunately, with timely assistance, Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen were able to purchase a bottle of drink and enjoy an ice cream after their afternoon meal. The path to the teaching building was lined with trees, and the sunset reflected in the glass windows of the building, resembling a technological edifice from a cyberpunk world. Hidden speakers in the grass played melodies from the school's broadcasting room. As Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen strolled in this picturesque setting, they felt as though they were walking through the river of time, each moment imbued with a sense of visual splendor and enjoyment. Had it not been for his relived existence, he might have merely stored this scene in his memory. Yet it would not have possessed the same intoxicating quality as savoring fine wine. He seemed to have forgotten something, but it eluded his mind until they approached the teaching building and spotted a girl standing there. The sight triggered a sense of déjà vu. As the lunch hour concluded, more students began to return, and some onlookers by the railing of the building started to peer down. The girl standing beneath the evening glow was named Zhuang Yanyue. Zhuang Yanyue was undoubtedly one of the goddesses of Yuta High School. Yet she was not the aloof type. Rather, she resembled the quintessential girl next door from Japanese anime, with wavy hair and a penchant for fitted sweaters and long-sleeved tees that accentuated her ample figure and cinched waist. More importantly, she was well endowed, and she was not shy about showcasing it. Her demeanor was as generous and vivacious as her appearance. In an era before the term otaku had come to be, Zhuang Yanyue was undoubtedly the object of many boys' fantasies. Numerous rumors surrounded her, with boys declaring her to be a paragon of earthly beauty. While her looks might only rate an 8 out of 10, she possessed a unique charm, often appearing refined and cultured, aligning perfectly with boys' ideals of attractiveness. The presence of such an idealized figure during their high school years was undeniably impactful. Girls, in turn, admired her high emotional intelligence, amiable personality, and ability to converse effortlessly with anyone, devoid of any air of aloofness. Her reputation among female peers was equally favorable, resulting in an overall impression of elegance. Moreover, Zhuang Yanyue had been well known from middle school through high school. Her popularity mirrored her bright personality and image. Many pursued her, and she had also had her share of suitors. Over the years, she had only counted a handful of boyfriends on her fingers, and notably, she was the one to initiate the breakups. Regardless of who pursued her or whom she chased, none of these relationships lasted long. Typically, just a few months before she would propose to part ways. Moreover, she would never transgress the boundaries of male-female interactions during this phase of life. The rhythm of relationships between men and women is entirely under her control. Some assert that during adolescence, girls mature more swiftly than boys, and indeed, Zhuang Yanyue seems to embody this maturity to a far greater extent, even rendering her former boyfriend from their senior year of high school akin to a younger brother in her presence. Thus, despite her rich emotional life, no boy has ever managed to breach her defenses, nor can any claim to have won her heart. Interestingly, each relationship she ended was marked by an unusual tranquility. There were no intense emotional conflicts or melodramatic scenes. Instead, the boys were left with an abiding sense of melancholy and regret. Many who speak of her believe that her choice to end things stemmed from a feeling of inadequacy on their part. Those who have dated her elevate their assessment of her to heights that even Shen Noyi cannot rival. Crucially, she is devoid of any rumors. No one suggests that her romantic life is chaotic. It appears she has never straddled two relationships at once. Whenever she develops feelings for someone new, she first ends her current relationship before pursuing another. This seems to embody the proverbial notion of traversing a garden of flowers without disturbing a single petal. It echoes Su Jima's line about waving goodbye without taking a single cloud with him. In summary, the female counterpart to Su Jima, Zhuang Yanyue, stands solitary beneath the teaching building. Look, it's the big wave girl," Huang Huifen exclaimed from a distance, nudging Zhang Chen and revealing Zhuang Yanyue's exclusive nickname among them. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Chen recalled why Zhuang Yanyue was present the previous Friday. He had received a letter from her. The specifics of the letter eluded his memory. He only remembered that Zhuang Yanyue mentioned their two classes shared the same physical education period, often leading her to spot Zhang Chen on the playground. Many boys, perhaps in a bid to appear cool post-exercise, would drench themselves with water or strip to flaunt their toned upper bodies. At that moment, Zhang Chen, with sweat-soaked clothes after running, had caught her eye with his smile, prompting her to develop a fondness for him and a desire to explore a relationship. Indeed, it was a love letter, the most formal one he had ever received from a girl during his youth. Thus, on this Monday evening before the study session, she awaited Zhang Chen's response, much like a hunter poised to capture its prey. Chapter 7 Good Grief, he thought, recalling how this matter had been a pitfall for the Zhang Chen of that time. The origin of the love letter was somewhat dubious. He even suspected it might have been a prank orchestrated by someone harboring a grudge against him, leading him to dismiss it. Such occurrences were common in high school, writing love letters, arranging meetings at dusk, only to see the other party waiting foolishly at the designated spot. Much to the amusement of the planner, Zhang Chen had participated in such antics before and initially feared he had fallen victim to a similar ruse, especially since Zhuang Yanyue was not his type. Little did he anticipate that she would indeed appear just before that Monday evening study session. At that time, Zhuang Yanyue stood amidst the evening glow, exuding an alluring charm. Her autumnal eyes, akin to rippling waters, were expressive and enchanting, while her hands were elegantly crossed behind her poised figure, captivating the youthful Zhang Chen. What young man could withstand such a test? Thus, he found himself unwittingly agreeing to Zhuang Yanyue's request. In retrospect, it was not particularly sensational within their school environment. Although Zhuang Yanyue was regarded as a goddess, her well-known romantic history suggested that Zhang Chen's letters were merely a fleeting whim for her. She would inevitably seek the next suitor. During that period, Zhang Chen indeed reached the pinnacle of his high school experience. Each afternoon, between classes and evening study sessions, he would meet Zhuang Yanyue, whether for meals or to escort her home. Those moments were delightful. She relished their time together and did not take his kindness for granted. Their walks home felt casual, devoid of the romantic trappings typically associated with young love. It seemed Zhuang Yanyue was not frivolous. Perhaps she merely wished to genuinely explore the nuances of affectionate companionship. Such sentiments ensnared the youthful Zhang Chen. However, after a week of this camaraderie, as they approached her doorstep following an evening study session, Zhuang Yanyue suddenly posed a direct question. Do you not like me? Zhang Chen was caught off guard, his face flushing crimson. He had never anticipated such forthrightness. Yet, recalling their shared moments, he hastily shook his head, flustered and embarrassed. But the encounter was not over. Zhuang Yanyue seemed intent on teasing him further, her voice floating softly. Then why have you not held my hand all this time? Heavens! Zhang Chen, despite having watched films with friends in private, dared not to grasp a girl's hand. Remaining as innocent as a budding flower, he stammered under her inquisitive gaze, ultimately retreating in disarray, leaving Zhuang Yanyue behind, laughing with delight. That evening, illuminated by the moonlight, her eyes sparkled with an irresistible allure, leaving an indelible impression on him. The following day, Zhang Chen received a letter from Zhuang Yanyue, terminating their connection. The news struck him like a thunderbolt. Perhaps that night, observing his foolish demeanor, Zhuang Yanyue decided to spare him further emotional turmoil. Consequently, Zhang Chen became just another trophy displayed in her gallery, tender and unblemished. Subsequently, he endured a melancholy phase marked by the ex-boyfriend syndrome, feeling unworthy of her. Now, revisiting this tale from a time of burgeoning legends, Zhang Chen recognized her as an extraordinary talent. In comparison to the later derogatory terms such as green tea or white lotus, she stood in a league of her own, the disparity akin to a chasm. Such labels were lacking in nuance. Only Zhuang Yanyue, in her essence, could rightfully be likened to a female Sujima. As I reflect on the past, the reborn Zhang Chen stands before me, confronting the girl beneath the teaching building, where the twilight casts a division of light and shadow. Do you see it? Zhuang Yanyue is downstairs, seemingly waiting for someone. I wonder, has some boy written her another love letter? Soon enough, the news spread within the confines of Class 5. Grade 2. The structure of Yuta High School resembles a particular shape, with Class 5 located at the edge of the second floor, uniquely positioned near a hallway. Therefore, Zhuang Yanyue's presence here is not overly conspicuous, yet some individuals possess an innate ability to be noticed even amidst a bustling crowd. Anticipating something, murmurs began to rise as heads started to appear on the second floor. In the light filtering through the windows, Zheng Shui, having just returned to the classroom, caught wind of the rumors and approached Shen Noyi. Hey, guess who Zhuang Yanyue is confessing to down there? Shen Noyi tilted her head slightly, already understanding without the need for Zheng Shui's explanation. The names Zhang Chen echoed among the crowd gathered at the class entrance and the concrete railing outside. It's actually Zhang Chen. I heard Zhuang Yanyue wrote him a love letter last week. Zheng Shui's expression was exaggerated, reminiscent of the woman in The Shining as she swung an axe through a door. Originally, Shen Noyi intended to focus on her exam, the revenge plan already set in motion. However, with her pen poised, she hesitated, closing the book that housed her exam papers. Her eyelashes fluttered as curiosity compelled her to rise, her delicate eyes glancing with interest. If it weren't for Zhuang Yanyue directly addressing Zhang Chen, stating, "The letter I wrote last week, aren't you going to give me a response today?" Wang Shuawei never anticipated she was waiting for Zhang Chen. He stepped aside, creating space for the two, as if yielding the stage, his eyes wide with astonishment, thinking to himself, "Zhang Chen, have you really betrayed the cause first?" The weight of her words hung heavily in the air. Last week she had written him a letter? What could it possibly contain? Most likely a love letter. Zhang Chen, this isn't merely a betrayal of the cause. You are truly being tested by the organization, yet you remain silent? Had the girl not approached him, how much longer would he have concealed this? As the crowd on the upper railing swelled, Zhuang Yanyue remained undaunted. Years later, there will be a term for this, direct confrontation. Yet, now, faced with this formidable and terrifyingly straightforward approach, Zhang Chen remained unmoved. In retrospect, Wang Shuawei would describe this as a display of masterful composure. She attacked with unflinching directness while he maintained a defensive, inscrutable demeanor. In truth, Zhuang Yanyue had purposefully adorned herself, a pink and white checkered sweater, denim jeans, and her brown curls glinting in the golden hues of dusk. She had intentionally chosen this moment to seek out Zhang Chen, fully aware of the orchestration. The campus, relaxed after dinner, was alive with a gentle breeze brushing against the skin, boys competing on the basketball court, and girls in sundresses flitting along tree-lined paths, all suffused with the essence of youthful exuberance. What could be more potent than this very moment? She possesses an abundance of experience, ensuring that her current self is sufficiently astonishing in the bright and sunny heart of Zhang Chen. Indeed, among the onlookers above and in the distance, some young men clutched the railing, astonished yet envious. Upon witnessing a momentary daze in Zhang Chen, Zhuang Yanyue's lips curled into a neighborly smile, filled with determination. Her eyes as clear as a lake, as if she were witnessing a youth shedding his armor. However, Zhang Chen's voice soon broke the silence. "Thank you for your letter. Thank you for your affection. But at this stage, I solely wish to focus on my studies. You are wonderful. You can find someone even better." Throughout this exchange, Wang Shuawei fixated on Zhang Chen. If his initial surprise at Zhuang Yanyue's confession had merely been astonishment, the words emanating from Zhang Chen now struck him with sheer shock. "Study hard, you say? What is this? Do you aspire to join the party?" Chapter 8. A Youth's Singular Pursuit. Wang Shuawei refrained from voicing his thoughts. "You, ranked last, now wish to study diligently? Is this a recent revelation?" Had Wang Shuawei posed such a question to Zhang Chen, the latter would undoubtedly have replied affirmatively, echoing the sentiment that today's efforts should begin anew. Yet, Wang Shuawei remained silent, preoccupied with his own musings. Zhuang Yanyue's eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? "Thank you. I wish to study. You are a good person." In the blink of an eye, the conversation had taken a turn, leaving Zhang Chen akin to a shamanic high priest. Zhuang Yanyue had not anticipated facing such a mundane rejection, the kind so cliché that it was seldom employed. Yet this banality struck her with undeniable force, reverberating among the crowd on the second floor, eliciting a cacophony of reactions. Zhuang Yanyue's eyes widened, feeling an indescribable tremor from the onlookers. Am I truly devoid of allure? She pondered, realizing she had misjudged this young man before her. Despite her earlier observations, which led her to believe she understood him well, seeing him carefree with his close friends, the type who harbored intentions toward girls but lacked the courage, she had assumed he would be easily swayed, readily within her grasp. She had not foreseen that her usual ability to discern hearts, which rendered her more mature than her peers, would falter in the face of Zhang Chen, leaving her to experience rejection and despair. The rationale behind his refusal was painfully trite. Under the gaze of the spectators, Zhuang Yanyue's face, split between light and shadow, bore a hint of rigidity at the corners of her mouth. The hand she had raised initially hovered aimlessly before it instinctively moved to her ear, twirling a strand of hair around her fingertip, a small gesture she resorted to in moments of inner turmoil. Shock, astonishment, frustration, and embarrassment mingled within her. She lifted her gaze, her playful demeanor seemingly unscathed, as she tilted her head, peering at Zhang Chen through the golden halo of her hair, her eyes innocent. Her tone tentative and cautious. Am I not worthy of your affection? Ahem. The potency of these words left Huang Huifen feeling akin to a jester, pondering the nature of his misstep, questioning why he must endure such a scene. Meanwhile, those on the upper floor watching with bated breath were transfixed. Several young men pressed their fingernails against the wall, empathizing with Zhang Chen, realizing that each one of them would likely face a similar fate. Even Zheng Shui exchanged glances with Shen Noyi, contemplating who could withstand such a moment. In an instant, Zhang Chen found himself transported back to that moonlit night when he last returned home with Zhuang Yanyue. The moon loomed large, a silvery disk observing the scene. Reflecting upon it, he recalled that it was indeed a supermoon. The memories of those shared journeys home felt tranquil and warm. Yet Zhang Chen recognized that he was not on par with Zhuang Yanyue, and her subsequent dismissal of him was to be expected. Her inquiry, "Do you not like me?" had caught him off guard, leaving him without a proper response. Now, Zhang Chen sensed that he would likely never again experience a moonlit return home with Zhuang Yanyue. The time had come to provide a sincere answer, to connect with the past. You are beautiful and generous. It is unlikely that many do not admire you. And I am not among them. Zhang Chen recalled her letter, which he had read and found eloquent. Thank you for your confession. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd. How cheesy. Good grief. Zhang Chen, you are quite the romantic. Shen Noyi and Zheng Shui exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Zhuang Yanyue smiled slightly, prompting Zhang Chen to pause before continuing. Yet I know that was not true affection. In his youth, he had once avoided kindergarten by spending an entire afternoon at a stall selling goldfish, only to be discovered by his father and punished. During his middle school days, the classroom's stifling heat lulled him to sleep while he observed an ant nest outside the window, a distraction that ultimately cost him his chance at high school. To boast about acquiring a new Dragon Ball model, he had quarreled with his mother for 3 days, succeeding in his endeavor. That model had consumed a third of her monthly salary, and later, when it was time to pay tuition, she had to borrow money, all while he remained blissfully unaware, lost in his own amusement. In retrospect, whether it was the goldfish tank he had avoided, the ant nest he had watched, or the model he had purchased to impress his peers, none of these constituted genuine affection. Instead, they had diverted his attention from the more significant matters that deserved his care and appreciation. A moment of silence ensued. In Zhuang Yanyue's eyes, the implications of Zhang Chen's words were clear. She understood that his reflections on her love letter and past actions were merely an escape from the tedium and pressure of high school. Onlookers could only think, when did Zhang Chen become so philosophical? Huang Huifen remained utterly perplexed throughout. You express yourself beautifully, Zhuang Yanyue paused, her wide eyes sparkling as she reassessed the youth before her. But can you truly ascertain if I genuinely like you? To refuse a girl in such a manner can leave one feeling rather embarrassed. Zhuang Yanyue unabashedly glanced at the onlookers above and below, offering a wry smile as she remarked, You know, because of you, I've suffered a great loss of face today. Zhang Chen could not help but admire her maturity beyond her years. Her self-deprecating humor and nonchalance made rejecting her seem almost sinful. Zhuang Yanyue took a deep breath and confessed, I finally understand what it feels like to be rejected. But perhaps it's because I am not good enough. The girl spoke softly, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Zhang Chen, do we consider ourselves friends now? Huang Huifen, standing nearby, wore an expression of regret and lingering affection, contemplating that had he been in Zhang Chen's position, he would have changed his mind long ago. Zhang Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed and had to admit that sincerity was indeed a potent weapon. He nodded, replying, Of course. Zhuang Yanyue then smiled brightly, playfully waving her slender fingers before her, declaring, I will continue to strive for improvement. She playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, adding, Who knows? It might just change your mind. Having accepted her unsuccessful confession, Zhuang Yanyue turned decisively, her delicate white sweater accentuating her graceful figure, leaving Zhang Chen and the onlookers with a striking silhouette that radiated youthful exuberance. At that moment, the campus radio played Jeff Chang's Love Is Just a Word. The animated series The Lotus Lantern had been a staple on television, and this ending theme had once captivated the streets. The lyrics resonated with Zhuang Yanyue, making her feel like a true failure. Yet, instead of drowning in sorrow or despair, She found herself reassessing Zhang Chen with renewed determination. Her heart a mix of emptiness and a flutter of excitement. It was akin to a hunter transformed into prey, yet discovering a new direction that ignited her ambition to aim higher. Despite her loss, Zhuang Yanyue felt a sense of contentment. Was this the feeling of those she had once rejected? Was this her retribution? Nevertheless, time is on her side. Who can say that the next time a better version of herself stands before Zhang Chen, she might not be the victor? As Jeff Chang's love is just a word played on, filled with heartfelt emotion, Zhuang Yanyue, walking toward the setting sun, unexpectedly revealed a smile. In youth, one can afford to lose without reservation. The spectators from the second and third floors began to disperse. And as the crowd from Class 5 of the second year made their way back, Zhang Shui turned to Shen Noyi and exclaimed, "Just for Zhang Chen's rejection of Zhuang Yanyue today, you owe him 50. Goldfish, anthills, dragon fighters. How could we be unaware of such matters?" Shen Noyi frowned, her long eyelashes fluttering. "Are you insane? We're not Zhuang Yanyue. He wouldn't say such things to us." Zhang Shui responded, "But honestly, Shen Noyi, if you take the lead, there's no one in Yuda who couldn't be won over by you. Naturally, no one deserves you." Shen Noyi's gaze shifted back from Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen. The final hues of twilight gracefully descend upon the horizon, casting a splendid crimson glow upon her eyes. Chapter 9, The Godfather. In the office, several teachers engaged in conversation. As I arrived, I noticed Zhuang Yanyue from Class 7 beneath the teaching building, accompanied by a boy, their demeanor suggesting a budding romance. A physics teacher entered, filled a teapot at the water dispenser, and after blowing away the froth, took a few sips, a rare smile illuminating his usually solemn face. Teaching is a profession, and the realm of educators is akin to a workplace. Despite the moral obligations of being a role model and maintaining authority in front of students, they are still human. Within the confines of the faculty room, there exists a tapestry of mundane chatter, personal preferences, and trivialities of life. Someone remarked, "Zhuang Yanyue? Oh, everyone knows her. She's become the goddess of many. That girl is formidable, and her admirers are plentiful. She is bound to be remarkable in the future." Matters akin to youthful romances among high school students are often overlooked. After all, they are at an age blossoming with emotions. Typically, there is little interference unless extraordinary circumstances arise, such as a top-tier student from prestigious schools becoming romantically involved with a less accomplished peer, which might provoke intervention. The boy in question, I recognize him, Zhou Ming's classmate, Zhang Chen, if I'm not mistaken. At the mere mention of Zhang Chen's name, Zhou Ming's ears perked up, his annoyance palpable since he had recently been irritated by him. "Ah, Zhang Chen, indeed," acknowledged one male teacher. Many subject teachers in the grade group simultaneously instruct 2 or 3 classes, making it common for students to become familiar with one another. "Well, this Zhang Chen, he has the audacity to score the lowest in class and still pursue a girlfriend," exclaimed Qin Guimei, the English teacher, her voice laced with frustration. "Is he really trying to court Zhuang Yanyue? What makes him think she would ever be interested in him?" She felt an impulse to summon Zhang Chen to the classroom for a stern reprimand, hoping to steer him back on the right path. If Zhang Chen were to catch wind of her thoughts, he might cheekily remark, "Teacher Qin, you're quite nice, actually." Zhou Ming scoffed. He's at the bottom of the English class, preoccupied with chasing girls instead of focusing on his studies. "Huh, the audacity. Tomorrow, I'll definitely give your mother a call and let her know what her son is up to in school. Who does he think he is? A toad desiring to dine on swan meat?" Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a young teacher entered and overheard Qin Guimei's comments. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Teacher Qin, you might want to reconsider. I just heard that Zhuang Yanyue was the one who wrote a love letter to Zhang Chen, and today he rejected her downstairs. Who would have thought? This boy actually has a following among the girls." The office fell into an abrupt silence, conversation stalling as everyone processed the revelation. What is going on?" Zhou Ming gasped, realizing the implications. How would he even file a complaint now? The mechanical bell rang from the rooftop of the teaching building, signaling the end of the evening study session, and a torrent of students surged forth from the high school building. Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen exited the classroom with their backpacks slung over their shoulders. Absent any unforeseen circumstances or peculiarities, they invariably made their way home together each day to the residence near Nongguan Company and the television station on Jingheng Street. Their journey home could be undertaken in 2 ways, by bus, which involved 6 stops and an approximate 20-minute ride, or on foot. which would take about half an hour if they walked briskly. Unless burdened by an abundance of homework, they typically opted for the latter. Upon reaching the main street, Huang Huifen, with a playful shake of his head, exclaimed, "What a remarkable feat! Truly remarkable." Ultimately, he could not fathom how Zhang Chen had seemingly transformed. Throwing out a remark, "What you articulated so eloquently today, are you preparing for graduate studies? That's quite the allure. How can you possibly remain indifferent?" Bewilderment enveloped him. "I simply do not understand, truly do not." "Indeed, that is the very essence of it. It indicates your continued happiness," Zhang Chen replied with a smile. The 17-year-old Huang Huifen struggled to grasp how Zhang Chen could resolutely dismiss Zhuang Yanyue. Yet, in reality, it was not a matter of comprehension. Zhang Chen mused that had Huang Huifen experienced a similar downfall as he had, he would not be so eager to leap into the abyss a second time. Thus, Huang Huifen, untouched by the flames of past failures and endowed with a naive clarity, remained blissfully ignorant. Zhang Chen, on the other hand, reflected upon his previous failures and, when faced with a pivotal choice, opted for retreat. Some matters unfold in such a manner. Had he chosen acceptance, he would have likely remained composed. However, Zhang Chen's refusal resonated throughout the entire grade, stirring a considerable commotion. Happiness indeed. Are you Wang Karwai? Only Huang Huifen's exuberant shouts punctuated the night. Exiting the school gates led them up a gentle incline, where the dimly lit ancient edifices along West Avenue contrasted sharply with the twinkling lights of newly erected buildings. The streets were lined with an abundance of foliage, casting shadowy silhouettes as students meandered homeward, interspersed among them. Some engaged in lively discussions about gossip, while others recounted ghost stories. The distant chatter of clusters of 3 to 5 individuals drifted toward them. Over by the stadium, they unearthed a tomb, uncertain whether from the Qing or Ming dynasty. But reportedly, a row of coffins adorned in the garments of high-ranking officials. Where? I heard several mummified remains were used for everlasting lamps. And the archaeological team went in. Those corpses still had their eye sockets wide open. In recent years, Rongqing had been the subject of urban legends involving zombies. This stemmed from the advent of a commodified housing market, with construction occurring everywhere. After all, Rongqing boasts a history of over 2,000 years. Thus, the city has not been devoid of tombs from ancient times. A few years prior, a Qing dynasty burial site had been discovered near the East Gate, coinciding with a family in the vicinity contracting rabies. Rumors spread that the aged dumplings from the construction site had become animated, leaping into nearby farms and biting people, ultimately infecting an entire village, necessitating intervention from the armed police. Truly bizarre. In these years, there have been intermittent reports of more tombs being unearthed, and the echoes of the 1990s Hong Kong zombie films still linger in the air. People recount these tales with vivid detail, and the legends of zombies persist in this city, evolving into mythical creatures that supposedly lurk in obscure corners, instigating mysterious disappearances that send shivers down one's spine. In essence, these fantastical and fearsome topics became the delightful discourse among high school students on their way home from evening study sessions. On such nights, the atmosphere is always tranquil, with the sky cloaked in shades of deep black or blue, accompanied by a gentle breeze that soothes the weariness of a day filled with scholarly pursuits. As the two approached the intersection, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, carrying bags of late-night snacks, called out to them. "Xiao Wang." Huang Huifen turned, his expression languid. "Old Wang." "Dad." The disheveled man was Wang Bo1, a far cry from the sharp and astute host of the financial segment on Rongqing Urban Channel, who once commented on current affairs with poise. "Oh, my godson is here too. Godfather." Zhang Chen responded with a hint of resignation. Years ago, Wang Bo1 had affectionately insisted on calling him his godson. Yet, this title had its merits. Wang Bo1 had numerous connections that enabled him to procure rare items for Zhang Chen's family during times when purchasing a television or a bicycle required careful planning and rationing. Even now, the fan in Zhang Chen's home remains as reliable as ever, a testament to the bygone days when state-owned factories thrived without the looming concept of planned obsolescence. Regrettably, after his wife left, Wang Bo1 had fallen into a state of despondency, now embodying the image of a disheveled middle-aged man. Whereas he had once been the dashing heartthrob of the television station, a perfect match for Huang Huifel's mother, renowned in their circles. "I bought some late-night snacks from Mama's Tihua under the East Bridge. Care to join?" Wang Bowen waved the bag in his hand. No, I'll head home first. You take Wang Shuawei back for dinner, Zhang Chen replied. All right. Do come over for a meal someday. It's been ages since we last chatted. Although Wang Bowen had grown somewhat reclusive, he still had a soft spot for children. Otherwise, he would not have cherished the bright-eyed Zhang Chen as a godson. Ironically, he seemed to have little to say to his own son, needing Zhang Chen to serve as a bridge between them. Years later, as Wang Shuawei languished in despair, burdened by entrepreneurial debts, Zhang Chen would find Wang Bo when sitting alone on a park bench, resembling a reclusive old man, silent yet watching the children play. His eyes filled with an indescribable tenderness and regret. He had a fondness for children. Perhaps because the complexities and tribulations of adulthood rendered him nostalgic for the carefree joy of youth. Chapter 10. Discrepancy between words and action after parting ways with Old Wang and Xiao Wang. Zhang Chen returned to the courtyard. Standing beneath his building, he hesitated as he gazed up at the illuminated window on the second floor. His shoulder bore the bruises from Huang Huifen's earlier encounter, and he still carried the borrowed 50 yuan from Shen Noyi, with only 37 remaining. Today had unfolded in a fantastical manner, and he feared that ascending the stairs would lead him back to the hollow old house, stripping him of everything he held dear. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen resolved to ascend the steps, retrieving his keys to unlock the door. As he pushed it open, the first sight that greeted him was the living room, where two individuals sat on the sofa, Huang Huifen and another woman, approximately 50 years old. The woman had arched eyebrows and wore a rather elegant green wool coat, her slightly protruding chin giving her face a sharp appearance. She stared at Zhang Chen with a perplexed expression, not forgetting to comment, "You're back, I see." In the kitchen, Zhang Zhonghua was busy washing dishes when Huang Huifen's voice cut through the air with a cold edge, calling for his cousin. Zhang Chen pushed the door open to find not a twist of fate, but the arrival of his esteemed cousin, Lu Shuzhen. As the manager of a sugar and liquor department store, Lu Shuzhen hailed from the most affluent background among Huang Huifen's generation. Her husband served as the chairman of the company's labor union, allowing their family to thrive during these times. In the large family, Lu Shuzhen and her husband were the arbiters of discussions, often seated at the head of the table, directing conversations. However, Lu Shuzhen was a master of office politics, skillfully maneuvering through the intricacies of familial disputes, often stepping in to mediate trivial matters among her siblings, unbeknownst to them that her interventions were often the root of discord. She wielded her power with finesse, ensuring that those around her were perpetually embroiled in conflicts, thus accentuating her own importance. Whenever she appeared to advocate for someone, she was, in truth, adeptly stirring the pot of family grievances, igniting simmering tensions that could never truly be extinguished. This created an atmosphere of reliance on her, a means for her to manipulate those within her circle. Upon her arrival, Zhang Chen felt a pang of realization, as a letter from Zhuang Yanyue lay conspicuously between Huang Huifen and Lu Shuzhen. No wonder Zhang Zhonghua had retreated to the kitchen. It seemed the family faced a pressing issue. Lu Shuzhen's voice pierced through the moment, recounting how she had intended to retrieve old study materials from his sister for a child in their workplace. However, in her search, Huang Huifen unearthed love letters from his bookshelf. Lu Shuzhen remarked on Zhang Chen's maturation, noting that such romantic pursuits were a normal part of growing up, albeit a distraction from studies, which could be corrected in due time. Every word she spoke was laced with a predetermined stance, equating love letters with youthful folly, folly with academic disruption, and disruption with the necessity for rectification. And what was the remedy for this? The drying rack beside his mother stood as the embodiment of truth and justice. Zhang Chen felt the weight of her scrutiny. The years of office conflict expertise had honed Lu Shuzhen's ability to dominate the conversation. The oppressive atmosphere thickened as Lu Shuzhen casually examined Zhuang Yanyue's letter, exclaiming with mock surprise that Zhang Chen had also penned a letter. Zhang Chen was left in a state of shock as Huang Huifen approached, demanding his backpack. Without hesitation, she seized it from him and returned to Lu Shuzhen, who began rummaging through its contents. It was then that an English test paper was extracted, revealing a disheartening score of 53. Alas, I must express my astonishment at your dismal performance, Zhang Chen. Your sister has never scored so low. And given that you attend a reputable institution, it seems you may very well be at the bottom of your class. Zhang Chen widened his eyes at her. See, I told you, having a romantic relationship adversely affects one's academic performance. That's enough now. Huang Huifen's frustration had been sufficiently stirred. Although she had not found the imagined love letter from Zhang Chen, this examination paper was ample evidence to presume his guilt. Furthermore, had Lu Shuzhen not happened to compare him with her cousin, Huang Huifen likely would not have been so incensed. Throughout their lives, Lu Shuzhen had consistently used her cousin's excellence to undermine Zhang Chen, bolstering her cousin's self-esteem at Zhang Chen's expense. Zhang Chen, left speechless, could only retort, "Mother, you are driving me to my wit's end. Why must you be so troublesome? Look at your cousin. She has never scored below 120 in English during her senior year. She aims to attend Rongqing University. And you? What will you be able to achieve? Just hoping to get into a technical college would be a feat." Rome University ranks among the top 10 universities nationwide, having recently integrated several prestigious schools, making its reputation unmatched in the province. In contrast, the technical college is a mediocre institution where one can gain admission by merely paying tuition, alas, given Zhang Chen's current academic standing. Even that might be out of reach. Indeed, Lu Shuzhen interjected, even the technical college would be exasperated. Huang Huifen could no longer contain herself. Her anxiety flared, and in a fit of rage, she struck out. Chaos ensued, but fortunately, Zhang Zhonghua intervened just in time. Although he too felt exasperated by Zhang Chen's lackluster performance, he recognized Lu Shuzhen's propensity to provoke Huang Huifen, so he needed to temper his wife's ire and counsel moderation towards their son. Regrettably, Zhang Chen still endured several smacks. Lu Shuzhen managed to intervene. "All right, enough of that. Stop hitting him. What good does that do? You must reason with him instead. You should learn from your sister and aim for a good university to make your parents proud." Eventually, she added, "All right, I will take your sister's book today." Zhang Zhonghua, recalling the watermelon, said, "Oh yes, speaking of watermelon, why don't you take some home?" He promptly retrieved the watermelon he had bought. Satisfied, Lu Shuzhen left with the watermelon and the book, reminding, "All right, speak to him kindly and refrain from hitting him. He has grown up now." Zhang Chen was left speechless. Wasn't this all her instigation? You can't pull out a knife and then apologize while thrusting it back in. How polite is that? Reflecting on his older cousin, he realized that many disturbances at home, including the quarrels between Huang Huifen and Zhang Zhonghua, as well as numerous financial matters, were largely instigated by Lu Shuzhen, who reaped significant benefits from the turmoil. Truly, she was a parasitic presence, thriving only when he suffered. What a genuine threat. All right, now, tell me what happened. Fortunately, Huang Huifen ultimately decided to hear Zhang Chen's explanation, casting aside her earlier frustrations and allowing him to recount the events leading to his mother's long-absent disciplinary measures. Zhang Chen finally narrated the entire sequence of events. Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen were left utterly astonished. What followed was a classic exchange of questions and answers. You claim it was a letter written by someone else, yet you rejected it? Is that true? Indeed, if you don't believe me, just ask. Well, you are all in the same boat. Never mind. You ought to take care of yourself. But those grades of yours, what can be said? Next time, I will perform better. You say that, but can you prove it? Enough already. How many times have I said this? Neither your father nor I believe you anymore. Hurry and eat something. Finish your homework and wash up before sleep. Oh, do try to be more mindful. The parents sighed despondently, glancing at the English exam paper, feeling that their son was truly a disappointment. Yet, there was a flicker of hope. Zhang Chen entered the room, and Zhang Zhonghua muttered, "At least there are girls who like him. Humph, what good does that do? If he can't get into a good university, he won't find a decent job. Can affection fill one's stomach?" Back in the day, what was admired was competence. Zhang Chen, concealed behind the door, felt an ache in both spirit and body. Listening to the conversation in the living room, he found his emotions perplexing. Just moments ago, they had expressed disbelief, yet now they were engaged in discussion. How contradictory. Chapter 11. The unfazed Zhang Chen closed the door, taking a moment to assess his current predicament. A dismal future, an overbearing mother, a cowardly father, a malicious aunt, and a family on the brink of collapse, all perfectly rhymed. Indeed, the essence of comedy is often tinged with melancholy. However, Zhang Chen dug into his pocket to retrieve the 37 yuan he had, laying it on the glass table. Suddenly, he recalled Shen Noyi's charming red butterfly hairpin. It was truly delightful. Acknowledging the reality of his rebirth, after a day of life's harshness, he felt compelled to showcase his true abilities. Life had dealt him bitterness, and in return, he would offer it a song. How resplendent the anthem of victory sounds. He spread out today's exam paper and rummaged through the bookshelf to find several papers from various subjects. Excellent. He would utilize his hard-earned skills amassed over the years to reassess his current prowess. The English paper that had landed him in last place with a score of 53, how intriguing it would be to try again. It is worth noting that Zhang Chen had once enrolled in a subpar university by paying tuition. Astonishingly, it later merged and ascended to a better tier subsequently. He had fervently pursued a master's program at a 211 university in a less competitive area, ultimately falling short by 30 points. Though it was a less prestigious region. Being merely 30 points away from passing indicated that his aspirations for the graduate entrance exam were plausible, thereby affirming his efforts. Yes, it resembled a defeated disciple of a great sect returning to their hometown to contend against ordinary families. Surely, he could carve out a niche for himself. Or so he hoped. Thus, revisiting the English exam paper would yield insight. The correctness of the answers was secondary, for there had been an element of guesswork involved. Surprisingly, he had even managed to guess a few correctly. In truth, English was manageable. Despite years of setbacks in graduate exams, the necessity for proficiency had rendered him adept. He played an English exam tape on his Seagull radio, only to find that the spoken English on the tape sounded as though it were mumbled through a mouthful of porridge, leaving him quite bewildered after years in the workforce. It is hardly surprising that high school examinations resemble athletic competitions. Certain elements indeed require one to maintain an exhilarating fervor on the track. It is not merely the possession of a prestigious diploma that guarantees effortless mastery, even in the realm of English listening comprehension. One must diligently hone one's auditory skills. A 30-point listening section should be approached with the expectation of merely securing 20 points. Then, after completing the entire test, Zhang Chen reflects on his English score of 150, ultimately achieving 122. Gazing at this figure, he ponders its true worth, equating it to the capabilities of a cousin. As Lu Shuzhen once remarked, his cousin Li Wei has never scored below 120 in English, which signifies a solid proficiency. If she were capable of attaining 130, she would undoubtedly boast about it. Although 122 pales in comparison to Shen Noyi's impressive 139, it merely represents a modest trial, the outcome of years of vocabulary accumulation and application. With further effort, an improvement is certainly attainable. As for the sciences, Zhang Chen mutters physics. Let us face the challenge. He retrieves a blank past examination paper buried beneath his bookshelf and begins to write. Before long, he closes the paper and opens another blank test for chemistry, marked as a compilation from Rongqing. After a short while, he sets this aside as well, clasping his hands in prayer. I apologize for my earlier outburst. After years apart from physics and chemistry, I can scarcely comprehend the questions. I have shown a lack of respect for high school sciences. Finally, there remains mathematics. At least he has the advantage of having previously passed the graduate entrance examinations. The mathematics involved in these assessments is closely aligned with high school content. However, after so many years, he has forgotten many concepts that should come easily. He still possesses an understanding of the general direction and methods for solving problems. But some high school formulas elude his memory. Nevertheless, there is hope. If he channels the determination he once had while preparing for graduate school, diligently practicing formulas and problem solving, he might reach a score of 120, and with a bit of good fortune, perhaps even surpass 130. Oh, the notion of performing well is a universal aspiration shared by many. Fortunately, his foundation in language studies remains strong, allowing him to achieve around 120 upon reflection. He believes he could aim even higher. He intends to at least pass physics and chemistry without losing points, and perhaps, if he performs exceptionally, he could accumulate a total of 200 in those subjects. Thus, a rough calculation suggests that his resurrection might yield an overall score of 560. Astonishingly, the current Zhang Chen averages only between 400 and 412, ranking among the lowest in his class. During his senior year, he managed to score 430, gaining admission to a costly third-tier university. Last year, the cutoff for a prestigious institution in the province was 520, though this serves merely as a reference. In essence, he feels as though he has suddenly harnessed decades of academic prowess, propelling himself from the lower ranks to above the threshold for esteemed institutions. Of course, these are merely estimations, contingent upon his ability to summon the vigor he once possessed during exam preparations. Nevertheless, he can savor the prospect of embodying the confidence of a high-achieving student. Logically speaking, As a reborn individual, he ought not to concern himself overly with his studies. There ought to be numerous opportunities for financial gain, and for some individuals, possessing a stable and secure career is the epitome of happiness. However, Zhang Chen is different. His past is that of an evader and a failure. Even his attempts at postgraduate studies ended in disheartening defeat. This time, he yearns to confront his fate head-on, returning to his high school days to challenge the circumstances that once led to his downfall. Realizing this, Zhang Chen clenched his fist tightly, struggling to contain his emotions. He glanced at the door, opened it, and stepped into the living room. Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen were still watching television, deliberately keeping the volume low. Casting glances at his departure, Zhang Zhonghua gestured towards the table. "Fruits? I've already cut them for you, son." Zhang Chen looked at his parents earnestly and declared, "Dad, Mom, wait for me to establish a grand empire for you." For a fleeting moment, both parents were taken aback. Zhang Zhonghua regarded Huang Huifen with confusion, while her eyes widened in surprise, and she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh, how many girlfriends are you planning to have? You're getting ambitious. Do you aim to have a harem of 3,000 beauties?" Zhang Zhonghua observed him with a sidelong glance, while Huang Huifen began searching for a drying rack. No, I meant my grades. Why did you connect it to that?" It seemed they were still lost in the earlier context, their minds lingering on the notion of girls writing love letters to Zhang Chen. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's clarification, the earlier tension dissipated. "Oh, if you had said that earlier," Huang Huifen replied, returning to the sofa. Zhang Zhonghua, like a robot, turned back to the television. "You two don't even pretend to be surprised. At least acknowledge your son's sudden determination and encourage him." Unbeknownst to him, they perceived this as yet another of Zhang Chen's intermittent episodes of mania, something they had long since grown accustomed to and found unremarkable. Chapter 12. Is he unwell? Zhang Chen returned to his room, feeling helpless as he sat on his chair, while his oblivious parents remained in the living room. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Throughout the day, he encountered the vibrant Huang Huifen, the upright Zhang Zhonghua, the still-present Shen Noyi, made plans with Wang Shuawei for a barbecue, and concluded his budding relationship with Zhuang Yanyue. Although he had scored the lowest in English in his class that day, it felt as if he possessed the entire world. That first night of rebirth, Zhang Chen slept deeply and blissfully. He was unaware that many others were troubled and chaotic that day. Wang Shuawei returned home, receiving several calls from their circle inquiring about Zhang Chen's recent exploits, which he felt compelled to navigate with bravado. "Yes, that's right, I was right there." Indeed, Zhuang Yanyue is quite well known at our school, but it's nothing extraordinary, really. The callers were from a nearby liquor company, acquaintances from Jingjiang High School. In their youth, the children from Nangguan Company and the television station had a contentious relationship with this group, having clashed in the past. Despite their awkwardness over the years, they had grown up together, creating a shared history. The nearby high schools are interconnected in their communications, often sharing tales of romantic exploits and various battlegrounds of youth, such as the renowned Jiangqing Love Arena and Yuda examination grounds. Notable incidents involving prominent figures spread rapidly among students, who are at that tender age of blossoming emotions. Whispers about which school boasts the most attractive individuals or who holds the title of school heartthrob circulate effortlessly, forming an extensive network of information purely through word of mouth in an era devoid of online forums or social networking sites. In the realm of the Tangzhou Company, Wang Shuawei typically dismisses the mundane. However, there exists a strikingly beautiful figure named Tang Lin, whose allure compels him to present himself favorably in her presence. Ordinarily, if anyone inquired about the goddess Zhuang Yanyue, he would extol her virtues endlessly. Yet, with the unexpected turn of events where this goddess seems to be pursuing Zhang Chen, he finds himself adopting a more aloof demeanor, acknowledging her fame while casually downplaying it. Indeed, Zhuang Yanyue has earned a formidable reputation, especially at Jiangqing High School, where a former male sports star, despite their eventual breakup, continues to reminisce about her. This narrative has become well known, establishing Jiangqing High School as a place of heartache associated with Zhuang Yanyue's past. Should Zhuang Yanyue succeed in capturing Zhang Chen's affections, it would likely spark little more than a ripple in Class 5 of the second year, as such events are considered commonplace. Zhuang Yanyue is known for her proactive approach in romantic pursuits, with her quarry seldom escaping her grasp. This is a well-acknowledged fact. People tend not to find the ordinary surprising. Rather, it is the extraordinary that catches their attention. What does this imply? Is it possible that the imperious Zhuang Yanyue has encountered a setback today? Such news would surely incite excitement, prompting swift communication among peers. Consequently, Wang Shuawei made several calls, inquiring about the chatter emanating from the television station's courtyard. Indeed, who informed you of this? Zhang Shui? What a blabbermouth. Why would such matters be discussed publicly? It's evident that Zhang Chen often associates with more than just one crowd. I've always provided him with sound guidance. The sound of disbelief echoed through the receiver. Regardless of belief, he was determined to maintain his composure. After concluding these conversations, Wang Shuawei felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a celebrated lecturer who has delivered a triumphant presentation. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, a tinge of disinterest crept in. While others might accept the narrative, he knew that if he succumbed to belief, it would spell disaster. Having completed her examination, Shen Noyi, with damp hair still clinging to her, recalled the individual who had inadvertently sparked a significant topic of discussion today, Zhang Chen. She vividly remembered their first encounter, having only heard his voice while being acquainted with Wang Shuawei in their childhood, as he and Zhang Chen had often ventured to the riverbank to catch shrimp. During the Lunar New Year, he and Zhang Chen received their red envelopes and ventured into the arcade to indulge in games. However, their fortune caught the attention of some local ruffians. In a calm manner, Zhang Chen led them in circles, ultimately arriving at the entrance of Nangguang Company, where he raised his arm and called out, prompting the security personnel to rush out and scare off the troublemakers. Meanwhile, Wang Shuawei recounted his mischievous escapades with Zhang Chen, and Shen Noyi found herself somewhat envious of his vivid storytelling. She realized that she rarely had friends with whom she could share carefree adventures, and in a way, she envisioned the unfamiliar Zhang Chen as the adventurous beta alongside Shook. On one occasion, Wang Shuawei invited the residents of the courtyard to celebrate his birthday, and it was rumored that Zhang Chen from next door would also attend. Faced with this acquaintance she had never met yet felt familiar with, she chose to wear what she believed was the finest outfit from her wardrobe that day. Sitting in front of the flower bed, she officially met Zhang Chen. Neither her expectations were exceeded, nor was she disappointed. That day, a singular thought occupied her mind. So, this is Zhang Chen. In her childhood, she had not spent much time with the friends from the courtyard, aside from the birthdays celebrated with Wang Shuawei. Their interactions were minimal, occurring only once or twice a year. They had simply grown up this way. The dynamic between adolescent boys and girls often involved playful banter, characterized by friction yet remaining intact. In the afternoon, Zhang Chen approached her to borrow money. She was taken aback, initially fearing it might be another unexpected confession as had happened with other boys in the past. She had never articulated this, but such moments were indeed the most awkward. While some boys might find such gestures romantic, the person on the receiving end often feels quite the opposite, especially when surrounded by a crowd that observes like spectators at a zoo, with some urging her to accept. This only added to her distress, for she was inherently shy and often felt guilty for embarrassing others. Yet, she found herself compelled to navigate such situations. Zhang Shui remarked that she resembled a heroine. Yet she truly understood Shen Noyi, who was quite concerned about her own image and the perceptions of others. Fortunately, Zhang Chen clarified his intentions, and in that moment of surprise, she was promptly pulled away by Zhang Shui. Ultimately, Shen Noyi resolved to return and lend her assistance, as she feared that not doing so might push Zhang Chen, who had been reprimanded by his mother, further away from her. What she did not disclose was that, in that moment of confusion, she felt a hint of disappointment. Later, upon hearing that Zhuang Yanyue was downstairs confessing her feelings to Zhang Chen, she felt a tightening in her chest. It was unnecessary to elaborate on who Zhuang Yanyue was. As a friend, she did not want Zhang Chen, akin to a timid rabbit, to be snatched away. Thus, she went to the balcony, not merely to watch the spectacle like others, but with genuine concern. To her, Zhuang Yanyue seemed intent on seizing something that belonged to her. This sentiment was likely compounded by her disdain for Zhuang Yanyue, who often found herself compared to Shen Noyi at school, leading to a degree of psychological resistance and rivalry. Zhang Chen gracefully declined Zhuang Yanyue's advances with such eloquence that it caused quite a stir. It was in that moment that Shen Noyi first regarded Zhang Chen with newfound admiration. Unbeknownst to him, in the face of the enemy's brutal interrogation, he vowed to resist unto death. Sitting upon the bed, the moonlight streaming through the window illuminated her flawless, elegantly crossed legs. This morning, her bright eyes and radiant smile resembled a delicate, pristine white lotus. Shen Noyi allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, lost in such thoughts. On a similar moonlit night, Zhuang Yanyue awakened in the dead of night, suddenly rising, her body trembling slightly. Just moments ago, she had dreamt of her newly acquired fish tank shattering with a resounding crash, an ant nest engulfed in flames, and a street vendor's dragon warrior leaping forth, sword drawn. To strike. She raised her charming face skyward, rendered speechless. Was he truly unwell? Chapter 13. As strong as iron, surpassing all. Zhang Chen awoke from his slumber, greeted by yet another serene morning. He donned his attire and approached the door, hesitating momentarily before twisting the knob. Huang Huifen busied herself in the kitchen, steaming buns for him. Forget about asking what he desired to eat. In Huang Huifen's realm, one took what was offered, no room for picky eaters. Zhang Chen had always been a low-maintenance son, and fortunately, Huang Huifen's culinary skills were quite commendable, allowing him to live a life of ease. Zhang Zhonghua had also risen, having completed his morning routine, and, like Zhang Chen, awaited Huang Huifen's arrival with the meal. Zhang Chen nodded at his father. Dad. Zhang Zhonghua reached out, ruffling Zhang Chen's hair. Noticing his son's lack of response, he exclaimed softly and reached out again. Zhang Chen, as a child, had been quite endearing and was adored by the elders in their circle, which explained why Wang Shuaowei's father, Wang Bowen, insisted on adopting Zhang Chen as his godson. Having been patted on the head by his elders throughout his childhood, thanks to his father's signature gesture, Zhang Chen, now a high schooler, found it rather demeaning to still be treated as a child. In his earlier years, he had felt rebellious and resistant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had taken the college entrance examination, entered university, and it had been many years since Zhang Zhonghua had last ruffled his hair. After Huang Huifen's passing, Zhang Zhonghua had grown frail and gaunt. When he looked at Zhang Chen, he could no longer extend his hand. The boy who had once been a child in his eyes had now transformed into the pillar of support for their family. Upon realizing this, he could no longer bring himself to touch his son's head, afraid of not being strong enough for him, and even more so, fearful that he could not instill strength in him. Finally, he reached out again. This time, Zhang Chen inclined his head, leaning in. Zhang Zhonghua gazed at his son in astonishment. Is that all right? Please. Yet, Zhang Zhonghua waved his hand dismissively, finding it meaningless. You don't resist at all. Zhang Chen realized that perhaps all he needed to do back then was to not resist, and the matter would cease. After all, he was merely a plaything for the adults. Huang Huifen brought the steamed buns to the table, her irritation flaring as she observed the two men sitting side by side. You two, living in comfort, truly the eldest, and yet I must bring everything to your hands, she exclaimed, launching into a familiar tirade of complaints. This was Huang Huifen's daily ritual. If you assisted her, she would find fault with your clumsiness. If you did not help, she would call you lazy. In short, the first step of the day began with a reprimand. What a stifling family environment. Zhang Chen watched the two of them bickering in the morning light, his brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. Nangguang Company is undergoing a transformation, and soon, its core business will be divested and packaged for sale. The situation at home is precarious, as both parents are about to be reassigned, and their salaries are becoming increasingly untenable. Following this, Zhang Chen will require funds for his university education, prompting Huang Huifen to take a leave of absence from work and start a fruit stall. It was during this tumultuous period that Huang Huifen's health began to deteriorate. And now, he senses the ominous tide of fate approaching once more. Before being swept away by the currents of destiny, he is determined to alter the trajectory of the future. At the very least, for Huang Huifen, he must avoid the fruit stall that once brought her suffering in a past life. Moreover, for his exceptional mother, he needs to devise effective strategies to challenge her stubborn mindset. After breakfast, he took the 7 yuan that Huang Huifen had left on the shoe cabinet. In truth, Zhang Chen had not intended to ask Huang Huifen for the money to repay Shen Noyi. The debt to Shen Noyi must be settled. Zhang Chen is not entirely destitute. Yesterday, while searching for his homework, he discovered an old black leather wallet at the bottom of the bookshelf, a relic of Huang Huifen's past. Inside, he found a considerable amount of loose change, over 300 yuan, all in 1 yuan coins. For Zhang Chen, this sum is a small fortune. How did this money come to be? Primarily, it is not from the traditional New Year's money, which Huang Huifen had largely appropriated under the pretext of distributing to other children. Zhang Chen had managed to save a few hundred yuan to celebrate the new year with Wang Shuaowei and others. Upon seeing Huang Huifen's gaming console in his first year of high school, he became infatuated with a particular game, Dragon Quest, and thus resolved to save money. With a daily allowance of 7 yuan, he utilized the bus card topped up by Huang Huifen to avoid transportation costs and opted for inexpensive meals at school, allowing him to save 1 to 2 yuan each day. His goal was to accumulate 500 yuan to purchase a gaming console. Through sheer determination, he managed to save 335 yuan by yesterday. What emotions filled Zhang Chen upon seeing this money? He felt a profound sense of resolve, believing that if he could muster such perseverance for his future studies, he could indeed overcome past mistakes and achieve his academic ambitions. Regrettably, repeated setbacks and failures had led him to abandon his aspirations time and again. Yet, this journey of rebirth ignited a fervent desire within him to confront his fate head-on. Looking back, he recognizes that he owes his current savings to the disciplined self who yearned for a beloved gaming console. Zhang Chen stepped outside and boarded the morning bus. As he gazed at the unfolding scenery of the millennium-era Rome city, he contemplated the steps he could take as a high school student. First and foremost, he must improve his academic performance. Skipping classes is not an option. Not only must he attend diligently, but he must also wholeheartedly engage in mastering unfamiliar high school subjects. There is no better place than school to solidify his understanding of the curriculum. This time, he aspires to attend a prestigious university and refuses to be swept downstream by the whims of fate. Although, given his current experience, the situation downstream appears unremarkable. One can rise above any circumstance as long as one does not relinquish hope, especially in the forthcoming digital information society. However, there was once a lack of choice. The true value of life lies in the freedom to choose. Many individuals spend their entire lives striving for this very freedom. If one can, through diligent effort, seize this power of choice, why not ascend to loftier heights and behold more splendid vistas? When endowed with capability, one naturally takes the lead. Furthermore, he is prepared to confront the torrents of fate. He no longer wishes to be the version of himself from a past life, aimlessly evading the crushing weight of destiny. Additionally, without compromising his studies, he intends to engage in endeavors that will accumulate capital. Thus, when the moment is ripe, he can soar like a great rock, rising with the winds. If even a mere pig can fly in the gusts, what might a great rock achieve while gazing down upon those swirling tornadoes? The bus to Yuta High School is increasingly crowded, with people jostling for space. Those without seats clutch the handrails tightly. At this moment, Rongqing retains its characteristic buses, featuring long, dark rubber-covered connecting compartments capable of accommodating many passengers. Moreover, this year, the bus company has introduced a new fleet of vehicles equipped with televisions, broadcasting news from the local Rongqing television station for the entertainment of passengers. Each morning, many news segments are transmitted from here, symbolizing the modernization of Rongqing as it enters the new millennium. As Zhang Chen gazed at the news on the screens, a sudden thought struck him. The quest for his first pot of gold still awaited realization. Chapter 14. Hello. Friends. Zhang Chen had initially intended to experience the bustling streets via bus, immersing himself in the essence of Rongqing in the new millennium. However, he found himself pressed against the glass by the throng of passengers boarding. Thus, he arrived at the Lushu Street stop of Yuta High School, unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. With neither elegance nor charm, he had hoped to emulate the half-bright, half-somber expressions of celebrities from Hong Kong and Taiwan riding the bus. Yet he felt more akin to a refugee fleeing turmoil. No wonder he despised taking the bus. Navigating the crowded streets of Rongqing was indeed a test of endurance. Upon disembarking, the road ahead was largely inaccessible to vehicles, with most students alighting here before strolling along the tree-lined path leading to the main entrance of Yuta High School. Mornings were generally not the best time to arrange meetings with Huang Huifen, as he sometimes hitchhiked in cars belonging to other parents from the unit, while other times he took the 311 bus, which conveniently stopped just a few minutes' walk from Zhang Chen's home. As he entered the school gates, Zhang Chen sensed something amiss. Numerous eyes were fixed upon him, evidently drawn by the events of the previous day that had thrust him into the spotlight. However, among those gazes, some belonged to the same grade. Occasionally, they would nod at each other when passing on the road, even exchanging a few words while walking together. Yet at this moment, they did not approach, nor did they respond to Zhang Chen's gaze. What could be the reason for this? Zhang Chen found himself perplexed, only to be interrupted by two figures approaching from behind, tapping his backpack. Hey, Zhang Chen. Turning around, he recognized two girls, one named Zhang Yutong and the other Wang Dan. They were often referred to as twins, not because they were actual siblings, but due to their inseparable nature, which had earned them this nickname. Furthermore, they were known as the school as chatterboxes, always eager to meddle in others' affairs, their boisterous presence detectable from afar. Wang Dan, who had tapped Zhang Chen's backpack, was a classmate from kindergarten, making them relatively familiar with each other. Upon entering high school, they had exchanged greetings, and she had formally introduced her best friend, Zhang Yutong, to Zhang Chen, thus establishing a semblance of acquaintance. On one occasion, when Zhang Chen spotted Wang Dan descending the stairs alone, he casually inquired, "Hey, Wang Dan, where's your friend Zhang Yutong?" This seemingly innocuous question spiraled into a significant misunderstanding, as Wang Dan immediately interpreted it as an indication that Zhang Chen harbored feelings for Zhang Yutong. Zhang Chen felt quite exasperated by the turn of events. Subsequently, whenever Wang Dan and Zhang Yutong encountered him together, Wang Dan would point and shout, "Zhang Chen, Zhang Yutong is here. Zhang Yutong." Remarkably, it seemed Zhang Yutong was indeed somewhat swayed, often regarding Zhang Chen with an expression of reserved interest, occasionally blushing when their eyes met. In the past, Zhang Chen had dreaded encountering the duo at school, yet now, upon turning to see them, he greeted them nonetheless. He noticed that Zhang Yutong no longer shied away from him, nor did she exhibit her previous wariness. Instead, she regarded him with a hint of melancholy in her gaze. Wang Dan, ever the outspoken one, exclaimed, "What's going on with you? I heard you rejected Zhuang Yanyue yesterday. Zhuang Yanyue is a goddess. How fortunate you are. What were you thinking?" Zhang Chen wished to cover her mouth, as her loud voice attracted the attention of those nearby. But he knew better than to act on that impulse. He was all too aware that if he did, Wang Dan would undoubtedly retort, "Oh, Zhang Chen, are you trying to forcefully woo a lady?" That would certainly be more than he could bear. Wang Dan hardly required his defense, continuing unabated, "Well, your reputation isn't too stellar right now. Countless admirers of Zhuang Yanyue are criticizing you. You made her feel so embarrassed. The girls who like her are calling you Chin Shimmy. I'm only reminding you because of our kindergarten connection, but really, you've made a foolish mistake." Oh. With that, Wang Dan took Zhang Yutong, who still wore a sorrowful expression, away to a distance, maintaining only a visual connection with Zhang Chen, clearly establishing a divide. Zhang Chen finally understood the underlying tension behind those gazes he had encountered on his way to school. Zhuang Yanyue was well-liked, particularly among the girls, and Wang Dan's tone indicated that many of those girls were currently disparaging him. It was easy to comprehend. Had Zhang Chen been one of the campus's popular figures or male idols, Wang Dan would never have dared to confront him so brazenly. The male idols and Zhuang Yanyue were on equal footing. Should such a relationship be unequal, it would likely provoke scorn for his perceived lack of appreciation. It is akin to a princess falling for a beggar, leaving the beggar with little choice but to acquiesce. Zhang Chen, lacking in achievements, ranked at the bottom academically, mediocre in athletics, and although somewhat handsome, still quite unremarkable, finds himself in an unexpected position of judgment. Why, indeed, would he reject someone? Observers nearby are incensed on his behalf. Thus, he likely becomes the object of many people's disdain, and ironically, his own reputation suffers as a result. "I have done nothing," Zhang Chen exclaims in frustration. At that moment, as Wang Dan gazes ahead, she suddenly gasps. Whispers ripple through the crowd on the shaded path. "Look, it's Zhuang Yanyue." Their eyes turn to her as she strides in from the school gate, brimming with vitality. She carries a linen-colored canvas bag, dressed in a light woolen shirt, hands gripping the straps of her backpack with an air of poise. Her snug, elastic casual pants accentuate her curvaceous figure, making her appear strikingly attractive. Unlike yesterday's carefree curls, her hair is now neatly tied back, adorned with a small bare hairpin, framing her oval face beautifully. As she enters, she seems to garner even more attention than before. Girls greet her warmly, calling out her name. "Zhuang Yanyue." "Yanyue." She responds sweetly with a nod. It is at this moment that Wang Dan notices her approaching. With Zhang Chen standing beside her, fate plays its hand, and an awkward silence envelopes the air, as if the world has momentarily paused. The tension is palpable. An encounter neither had anticipated. Zhang Chen feels a tightening sensation at the nape of his neck. Wang Dan and Zhang Yutong exchange pleasantries with Zhuang Yanyue, who then shifts her gaze to Zhang Chen. One hand, previously gripping her bag's strap, releases, her fingers delicate and graceful, waving lightly in his direction. "Hi, friend," she greets, maintaining her composure as she glides past him, a breath of fresh air, radiant and confident. Left in her wake, Zhang Chen stands momentarily stunned, while Wang Dan and Zhang Yutong exchange odd gasps. Chapter 15. Blushing Zhang Chen had not anticipated Zhuang Yanyue's ease. However, having experienced a previous life, he understands her caliber. Her effortless handling of the situation is hardly surprising. She skillfully diffuses the awkwardness from yesterday, even publicly, quelling any unfounded rumors and discussions. Truly a master of her craft. Shaking his head, Zhang Chen slows his pace, meandering toward the teaching building. At this juncture, he notices that Wang Dan and Zhang Yutong have not wandered far and remain nearby. Wang Dan regards him with a hint of sympathy, preparing to speak. "Stop, silence." He interrupts her abruptly. He was eager to prevent Wang Dan from uttering any further words, so he quickly intervened. Wang Dan nodded in response. "Keep your distance from me." She took a step aside, increasing the space between them. Once Zhang Chen had walked a short distance away, she could no longer contain herself and called out, "You'll regret it. I'll speak on your behalf. Be bold, don't be shy." Zhang Chen was utterly astounded. In truth, Zhuang Yanyue was far from the calm and composed fa she projected. Her heart raced inexplicably upon spotting Zhang Chen at the door. At such moments, being indecisive was the least desirable course of action, and Zhuang Yanyue was certainly not the type to succumb to such pitfalls. On the contrary, she possessed a maturity and emotional intelligence that surpassed her peers. Although she had stumbled yesterday, it had only ignited her competitive spirit. Yes, she resolved to take revenge. However, this revenge would not manifest in berating Zhang Chen or kicking him in frustration. True revenge lay in showcasing her brilliance, allowing him to realize the kindness he once had before him, which he failed to cherish, leaving him with nothing but a sense of regret for what he had lost. She would ensure that Zhang Chen witnessed her most radiant qualities, until he would ultimately approach her with a sheepish demeanor. That would be the most astute strategy. Thus, after a brief moment of rapid heartbeat, she composed herself and greeted him with the calm demeanor one would offer to an ordinary friend. Effortlessly graceful, her generosity was her secret weapon. After walking a considerable distance, she caught sight of Zhang Chen lingering behind, hesitant to advance, which made her steps even lighter. Upon entering the classroom, she was met with a wave of applause. Zhang Chen scanned the room. Most of the applauding crowd consisted of those seated in the casual entertainment area, while the commotion had startled others in various sections, turning to see what was happening. The casual entertainment area was naturally filled with those who relished in the spectacle. Some academically inclined students turned to glance, some smiling, purely observing the unfolding scene. Such as Tianjia. She had triumphed over Shen Noyi in yesterday's English quiz, and now she felt relaxed, ready to enjoy the campus atmosphere. Indeed, high-achieving students often exhibited a certain maturity. Understanding their role in school was primarily focused on learning. They paused to appreciate the campus life when pleased, yet resumed their academic pursuits when not. They were akin to enlightened beings, perceiving the world with clarity. Alongside these perceptive individuals were those more worldly, curious about gossip and the entertainment industry, much like some academically successful boys who enjoyed gaming rather than being solely absorbed in their studies. Of course, there were also those who frowned, evidently disturbed by the noise interrupting their concentration, epitomizing the archetype of the solitary scholar like Peng Xian, who preferred to immerse himself in his own world, often penning poetry and lyrics, his talent shining brightly. Within this setting, there are indeed remarkable talents, such as Li Ruanjia, who ranks among the top 3 in his grade. Yet, he remains neither aloof nor overly worldly. He is capable of engaging in conversation with anyone, even forging a brotherly bond with Wang Shuawei and Zhang Chen from the leisure and entertainment area. For instance, today, he was seen applauding alongside others for Zhang Chen. However, some individuals harbored feelings of discomfort and confusion, questioning what was so special about Zhang Chen. The most unsettled among them was a boy named Su Sudong. Seated in the 3rd row, he ranked within the top 20 of Class 5 and was generally regarded as one of the better performing students. Secretly, he harbored affections for Zhuang Yanyue, and the events of yesterday had dealt him a considerable blow. Now, he found Zhang Chen increasingly irksome, pondering in his heart. Had he ever heard of Zhuang Yanyue's exceptional academic achievements? Very well, you lot without prospects may continue your antics, he mused, as Zhang Chen settled into his seat. He naturally cast a glance in the direction of Shen Noyi. Noticing her eyes, which slanted gracefully towards her temples, he nodded and mouthed, "I'll return your money at noon." Surprised by Zhang Chen's unexpected gaze, Shen Noyi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She did not reciprocate his nod but turned her attention back to her work. This fleeting commotion was merely an interlude in the long, monotonous stretch of high school life. During today's English class, Qin Guimei delivered her lecture smoothly. Suddenly realizing that the leisure and entertainment area at the back of the classroom was unusually quiet, devoid of chatter. How peculiar, she thought. On previous occasions, whenever she spoke at the front, Zhang Chen and his friends would chime in, taking advantage of her amiable nature and often disrupting the class. But today, Zhang Chen seemed to be genuinely engaged, even ignoring Wang Shuwei, who had attempted to converse with him multiple times. Is the sun rising from the west? She wondered. Could yesterday's last place ranking have spurred him into action? Qin Guimei admonished herself not to entertain such thoughts. Zhang Chen and Wang Shuwei had often ranked at the bottom without a care for their self-esteem. Did he suddenly possess some today? Could it be that a rejection from a girl has ignited his determination? She mused. Or perhaps he has discovered some hidden strengths and resolved to apply himself. While pondering this, Qin Guimei suddenly called out, "Wang Shuwei, please come up and tackle this translation exercise." Wang Shuwei had intended to continue whispering to Zhang Chen, but was unexpectedly summoned by Qin Guimei. Predictably, he was at a loss. She then pointed to Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, your turn." By this time, several students had turned to observe them, mistakenly believing it was yet another instance of the two chatting below, prompting Qin Guimei's impatience to intervene. This particular exercise required translating the sentence. If you adopt advanced methods, you will achieve results that are twice as effective with half the effort. The focus of this exercise was the translation of twice as effective with half the effort and the introduction of new vocabulary. Given that this was a newly learned structure and vocabulary, Qin Guimei felt that only a handful of students in the class could respond, excluding those who had previously studied or mastered such constructs. She did not expect Wang Shuwei or Zhang Chen to provide an answer. Rather, she aimed to utilize their presence to elucidate the knowledge points. Wang Shuwei stood beside, somewhat disgruntled, as Qin Guimei did not permit him to take a seat. Zhang Chen lifted his exercise book, spoke briefly, then set it down and settled into his chair. A noticeable shift in energy coursed through the room. What a delightful sound. How remarkably fluent he was, without a hint of hesitation. The crowd suddenly turned their heads or glanced back, their gazes fixated upon Zhang Chen. Qin Guimei paused momentarily, observing Zhang Chen with renewed interest before nodding and addressing the still-standing Wang Shuwei. "You may take a seat now." After a brief pause, seemingly to digest Zhang Chen's performance, she added, "This is a phrase you will find useful in the future." She elaborated on the importance of employing advanced methods, emphasizing the significance of breaking down key points. "I must remind you that in 3 days, I will cease introducing new knowledge. In 14 days, we face our final examinations. So each of you must devise a thoughtful review plan." Look at Zhang Chen. He is attentive today. At this moment, among those who had turned to look, Tianjia appeared somewhat astonished. Li Ruinjia gave Zhang Chen a thumbs up. Peng Xian shot him a sidelong glance, while Shen Noyi regarded Zhang Chen with mild confusion. Su Sudong, meanwhile, diligently worked on translating the sentences, having made 2 errors in his word choices, which he hastily crossed out before attempting to copy the correct answers from the blackboard. As he wrote, his face flushed, yet he could not bring himself to sweat. Chapter 16. The Millennium Fox in Class 5 of the second year, Li Ruinjia was undoubtedly at the forefront of academic achievement, significantly ahead of his peers. Following him were Shen Noyi, Tianjia, and Peng Xian, forming the second echelon. Li Ruinjia excelled across all subjects, benefiting from his high receptivity to knowledge and agile mind. In the realm of English study, there exist 2 schools of thought, the diligent and the methodical. Li Ruinjia belonged to the latter, relying not primarily on hard work, but rather on the accumulation of vocabulary, mastery of grammar, and listening comprehension. Despite his commendable grades, he was not omniscient. He had yet to encounter numerous English words and could not always preview every subject daily. At times, he resorted to quick fixes, managing to keep pace with the class through last-minute cramming, which sufficed for his needs. He felt that tackling this particular translation task might not yield an impeccable result, potentially leading to omissions or redundancies. Yet, Zhang Chen, who was at the bottom of the class, managed to respond with surprising accuracy. prompting Li Ruanjia to genuinely commend him with a thumbs up. Wang Shuawei cast a suspicious glance at Zhang Chen. Did you prepare in advance? He could not fathom how Zhang Chen accomplished such a translation, as it often involved complex grammatical tense shifts, demanding a comprehensive understanding of English that transcended mere vocabulary memorization. He must have prepared, Wang Shuawei concluded, which was the most palatable explanation for him. Zhang Chen remained noncommittal in response. In the subsequent classes, Wang Shuawei noticed that Zhang Chen had ceased to engage in idle chatter with him and was genuinely working on exercises. Resigned, he refrained from disturbing Zhang Chen or making any sardonic remarks. He, too, began to tackle exercises, feeling the mounting pressure of impending finals. It was evident that they could have relished their time together before shifting to review in the final days. Yet, Zhang Chen's diligence compelled Wang Shuawei to begin his own preparations. How frustrating. At noon, after school, I had a quick meal outside before returning to the playground for a leisurely stroll. I noticed Shen Noyi and Zhang Shui making their way towards the teaching building. Zhang Chen seized the moment to approach them, encountering Shen Noyi and Zhang Shui at the corridor entrance. Here's your money, Zhang Chen said, extending the cash in his hand. Zhang Shui, with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinized Zhang Chen and remarked, I feel you look more handsome than before. What is the secret? This was likely Zhang Shui's way of showing goodwill towards Zhang Chen. Unlike other girls who were close to Zhuang Yanyue and spoke ill of Zhang Chen in private, Zhang Shui held no fondness for Zhuang Yanyue and, being affiliated with Zhang Chen's family, considered him one of her own. Here, Shen Noyi accepted the money from Zhang Chen, opening her cloth wallet to tuck it inside. Then, Zhang Chen's voice echoed once more. Thank you for your timely assistance yesterday. How about we treat you to a meal this afternoon as a token of our gratitude? Wang Shuawei, observing from the side, pondered whether there was such a plan, yet he voiced no objections, not wanting to dampen the spirit. Shen Noyi hesitated briefly. The time between the end of morning classes and the start of afternoon ones is often tight, with many students opting for quick meals either outside or in the cafeteria. Afternoons usually afford more leisure. Whether it's enjoying a small stir-fry or taking a stroll post-meal to engage in deeper conversations, this is indeed the perfect time for such interactions. Zhang Chen's intentional offer to repay during lunch and extend an invitation stemmed from this understanding, presented in a manner so as not to reveal any ulterior motives. Wait. Zhang Shui cast a cautious glance at Zhang Chen. As a close friend of Shen Noyi, she possessed a natural sensitivity to such situations, having encountered numerous individuals attempting to curry favor with Shen Noyi through various means. You shouldn't go to such expense. Do you even have the money? Shen Noyi interjected. I have a little savings, Zhang Chen replied candidly. Shen Noyi chuckled. What is the point of flaunting that little savings? It's quite normal. We are all students living on meager allowances, and the notion of treating someone to a meal is usually reserved for birthdays. However, Shen Noyi's words carried a hint of domesticity. Yet, her subsequent words dispelled any fanciful notions. She regarded him once more, calmly stating, moreover, it may not be appropriate. Shen Noyi's notion of inappropriate reflected the current societal norm where girls dine together and boys do likewise. It is rather conspicuous for males and females to share a meal, often leading to unfounded suspicions, especially in a bustling food stall during lunchtime, where the phrase non-genuine intentions often circulates. Apart from inviting Zhang Chen and Wang Shuawei on her birthday, Shen Noyi had never dined with boys throughout her life, making such an idea quite unfamiliar. Zhang Chen, are you harboring ulterior motives? Zhang Shui squinted, her tone accusatory. What on earth are you thinking? Wang Shuawei defended Zhang Chen, fully aware of his character, with a heart full of mischief yet lacking the courage to pursue any romantic interest. Zhang Chen would never dare to set his sights on the goddess Shen Noyi. Hence, Wang Shuawei's indignation was palpable. Zhang Chen cast a glance at Wang Shuawei, who returned his gaze with a resolute and affirmative expression. In a moment of conscience, Zhang Chen realized he had not expressed gratitude. He chuckled, jesting that with Zhang Shui's radar scanning activated, it was neither the time nor place to reveal any weaknesses, promptly feigning that it was merely a casual remark. Zhang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Chen's unexpected invitation was indeed peculiar, quite perplexing. Fortunately, he soon reverted to his usual demeanor. Had I known you were so generous, I would have made you sign a contract to sell yourself when I lent you money. At the very least, I should have extracted an interest rate of 5, 6, 7, or 8%, and I would have profited immensely. Shen Noyi retracted her wallet with a sly grin reminiscent of a cunning merchant. Who would have thought you were such a person? Zhang Chen declared in a serious tone. Both Shen Noyi and Zhang Shui were taken aback, puzzled by Zhang Chen's sudden shift in seriousness. Shen Noyi's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. She was unsure what she had said wrong. Could it be that Zhang Chen was incapable of humor? Zhang Chen stepped back, arms crossed over his chest, asserting, "You actually desire me as a person?" "Absolutely not." Zhang Shui, gritting her teeth, retorted, "Are you seeking death, Zhang Chen?" Shen Noyi merely rolled her eyes. Her cascading dark hair resembled a misty waterfall tumbling down a lofty mountain, enchanting and graceful. Huang Huifen could not help but press Zhang Chen's arm, delivering a few playful punches. Despite this brief interlude, Zhang Shui appeared undeterred and continued to probe. "Zhang Chen, you don't harbor ulterior motives in inviting Shen Noyi to dinner, do you? Speak up. If you do, Shen Noyi, it will certainly dine with you." After saying this, she turned to Shen Noyi, right? Shen Noyi seemed momentarily flustered but quickly regained her composure. The glint in her almond-shaped eyes hinted at mischief as she tilted her head to scrutinize Zhang Chen. Is there really something? Huang Huifen felt as though he could hardly breathe throughout the exchange. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and responded with an inscrutable smile. "No." "Oh, then that settles it," Shen Noyi replied. "Are you not disappointed?" Zhang Chen inquired. "Indeed," Shen Noyi nodded earnestly. "I am quite disappointed." Huang Huifen stood by, utterly bewildered. Zhang Shui took Shen Noyi's arm, grinning as she looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen remarked, "After all, it's rather inconvenient." Indeed, the two conversed lightly. In the dappled afternoon sunlight, Zhang Chen stood at one end of the corridor's beam, gazing at Shen Noyi, whose smile held the allure of a captivating beauty. There seemed to be a hint of regret in his expression. Chapter 17. Naming Zhang Chen was certain that Shen Noyi, this cunning vixen, would not be easily ensnared. Fortunately, capturing a fox was not a necessity for him in this new life. There were many pressing matters at hand, and the threads of his concerns were tangled. He required some funds, of course, and these funds needed to be obtained through legitimate means, without overly taxing his current energy. With the impending winter break, he could attend to these matters during the holiday. Presently, his focus was on overcoming his academic shortcomings, a task that demanded extensive preparation. Starting today, he immersed himself in lectures and problem-solving exercises, while Huang Huifen, seated beside him, scoffed, convinced that he was merely courting hardship. Only Zhang Chen truly comprehends the nuances of this experience. Having once possessed a solid foundation, he now finds himself merely out of practice. This is a process of reparation. The introduction of the 9-year compulsory education system in 1986 profoundly transformed the educational landscape of the nation. While one cannot assert it to be the best system, it undeniably paved a path for compulsory education in a country where material resources were still underdeveloped. It is likely the most equitable route available at this stage. As the saying goes, only the college entrance examination enables one to compete on the same stage as individuals from disparate social strata. It is the sole arena where one can engage in a battle of wits with them. The entire framework of compulsory education is intricately designed and purposefully oriented, drawing extensively from the first-hand feedback of grassroots educators, with initial data collection originating from the very foundations of education. The curriculum for junior high school is crafted to ensure that ordinary individuals can keep pace. With sufficient diligence and effort, the groundwork for general education can be successfully laid, requiring little in the way of innate talent. However, upon entering high school, one encounters the demarcation line of higher education, where the emphasis shifts to selection and, one might say, even to a somewhat ruthless elimination process. Unlike the reforms clamored for in later years, this stage necessitates the differentiation of a significant number of students into vocational education upon graduation from junior high. At this juncture, there remains an equal right to access higher education, yet many students who performed adequately in junior high are abruptly confronted with the sharply escalating challenges of high school. A few days of missed classes can render one unable to comprehend the material. This is the essence of selection, which erects numerous obstacles and challenges, demanding a high level of intellectual acuity. Naturally, due to the nature of exam-oriented education, this system inevitably stifles many exceptionally talented individuals who may excel in specific subjects. Within this framework, unless one possesses extraordinary gifts, one must exert considerable sweat and diligence. Yet, At times, even such efforts yield no positive returns, leading many to simply abandon their pursuits. To Wang Shuawei, Zhang Chen appears to be rowing against the current, yet only Zhang Chen understands that for an ordinary person, acquiring this knowledge is akin to climbing a mountain without any tools. In contrast, he ascends with two trekking poles, one representing the accumulation of knowledge, the other symbolizing the understanding of pathways. While the average person may struggle to surmount obstacles, he knows how to navigate around them, or at the very least, in which direction to push forward for breakthrough. This embodies hope. Once an individual senses the presence of hope, they are no longer lost or hesitant. They will forge ahead with courage, for no one wishes to endure the agony of being battered by failure. Perhaps one need not confront the torrents of fate at a grand height. Rather, simply the unwillingness to experience that excruciating sense of powerlessness is worthy of the fight. The final two periods of the afternoon consist of physical education classes, which are conducted simultaneously for both Class 3 and Class 7. Within Zhuang Yanyue's context, it was precisely because of the joint physical education class that she became aware of Zhang Chen. To many, this encounter seemed like a fateful convergence. As they descended the stairs, a girl named Su Rue from Class 3 approached Zhang Chen and said, "Zhang Chen, I heard the people from Class 7 have been speaking ill of you. What if a fight breaks out?" Su Rue, having friends in Class 7, had naturally gleaned much information. The individuals from Class 7 now regard Zhang Chen with considerable disdain, and one can only imagine the awkwardness should he cross paths with Zhuang Yanyue. However, many are oblivious to the fact that Zhang Chen had already encountered Zhuang Yanyue that morning. Remarkably, there seems to be no lingering tension between them. In fact, Zhuang Yanyue has embraced the idea of friendship with Zhang Chen, offering him a graceful turn of her back. Class 5, however, remains unaware of this development, with even Wang Shuawei expressing concern about encountering the girls from Class 7, lamenting whether he should greet her or not. This fellow has a way of making it seem as if one is intimately acquainted with someone, only to complicate matters by his presence. Wang Shuawei possesses an air of ambiguity regarding his self-perception. As anticipated, when the physical education class assembled on the playground, the students from Class 5 felt the palpable pressure emanating from Class 7. Typically, the two classes would occasionally clash during sports, but these encounters were generally benign, characterized by the competitive spirit of athletics. Yet, the current atmosphere felt as though it had escalated to a point of class rivalry. The belle of Class 7 had been humiliated by a minor player from Class 5, prompting a surge of pride among the latter. The tensions mirrored a stark divide, with both sides exchanging fiery glares, transforming the vast playground into a frozen tableau of confrontation. This animosity carried over onto the field as the physical education teacher concluded his duties, granting the students time for free play. The boys formed teams and began a spirited game of soccer. "I'll help you teach them a lesson," Wang Shuawei declared, changing into his cleats before joining the fray. Previously, boys from Class 7 had been pointing at Zhang Chen, and Wang Shuawei felt compelled to intervene as the teams clashed on the field. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen remained seated in the stands, safeguarding his shoes and clothing. Curiously, both factions appeared to harbor a heightened sense of aggression today, their shouts resonating louder than usual, as if they were waiting for an opportunity to escalate matters. However, amidst a series of missed kicks and the accompanying groans of disappointment, the noise on the field diminished, and all eyes turned toward the stands. Among the throng of onlookers, Zhuang Yanyue, who had been strolling casually with a group of girls, suddenly stepped forward, making her way directly to Zhang Chen's seat. The concrete benches of the playground, often grimy, were no concern for her as she approached with her legs together, cradling her bundled-up sweater. She took a seat beside him, prompting a stunned silence from both classes on the playground. Zheng Shui, seeking shade in a nearby flower bed, pointed in astonishment at Zhang Chen's direction, exclaiming, "Look, look!" In truth, Shen Noyi had already noticed, as it seemed the gaze of everyone was directed toward this extraordinary moment. As Zhuang Yanyue approached Zhang Chen, the crowd remained bewildered, pondering the reason behind her unexpected visit. She sat beside Zhang Chen, yet her gaze remained fixed ahead, avoiding his eyes. "Zhang Chen, if anyone speaks ill of you or behaves inappropriately, please be sure to inform me. I will confront them, for that is not my intention." She turned to him, her eyes sincere. "I have no desire to burden you. I hope it does not trouble you." "No, not at all," Zhang Chen stammered, caught off guard by her sudden earnestness, his words momentarily faltering. Observing this exchange, A hint of amusement danced in Zhuang Yanyue's eyes. She extended her hand, presenting a slip of paper. "This is my number. If you need anything, feel free to reach out." With a playful flick of her tongue, she emphasized the word friend. Zhang Chen gazed at her outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. But he could not suppress a smile as he accepted the note from her. To the onlookers from a distance, it appeared as though Zhuang Yanyue had approached Zhang Chen, engaging in cheerful banter before they exchanged a handshake. In that instant, the palpable tension enveloping the playground dissipated. Even the competitive boys on the basketball court seemed to lose their fervor, as if both parties had come to an understanding. What was the point of their animosity? Having completed this exchange, Zhuang Yanyue rose and left, casting a spirited silhouette behind her. Zhang Chen, holding the elegantly penned Arabic number, mused that her emotional intelligence was indeed remarkable, seemingly alleviating many of his troubles without a word. Following this encounter, the narrative circulating would undoubtedly focus on their amiable interaction in the stands, leaving little room for anyone to speak ill of her. At that moment, as Zhuang Yanyue descended from the stands, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chen, who appeared lost in thought. She smiled playfully, knowing Zhang Chen's strategic plan was already in motion. Yet, some observers remained astute. Zheng Shui, witnessing Zhang Chen's dazed expression, turned to Shen Noyi, indignant. "This Zhuang Yanyue is quite cunning. She probably thinks she has saved Zhang Chen from disgrace, when in truth, he was unjustly criticized because of her. Isn't that right? Noyi, respond." "Oh, Shen Noyi, seemingly distracted, smiled sheepishly, revealing her canines. Chapter 18. The frantic run under the night sky. The transformation of enmity into camaraderie between Zhang Chen and Zhuang Yanyue became a celebrated tale throughout their grade. Naturally, the spotlight shone primarily on Zhuang Yanyue, who skillfully ignited conversation and sparked fervent discussions. Her goddess-like reputation soared, leaving no rivals in Yuta. In this world, there will always be such adept individuals who, regardless of their circumstances, even when faced with adversity, manage to turn the tide. These individuals often emerge as influential figures in their respective fields. Zhang Chen believed that those who seem to ascend effortlessly are not truly deserving of envy. Rather, it is the ones who navigate through turmoil and emerge triumphant that embody true strength. Many individuals achieve fame over a decade, and some maintain their prominence for half a lifetime. A closer examination of their journeys reveals that each one is a formidable character. Take, for instance, a certain Mr. Yu from the East, who, despite facing numerous challenges, has managed to survive even when the industry itself has faded away. It's akin to the resilience displayed in the arena of World of Warcraft, where one's gear is imbued with vitality and tenacity, conveying the message that in the hierarchy of existence, mere survival reigns supreme. Nothing surpasses the strength of one's bloodline. Zhang Chen, however, has come to realize that the narrative seems awry. He had clearly turned down Zhuang Yanyue, which should have marked the conclusion of their past entanglement. Yet, paradoxically, the dynamics between him and Zhuang Yanyue have intensified. After their breakup, whenever they encountered each other on campus, they would pass without exchanging even a greeting. On one occasion, while heading to the campus convenience store, he spotted Zhuang Yanyue hand in hand with her tall, athletic boyfriend. Upon seeing him, she acted as if he were invisible. This stands in stark contrast to the current situation. Zhang Chen had assumed that after severing ties with her, she would regard him with indifference as before. Thus, he is perplexed by the turn of events. For the time being, he decides to set aside his confusion. At least Zhuang Yanyue's present behavior remains unobjectionable and does not incite his disdain. During evening study sessions, the chemistry teacher, Yijun, presides over the classroom. Each evening, either the teacher alternates duty or the class monitor manages the proceedings. The atmosphere during these sessions is relatively relaxed. As long as one refrains from excessive wandering or loud chatter, socializing is permissible. Yijun, with an air of nonchalance, treats the study room as his personal tea sanctuary, brewing a cup of tea and perusing newspapers, generally ignoring any minor disruptions as long as they do not disrupt the order of the classroom. As the evening study session progresses, conversations flourish. Some students engage in discussions about the entertainment industry, enthusiastically recalling scenes from Stephen Chow's film The King of Comedy, which had premiered a few months prior. Others reminisce about new songs, such as David Tao's I've Heard That You've Become a Great Manager, likening one's future to a shining star, while also reflecting on Nicholas Tsay's poignant lyrics about love and heartbreak. A few individuals even indulge in a nostalgic hum. Though the term CHNR, youthful eccentricity, has fallen out of fashion, with non-mainstream trends dwindling and gradually merging into this broader category. The most captivating topic, however, remains the horror film The Village of No Return, which debuted in Hong Kong last November and has since become a source of childhood nightmares for many. It indeed terrifies viewers, and with a plethora of copies flooding the rental market, it is currently enjoying significant popularity. Small groups within the community gather on weekends to watch the film at home, too frightened to venture outside. Taking advantage of the crowded evening study sessions, many begin to discuss the film's plot, seamlessly transitioning into real-life supernatural tales. Let us rent it and watch it sometime, Wang Shuowei suggests, channeling the spirit of Yi Gong, who adored dragons. The bell signaling the end of the evening study session rings. Zhang Chen and Wang Shuowei begin to pack their belongings. Wang Shuowei casually grabs his bag, while Zhang Chen meticulously organizes the books he intends to use that evening. High school reference materials and exam papers abound, prompting many to keep separate stacks at home and on their desks, carefully calculating which materials to bring for the following day's lessons. Others, like Wang Shuowei, simply shove a few sheets into their bags without taking any books home. Zhang Chen, with a tightly packed backpack, slung it over his shoulder, giving Wang Shuowei the impression of a well-prepared adventurer ready to embark on a journey. "Are you serious?" Wang Shuowei muttered in disbelief. In the past, they would have dashed home the moment the bell rang. Now, it was Zhang Chen who delayed their departure, forcing them to follow the throng of students descending the stairs. It was during this brief interlude that, upon reaching the school gate, they heard someone calling after them. Zhang Chen, Wang Shuowei. Turning around, they found it was Zheng Shui and Shen Noyi, with Zheng Shui being the one to shout, "Hey, let us go home together today." Huh. This time, it was Zhang Chen and Wang Shuowei who were taken aback. They hadn't even shared lunch that afternoon. How could they be invited to go home together in the evening? In fact, during their evening study session, Zheng Shui and Shen Noyi had been engrossed in a conversation about the horror film The Village of the Damned. Shen Noyi could hardly resist leaning in to listen, captivated and terrified by the vivid storytelling of a girl who seemed to be reliving the horror, her fingernails digging into the desk in fear. Zheng Shui, on the other hand, was clinging to her shoulder for comfort, which had left her shoulder aching. Now, as they descended the stairs and strolled along the shaded paths of the campus, the two girls began to feel a sense of trepidation. At that moment, they caught sight of Zhang Chen and Wang Shuowei ahead. Zhang Shui tentatively suggested, "What if we go home with Zhang Chen and the others today? There's a construction site nearby digging a foundation, and I heard it's right next to a tomb. It's just the two of us. Aren't you scared?" Shen Noyi nodded vigorously in agreement. "All right. Well, at least it's bearable. Miss Shen, you've truly outdone yourself," Zheng Shui exclaimed. "Oh, stop the nonsense." It was then that she called out to the two boys ahead. "Are you both going home as well?" It's a daily routine for Zhang Chen and Wang Shuowei. To their surprise, the two girls received an unexpected response. "You're walking home?" Wang Shuowei hesitated. While Zhang Chen glanced at Shen Noyi, she nodded eagerly, her head bobbing up and down in a pleading manner. "Where's your usual aloof demeanor?" Zhang Chen chuckled at her demeanor. However, seeing the earnestness in both her and Zheng Shui's eyes, he finally conceded. "Then let us catch the bus today. It'll allow us to finish our homework earlier." This seemed reasonable, especially with final exams approaching, and Zhang Chen found himself thinking that doing homework was not an unusual desire. "Agreed," Wang Shuowei chimed in. "We need to hurry, or we'll be caught in the crowd." "All right, let us go." The four of them reached a consensus and made their way toward the street where the bus stop was located. They hadn't walked far when the headlights of bus 311 appeared, turning the corner. At that moment, the streetlights of Rongqing were not particularly bright, as the surrounding paulownia trees flourished, obscuring much of the illumination from above, casting only a faint glow upon the pavement. The dim lights inside bus 311 indicated that it was not yet full. Although the bus was not crowded at that moment, this would soon change, as a blurred mass of figures was already making its way toward the bus stop. The flow of people was slow and sparse, leaving uncertainty about what would transpire shortly. Just then, Zhang Chen felt a sudden inspiration and glanced sideways. At that moment, I chanced upon Shen Noyi walking alongside him, her captivating phoenix eyes mirroring his gaze. This enchanting scene, however, seemed ill-fitted for the present setting. It belonged to a secluded temple, hidden from the world. Outside, Countless vengeful figures from the martial world scurried across rooftops and scaled walls, converging towards the small sanctuary. Within its confines, a female warrior, shrouded by a bamboo hat, should possess such piercing eyes, sharp as a blade unsheathed. In the instant their eyes locked, the tension ignited like gunpowder, and they both instinctively lowered their shoulders and gripped their bags tightly. A deep breath filled their lungs as their calves bent, strength surging from the ground up through their legs to their waists. "Run!" Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi burst forth, just in time to whistle a warning to their companions behind them. Alas, their two companions were not as astute and momentarily lagged in reaction. "Wait!" Wang Shuowei exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Zhang Shui uttered, eyes widening as she witnessed the two dart away like leopards. Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi emerged from the temple like a pair of swordsmen, their path obstructed by various martial artists attempting to impede them. Yet they effortlessly left their pursuers behind, dispatching them with precision. "We're almost there," Zhang Chen signaled with a glance. "Okay." Shen Noyi fell slightly behind, pondering why Zhang Chen could run so swiftly. Could it truly be attributed to his mother's rigorous training? At that moment, indulging in such thoughts was perilous. Zhang Chen, however, was unfazed, having already experienced the bustling public transport of Rongqing that morning. Especially during the peak hours after evening classes, one could hardly afford to lag behind, or risk being left behind as the doors closed, destined to wander the earth in solitude. Unfortunately, Shen Noyi stumbled at a critical juncture. Just then, the 311 bus screeched to a halt, the sound of pneumatic doors slicing through the air resonating. Zhang Chen lunged forward, grasping the handle just as a torrent of people surged in, propelling him into the bus. The ensuing crowd swiftly occupied the entryway, and Shen Noyi, with one foot poised on the bus step, prepared to push forward. However, the throng on either side pressed against her, disrupting her balance and causing her to stumble backward. Her raven hair cascaded as she teetered, a look of terror dawning upon her face. Strangely, at that very moment, the crowd seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence, parting as if choreographed, allowing her to fall. Just as Shen Noyi's eyes widened in shock, a firm grip seized her wrist. With no time to grasp hands or steady herself, Zhang Chen instinctively pulled her upward. In the fleeting moment she was about to tumble off the bus, Zhang Chen tightened his grip on the door handle, bracing against the incoming tide of bodies, pulling himself back towards the door. Then, reaching through the dense crowd, he firmly grasped the off-balance Shen Noyi. Her backward momentum abruptly halted, and she was drawn back into the safety of the bus. Once inside and steady on her feet, he switched his grip to hold her hand, guiding her towards a vacant spot by the window. As Zhang Chen pushed through the crowd, the process felt interminably long to Shen Noyi, though in reality, it was but a fleeting few seconds. With a resounding clang, the door slammed shut, barely managing to close as a person near the entrance shifted to make way. At that moment, through the window, Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi glimpsed Wang Shuowei and Zheng Shui, who had finally reached the platform. Wang Shuowei sprinted like a wild beast, his shirt nearly torn asunder. Zheng Shui, clinging to the fabric he was dragging, struggled to keep pace, breathless and disheartened upon realizing they could no longer board the train with the doors now firmly shut. Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi, trapped inside the carriage, could only lament their fate. Ultimately, as the train departed, Wang Shuowei gestured, signaling that they should make their own way home on the next train. In that confined space, Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi finally caught their breath, acutely aware of the lactic acid accumulating in their legs and bodies. Inside the train, some passengers observed the scene of the young man assisting the beautiful girl to a safe spot, filled with both envy and nostalgia. An elderly person chuckled, perhaps reminiscing about whether they once held a hand through the vicissitudes of life and love, or if they too had lost such connections. As Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi gradually regained their composure, they gazed out at the receding scenery and the distant, innocent figures of Wang and Zheng. They exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter, tears of joy welling in their eyes, momentarily forgetting the electrifying separation they had just experienced. Chapter 19. A lesson thus. A week passed, and Friday heralded the arrival of a holiday. While the first and second year students enjoyed the weekend, the third year students were not so fortunate. On Thursday, Huang Huifen excitedly announced that their distant aunt's liquor company was holding a gathering on Friday, inviting them to join. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a nice meal." Zhang Chen often felt exasperated by such familial obligations. In their family, Hosting a banquet was a reciprocal affair, yet Lu Shuzhen was different. Whenever Zhang Chen's family hosted, she never reciprocated, as her husband was the union chairman and she herself a manager. Consequently, whenever the liquor company held tea gatherings or corporate dinners, she would conveniently invite Zhang Chen's family along. The company frequently collaborated with local restaurants, often arranging multiple tables, and any leftover food would be deemed wasteful. Thus, the higher-ups would call their own families to partake, ensuring no one dared to object. However, this arrangement felt akin to their family being indebted to their distant aunt. Eventually, Zhang Chen's family would need to host in return. The crux of the matter was that his mother never declined such invitations, leading their distant aunt's family to not only take advantage, but also to look down upon Zhang Chen's family. Each time, his cousin would make snide remarks, mocking them. Frustratingly, Huang Huifen, being spoiled, remained oblivious to the implications. "Mom, I must tell you, you should visit our distant aunt's place less often." Dragging the family along isn't a good influence. What influence could possibly be bad? Every time, their company leaves several tables empty, which is wasteful. Our distant aunt has the authority to invite us over, and it serves as a gathering. I have several friends at the liquor company too. What is wrong with that? Everyone knows. Zhang Chen pondered that while what was said held merit, it failed to account for the fact that this amounted to a debt of gratitude owed to his distant aunt, who would undoubtedly have her own opinions on the matter. However, such sentiments would fall on deaf ears for Huang Huifen, who had grown accustomed to the notion that the distant aunt had their best interests at heart. Zhang Zhonghua hesitated to voice his thoughts. Over the years, he had discerned the true nature of Lu Shuzhen, yet for the sake of familial harmony, he often chose to remain silent. Moreover, he could not criticize Huang Huifen, for in her eyes, the distant aunt was part of her family, always entitled to make decisions on her behalf. Given the numerous favors bestowed upon them, it was only natural to feel compelled to repay them in kind. Yet, Zhang Zhonghua was acutely aware that perhaps others anticipated this reciprocation, which was why they treated him well, knowing his accommodating nature. Such truths, however, remained unspoken. Uttering them would incite Huang Huifen's ire, leading to a tirade against Zhang Zhonghua, and possibly dragging Zhang Chen into the fray, with accusations of the Zhang family's inadequacies. Thus, on Friday, Zhang Chen had no choice but to accompany Huang Huifen. This past week had been relatively uneventful, marked by the routine of academic life. Noteworthy, however, was that each day on the way home from school, Shen Noyi had joined Zhang Chen's group. They had adopted a more laid-back approach, no longer vying for the bus. Upon reaching the stop, they would board if a bus was available. If not, they would walk part of the way, catching the next bus if it suited them, thereby avoiding the congestion of peak hours. Unfortunately, the following day saw the addition of 2 more companions. And by the 3rd day, another 2 joined their ranks. All hailed from the same district as Shen Noyi, Zheng Shui, and Zhang Chen. And upon hearing of their evening study sessions together, it seemed only natural to band together for safety, especially during a time when societal unrest occasionally led to robberies. Thus, their group expanded to include Lin Yi, Lu Jin, Yu Zexi, and Qin Zhu, totaling 8 members, both male and female, transforming their daily journey into a lively affair. Amidst laughter and playful banter, Zhang Chen would occasionally meet Shen Noyi's gaze through the throng, catching glimpses of her smile or witnessing her playful grimace. As if to question, "What are you looking at?" Their initial homecoming was akin to a raindrop falling upon a placid lake, creating ripples that soon faded into stillness. The employees' gathering of the sugar and liquor company took place at the Four Seasons Hotel. At the table where Lu Shuzhen sat, it was designated for the families of the leadership. Her distant uncle, Li Degui, as the chairman of the labor union, occupied a seat at the head table, just a seat away. Throughout the dinner, guests frequently approached with toasts, exchanging flattering remarks, to which Lu Shuzhen would respond with a raised glass alongside Li Degui. Huang Huifen, observing from the side, felt quite invigorated. "Look at my cousin-in-law," she remarked to Zhang Zhonghua. "He has quite the figure. When will you be able to bring me such glory?" Initially directed at Zhang Zhonghua, she then turned her attention to Zhang Chen, adding, "You too. Take a leaf out of your uncle's book. If you can achieve such success, your mother will be thoroughly content." Cousin Li Wei, upon hearing Huang Huifen's initiation, began to reprimand Zhang Chen. "It's not that I'm criticizing you, but look at your mother's expectations for you. Your family is already facing difficulties. After all the effort to save and raise funds for building a house, Who would have thought your middle school entrance exam results would be so dismal? How much did your mother spend to enroll you in UTA? The school requires an admission fee, and your father had to seek connections and even pay others to facilitate the process. Your focus should be on your studies, not wandering aimlessly in thought. The 5 tables around us are all family tables, filled with the relatives of leaders. Many of the offspring from the sugar and liquor companies are well acquainted and gathered at one table. Zhang Chen's table is populated by adults, many of whom are familiar and close to his family, and they are all supporters of Lu Shuzhen. Li Wei is a year older than Zhang Chen and is preparing for the college entrance examination this year. She attends Jijiang High School, which was once on par with UTA but has gradually fallen behind in recent years, leading some students from Jijiang to look down upon UTA. Li Wei felt a sense of imbalance knowing her cousin was attending UTA, leading her to frequently comment on Zhang Chen's academic performance to undermine him. Unlike the children of the sugar and liquor companies, she did not sit with them. She is regarded as a princess of the sugar and liquor company due to her father's high position and influence. At every gathering, Li Wei is often the subject of praise for her outstanding academic achievements. It is worth noting that the children from the sugar and liquor companies generally do not excel academically. In fact, none have managed to score above 540. Li Wei is among the top performers, often compared to other children by the parents in the company, who might say, "Look at that girl, the union president's daughter. She comes from a good family and excels academically." Thus, Li Wei holds considerable influence outside, capable of reprimanding not only Zhang Chen but even Huang Huifen at times, with her own mother often agreeing with her sentiments. Chapter 20. With conviction you are in such a prestigious school as UTA, yet you fail to appreciate your fortune. If I could turn back time, I would choose UTA over the Jijiang scholarship. I am certain my results would be far superior. Li Wei spoke the truth, for she indeed yearned for UTA, particularly as the school's reputation has soared in recent years. A better reputation means more people aspire to attend, and many affluent families go to great lengths to secure admission for their children. As this trend grows, so does the school's renown, creating an aura of prestige amplified by power. Li Wei yearned for the feeling of attending an esteemed institution, believing it would provide greater opportunities for success. This is a pragmatic thought. Take, for instance, the school's beauty, Shen Noyi, who has been renowned for quite some time. There is also a newcomer, Zhuang Yanyue, who captivated the heart of the male lead from Jijiang, causing a stir as he waited outside UTA every day, a fact that became widely known. Additionally, there was a girl from the gymnastics team who excelled academically and won awards for her rhythmic gymnastics, even making headlines as a rising star of UTA. When Li Wei saw that article in the Rongqing Urban Daily, she felt a surge of envy and resentment. Certainly, this does not imply that she is deserving of such honor. Rather, UTA symbolizes the focal point of public opinion, the envy and attention of others. Being at the eye of the storm, she feels a sense of pride. Unlike her current situation where she can only listen to the tales of UTA High School echoing from Jiangjing Middle School, rather than urging Zhang Chen to improve his grades, she is more inclined to express her own plight of being an overlooked gem. Moreover, she recently heard her mother mention discovering love letters in Zhang Chen's backpack, which only elicited her derision. What an absurd pairing. As Li Wei spoke, Aunt Wang, the office director beside her, remarked, "Look at your sister. She truly cares for you like an elder sister." "Aunt Wang, it's hard to find someone who cares for me like that," she replied. Others chimed in, praising Lu Shuzhen, saying, "Your daughter is so well-behaved. She even received a scholarship. How wonderful it would be if my child could achieve that." Li Wei, the princess of a sugar and liquor company, was uncertain whether these compliments were genuine or merely due to her father's influence, compelling those around her to fawn over her. Nevertheless, Zhang Chen leaned towards the former, given Li Wei's outstanding academic performance. In such gatherings dominated by parental chatter, grades equate to authority, serving as a formidable weapon. Those who dare to challenge will inevitably face repercussions. This was precisely why the offspring of the sugar and liquor company chose to avoid sitting with Li Wei, maintaining a cautious distance, evidently seasoned in the social dynamics at play. Zhang Chen had previously found this aspect particularly irksome, yet was compelled to listen patiently to her admonitions. Now, however, Zhang Chen appeared quite at ease, responding to whatever Li Wei said with mere ahas, leaving her feeling as though she were striking cotton. Frustrated, she urged, "Stop just eating. Speak up." "I did say something," Zhang Chen replied, his chopsticks busy. "Look at the red sauce around your mouth." Li Wei exclaimed with annoyance. "Where?" Zhang Chen pointed to a napkin beside her. As Li Wei reached for the napkin, she suddenly realized and tossed the entire plastic container used for napkins in front of him, declaring, "Get it yourself." Li Wei found this vexing. In the past, Zhang Chen would have retorted, which only delighted her as she would cleverly counter him. Now, however, Zhang Chen was as unyielding as a grandmaster practicing Tai Chi, leaving her feeling somewhat stifled. After a moment's reflection, she decided to take a more assertive approach. "Zhang Chen, I heard my mother say the other day that you were writing love letters to girls. What are you thinking? Do you believe your grades are satisfactory? With a full score of 750, can you even reach 420? With such modest achievements, why do you not take your future seriously? You cannot simply carry on with this flippant attitude. Do not think your demeanor can provoke me. Angering me is not an achievement. Just ensure you can secure a good major and spare your mother the worry." At that moment, her exceptional mother chimed in. "Did you hear that, son? Listen to your sister." Zhang Chen was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the group of young elites from the sugar and liquor company had been eavesdropping attentively, their expressions a blend of curiosity and bemusement. Finally, one girl could no longer contain herself and leaned in, asking, "Are you Zhang Chen? Do you attend Yuta Middle School? Are you the one who rejected Zhuang Yanyue?" Then, the girl visibly brightened with excitement. Zhuang Yanyue was someone even Ding Haochen, the heartthrob of our Jingjiang High School, had failed to pursue. It was evident from the expressions of the girl approaching and the group of offspring from the sugar and liquor company behind her that they were all astonished by his audacity. Furthermore, upon hearing the name Li Wei, the charming school heartthrob she had admired many times on the basketball court, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of regret for meeting Ding Haochen in such an unexpected manner. At that moment, Li Dague approached, having just returned from mingling at other tables. Slightly tipsy, he settled down next to Zhang Chen's family, and Aunt Wang naturally made room for him. The youthful crowd at the adjacent table shrank back, joking amongst themselves. Li Dague held a prominent position as the chairman of the union and was also the secretary in charge of party affairs, effectively the second in command within the company. The children of these families, influenced by their parents, held him in great reverence, which was also why many were hesitant to approach Li Wei. In their childhood, when Li Wei played in the yard, Li Dague had threatened those children, saying, "This is my daughter. If you dare provoke her, I will make your lives difficult," instilling such fear that those kids wouldn't even mention their cousin. During that time, Hong Kong television was quite popular, and Li Dague had unofficially earned the nickname Li Beitian among these children, a name steeped in the flair of Hong Kong culture. Clearly, Li Dague maintained an imposing demeanor before Huang Huifen and Zhang Zhonghua, demonstrating his authority. "See that? My word is law here," he seemed to convey, flaunting his status in a subtle manner to his wife's cousin's family. Li Dague raised his wine glass and leisurely looked at Zhang Zhonghua. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to have a drink today?" Zhang Zhonghua, who disliked alcohol and was feeling unwell, waved his hand, saying, "Not today, Li Gu. I'm not feeling well." Li Dague's expression shifted slightly, and he slammed his glass onto the table, unabashedly declaring, "You claim your family lacks nothing. When Zhang Chen attended Yuta, he even borrowed money from us. We had no funds to lend you. My point is, if you can't manage, don't force it. Just look at Zhang Chen at Yuta. He is barely scraping by. Look at Li Wei. He received a scholarship from Jingjiang High School and is now excelling academically. What will happen to your Zhang Chen? You lack the ability, and your son has no role model. He is going nowhere." He had always been blunt in criticizing Zhang Zhonghua, who generally swallowed his pride in front of Zhang Chen's uncle, for their critiques resonated with Huang Huifen, who often lamented her husband's lack of ambition and occasionally confided in Lu Shuzhen. This was the usual dynamic of such gatherings. Huang Huifen would vent, Lu Shuzhen would chime in, Li Dague would criticize, and with Li Wei targeting Zhang Chen, it was a complete spectacle. Zhang Zhonghua, still smiling, attempted to placate Li Dague. "Cousin-in-law, you're drunk." But then bang, a sound echoed. Today was different. The entire table and those nearby were stunned into silence, turning their gazes toward the source. Zhang Chen slammed the bowl in his hand onto the table, then, with a flourish, plunged 2 pairs of chopsticks into the steamed base before him, resembling 2 arrows. This action left onlookers in awe, and Zhang Chen himself was taken aback, thinking, "I have no internal strength." Then, with determination, he stood up and locked eyes with Li Dague. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze entirely. The gathering fell into a profound silence, with expressions of shock etched upon the faces surrounding. It remained uncertain whether their astonishment stemmed from the two chopsticks embedded in the steamed perch or from witnessing something utterly bewildering. The offspring of the liquor company at the adjacent table appeared as if they wished to flee, utterly aghast that he dared to show disdain towards Li Batian. Li Degui, more shocked and furious than anyone else, gazed at this young scoundrel, who would never dare to lift his head under his usual intimidation, and pondered, how dare he? Li Wei was equally taken aback, contemplating whether she should pull Zhang Chen aside to speak softly to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen, observing Li Degui, was mentally calculating how best to seize this opportunity to sever or at least cool their familial ties. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he pronounced with conviction, "My father is not incapable. He simply disdains squabbling with someone like you. 30 years in Hushi, 30 years in Hudong. Do not underestimate the youth simply because they are poor. I have dined sufficiently. Mother, father, we shall take our leave." With that, Zhang Chen pushed back his chair and turned to depart. In the profound stillness, Zhang Zhonghua rose and silently approached Zhang Chen. Huang Huifen followed suit, trailing behind him and remarking, "Ah, this child, I shall have a word with him later." Thus, Zhang Chen and his family exited, Lu Shuzhen remaining in place. Abruptly addressed Li Degui, "And you, what business do you have criticizing his father?" Others nearby quickly joined in, attempting to restore harmony, exclaiming, "Oh, we are all family." Why the quarrel? Only Li Wei, gazing at Zhang Chen's retreating figure, felt utterly perplexed by her cousin. Meanwhile, the group at the neighboring table, witnessing this scene, reiterated their earlier sentiments. "Oh, so he is Zhang Chen." Chapter 21. The turning point on the way home that day, the family was unusually silent. A stark contrast to Huang Huifen's typical chattiness. Zhang Chen deliberately maintained this atmosphere, as he had perceived his eldest aunt as a threat. And today's gathering had once again dredged up distant memories of familial strife. He contemplated that enduring prolonged pain was less favorable than addressing it directly, and thus he resolved to confront this issue head-on. The words he had spoken were not merely a cry against the engagement, but rather an explosion of years of pent-up grievances. Given the weight of the situation at the gathering, with Li Degui's high status, Zhang Chen's act of shattering a bowl before him would likely have significant repercussions, potentially severing their ties and plunging their relationship into frigid depths. If this were the outcome, it would not be a misfortune. Adults must weigh the pros and cons. Whereas he, still a minor, could afford to express his emotions freely, with instability being a natural occurrence. As the family reached the door, just before entering, Zhang Zhonghua suddenly turned and said, "They say I am incapable, but it matters not, as long as you surpass your father in ability." Reflecting on something, he added, never mind." Initially, Zhang Chen felt a swell of gratitude at the first part of his father's statement, but the abrupt conclusion left him bewildered. Did his father not truly believe in his potential? Zhang Chen found himself caught between laughter and tears at such a jarring shift in tone. Why not utter a few words to maintain appearances, dear father? It seems I have disappointed them far too many times. In a previous life, I often encountered numerous parenting experts on Douyin incessantly advocating the need for encouragement. While the rationale is understood, human nature is inherently lazy and prone to losing patience. Sustained motivation is akin to a tire pump. Even a pump can overheat and diminish its efficacy, let alone a person. Thus, as Zhang Chen reaches the age of 17, after so many years, Zhang Zhonghua might believe that mere words of encouragement are futile, capable of deceiving oneself momentarily, yet unable to sustain the illusion for long. Zhang Chen bears him no grudge. Shortly after returning home, a call from the great-aunt reached Huang Huifen. "Oh dear, indeed, the child has not matured nor awakened. I have also chastised your great-uncle. When he is intoxicated, he babbles nonsensically. It's nothing serious. Do come over for dinner next time. The commotion outside is quite inappropriate." It was evident that the great-aunt handled the situation with remarkable agility, artfully framing the discourse as mere familial squabbles while pointing out Zhang Chen's immaturity, a narrative Huang Huifen was predisposed to accept. Thus, she responded affirmatively on the phone. In a rather delicate manner, the great-aunt also insinuated a sharp critique. Yes, indeed. The fault lay with the great-uncle for his drunken indiscretions in front of the unripe Zhang Chen, which incited backlash. However, Zhang Chen, too, failed to gauge the context, having embarrassed the great-uncle in front of a large gathering. Hence, Huang Huifen was indeed stirred up, later admonishing Zhang Chen, Your great-uncle is, after all, the chairman of the trade union and the secretary. You cannot disgrace him in front of so many at his workplace. It is inappropriate. Perhaps after your finals, we should visit your great-uncle for dinner, and you ought to say a few kind words. After all, we are family. Zhang Chen, observing Huang Huifen's expression, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He could indeed sense the gray tant's formidable nature. What more could he say? He chose to remain noncommittal. Lu Shuzhen, on her end, also spoke of Li Degui, yet this approach inadvertently eased the tension, as the attendees at the sugar and liquor company regarded the incident simply as a normal family dispute. What workplace is devoid of such domestic trivialities? The chairman of the trade union is no exception. It was merely that today, Li Batian had been unsettled by his nephew, revealing an unexpected side to him. It seemed even Li Batian could not manage a little neza, reminiscent of the chaos at Qintang Pass. Upon returning home, Li Wei's mind was still in turmoil. She felt angered by Li Degui's plight and equally incensed by Zhang Chen's reaction. After Lu Shuzhen finished her call, Li Wei muttered, "Mother, why are you still inviting Zhang Chen for dinner? Don't call him over. After 30 years in the West River, 30 years in the East River, with his abysmal grades and attending a subpar school, he is utterly unworthy of Yuda." Li Wei seethed, her teeth clenched. She was furious at her own weakness. At that moment, when Zhang Chen had lashed out at his father, she had foolishly contemplated pleading with him to cease. The mere thought of it incensed her further. Later that evening, Zhang Chen overheard Huang Huifen and Zhang Zhonghua conversing softly. Although their voices were hushed, it mattered not. For Zhang Chen possessed a magical remedy. By simply turning up the volume on the English tape, their words would amplify. Zhang Zhonghua's voice resonated, "You see, the performance of Nangguan Company is rather poor. If we were to switch positions, what good would that meager salary do for us? I pondered over our debts, and with Zhang Chen needing money in the future, perhaps we should venture into some business." Zhang Chen reflected that Zhang Zhonghua had always been a traditionalist. Previously, when Huang Huifen suggested starting a business, he had dismissed it outright. Why was he now proposing it? Was it perhaps due to today's events? Had his defiance against Li Degui somehow struck a chord with his father? Or was it simply that, as others claimed, he lacked ambition? Zhang Chen found no role model to follow. "You know, I had such thoughts long ago, but what kind of business should we pursue? Perhaps, as I mentioned before, we could set up a fruit stall. I've always believed that could work," he mused. "Oh, please don't." Zhang Chen exited the room, and their conversation abruptly ceased. He took a seat and declared, "I have heard you. Mother, father, I have grown up and can share your burdens. My suggestion is to analyze what type of business we could engage in. What do you believe you could do?" The couple stared at Zhang Chen in astonishment. "This is an adult matter. No, it will also be my concern in the future. And what do you know? Father, you underestimate me. Although my grades are not stellar, I have read extensively, only dubious literature." Zhang Zhonghua conceded this point. He recalled how Zhang Chen would often hide beneath the table, engrossed in comics and novels for extended periods. If only he could channel that energy into his studies, how could his grades possibly be at the bottom of the class? They were burdened by worries about his future. At this juncture, Huang Huifen became animated. "You attend a prestigious school like Yuda. If you were among the top in your class, would your father and I still be so concerned? Would we have endured the humiliation we face today?" Zhang Chen glanced at Huang Huifen, thinking to himself that she had made progress. She finally recognized the humiliation. Yes, it's all my fault. However, I have resolved to devote my energies from novels and comics to my academic performance, so just wait for my end-of-term grades. Enough chatter. Quickly share your earlier suggestion. Zhang Zhonghua interjected. "Is it so wrong for me to share my aspirations, father?" Chapter 22. Business opportunities rather than listen to grand ambitions. It would be more prudent to hear Zhang Chen's business suggestions. After all, this young man was somewhat of a scholar in the family. Although his formal education was lacking, he had read a plethora of miscellaneous literature. Moreover, at 17, he was on the brink of adulthood and had become a pillar of the household. In such moments, Zhang Chen's voice carried weight. "Here's the thing. Mom and Dad, let us delineate what you are capable of doing. You work at Nangguan Company, which may provide connections, but can these relationships be monetized? Father, can you circumvent Nangguan Company to negotiate with clients regarding production lines and raw materials? Can you facilitate connections in that realm? How could that be possible? That would require significant funds. Nangguan Company operates in a triad of technology-intensive, labor-intensive, and capital-intensive sectors. Without the necessary resources, success is unattainable, Zhang Zhonghua replied, shaking his head. Then, do you possess any other specialized skills? Which technologies are immune to obsolescence? In her youth, your mother played the accordion. Does that count? Perhaps one could consider starting a Sunset Group livestream in the future, but for now, it seems impractical. Zhang Chen shook his head, concluding that the only viable option left was to sell his labor and engage in diligent work. Huang Huifen clapped her hands, expressing her understanding of Zhang Chen's situation. Exclaiming, "What did I say? We must open a fruit stall." Operating a fruit stall requires rising early and working tirelessly, enduring hardships. Can you bear such toil? Ultimately, one may sacrifice their health for it. Zhang Chen felt a twinge in his nose and took a deep breath, suggesting an alternative, owning commercial assets. If one possessed such a shop, they could engage in any business without the burden of rent. Even if one merely sold clothes and did not sell out, it would still be a stable income. Indeed, Huang Huifen agreed, noting that in this era, Rongqing boasted wholesale markets connected nationwide, alongside textile bases and shoe cities. As the national economy flourished, the clothing industry emerged as the foremost beneficiary. Many took pride in owning woolen coats and garments from Guangzhou, and later, Rongqing's shoe industry gained renown. Those who seized the opportunity thrived abundantly. Opening a clothing store became the primary entrepreneurial choice for many. Huang Huifen knew friends who had negotiated with factories in Guangzhou to supply new goods to the Rongqing wholesale market, and their business prospered, reportedly purchasing several properties. Naturally, the ideal scenario would be to possess one's own storefront, thereby minimizing costs. Did you see that restaurant across from the television station? How many establishments have failed there? Huang Huifen remarked. I always said, if you want to succeed in such a venture, you must prosper. Otherwise, you will continuously incur losses. One must have fortune on their side. Zhang Chen nodded, recognizing that particular property would indeed be profitable in the future. Profitable. Don't speak carelessly. If it's up for transfer, who would take it? Everyone knows the previous 3 establishments failed. All 3 owners collapsed. Now, people shake their heads at the mere mention of it. It has become notorious. Just look at how it has remained untouched for months. Mom, do you know Wang Yi from our class? His family works in the construction bureau. His father is either the director or the deputy director. The last time I visited their home, I overheard his father discussing plans on the phone, specifically about the land behind Xianju, which has been tentatively approved. The new mayor intends to develop it into a large settlement for 40,000 to 50,000 people, with a major shopping mall coming in. It will be the future Eastern District. Zhang Chen explained. You students from Yuta High School are often children of officials. It's normal for your families to be aware of such matters, but be careful not to disclose this information. Huang Huifen cautioned. She was momentarily slow to comprehend, while Zhang Zhonghua was already fixated on Zhang Chen. Mom, you don't grasp the implications of this, Zhang Chen elaborated. What do you mean by that? Huang Huifen, lacking the acumen of a savvy businessman, was merely an ordinary employee at a state-owned company for decades. Zhang Zhonghua interjected. It signifies an information gap. Truly remarkable. The first-generation engineer of the factory. Zhang Chen commended, giving a thumbs up. Huang Huifen seemed to have realized something, staring intently as she spoke. That area has always been said to have plans. Some claim it will become a flower planting base, while others suggest it will transform into a logistics hub. There are all sorts of rumors. Yes, that is precisely why the landlord of that shop is in such a hurry to sell. Why the urgency? He needs to circulate his funds. The property has been sitting idle for a considerable time, and now he is reluctant to open the shop. The costs of labor and utilities are a burden, and operating it would lead to losses. After several months of inactivity, he has been desperately seeking a new tenant. Yet no one dares to take it on. Who would? If someone were to take over and later that land is turned into a flower plantation, it would be disastrous. Who would go there except to buy flowers? This is the reason they have not been able to market it for months, and the price has plummeted. Zhang Chen felt as if he were a beguiling demon, but presently, his family was aware of the future plans for that location. The mayor knows. The director of the construction bureau knows, but outsiders remain oblivious. The landlord is eager to sell at the lowest price. Once this opportunity is missed, that shop will be gone. If you acquire it now, even though construction will take some time, once the plans are officially announced, the value of that shop will soar beyond its current price, making it a coveted asset in your possession, sought after by many. Zhang Chen spoke from his knowledge. Recalling that in his previous life, The restaurant He Xianju had suffered under many owners, ultimately leading the landlord to reluctantly sell at a rock-bottom price. Eventually, a restaurant owner did take over, and shortly thereafter, the government's plans were made public, elevating that area until it became one of the most prosperous districts in Rongqing. The restaurant thrived, earning its owner a lifetime of financial security, bustling with guests daily, and establishing itself as a well-regarded establishment in the city. Of course, Zhang Chen never intended for his parents to manage it. They might not possess the acumen necessary for running a business, especially a restaurant, which is both exhausting and requires extensive management and experience. However, once they were convinced to take the shop into their hands, within a few months or less than half a year, as the government's plans came to fruition, it would transform into a highly sought-after gem. Naturally, Zhang Chen wished to secure this venture for himself. The only obstacle now was persuading his parents. "Are you certain your classmate's father, the director, said this?" "Dad, I am nearly an adult. I take responsibility for my words." "What responsibility do you bear? Can you afford the consequences?" Huang Huifen seemed ready to take action again. Yet, this appeared to be a viable opportunity for the family. What if it were true? After some contemplation, Zhang Zhonghua replied, "Then I shall inquire about the price. If it is reasonable, we could secure it. Even if the plans do not materialize as suggested, at least we would have a shop to operate." Zhang Zhonghua had already resolved to incur debt for this business endeavor, not entirely relying on Zhang Chen's assertions. 100,000, perhaps we could negotiate. Zhang Chen spoke without hesitation. Over the past few days, he had contemplated how he would initiate this venture if he had a sum of money. And this option had already been considered, confirming his memory of the shop in question, an 80 square meter space. At this juncture, the prevailing property prices in Rongqing hover around 1,000 to 2,000, with 3,000 marking the high-end developments, indicative of a nascent commodity economy. During this period, the prices in the capital's Chaoyang district stand at 4,000 per square meter. In Chongwen's Guangmen, a 62 square meter residence is priced at 300,000, while a 68 square meter apartment in Dianqing Xiaoying commands 210,000, translating to a unit price exceeding 3,000. Newspapers have already criticized the two-bedroom units, asserting that they require no less than 60,000. A university student saving 50 yuan monthly would find it an insurmountable challenge, accumulating enough only after a century. Conversely, the commercial properties at Hexianju, having suffered ongoing setbacks and facing the risk of future conversion into a floral cultivation base, are being sold at remarkably low prices. Yet, just a few months later, a government decree could quintuple the worth of these establishments. "Our family cannot afford such an amount." Huang Huifen shook her head repeatedly, stating that the maximum they could muster was 30,000. "It's quite simple," Zhang Chen interjected. "I have previously discussed this with Wang Shuawei. If you wish to proceed, you could approach his father, your godfather, for a loan. He is financially capable." Zhang Chen had, of course, not confided in Wang Shuawei about this. Even Wang Bowen remained unaware of the matter. Zhang Chen's firm conviction stemmed from his belief that his godfather, Wang Bowen, would certainly acknowledge this situation. As a renowned host from the 80s and 90s in Rongqing, he would surely be able to lend such an amount. Chapter 23. The Hidden Dark Events. Borrowing from your godfather? How would he lend you money? He treats you well, but borrowing is a serious matter. Zhang Zhonghua remarked. I also find it inappropriate. Perhaps we should let this matter rest for now. When the opportunity arises, we can revisit it. You just focus on getting into university. We will strive to support you. Huang Huifen replied, shaking her head. Asking someone for a loan is the most challenging request, especially for such a substantial sum. Huang Huifen was acutely aware that relying on her distant relatives was utterly out of the question. Thus, this matter need not be pursued further. It was simply infeasible. Zhang Chen chose to remain silent, not genuinely intending to persuade Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen to undertake this venture. He merely wished to inform them of the existence of such a possibility and plan. The rest, he would handle himself. As for Wang Bowen, he felt assured in that regard. On Saturday, Wang Bowen invited him over for dinner. It was not uncommon for Zhang Chen to dine at Wang Bowen's residence. Before he left, Huang Huifen cautioned him, do not mention this matter to your godfather. Do you understand? We cannot borrow money from him. Such was his mother, often stubborn and inflexible. In her eyes, although Wang Bowen had accumulated considerable wealth in his youth, it was essentially the family fortune he had built for Wang Shuawei. She feared that if they broached the subject, Wang Bowen might feel compelled to lend the money. Were it to yield profits as Zhang Chen suggested, all would be well, and they could repay him with interest. However, if it failed to generate income, would they not then owe Wang Bowen? I understand, Zhang Chen replied, as he entered the television station compound, heading towards Wang Bowen's home. Wang Bowen's residence was located on the second floor, atop a small hill, adjacent to several independent courtyard houses. A cacophony erupted from that direction as a black Passat approached along the road, halting before a small courtyard adorned with a sign indicating it was a vehicle of the television station. A middle-aged woman clad in a trench coat, her visage strikingly familiar, alighted from the car. She was undoubtedly one of the hosts from Rongqing Broadcasting, frequently gracing the television screen. Encountering her here seemed perfectly ordinary. However, what was astonishing was that after bidding farewell to the driver, she cast a glance in their direction. Do you recognize that woman? Zhang Chen felt a momentary daze. It's Chen Xiran, don't you know? Wang Shuowei paused, weighing his words. She is a host from Rongqing's second channel. You often see her on various programs. Let me tell you, this woman aspires to become my stepmother. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback, a sense of ominous destiny washing over him. Wang Shuowei patted him. What's wrong? Have you lost your wits? Don't you believe it? Zhang Chen recalled a sensational incident that had shaken Rongqing and even reverberated across the nation. The murder case of the female host at Rongqing Television. The tragedy occurred during Zhang Chen's sophomore year of high school. The case was eventually solved. The murderer had scaled the wall into the compound, stealthily entering the residence of the television station's leadership, seeking to pilfer valuables. Little did he know that Chen Xiran was home at that moment, and she fell victim to his heinous act. It was said that she was stabbed and fell into a coma, and the murderer, believing her to be dead, left. However, upon discovering his hands stained with blood, he returned to her home to clean up, only to find her awakening, leading him to ultimately strangle her to death. The incident caused quite a stir in Rongqing. Zhang Chen had overheard his parents discussing it, but just as with any explosive news, the passage of time dulled its impact, and people gradually forgot. Occasionally, the event would be recalled, but the victim's name might escape memory altogether. For instance, Zhang Chen, being quite young at the time, only remembered her as the beautiful host from the television station, a colleague of Wang Shuowei and Shen Noyi. During that period, Wang Shuowei seemed particularly despondent and reluctant to delve into the matter, and it was later rumored that he wore a black armband at the memorial service held by his workplace. As for Shen Noyi, their communication had long since dwindled, their relationship having grown cold, naturally precluding any inquiries from her side. As time flows inexorably, when these events re-emerged before him, Zhang Chen felt an unsettling tremor, as if he were ensnared in this dark narrative, foreseeing the impending calamity. His body stiffened in response. Ultimately, despite being a traveler through time, he remained an ordinary individual. Lacking superhuman abilities or martial prowess, he possessed only the physique of a 17-year-old, cultivated through regular high school athletics. Faced with such malevolence, his instinctive reaction was one of trepidation and fear. It became evident that Wang Shuowei had also been troubled by his emotions for reasons that aligned with what he had just disclosed. Had it not been for Zhang Chen's intention to discuss finances with Wang Bowen today, he would not have serendipitously encountered Chen Xiran, nor would Wang Shuowei have been present to unveil this long-held secret. Wang Bowen emerged from the kitchen, presenting the freshly steamed dumplings on the table. Zhang Chen, do not heed Xiao Wang's nonsense. Wash your hands and come enjoy the dumplings. Wang Shuowei remarked. She used to buy me things. And when we met in the courtyard, she even inquired about my father. However, once my father refused to acknowledge her, she gradually faded from our lives. Wang Bowen's culinary skills were quite remarkable. He had mastered various techniques, having learned from both Sichuan and Cantonese culinary masters during his earlier days in the industry. The dumplings he prepared were all hand-wrapped by him, featuring a variety of fillings. His simple dipping sauce consisted of a plate of vinegar accompanied by a few slices of ginger, a combination that made Zhang Chen's mouth water with anticipation. As they sat down and enjoyed the dumplings, Wang Bowen smiled and asked, "Delicious, isn't it?" He rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt and joined in, savoring a couple of dumplings himself. Observing him, it was evident that he still possessed the charm of his youth, now an older gentleman with an undeniable allure. His slightly wrinkled double eyelids swept a glance at Zhang Chen, and with his elbows resting on the table, he recounted, "That was quite some time ago. She was newly employed at the station, and I was the one who recognized her talent. Initially, she worked as a waitress at the Jingjiang Hotel. And during our program there, I noticed her eloquence and appealing demeanor. The station needed an outdoor host, and I recommended her for the position, leading to her hiring. Zhang Chen had never delved into Chen Xiran's background, and she was taken aback by this revelation. During that period, she indeed harbored feelings for me, Wang Bowen stated candidly. Yet, being a man with a family, how could I reciprocate those feelings? Zhang Chen understood. At that time, Wang Bowen was in his prime, and Chen Xiran, having been discovered by him, likely felt grateful. Coupled with Wang Bowen's charisma, it was reasonable to assume she was drawn to him. After Wang Shuawei's mother passed away, he found himself single, and Chen Xiran had sought him out. However, he thought it best not to impede her life. This was indeed a prudent decision, as she subsequently flourished in her career, emerging as a prominent figure in the station. Thus, it seemed best to leave the past undisclosed. Wang Bowen typically did not engage in such discussions with others. It was only when Zhang Chen was present that he would share stories of his past, reminiscing about his youth. In the 24th chapter, Father and Son in the Initial Creation, Zhang Chen was surprised by these unfolding events. Wang Bowen had discovered Chen Xiran, who harbored feelings for him while they worked together. When Wang Bowen's wife left, Chen Xiran likely perceived an opportunity to be with him, yet he had pushed her away. Wang Shuawei, having received care from Chen Xiran, naturally felt differently about her. After her tragic demise, he buried the memory of her past with his father, never disclosing it to Zhang Chen, who knew Wang Bowen would never bring it up either. Wang Bowen maintained his distance from Chen Xiran while she ascended in her career, becoming a household name in Rongqing. Consequently, Wang Bowen had little to no interaction with her thereafter. Zhang Chen nodded in understanding. Although he was uncertain about the exact time of Chen Xiran's tragic demise, he was certain it was not in the current month of January. He distinctly recalled that it was on the eve of the high school cultural festival, a detail that Zhang Chen remembered vividly. The unfortunate incident led to the cancellation of the cultural festival originally scheduled at the art gallery, and Wang Shuawei did not attend classes for several days thereafter. The cultural festival took place in the latter half of the second semester of their sophomore year, suggesting that the actual occurrence of this heinous event was likely in the summer. Zhang Chen remembered that during that year, they were merely wearing short sleeves. If one were to check the dates of the Udic Cultural Festival each year, it would coincide closely with that period. Therefore, specifically speaking, this calamitous event would not transpire for several more months. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, Zhang Chen certainly wished for such an occurrence not to replay in this lifetime, especially as it unfolded before him, affecting those in his immediate circle. Perhaps the butterfly effect of his existence could ultimately render this event null and void. He could not even recall the name of the perpetrator. Otherwise, he could have reported it in advance. Nonetheless, he believed he might still be of assistance, as there remained a considerable time before the actual crime occurred, alleviating some of his concerns. Yet, as an ordinary person, he understood the necessity of prioritizing his own safety before contemplating the welfare of others. For now, it was best not to dwell on these matters, but rather to address the pressing issue of finances. Previous conversations had indicated that Zhang Chen essentially served as a confidant to Wang Bowen. Wang Bowen had no one else to confide in and was reluctant to burden Wang Shuawei with his troubles, so Zhang Chen, his godson, became his go-to conversational partner. Their relationship was, in fact, much more casual. Moreover, Zhang Chen was acutely aware that Wang Bowen was quite receptive to his opinions and at heart possessed a childlike stubbornness. He would respect anyone's views as long as they were valid, regardless of age. It was akin to having a father figure from one's dreams, distinctly different from his own parents. Of course, this dynamic might be attributed to his independence from home. For instance, the relationship between Wang Bowen and his biological son was notably strained. In contrast, Wang Bowen interacted with Zhang Chen as though they were friends. Zhang Chen reiterated to Wang Bowen the sentiments he had expressed to his own parents. The conclusion was straightforward. I, Zhang Chen, require financial assistance. Where do you expect me to procure such funds? I possess none. He might have had some previously, but now the producers had taken charge, and the television station had outsourced the programs. He had previously undertaken a project, a culinary show, investing a significant amount of money without securing substantial sponsorship. And now he faced various expenses. He was in dire need of funds. In this day and age, a competent host had been coerced into becoming a businessman. If one wished to stand out, they had to undertake projects and bear the financial burden themselves. The television station was currently streamlining costs to enhance efficiency. with superiors prioritizing monetary considerations. What a disheartening reality. Wang Bowen responded, however, the plans your parents have in mind are indeed viable. That shop will be developed, and securing it will undoubtedly yield substantial returns. As for your family's affairs, I shall contemplate ways to assist. Wang Shuawei, who had been listening nearby, was hearing for the first time of his father's financial struggles. He recalled previously asking his father for the latest gaming console, to which Wang Bowen had promised to purchase after his final exams, never alluding to his recent financial difficulties. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected pang of guilt. Zhang Chen suddenly inquired, "Godfather, is it possible for you to secure a program contract at your television station during the summer vacation? The summer period is prime time. While a long-term contract may be unfeasible, a specific time slot could be arranged. It merely requires payment. Nowadays, there are no insurmountable barriers. Everything revolves around financial considerations." Wang Bowen remarked. Zhang Chen proposed, "What if I suggest a collaboration on a project? Should we generate profit, we could both emerge victorious. I can acquire my family's necessary share, and you could earn a sum to alleviate your immediate concerns. How does that sound?" Wang Bowen, intrigued, replied, "You must be joking. You have a project in mind? Pray tell. If feasible, I would certainly consider working with my godson." This encapsulates Wang Bowen's nature, an elder on the surface, yet at heart, he resembles a more seasoned Wang Shuawei. "I do not require a prime-time slot. Any opportunity would suffice," Zhang Chen conveyed, outlining his preliminary concept. Moments later, Wang Shuawei's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you conceive such an idea? You're remarkable." Zhang Chen shot a glance at this fervent supporter, realizing he was indeed an enthusiastic cheerleader. "Ah!" Wang Bowen inhaled sharply, gazing at Zhang Chen with surprise. "What a splendid idea you have. It is settled then, godson. We shall divide our efforts." Wang Bowen nodded. "I will secure the necessary personnel and handle matters with the television station to finalize the procedures, while you—" He paused, addressing Wang Shuawei. "This does not concern you. Focus on your studies and excel in your upcoming exams." Then, turning to Zhang Chen, he added, "You too. Despite my belief in the feasibility of the plan, remember you are still in high school. As the end of term approaches, do not allow this matter to distract you excessively." Wang Shuawei interjected, "Old Wang, what are you thinking? Do you believe we can still weather storms? At most, we will show slight improvement. Our only adversary is ourselves." Wang Bowen cast a resigned glance at him, acknowledging, "You certainly have a way with words. However, expecting too much might be unrealistic." He continued, "Let us aim for a 5-position improvement. Should you achieve that, I will offer a reward. How about a gaming console?" "It's a deal." Wang Shuawei eagerly accepted. In contrast to Wang Shuawei's enthusiasm, Zhang Chen merely smiled. Wang Bowen sensed a subtle change in Zhang Chen. The once fervent desire for gaming consoles seemed to have diminished in his eyes. What could cause a youth to lose such zeal? Wang Bowen sighed, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young man. Perhaps the burdens of family responsibilities had prematurely introduced him to life's pressures, robbing him of the joys typically cherished at his age. He recalled a time spent aiding impoverished villagers, where a destitute child returned a charitable lunch to his family, opting instead to gnaw on leftover bones. This memory deepened Wang Bowen's resolve to support Zhang Chen's family. He remarked, "Zhang Chen, my godson, you must understand that while your quick wit and business acumen impress, your parents would undoubtedly prefer to see you excel academically and gain admission to university. In that case, even if they subsisted on meager meals, they would find joy." Chapter 25. Rain having reached a consensus with Wang Bowen, all that remained was to await the commencement of the final examinations. In the limited time available, Zhang Chen prepared to confront the impending challenges of the finals. Determined to showcase his true abilities, he embarked on a comprehensive review of high school knowledge each day. His first step was to work through example problems, which essentially encapsulated the framework of the examination content. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he promptly shifted his focus to thoroughly grasp the relevant concepts. Zhang Chen possessed a solid foundation, making this task relatively manageable. He was particularly grateful for the subjects of Chinese and English, which required substantial accumulation of knowledge. His proficiency in Chinese had always been adequate. What seemed complex to an ordinary high school student, classical Chinese, was, upon closer inspection, rather straightforward. This form of language resembled mathematical formulas, adhering to fixed methods of interpretation. Some passages could even be memorized effortlessly after repeated readings. For instance, The poem The Difficulty of the Shoe Road begins with the lines, cicadas and fishfowl. How vague the founding of the nation. For 48,000 years, no smoke of humanity graced the Qin garrison. Such verses often flowed melodiously and resonated deeply. Zhang Chen chose to recite these aloud by his bedside before sleep during evening self-study sessions. This practice of vocalization reinforced his memory, proving particularly effective for classical Chinese literature. The 32 mandatory classical texts for high school were largely memorable, with few presenting challenges in articulation. Even Li Sa featured only the most recitable lines, as the full text comprised 377 lines and over 2,500 characters, an overwhelming endeavor. His recitations often drew curious glances from Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen outside his door, who speculated whether he had fallen under some spell. As for English, he relied on his accumulated knowledge. Listening to tapes sharpened his auditory comprehension rapidly, while additional practice with writing prompts addressed any issues with sentence structure and tense variations. Mathematics continued to emphasize cognitive skills. The thrill of problem-solving was palpable, particularly for Zhang Chen, who had previously tackled advanced mathematics during his postgraduate studies. He recalled feeling formidable back then, daydreaming about returning to high school with his newfound expertise to conquer the mathematics that had once plagued him. Now, that fantasy had materialized. Although the vision was enticing, the path ahead remained fraught with obstacles. His background in postgraduate studies indeed provided an advantage in tackling mathematics, but it was a benefit derived from diligent effort rather than innate talent. The so-called mathematical genius could glance at a problem and intuitively know the answer without understanding the solution process. Zhang Chen had long abandoned hopes of becoming such a prodigy. Despite his rebirth, he retained his original thought patterns, devoid of enhancements or systems. Nevertheless, he harbored an earnest desire to grapple with mathematics once more, displaying an audacious spirit akin to Don Quixote, ready to challenge the very subject that had once tormented him relentlessly. One could say that upon his rebirth, Zhang Chen discovered that his greatest adversary was not his family's circumstances, nor the confrontation with his cousin's husband, and certainly not the unfinished entrepreneurial endeavors with his godfather, Wang Bowen. Instead, it was the daunting subject of mathematics before him. Mathematics, a cold instrument of the cosmos that belittles humanity, serves as a measure of the self-proclaimed intelligent beings on this planet, who are, in fact, mere insects. It is akin to the tentacles of Cthulhu, promising anguish to those who dare pursue it. It represents the dark skies that have loomed over countless individuals. It embodies the dignity that Zhang Chen, reborn, yearns to reclaim. Of course, these three subjects are the ones where Zhang Chen could potentially unleash a surge of effort before the impending finals. For physics and chemistry, he could merely memorize formulas and study chain structures, gathering any points that could be salvaged in the short term. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Amidst this arduous struggle, time passed, the weather grew colder, and after 2 days of oppressive overcast skies, the city of Rome suddenly saw an afternoon rain. The gentle drizzle fell incessantly, weighing heavily on the hearts and minds of the students. If the rain had not ceased by the end of evening study, those without umbrellas would learn a valuable lesson in preparedness. Indeed, Zhang Chen and Wang Shui were two such lessons. Standing beneath the eaves of the teaching building, they listened to the rain pattering against the banana leaves, observing the dim streetlights illuminating the sodden ground, both certain that they would soon be drenched. Given the weather, it was evidently impossible for their usual group of companions to gather and head home together. Some had sought refuge beneath others' umbrellas, such as Qin Zhu and Yu Zishi, while others had paired off to share an umbrella, like Lin Yi and Lu Jing. I still have chemistry assignments to finish. I need to get back. Linny called out. We'll head off first. Actually, there's room for another person under the umbrella. Would you like to join us? Lin Yi was rather kind-hearted. However, Zhang Chen and Wang Shui, inseparable as they were, felt it inappropriate to join anyone else. Why don't you go ahead? Zhang Chen suggested. Wang Shui shook his head. Let us wait a bit. If the rain lightens, we can dash out. At that moment, Zheng Shui and Shen Noyi happened to possess an umbrella. As Shen Noyi always kept one handy in her drawer. They emerged from another corridor and spotted Zhang Chen and Wang Shui standing about 7 or 8 meters away at the stairwell. Zheng Shui greeted them. Zhang Chen, Wang Shui. Did you forget your umbrellas? No, we didn't. Wang Shui replied. Then Shen Noyi, and I will head out now. Go ahead, you two. Wang Shui waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement. Zheng Shui turned to Shen Noyi. Shall we go? In the interplay of light and shadow, however, Shen Noyi paused momentarily. Zheng Shui inquired. As Shen Noyi glanced at the umbrella in her grasp, she felt a strong aversion to rainy days and getting wet, prompting her mother to procure a large umbrella for her, one that could comfortably shelter 3 individuals. With a slight squeeze, it could even accommodate the 2 standing nearby. Yet, a dilemma arose. How was she to voice her invitation? While she had a naturally helpful disposition, the prospect of 2 solitary young men and women sharing an umbrella inevitably raised questions about the encroachment of personal space. How would others perceive this? For reasons she could not fathom, she recalled the day Zhang Chen had pulled her hand to create a path in the crowded train carriage. This is a matter she has been fervently avoiding of late. The mere thought of the knowing glances exchanged between some students in the carriage regarding her and him fills her with embarrassment, to the extent that she wishes she could have simply collapsed to the ground that day, rather than feeling this acute sense of self-consciousness now. Moreover, she harbors a distinct aversion to being caught in the rain. As she hesitated, Zhuang Yanyue descended from the corridor of Class 7 and spotted Zhang Chen at the entrance ahead. As previously mentioned, the teaching building is shaped such that Zhang Chen and his peers had actually approached this spot from the corridor of Class 5. Drawn here by the brightest lights and the abundance of banana leaves, which could provide some shelter from the rain should they need to dash. However, they were merely observing. Zhuang Yanyue caught sight of the 2. She was clad in a yellow knitted jacket, paired with brown casual pencil pants and sporting sneakers. After a moment's contemplation, she made her way toward Zhang Chen. He noticed her approach, and as she drew closer, she turned her linen backpack to the front, unzipped a side pocket with her left hand, rummaging for something. As she reached him, she extended her right hand, offering him a folding umbrella. Here you go. Shen Noyi stopped in her tracks, while Zheng Shui's attention was entirely captivated by the scene illuminated in a warm yellow glow. You? Zhang Chen inquired, gazing at the umbrella she presented. I have another, Zhuang Yanyue replied, retrieving a second umbrella from her bag before handing it to him. Huang Huifen, observing her slightly flushed face under the light, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Zhuang Yanyue smiled in response, withdrawing her hand from the linen bag, discovering it empty. She then raised her backpack to shield her head and stepped into the curtain of rain. Chapter 26. The umbrella. This moment was witnessed by many, evoking an ephemeral sense of unreality. Zheng Shui gasped. Shen Noyi, did you see that? She's so impressive. Zhuang Yanyue walked into the rain, vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen found himself holding a folding umbrella, which was in fact a petite women's sunshade adorned with lace at the edges. He paused, momentarily bewildered, sensing that his impression of Zhuang Yanyue had suddenly blurred. It dawned on him that he perhaps never truly understood her. As the sages say, one should focus on actions rather than intentions. Zhuang Yanyue had selflessly given him her only umbrella, choosing to brave the rain alone. A gesture that certainly warranted Zhang Chen's gratitude. She truly was a remarkable person. With a flourish, the umbrella opened under the light, the raindrops pattering against it, creating a soft, rhythmic sound. Let us go, Zhang Chen said, holding the umbrella as he and Huang Huifen stepped into the rain. While Shen Noyi and Zheng Shui hesitated momentarily before following suit, silence enveloped them. Huang Huifen did not utter another word, nor did Shen Noyi and Zheng Shui. As Zheng Shui seemed poised to speak, she ultimately refrained, perhaps due to the inclement weather. The 4 of them exchanged little conversation as they made their way directly to the bus stop. The rain fell heavily and the streets were crowded. They trudged forward under the streetlights of Rong City for 2 bus stops before finally boarding a somewhat less congested vehicle. As the bus arrived at Jingheng Street, the wind intensified, bringing with it a torrential downpour. Shen Noyi, standing by the door, opened her umbrella and stepped down with Zheng Shui, followed by Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen, who opened their own umbrellas to shield themselves from the elements. Their umbrellas were the petite kind owned by Zhuang Yanyue, designed merely for sun protection and thus ill-equipped to withstand the sudden onslaught of wind and rain. In the midst of the night, Huang Huifen exclaimed in frustration, "This rain seems incessant." Such was the nature of Rong City's weather, characterized by a basin climate that oscillates between sunny and stormy, occasionally transforming a light drizzle into a fierce downpour, only to abruptly cease moments later. Zheng Shui and Shen Noyi held a large umbrella on the left, while the 2 men, Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen, struggled beneath a small one on the right. creating a comically stark contrast. Due to the wind blowing the rain at an angle, droplets began to seep towards the edge of their umbrella. Huang Huifen abruptly tugged at the umbrella pole, shouting, "Could you angle it this way? My sleeves are getting soaked." Zhang Chen chuckled at the sight of the umbrella being pulled away, allowing the moment to pass. With Huang Huifen's hand obstructing the coverage, Zhang Chen's left arm was exposed to the rain. However, he was not entirely soaked. As Shen Noyi's ample umbrella provided some protection, the eaves of their umbrellas colliding as they walked, shielding him from at least some of the rain. Huang Huifel's outburst caught the attention of the two girls, who noticed Zhang Chen's predicament. Zhang Chen offered Shen Noyi a smile, a silent acknowledgement of her protection and a gesture of resignation toward Huang Huifel's antics. Shen Noyi's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as they rose, catching a glimpse of the lace trim belonging to Zhuang Yanyue's umbrella. In that fleeting moment, she shot Zhang Chen a glance filled with annoyance. Before Zhang Chen could fathom the reason behind her glare, he suddenly noticed the sky above, a sliver of it visible through the umbrellas. Shen Noyi bit her lip lightly, tilting her head with a huff, avoiding Zhang Chen's gaze, and shifted her umbrella, creating a gap. Through this opening, the fine rain cascaded down, landing squarely on Zhang Chen's unprotected left shoulder. "What's this?" Zhang Chen thought, bemused, as he looked skyward. "Is this your idea of a prank?" He felt exasperated, not expecting her to offer solace in the storm, but wishing she might at least leave a bit of cover for him. Yet, he could do nothing but accept Shen Noyi's playful teasing. "Fine then, if it makes you happy." Unbeknownst to her, Shen Noyi was perplexed by her own irritability that had begun moments earlier and persisted. As Zhang Chen's umbrella brushed against hers, she felt an inexplicable urge to assert, "Keep your umbrella away from mine." Meanwhile, Zhang Chen remained blissfully unaware, even managing a resigned smile. "Oh, laugh all you want," Shen Noyi thought, feeling an impulse to shift her umbrella further, leaving Zhang Chen exposed to the elements. "Serves you right." Though this act provided a sense of release, the man drenched by the rain did not protest or shamelessly encroach upon their space. Instead, he remained composed, continuing to share his umbrella with Huang Huifen while allowing half of his body to get soaked. Observing him amidst the rain, his youthful stature evoked a flicker of movement in Shen Noyi's eyelashes as she averted her gaze. "Let the rain pour. Am I to feel sympathy for you?" Shen Noyi steadfastly focused ahead, continuing to walk alongside Jing Shui, who had become increasingly chatty. In moments, she exclaimed about a newly opened McDonald's nearby, suggesting they go together next time. Then she mentioned a stunning manicure she had seen recently, expressing her desire to go get it done during the winter break and inquiring if Shen Noyi wanted to join. Soon, she proposed a shopping trip after finals. Recalling a beautiful piece of clothing she had spotted, Shen Noyi nodded in agreement, though her thoughts lingered on Zhang Chen. Was he truly foolish? Her previously unwavering gaze began to waver slightly, and she turned her head ever so slightly. Under the glow of the streetlight, the contrast of Zhang Chen's shoulder, drenched and darker than the rest of his attire, became apparent. The rain had thoroughly soaked half of his body. Just as Shen Noyi resolved to adjust her grip on the umbrella, Huang Huifen exclaimed, "The rain is lessening. It's about to stop." In Rongcheng, the rain often fell in gentle sheets, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly, and indeed, it had diminished. They had reached their destination. As the rain slowed to a halt, Zhang Shui bounded out from under Shen Noyi's umbrella, raising her hand to the sky as if to confirm the change in weather. "All right, let us part ways here. Bye." Zhang Shui turned to Zhang Chen, tilting her head. "Zhang Chen, we're heading back to the office." "Okay." Zhang Chen folded the umbrella, and only then did Zhang Shui notice his appearance, exclaiming, "Wow, Zhang Chen, you're drenched." Zhang Chen stiffly shook his hands, casting a helpless glance at Huang Huifen. "I did this to protect you." Huang Huifen immediately clasped his hands together. "Brother, you are my brother. Hurry home and change your clothes. You'll catch a cold in this weather." Zhang Shui chimed in. "Then let us hurry, Zhang Chen, let us go." As Shen Noyi folded her umbrella, the tip wavered slightly in place. She and Huang Huifen returned to the television station's courtyard, parting ways at the fork leading to their respective homes. Shen Noyi walked back to her quaint abode, with the flickering light and sound of a television emanating from the neighboring yard. A film was playing, and she could hear a line from the large screen through the window. "One day, I saw a magnificent rainbow from the window. So I went inside to fetch my camera. By the time I returned, the rainbow had vanished." You know, I will not wait for you here anymore." Upon reaching her doorstep, she placed the umbrella beside the door and paused momentarily as she opened it, feeling an unexpected tightening of sadness within her heart, the origin of which eluded her comprehension. Chapter 27. The following day, during the physical education class shared with Class 7, Zhang Chen returned the umbrella to Zhuang Yanyue while they were on a break. Zhuang Yanyue was seated on a low shrub platform made of cement blocks, accompanied by several other girls. As Zhang Chen approached, the girls erupted into a fit of giggles. "Here's your umbrella." "Thank you. You haven't caught a cold, have you?" Zhang Chen said, sniffing slightly. "I have a cold, but what does that concern you?" Zhuang Yanyue tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, perhaps from having just run. There was a hint of playful teasing in her tone. "You seem to be the one who has caught a cold. After all, you took my umbrella, didn't you?" Among the girls, some glared at Zhang Chen, while others chuckled, eager to see how he would respond. "Ah, it's probably just the cold weather. If you're sick, I'll buy you some medicine, consider it my treat," Zhang Chen replied. Zhuang Yanyue swept her gaze over him, calm and composed. "At that moment, I just wanted to experience the sensation of being caught in the rain. I thought it would be quite amusing. However, I happen to have an umbrella that I didn't know how to deal with, and you conveniently provided me with an excuse not to use it. So, there's really no need for thanks. If you must thank me, at least don't do it with empty hands. Buy me a bottle of water or something more sincere." Then, as Zhang Chen paused to glance toward the snack shop, she chuckled softly. "I was just joking with you. No need for that. Well, I have received the umbrella." She solemnly took the umbrella, gave it a little shake, and set it beside her, crossing her legs and ignoring Zhang Chen as she resumed chatting with the girls nearby. One of the girls shot Zhang Chen a look, signaling that she had expressed her gratitude, so he could take his leave. At that moment, Zhang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He mimicked the gesture of a fictional character, touching his congested nose, and walked back to the cluster of Class 3. As he turned to leave, Zhuang Yanyue's gaze shifted back to him, her eyes glinting with amusement as she observed his retreating figure, the corners of her lips curling upwards. Look at our Zhang Chen. He has Shen Noyi and Zhuang Yanyue both coming to his rescue. You should enroll in a first aid class. You'd surely be in high demand, as everyone could practice on you," Zheng Shui remarked with a sarcastic tone upon seeing Zhang Chen return, deliberately raising her voice for him to hear. Zhang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. What did she take him for? He turned to Shen Noyi, hoping for a fair word from her. Shen Noyi was known for her impartiality, treating everyone equally, and Zhang Chen suspected her rising sign was Libra. However, as he anticipated Shen Noyi's reprimand of her friend Zheng Shui, he was taken aback when she turned to Zheng Shui and asked, "What are you talking about?" Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet her expression was serious. It seemed her mood had been off all day, as she had hardly smiled. Zheng Shui had only sought to lighten Shen Noyi's spirits by finding a topic to discuss. Instead, this left Zheng Shui momentarily at a loss for words. Then, Shen Noyi glanced at Zhang Chen with a playful smile, saying, "He should go to the panda base. Let the black and white bears come out while he goes in." After finishing her words, Shen Noyi continued her run, with Zheng Shui following closely beside her, exclaiming, "Oh, it's rare to see you smile today. I thought you would never smile. What do you mean by that? What do you think of Zhang Chen? Is he just a protected animal locked away?" Zhang Chen remained stationary, feeling as though he were trapped in a cage. He shook his head, realizing that Shen Noyi had surprisingly learned to mock others. Yet, as he observed her radiant figure on the track, a sense of stability and reassurance blossomed within him. Shen Noyi was the goddess he had lost in his youth. But it was not a matter of unfulfilled longing, for unfulfilled longing requires experience, and he had merely been a spectator to the memories of Shen Noyi. Although they had often played together in childhood, she had always been enveloped by friends, surrounded by those closer to her. His immaturity had often provoked her ire. During high school, Shen Noyi shone even brighter, while he remained a mere bystander, lacking the courage to approach her, falling short even of the qualities possessed by those who had failed in their attempts to win her affection. Thus, Shen Noyi became a pivotal point in his rebirth, a lingering regret from the past. Now, however, their relationship had grown closer as they returned home together. Although it was merely in the company of a larger group, it marked a significant beginning. They would bicker and see each other daily. If this journey of rebirth was destined to leave its mark, then this moment served as proof of his ability to alter the trajectory of his past. Life could indeed be transformed, regardless of how late it may seem. Zhang Chen had experienced a stroke of fortune in returning to the past. The regrets that had once pierced his heart had yet to occur, and the legends that were destined to unfold were still in the making. Witnessing Zhang Chen, seemingly dazed after being chastised by the well-known goddess Shen Noyi, Zhuang Yanyue found herself momentarily stunned. She realized that Zhang Chen differed from her preconceived notions. In the days prior, her actions had stemmed not only from a desire for revenge after being rejected, but also from a profound realization, a yearning to become a better version of herself. Indeed, she had felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing Zhang Chen's words. She marveled at how he could articulate so eloquently, his seemingly cheerful demeanor concealing a depth of character. It was not merely a matter of possessing literary talent, as there were many gifted individuals at Yuda, young prodigies who excelled in writing and mathematics. Zhang Chen, however, exuded a sense of profound experience. It was not that he was particularly knowledgeable, but rather that some individuals inherently possess such a quality, capable of discerning the essence of matters amidst complexity. He reminded her of Su Shi's essay on Lu Ho, which states, when faced unexpectedly, he remains unperturbed. When unjustly burdened, he does not grow angry. The weight he carries is immense, yet his aspirations are lofty. This encapsulates the essence of the term gentleman. Indeed, after that moment, Zhuang Yanyue realized that her feelings for Zhang Chen had shifted from mere fondness to a deeper connection, one that transcended the superficiality of mere games in life. On that day and thereafter, she dreamt of him incessantly. It felt as though that elusive something she had long sought had finally manifested. This sensation was akin to the break of dawn after a prolonged night, a culmination of anticipation. It was as if she had at last encountered her true purpose. Consequently, she endeavored to enhance herself, becoming more disciplined, punctual, and amiable, and attending her classes with greater diligence, even improving the elegance of her note-taking. Was her act of offering her umbrella to someone and stepping into the rain mere pretense? Not entirely. She spoke no falsehood regarding Zhang Chen. In that moment, she genuinely found the idea of strolling in the rain delightful and wished to experience it, envisioning a day when she could recount, once in high school, I walked into the rain. At that time, it was merely a coincidence that Zhang Chen had forgotten his umbrella. Yet, as she embraced higher aspirations and direction, she suddenly perceived that the boy she had once regarded from afar was not as dazzling as she had imagined. Amidst her musings, she heard a nearby girl's voice. Did you know? I've inquired, and Su Sudong from Zhang Chen's class mentioned that Zhang Chen's grades are quite poor. He ranks among the last in his class, and even the teachers believe he is beyond saving. You should ignore him from now on. Zhuang Yanyue's thoughts meandered back to the present. Oh, she replied. Chapter 28. The title of growth. Oh, right. Let us discuss the upcoming research examination for our class. In the office, Zhou Ming, the class teacher, handed a list to Qin Guimei. Oh, Teacher Zhou, certainly. Let me take a look. Qin Guimei quickly accepted the document. The second-year research examination, formerly known as the Teaching Quality Research Examination, is organized by the Municipal Education Committee, which formulates the examination questions to assess the educational quality across various high schools. Following the examination, the papers are centrally graded, leading to a ranking of the schools. This examination serves as a critical juncture for the schools, a fierce competition that occurs annually. The so-called Five Blossoms of Rongqing and the major alliances stem from this pivotal reference standard. Each high school places immense importance on this event, vying for positions. Even though the ultimate college entrance examination remains the definitive benchmark, the ultimate truth to evaluate all. Nonetheless, the research examination significantly influences the Education Committee's assessments, impacting the evaluation of faculty quality and directly affecting each teacher's performance, salaries, and the school's funding interests. Every high school is acutely aware of its significance. The research examination is akin to a final examination. However, the questions are set not by individual schools, but by the Municipal Education Committee, which also organizes the grading. For this research examination, Class 5 of the second year was assigned mathematics and English. After the mathematics and English examinations, half of the students' mathematics papers and half of the students' English papers from each class would be sent to the Municipal Education Committee's grading group. Each class is assigned different subjects for the research examination, typically 2 subjects. Although the participating students are divided evenly, their selection should ideally be random. However, it is widely understood that this randomness is subject to operational flexibility. Each class can coordinate internally to determine which students will participate in which subjects, allowing for strategic placements, such as sending students with strong mathematics skills and weaker English abilities to take the mathematics exam, while those excelling in English can be assigned to the English exam. In essence, the grade group operates autonomously, selecting the strongest candidates to excel in their respective fields while avoiding weaknesses. This practice is ubiquitous across schools, allowing them a degree of autonomy akin to strategizing military deployments, seeking out the most capable individuals for assessments. Currently, Zhou Ming has submitted a list of chosen candidates to Qin Guimei. Upon reviewing the list, Qin Guimei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Despite her mental preparation, it came as no surprise that Zhou Ming had retained 4 out of the 5 top performers from her class. Teachers familiar with such evaluations understand that having a surplus of mid-level performers is not the concern. Rather, it is the presence of underperformers that can drastically lower the average score. Often, a single underperformer can negate the contributions of several high achievers. With 4 underperformers allocated to her, the 2 most significant ones, Zhang Chen and Wang Huifen, remained in her charge. Zhang Chen, notoriously at the bottom of the class with a dismal score of 53, could potentially bring down the entire class average. In contrast, Wang Huifen managed to score 74, surprisingly deemed a pass. Qin Guimei felt overwhelmed, reflecting on her status as a novice teacher with merely 2 years of experience. Given the current opportunity for staff housing allocations, achieving a commendable ranking in this assessment could secure her a place. Little did she know, a significant pitfall awaited her. Recognizing that Zhou Ming had already established the list, Qin Guimei acknowledged that while he claimed to consult her as the homeroom teacher, the decision had essentially been made, often forcing her to swallow her grievances. Unable to contain herself, she finally spoke. "Teacher Zhou, everyone else seems suitable, but Zhang Chen and Wang Huifen must participate in my English assessment. I am counting on this evaluation for my commendation and housing allocation." Zhou Ming, with a contemplative expression, pondered before responding slowly. "Well then, I shall concede. Let Wang Huifen remain with me, if that is agreeable." "What about Zhang Chen?" Qin Guimei interjected. "He absolutely cannot be placed in my math class. You know I've made a commitment that if my class does not rank among the top 10 in the city, I shall be held accountable to the grade group." At that moment, Qin Guimei chastised herself for her lack of quick wit. She had failed to realize that Wang Huifen was quite proficient in mathematics, often scoring in the 90s, thereby not being a liability. Zhou Ming seemed to be intentionally setting a trap, waiting for her to negotiate, only to extract Wang Huifen as a favor to her. Frustrated and feeling manipulated, Qin Guimei could only acquiesce. "Very well, let it be this list." In contrast to the math and English teachers who were adeptly navigating the assessment process while attempting to offload the landmine that was Zhang Chen, the Chinese teacher, Wu Pingyang, had a relatively favorable impression of him. Zhang Chen consistently scored around 110 in Chinese, which earned him some respect. Thus, even amidst the tumult of assessments, while other teachers regarded Zhang Chen as a hot potato, Wu Pingyang felt a sense of detachment, thinking, this lad has never caused me any trouble." Not only did he refrain from causing issues, but his recent practice essay for the college entrance examination was surprisingly well crafted. In a remarkable turn of events, Wu Pingyang read aloud Zhang Chen's simulated college entrance examination essay titled Growth in Class. The simulated essay assignment was intended as a writing exercise. However, considering the student's workload, he typically refrained from assigning an entire paper at once, opting instead to assign other components on one day and the essay on the following day. Whenever he encountered a remarkable piece, he would present it to the class as a source of inspiration. This time, upon grading Zhang Chen's essay, he was astonished by its length and the elegance of the prose. Zhang Chen had evidently invested genuine effort, and as Wu read on, he found himself deeply moved and unable to shake off the impression. On that particular day, after mastering a well-defined framework in his science studies, Zhang Chen had felt an emotional surge upon seeing Wu's essay prompt. He infused his own sentiments into the writing, crafting it with sincerity. During this period of rebirth, he was overwhelmed with myriad emotions, unable to find an outlet or a listener. Writing an essay became a form of relaxation for him, a means to express his thoughts and feelings. Had he not been reborn, Zhang Chen would have continued to endure the relentless grind of high school night classes, disinterested in games, and reflecting on the once cherished aspects of youth that now seemed distant and unrecognizable. His gaming console lay dormant, and the stories he once enjoyed had lost their charm, revealing endings that were not always happy. Zhang Chen found himself grappling with the possibility of developing a psychological condition akin to post-rebirth stress syndrome. Thus, he poured his heart into the essay. Using it as a vehicle for self-expression, he articulated that growth is akin to a grand journey, replete with breathtaking landscapes and formidable obstacles. It encompasses moments of radiant sunshine as well as torrential storms. This journey leads youth from naivety to maturity, concealing fragility beneath a resilient exterior. Wu Pingyang was captivated by this insight, particularly appreciating that the essay did not overtly proclaim the transformation of weakness into strength. As a middle-aged man, Wu understood the burdens that accompany the transition to adulthood, where one must care for both the elderly and the young. The games and interests of youth often yield to the relentless demands of life, and the dignity discarded in the face of authority weighs heavily on one's conscience. Middle age can bring tears, as one finds solace in a simple meal at a roadside stall, where even in the downpour, they can raise a glass and drink deeply of both wine and sorrow. How could Zhang Chen write so beautifully? Wu read the essay with varied intonation, emphasizing its poignant truths. Growth, he mused, is also about learning to be independent amidst loneliness. Throughout life, there are moments that must be faced alone. Departing from parental protection and familiar surroundings to explore the world in solitude, only to look back and realize that a lifetime has passed. As parents fade away, home becomes a distant memory, and one may find themselves yearning to return only to discover that it is forever lost. This encapsulates the profound solitude that envelopes us, a solitude that strikes with an intensity that is hard to articulate. Wu Pingyang finished reading Growth in one breath, still stirred by the emotional tide it had stirred within him. He yearned for the entire class to feel the same resonance he had experienced the previous night. Glancing around the room, he noticed that every student was intently focused on Zhang Chen. How could Zhang Chen write so exceptionally well? Chapter 29, wrapping up once again. A multitude of eager faces turned towards the front of the classroom. Zheng Shui glanced at Shen Noyi and mused, "Is that really Zhang Chen? Does he possess such literary talent?" Shen Noyi felt a twinge of confusion. Her own writing on growth was adorned with ornate language and exuded grandeur. Yet it paled in depth compared to his. Tian Jiayi's eyes sparkled with a mix of intrigue and uncertainty. She relished fine literature. Yet this exquisite piece seemed to emanate from the talented Peng Xian, or perhaps from that high school prodigy who consistently graced the list of exemplary essays each year. Even if today's essay were penned by Li Ruinjia, she would begrudgingly accept it. Yet, she was taken aback to discover it was Zhang Chen. In truth, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of regret for his composition, while others seemed unfazed. He dreaded the thought of acquaintances discerning his past self and questioning the authenticity of his transformation. His greatest fear was that they would doubt their own lives, particularly you. Wang Shuawei. At that moment, Wang Shuawei's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Chen, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed, "Wow, you're incredible. You managed to have Wu Pingyang read your work aloud to the entire class." Clearly, Zhang Chen had been overly apprehensive. However, the one most unsettled by this revelation was the talented Peng Xian. He believed his own writing was exemplary, marked by eloquent prose, but upon hearing Zhang Chen's piece, he recognized its simplicity yet profound impact. He could sense the strength inherent in it. This was the hallmark of true talent. The merit of a work was evident at first glance. Peng Xian was not resentful of the essay itself. Rather, he was profoundly impressed, realizing he could not replicate that particular sentiment. His discontent stemmed from the fact that such a remarkable piece originated from Zhang Chen. Who was Zhang Chen? Not once had Wu Pingyang publicly recited any of his works throughout high school. Conversely, Wu Pingyang had only acknowledged Peng Xian's essays a handful of times, 2 or 3 at most, primarily because Peng Xian's writing was overly focused on style, laden with citations and literary allusions. Wu Pingyang sought to impart educational value, understanding that most students could not emulate Peng Xian's childhood passion for reading, which had equipped him with a wealth of classical knowledge. Hence, he encouraged students to root their essays in genuine emotion, crafting pieces that resonate deeply with readers. Peng Xian was aware that Wu Pingyang did not favor his essays, yet this did not deter him from believing in his own exceptional talent. However, he could not fathom why Zhang Chen was capable of producing such remarkable work. Thus, when the class concluded, Peng Xian abruptly set down his book and exited the room. Most of the students discerned that something was amiss with Peng Xian. Zhang Chen's newfound prominence had drawn many eyes towards both him and Peng Xian. For while the class recognized Peng Xian as a proficient writer, they now sensed that Zhang Chen's prowess was equally commendable. Suddenly, these two individuals became the focal point of attention, a juxtaposition of opposites. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Peng Xian left the classroom. He wandered around the flower bed downstairs for a while before returning just before the next class. Upon re-entering the classroom, he marched straight to Zhang Chen's desk, only to find Zhang Chen diligently engaged in solving problems. Zhang Chen, he is actually working on exercises. Peng Xian was momentarily taken aback, and only after assuring himself that he was not hallucinating did he raise his highly myopic glasses, his large eyes fixed intently on Zhang Chen. Damn it, Zhang Chen. How can your writing be so exceptional? The statement appeared nonsensical, somewhat unreasonable, and even childish. Yet, it candidly expressed the tumult in Peng Xian's heart at that moment. His boisterous manner of speaking was well known among his classmates, who had grown accustomed to his exuberance and thus understood his feelings. Consequently, the surrounding crowd turned their gazes towards the two. Zhang Chen, reflecting on the profound impression Peng Xian had left on him, blurted out, "I consume grass. This grass only thrives in pure soil. It does not sprout without encountering sweet dew, nor does it flourish without a clear atmosphere and serene heavens." The sound reverberated in Peng Xian's mind, coinciding with the ringing of the class bell, a resounding clarion call. Alongside him, his classmates were equally stupefied. Peng Xian gave Zhang Chen a thumbs up before turning away, returning to his seat in a humbled manner, now regarding Zhang Chen as a kindred spirit. That phrase had struck him at the very core of his being. If he had been searching for a cherished saying, scouring through historical texts, the eloquence of literary figures, and the vast river of time, yet could not find one that resonated, this utterance pierced through to his soul. He had found it. Seeing Peng Xian return to his seat, Zhang Chen straightened up, took out his notebook, and began to copy notes with an earnest demeanor. He mused, "Old classmate, this is precisely what you inscribed in my yearbook years ago. How could it not resonate with you? Years later, would you still possess that same spirit?" In the past, the yearbook had lacked the presence of Shen Noyi, and Zhang Chen pondered whether this time in life, that page would not be absent. He hoped that Shen Noyi would fill his yearbook with a plethora of memories. As he contemplated this, he unconsciously glanced at Shen Noyi. She raised her enchanting eyes, her lips parting into a playful smirk as she teased him. "Time is vast, and with you, I shall speak." The year 2000 arrived like a dream, ushering in a new century. Microsoft released Windows 2000, replacing the previous 98 version. Apple would not unveil its operating system until the following year. At this time, Internet CAFs were still reliant on dial-up connections, and the most popular chat tool would officially change only later that year. The year was rife with exuberant growth and fervent aspirations, a tide of emotions swelling among the populace. The time at Utah High School remained unchanged, welcoming the culmination of the semester and a comprehensive examination by the end of January. With prior logistical preparations in place and revision efforts reaching a conclusion, Zhang Chen, having regained a portion of his former academic prowess, prepared to face the final examination head-on. The revolutionaries had fought for their cause in Rongqing, and now Zhang Chen was set to engage in a decisive battle for the Utah final exams. The outcome of the latter remained uncertain. As the examination commenced, it became evident that the test paper prepared by the Municipal Education Committee posed a formidable challenge. Thus, he concentrated his efforts on the three critical subjects: mathematics, English, and Chinese. In the realm of chemical physics, one must adopt a strategy of selective engagement, focusing on minor problems while magnifying the larger ones, employing a guerrilla approach. Time must not be squandered on formidable questions, nor should limited resources be wasted. It is imperative to utilize one's renowned judgment to discern which problems are conquerable, which may require a determined effort to tackle, and which are impenetrable fortresses that necessitate a strategic retreat when encountered. In the mathematical arena, the endeavor proves to be less fortuitous. However, expectations remain tempered. It is unrealistic to reclaim one's full prowess in a mere 20 days. Thus, when faced with a few daunting problems, one must advance and retreat strategically, ultimately preserving the integrity of the majority of the examination. In high school mathematics, completing 90% of the questions places one at a commendable level. In the study of English, the spirit of experiential warfare and fortified defense prevails, advancing step by step to achieve the greatest outcome, albeit with a few elusive listening questions slipping through the cracks due to a moment of carelessness. The language arts section remains steadfast, though comprehension of the author's intent may lack precision. However, understanding the classical literary works is executed with remarkable proficiency. Finally, with maximum energy and willpower, one plunges into the battleground of the essay prompt. Confronted with thought-provoking questions posed to high school students, an eloquent composition flows forth effortlessly. Once completed, the task is done. With calm assurance, the 31st chapter unfolds, detailing the final examinations spanning 3 days, concluded with a return home for respite, followed by a return to school 3 days later to receive the semester grades. During this brief interlude, Zhang Chen, invigorated, makes his way to Huang Huifen's residence, where a computer awaits, belonging to a wealthy family, adorned with an array of games, including his beloved Age of Sail. The mere sight of it conjures vivid memories, as this game once allowed Zhang Chen to experience the romance of seafaring. Even if the graphics now appear grainy, the overall aesthetic of its two-dimensional style remains captivating, showcasing a remarkably high level of cross-era appreciation. Should Zhang Chen indulge in computer games once more, this would be the title he would eagerly embrace. The pixelated charm is more than capable of delivering an engaging experience, hinting at the reasons behind Nintendo's stagnant graphical ambitions. However, Zhang Chen is not present for recreation. He powers on Huang Huifel's computer, met with a barrage of error messages, pop-ups, and flashy web pages. Zhang Chen regards Huang Huifen, inquiring if he indulged in gaming the previous night. With the end of exams, it is time to unwind. Huang Huifen remains unperturbed. Zhang Chen swiftly opens the computer, dusts it off, meticulously cleans the memory card contacts with alcohol, and embarks on a vigorous antivirus sweep, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with practiced ease. The computer is now pristine. Excellent. Let us commence, Zhang Chen declares. Huang Huifen, taken aback by Zhang Chen's deftness, queries, "How have you become so proficient?" Zhang Chen gestures towards a magazine on the desk. "Have you not perused Computer Enthusiast from December 1999? Huang Huifen lifts the magazine as if it were a treasure, astonished at its significance. Ignoring his friend's astonishment, Zhang Chen opens version 5 and begins his graphic design work. Huang Huifen's family possesses a computer of remarkable specifications. Equipped with a Pentium 3 733 processor, a 200 graphics card, and 256 megabytes of memory. In its time, this setup was considered cutting-edge, costing an impressive 15,000 yuan, equivalent to a year's wages for a family living frugally. Notably, the casing of the computer boasts a design reminiscent of a race car, adorned with luminous strips. Huang Huifen proudly remarked that the unique design alone was worth 5,000 yuan. However, the relentless advance of technology, in accordance with Moore's law, rendered this once state-of-the-art machine obsolete merely a year later, as Pentium 4 and V processors emerged like mushrooms after rain, transforming the landscape in just a few years. Currently, the graphic design tools may appear rudimentary or even simplistic, yet Zhang Chen found them entirely sufficient for creating posters. With a few selections, structural designs, masking, and coloring, Huang Huifen soon beheld the nascent outline of a canvas on his computer screen. He proceeded to type in the text. The bold header proclaimed Future Star Program of Rongqing Television Station. Beneath it, a message read, "In this tender age, showcase your infinite charm. Shining childhood, you are the brightest star. Do you desire an extraordinary holiday? Indeed, this holiday will set you apart. The future stars shall rise from here." Collaboratively initiated by the Chinese Youth Promotion Platform and Rongqing Television Station. The Future Star program for the winter vacation is set to launch. It will feature categories for children and adolescents, encompassing poetry recitation, children's hosting, runway shows, and dance performances, all to be showcased in a special spring festival program by Rongqing Television Station. Spring River, Flower Moon Night, talent on display. Let us gather this winter holiday as we present the stars of tomorrow from Rongqing. Registration will take place at Studio 7 of Rongqing Television Station, with specific timings to be announced. Huang Huifen, having already been bombarded with information by Zhang Chen, was taken aback and inquired, "Where is this Chinese youth promotion platform?" Zhang Chen cast him a sidelong glance and responded, "Are we not youth? Is this computer not on stage? Are we not descendants of the dragon, the children of China?" Wang Shui hesitated and then expressed, "But the opening line, in this tender age, is aimed at children, is it not? You also have a category for adolescents." Zhang Chen duplicated the template, opened a new file, and revised the text. "Not every step is glorious, yet every step counts. Infinite charm is your testament. The splendid moments are defined by you. Rongqing's future stars will embark on the journey of your dreams, with new legends shining brightly, witnessing your miracles." Wang Shuowei exclaimed. "Wow." After a pause, he added, "What should I do if I wish to participate as well?" Zhang Chen responded with a smile, "Certainly. I can secure you a slot for poetry recitation. You'll be on television." Despite being immersed in the television station environment and having experienced various information bombardments, Wang Shuowei felt dazed. As a child, he had been too young to appreciate his father's former glory on television, having lacked talent due to his parents' leniency. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself able to indulge in a fleeting moment of fame thanks to his brother. With the promotional posters completed, Zhang Chen retrieved a blank disc from Wang Shuowei's CD case and transferred both promotional documents onto it. The pressing issue now was to print out the 2 flyers and distribute them to various schools. "Whatever money you have, let us gather it all. Zhang Chen, you once again seem oblivious to my lack of savings." Wang Shuowei retrieved his wallet and rummaged through the drawer for any spare change, managing to gather nearly 500 yuan. "You consume my resources, utilize my funds, and even pilfer from me. Are you a bandit?" Wang Shuowei expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhang Chen, with over 300 yuan at hand, combined with Wang Shuowei's 500, they amassed a total of 900 yuan. He promptly rose and exited, leading Wang Shuowei to a printing factory nestled in the outskirts of Rongqing, encircled by crimson walls, where the humming of machines filled the air. The printing factory, named Chuanli, possessed color printing capabilities. Zhang Chen negotiated the printing of 500 advertising flyers at a rate of 0.25 yuan each, with a discount of 1 fund for every additional 500 printed. Eventually, Zhang Chen settled on a price of 0.20 yuan for a run of 2,000 flyers. As the flyers were printed, the 2 men lingered outside, and Zhang Chen called for a human-powered tricycle. The freshly printed flyers, warm to the touch, were packaged into 4 bundles weighing approximately 20 jin and placed before them. Zhang Chen and Wang Shuowei boarded the tricycle, instructing the driver to help them find individuals to distribute the flyers, offering a 2 yuan referral fee for each. The tricycle driver, familiar with the area, quickly attracted over 20 elderly men and women. The crowd regarded the youthful proprietor with a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Zhang Chen gestured for attention, and Wang Shuowei presented the notebook he had just purchased from a stationery store. Clapping his hands to gather the group, Zhang Chen organized them into teams of 3, assigning them to specific areas for flyer distribution. "Listen closely, everyone. Today, tomorrow, the day after, and the day following are the days when schools in Rongqing resume after the holidays. I need you to distribute these flyers according to your assigned groups. We will conduct a brief training session. Firstly, know what to say and how to engage with people. Understood? This is the plan. You must ensure that each flyer is collected. If someone declines, it's of no consequence. However, your opening line to older individuals should be, 'Would you like your grandchildren to appear on television?' For younger parents, mention the Tomorrow's Star selection at Rongqing TV. If they have a talent, they are welcome to participate in the special Spring Festival program. Remember what I have said. Do you all understand? Each of you will receive a data form from me. Those who take flyers must provide the child's name, guardian's signature, address, and phone number. All must sign. For each signature collected, I will compensate you with 0.50 yuan. If you can gather 200 signatures in a day, you can earn 100 yuan from me." Wang Shuowei, despite being repeatedly admonished, felt a surge of anxiety, contemplating how Zhang Chen was lavishly dispensing money. In this day and age, an employee's income barely reaches a few hundred yuan. If these retired individuals could earn 100 yuan in a day, they would traverse every school in Rongqing. Chapter 31. Mobilizing the retired community was bustling with activity. Upon hearing about this splendid opportunity, the elderly individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. Some hesitated momentarily and inquired, "Can my granddaughter participate? My grandson has been playing the horn since childhood. Can he perform?" It seems that those with children, upon learning they could appear on television, were utterly captivated and began to speak up. "I have children too. What can your child do?" "Nothing at all." "Oh, then you've missed out." The elderly expressed their disappointment. This was the final glimmer of glory for the television station. In these times, being featured in a newspaper indicated fame, and appearing on television could elevate one to the status of a celebrity. Listen to me. Zhang Chen waved his hand, silencing their chatter, which had escalated to the level of a bustling marketplace, even before the distribution of flyers had commenced. Despite his youth, Zhang Chen was the one footing the bill, and the others had grown accustomed to this. After all, he promoted them as a youth advancement platform. It was commonplace for such organizations to engage young people, especially when financial incentives were involved. Everyone has a chance. It doesn't matter if you lack talent. There will be interest groups where you can choose the skills you wish to showcase, and dedicated instructors will provide training. Perhaps your grandson could sign up for a recitation class and receive some preliminary coaching. If he trains, can he really appear on television? Of course. All right then. I also wish for my child to be on television. Excellent, it's settled. Today, each of you will receive 10 yuan from me, along with a stack of flyers, a pen, and a notebook. Remember to keep the notebook safe. It will serve as proof for your subsequent payments. Today, you work, and tomorrow come back here after 6 to collect your remuneration. Now disperse. The group scattered. Huang Huifen stood perplexed, asking, what do we do next? We go home. Zhang Chen replied, we're just going home? What if these people take the money and run? They won't. They want their payment for tomorrow's work, and besides, they are all about. We are just 2 individuals and can't possibly monitor every school. We need to conserve our limited energy. Didn't I provide them with a signature list? They will be paid based on that. Each signature is worth 5 mao. What can they do to earn that money? They could sign it themselves or find someone else to sign, Huang Huifen suggested. True, but if they manage to collect 100 different signatures, I'd consider them impressive. Even if they approach neighbors, they would need to explain why they require the signatures. This is quite similar to the outcome we desire. Did you not notice how eager they were to get their grandchildren involved? Moreover, the final say rests with me. I haven't handed over the money yet. If I discover any forgery in the signatures, we will address that later. So, we are really going home. Huang Huifen felt that the day's experience was particularly novel and exhilarating. Yes, we are going home to continue our online activities. Upon returning to Huang Huifen's residence, Zhang Chen accessed the local website of Rongqing. What were the defining characteristics of the internet during the millennium? Portal websites, chat rooms, and forums. In that era, as portal websites flourished, local forum networks unique to each city began to emerge, primarily to share local specialties, yellow pages, news, and various information. The forum represents an evolved form of chat rooms, where individuals from all corners of the world converge to share knowledge, intelligence, and information. Local forums possess a remarkable regional timeliness, attracting a significant amount of traffic. However, it seems that chat applications are gradually rising to prominence. Zhang Chen, while preparing a poster, also posted it on the local forum. At this moment, the local forum was not lacking in traffic, but was in dire need of high-quality topic guidance. Upon encountering such a well-crafted poster, the moderator promptly highlighted it and sent a private message to Zhang Chen, expressing gratitude for the post from a friend at Rongqing television station, stating it was an honor. The post has been pinned as a top feature, and he wished the program success. He inquired when the special spring festival program would air so that he could inform his family to watch, hoping for a response. Zhang Chen's request for enhancement was merely an introductory note, indicating he was a staff member of the television station, seeking cooperation from the local online community to promote a television program, with the post link being. He concluded with thanks to the moderator, humorously rolling in the snow, requesting the enhancement. The moderator, known by the moniker knowledgeable and courteous, is a doctor at a top-tier hospital with the real name Wang Hong. He typically dedicates his time to healing, occasionally logging into the local network's back-end management during lunch breaks to oversee the forum. At this moment, the online community is characterized by politeness and decorum. When adding unfamiliar individuals on chat applications, they adhere to traditional pen-pal communication formats, cautious yet filled with anticipation. Conversations often begin with greetings. Hello. Hello. Where are you from? Oh, I am from. What attractions do you have there? What delicacies? This is how people from different regions typically engage in dialogue. Wang Hong had never encountered such a request for enhancement before. He mused that the television station staff were quite intriguing. Upon reviewing the content, he realized that their local television station was also aiming to create local stars. Excellent. This is indeed a positive development that deserves ample support. Thus, during his lunch break, he logged in to pin the post, and not only that, He contacted fellow moderators to help share the post across their respective sections, collectively promoting this wonderful initiative. When Zhang Chen logged in later that afternoon, he found the post prominently featured in major sections of the local network, including dining, entertainment, casual chat, poetry, and sports leisure. The discussions were lively. Wow, a star of the future. Rongqing television station is going big this time. It was splendid. His child had been practicing dance at the Youth Palace since a young age, and now they could appear on television for the Spring Festival special. Can my child, whose studies go at the Youth Palace, sign up? Will there be a broadcast of Go matches? Wang Hong observed the burgeoning excitement and felt increasingly exhilarated. He recalled that his niece also sang and danced, so he quickly called to inform his family. As expected, they were thrilled upon hearing the news, requesting specific information from the post, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to sign up in a few days. Wang Hong then reached out to the television station's release personnel to inquire about the program's specific airing time. While the post contained comprehensive information, the exact airing schedule remained uncertain. The specific timing is still under discussion and coordination within the station, and it will be revealed at the time of registration. I will contact the esteemed moderator then, and I kindly ask you to disseminate this information. Zhang Chen replied to the private message. Very well, I am most honored. As the old adage goes, journalists are the uncrowned kings, and television stations serve as particularly privileged passes. In this day and age, merely uttering the desire to appear on television ignites immediate enthusiasm. After all, the honor of being featured on television is unparalleled. Even the opportunity to assist in minor tasks brings a sense of pride. Chapter 32, A Family of Three? On television? The special spring festival program of the television station? At the entrances of various schools in Rome City, promotional teams have already commenced their work. Some are holding parent meetings, while others await students returning to school, with parents standing outside. Initially, no one paid much attention, assuming it was merely a trivial advertisement from a local clinic. However, upon examining the promotional materials, the quality was surprisingly high. When one person inquired further, more began to listen intently. Once 3 individuals were intrigued, the collective interest of the crowd was inevitably piqued. The notion that one could actually appear on television was astounding. Could it be true? Look at the registration location. It's at the Rome City television station. Surely it cannot be false. One only needs to go and see for themselves. Will it truly be broadcasted? Indeed. This is a major program of the television station, airing during the Spring Festival. Just imagine, during the Spring Festival, when families gather around the dinner table, they turn on the television and, lo and behold, see their child on screen. What a joyous occasion that would be. In Rome City, some elderly individuals are particularly eloquent, likely because this project has stirred their enthusiasm, prompting them to distribute flyers with remarkable vigor and articulate enthusiasm. Moreover, it is essential to engage others for signatures. Otherwise, how could one tally the results? Ching Chung, let me register one for my family as well. There are indeed those who do not sign themselves. They seek assistance from neighbors and acquaintances to collect signatures. It often proves more efficient to wait outside the school for parents to sign instead. After all, it is not as if one can simply pocket the money from the boss and discard the flyers into the trash. These flyers can effectively garner signatures. Often, minimal persuasion is required. Simply presenting the flyer captures attention, prompting individuals to leave their information. Of course, in this age, there are concerns regarding the potential invasion of privacy due to the explosion of information. Where there is commerce, there is risk. In the future, personal information may be exploited for insurance sales or targeted recommendations based on preferences. Nowadays, the most common association with telephone scams revolves around televised shopping and song requests. Indeed, the following day, Zhang Chen returned to the city center square, awaiting the promotional teams to settle accounts. Each individual had collected a considerable number of signatures, though not as many as they had anticipated. No one was holding 200 signatures. On average, each person had gathered around 30 or 40 signatures along with contact numbers. Zhang Chen compensated them as agreed for each signature, with some individuals receiving as much as 70 yuan, exuberantly pleased. What about tomorrow, boss? Zhang Chen took note of the person who garnered the highest number of signatures. A woman named Luo Dama. She was round and graceful in appearance, adorned in a blue knitted jacket, exuding a certain elegance. Her eloquence was remarkable, which explained how she managed to rally over 100 individuals. Such a person was indeed valuable. Among those present, Several exhibited linguistic flair and persuasive talent. And Zhang Chen had their contact details. Will we continue tomorrow? Are there any flyers left? He inquired. If not, come by to collect them tomorrow. We will replenish the flyers here at 9 o'clock and gather again at 7:30 in the evening, Zhang Chen stated, taking the signature book for himself and distributing new ones to the others. He instructed Huang Huifen to collect the signed books, and the crowd dispersed in high spirits. Huang Huifen, with a signature book tucked in his pocket, asked, "Do we really need to contact each individual by phone?" "Of course not," Zhang Chen replied, shaking his head. "Distributing the flyers is sufficient. The signatures hold little value at the moment. They will serve as original documentation. Our primary objective is to ensure they do not receive payment without fulfilling their obligations, and to guarantee their timely arrival for compensation." He pondered the time it would take to call each signatory, especially given their current shortage of manpower. The signed individuals showed a more pronounced intent to enroll. They represented high-quality clientele, useful but not immediately actionable. Zhang Chen glanced at the money. Between him and Huang Huifen, their resources were dwindling. With only a little over 100 yuan remaining, insufficient to cover tomorrow's promotional expenses, let alone the potential need for additional flyers. He looked at Huang Huifen and said, "Let us head to my house for dinner. Just ask my dad. It's a legitimate reason. This way, we'll have some income." Upon arriving at Huang Huifen's residence, they encountered Chen Xiran, a stunning television host dressed in a tailored women's suit, her long trousers framing her figure, hair elegantly curled, and earrings accentuating her beauty. "Ah, Huifen," Chen Xiran greeted, exuding the poise of a seasoned professional at just 30 years of age. Having honed her hosting skills over the years, she now embodied the essence of a leading lady. "Ah, Aunt Chen," Huang Huifen waved back. "How is your father? I've noticed he has been quite busy lately," she inquired. Ever since the culinary channel featuring Wang Bowen was discontinued, Chen Xiran had been keeping an eye on him, particularly as he seemed to be increasingly despondent. She recalled watching him on the culinary program, reminiscent of his vibrant demeanor during their earlier encounters at the Jinjiang Hotel. Despite the various temptations from affluent suitors and powerful officials over the years, Chen Xiran held a special place in her heart for Wang Bowen. Had he maintained a happy family life, she might have married the young real estate heir who had persistently pursued her with flowers. However, with Wang Bowen's marital troubles, her thoughts lingered on the possibility of rekindling their connection. "Recently, I heard that Wang Bowen unexpectedly proposed a new plan to the station, yet this initiative has been marginalized. She fears that the fighting spirit Wang Bowen has so painstakingly ignited may be diminished, which is why she decided to conclude her office hours early today, decline evening engagements, and purchase some fruit, intending to visit Wang Bowen under the pretext of bringing it." Just then, she encountered Huang Huifen, who was returning from outside. "Ah, Aunt Chen. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Chen." Chen Xiran nodded. "So you are Zhang Chen, the one I often hear about." Zhang Chen was taken aback. He hardly knew Chen Xiran and was surprised to find himself recognized as a familiar figure in her eyes. "Oh yes, that's him." Huang Huifen continued. "My dad should be cooking. Have you eaten? Join us." No. Someone just gifted me some fruit, and I can't finish it alone. So I'm bringing it over for you." Indeed, Wang Bowen was in the kitchen. Upon seeing the trio enter, he greeted them warmly. Chen Xiran rolled up her sleeves and approached the kitchen. "Is there anything I can help with, Teacher Wang?" Hey, just sit and wait for the meal." Wang Bowen replied. "You don't know, but my culinary skills have improved over the years. I wouldn't dare say I'm on par with you, but I can certainly lend a hand." As they chatted in the kitchen, Huang Huifen exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chen, signifying that his previous assertions were indeed correct. "Absolutely," Zhang Chen concurred. In the end, despite Chen Xiran claiming she would not eat, she still assisted Wang Bowen in preparing an array of dishes, which she then brought to the table. Sitting at the table, Zhang Chen observed this family of three and pondered whether his presence was appropriate in this setting. Chapter 33. The dominance of the sister viewing Chen Xiran up close. The elegant and poised female host from Rongqing Television appeared quite homely, without her formal attire, exuding a distinct sense of domesticity. "What have you been up to lately? I heard you had a disagreement with Lu Bingro," Chen Xiran inquired, lifting her gaze to Wang Bowen as she ate. Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen also turned their attention to him. Wang Bowen bore his own burdens in silence. The television station operated as a public institution, and the executive deputy director, Lu Bingro, had been in position since the 1990s. Indeed, It was during those years that Wang Bowen's program was replaced and reassigned. A fact well known within the organization, attributed to his falling out with Liu Bingrong, which led to his marginalization. Observers speculated that as a once prominent host, his future appeared bleak, and his wife had left for someone with greater prospects. Had it not been for the old station director's lingering protection of Wang Bowen, he likely would have gained nothing from the station. The old director had once faced off against the newly appointed Liu Bingrong, but Liu's influential connections and high educational background made him a formidable figure, eager to implement reform. In recent years, discussions surrounding the station's reform primarily revolved around internal revenue generation, the integration of program production, and the independent producer model. The old director had also championed reform, yet it seemed as though Liu Bingrong was the one orchestrating it all. Everyone understood that Liu was seizing the opportunity to challenge the old director, Yin Hui, for dominance in the discourse. In recent large-scale events organized by the city, Liu Bingrong has excelled, particularly standing out for promoting several programs. One of these tribute shows received accolades from higher authorities, while a collaborative television series featuring local comedians garnered favorable reviews. Furthermore, he secured substantial long-term advertising contracts from several enterprises, overshadowing the former director's prominence. With the former director's advancing age and impending retirement, his authority has diminished sharply, allowing Liu Bingrong to seize the opportunity for significant reform, which in truth signifies a transfer of power, positioning his affiliates in the most lucrative projects and acquiring the finest production resources. The discord between Wang Bowen and Liu Bingrong arose over the allocation of personnel, funding, equipment, and other essential resources, which were not forthcoming. The inferior quality of the cinematography, a lethargic directing team, and filtered interns only added to the challenges. Wang Bowen was also contending for broadcasting time, which was in jeopardy of being obstructed. He sought not to occupy the slots following the Rongqing Agency's gala, but was also disinclined to engage in competitions for local corporate sponsorships or political and charitable obligations. The broadcasting slots from the 1st to the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year were unattainable, and even from the 4th to the 8th, opportunities were scarce. While it was possible to acquire these time slots, monetary exchange was a prerequisite. The success of any program during these coveted times would need to surpass the expected revenue contributions to the station. For instance, the broadcast on the evening of the 4th day, lasting 2.5 hours, was required to generate a profit of 50,000 for the station. Wang Bowen's proposal for a post-broadcast revenue share was dismissed, reflecting the prevailing skepticism regarding his potential as a producer and the belief that his generated revenue would not meet expectations. In this era, a 30-second advertisement on CCTV's Channel 1 is valued at around 50,000, while after the popularity of today's verdict, advertising rates soared to 180,000, rivaling the costs of short promotional slots for hit dramas. The advertising revenue for Rongqing Television is 1 million for a 30-minute program. This created a bottleneck for Wang Bowen, who voiced his concerns and was met with indifference. Moreover, various expenses, covering hosts, makeup artists, and choreographers, added to the financial burden, creating a significant deficit should these funds be required. The seemingly modest figures of 50,000 or 100,000 were astronomical in the eyes of the average individual, considering that the shop Zhang Chen aimed to purchase was priced at merely 100,000. The production arrangements at Rongqing Television could be structured in multiple ways, often involving the station financing the project while retaining operational control. This arrangement typically favored seasoned producers nurtured by the station, of which Wang Bowen was not yet a part. Thus, he was left to lease programming slots, produce independently, and remit payments to the station. At this juncture, the station's content was sparse, with high-quality programming even scarcer. The primary revenue stream for the station was advertisement sales, which had garnered considerable criticism, with viewers complaining about excessive ad interruptions during dramas. Consequently, the station was open to selling programming slots to capable producers who had undergone scrutiny, a category to which Wang Bowen belonged. Since he was obligated to pay the station, Zhang Chen relinquished the rights to the naming sponsorship to Wang Bowen. However, regarding Wang Bowen's situation, it is evident that Liu Bingrong has imposed exorbitant fees upon him, a practice undoubtedly dictated by regulations. The deputy director possesses the authority to adjust these fees within certain parameters. Yet it is clear that he has opted to extract the maximum allowable charge from Wang Bowen. Even if Wang Bowen were to lodge a complaint, it would be futile. The bureaucratic rhetoric of adhering to established protocols would serve as a sufficient shield for Lu Bingrong. Upon hearing Lu Bingrong's name, Chen Xiran's countenance displayed a frown of disdain as she recalled certain matters pertaining to him. She then picked up Zhang Chen's flyer, scrutinizing him closely. Is this all you're doing? Ah, I see my godson has made an appearance. Although his achievements may be modest, he is undoubtedly a prodigy in this domain. Wang Bowen eagerly flaunted his thoughts, to the extent that even I was taken aback. He truly provided me with a comprehensive review. When I initially spoke of having an eye for talent, I was indeed referring to a genuine discernment. Chen Xiran stifled a laugh, glancing at Zhang Chen, nodding in agreement. This child is simply remarkable. Wang Shuawei rapped the table, his tone grave. Old Wang, your legitimate son is right here. Chen Xiran gave him a thumbs up, adding, Wei Wei, do not take offense. At least you have such a friend, much like Wang Lun. Both Wang Shuawei and Wang Bowen turned their heads, inquiring, what about Wang Lun? Even associating with Li Bai can lead to eternal renown. Wang Shuawei exclaimed loudly, prompting laughter from both Wang Bowen and Chen Xiran. Zhang Chen found Chen Xiran to be exceptionally impressive. As the illustrious leading lady of the television station, she never regarded him as an ordinary child. A trait reminiscent of Wang Bowen. Perhaps her background as a former hotel attendant instilled in her a sense of respect for all individuals. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Xiran cheerfully suggested, Teacher Wang, Zhang Chen, Wei Wei, how about I host for you? The trio stared at her in disbelief. Wang Bowen hastily waved his hand. Oh no, let's not go there. We are merely engaging in trivial pursuits, and I cannot afford your services. What do you mean by affordability? You have shown me kindness. I shall host for you free of charge. Chen Xiran insisted. Besides, you are in dire need of assistance at this moment. Furthermore, she added, I can also help you with your sponsorship. A real estate company recently sought channels to promote their new development, and I believe they could offer up to 200,000. This amount is assured. Zhang Chen nearly choked, contemplating whether this was the power wielded by the leading lady of Rongqing television. With such casual ease, she resolved a significant dilemma for Wang Bowen. Her resources were undeniably formidable. Should the sponsorship fee reach 200,000, Wang Bowen would find himself in a lucrative position, attracting envious glances from many. Naturally, despite Zhang Chen's envy, he recognized that the funds belonged to his godfather. Wang Bowen was responsible for overseeing the entire production, while Zhang Chen merely contributed to planning and promotional efforts. As the four of them dined, Chen Xiran poured beer for Wang Bowen, clinking glasses with him. After a while, Wang Bowen set down his cup and remarked, that real estate group is likely offering such a substantial sum because they are keen on you. Chen Xiran smiled. Wang Shuawei and Zhang Chen exchanged glances, pondering whether they truly belonged in this gathering. The following day, Zhang Chen collected 2,000 yuan for promotional expenses from Wang Bowen and received the freshly printed flyers that had just been transported by tricycle from the printing factory. The promotional team arrived punctually, resembling a highly disciplined military unit. One might speculate that these individuals had, in their youth, faced firearms and battled on the front lines. Even a casual wave of their hands would likely be more accurate than any aim you could muster. Zhang Chen found himself moved by the enthusiasm and dedication of these retired gentlemen and ladies. As long as there was a visible prospect for a better life, they would take public transport across the city to the local market, where vegetables were a few jiao cheaper, even if they returned with only a few cucumbers. Their beaming smiles spoke of contentment. The notion that young people are the backbone of labor, while the retired possess both leisure and resources, holds some truth. It is akin to seasoned masters hunting by the reed beds, armed with the finest equipment. What chance does a novice have to compete against their formidable arsenal? With the newfound financial backing of 2,000 yuan, Zhang Chen and Wang Shui felt emboldened as they entrusted the newly arrived, steaming flyers to the enthusiastic elderly promotional team, planning to settle accounts later that evening. The same approach would be taken in subsequent days. On the fourth day, it marked the final day for students from various schools in Rong City to return, coinciding with the most schools' designated return day before the winter break. After parting ways with the promotional team in the morning, Zhang Chen and Wang Shui headed to Yuda to collect their report cards and participate in the award ceremony for the retest. Chapter 34. Not the morning. Having genuinely interacted with Chen Xiran, Zhang Chen formed a favorable impression of her. If his initial feelings towards her previous misfortunes were rooted in sympathy, Now he found himself contemplating the transformations in her tragic narrative. The thought of rescuing a potential godmother took hold. Zhang Chen pondered whether Chen Xiran had previously inquired about Wang Bowen and his son's lives, or if his own arrival had instigated a butterfly effect, reigniting Wang Bowen's ambition and lifting him from despair, leading to renewed interactions with Chen Xiran. If this trajectory persisted, Chen Xiran might indeed become a godmother. When she fell victim to her plight, she resided in a boutique dormitory near the television station. If she had moved in with Wang Bowen thereafter, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. After all, based on his previous life's memories, the perpetrator had been a thief, not a murderer. In this era, surveillance was virtually non-existent, and theft was rampant, prompting the installation of security bars in older neighborhoods, a necessity due to the frequent occurrence of burglaries. The incident transpired around May or June. However, such events are not fixed and are influenced by numerous factors. Zhang Chen recalled that the assailant was an itinerant criminal who needed money and had lingered near the television station, discovering that the wall could be scaled. Having surveyed the area for some time, this revealed two clues. The perpetrator was a transient offender and would remain in Rome City for several more months, suggesting the current environment was relatively safe. On the other hand, the television station's defenses exhibited vulnerabilities, resembling a dimly lit alley with perpetually malfunctioning streetlights. The perpetrator, having observed this flaw for several days, seized the opportunity to scale the wall and infiltrate the dormitory compound of the television station under the cover of night, stealthily invading Chen Xiran's residence amidst the concealment of the surrounding foliage. Thus, had the streetlights been brightly illuminated, and with numerous nearby neighborhoods densely populated with onlookers, it is likely that the assailant would have refrained from pursuing this course of action, for the visibility of such an entrance and exit would have been glaringly apparent, thereby potentially averting the tragic events that followed. This notion sparked a thought in Zhang Chen's mind. He pondered whether he could devise a method to address this low wall and seal this oversight, as doing so might significantly impede the occurrence of such an incident. As he contemplated this, he arrived at Yuta High School. Streams of students flowed through the entrance, and as they passed the bulletin board, many slowed their pace, observing the displays. However, the staff was currently engaged in updating the content, suggesting that the information would be refreshed only after the conclusion of the forthcoming award ceremony. Nonetheless, this did not deter some from pausing to glance at the newly posted announcements. The first notice was rather mundane, outlining the arrangements for the winter holiday and the schedule for the upcoming final examinations and commendation ceremony. The campus broadcast relayed important reminders. Among the gathering, Shen Noyi and Zheng Shui stood on the left, while on the opposite side were Zhuang Yanyue and her deskmate, Huang Lili, accompanied by Su Sudong. Su Sudong had previously discreetly disseminated information about Zhang Chen through Huang Lili, with whom he shared a close rapport. He would occasionally engage in brief conversations with Zhuang Yanyue due to Huang Lili, but he was acutely aware of the girl's disinterest in him. Today, as fate would have it, he encountered them at school and struck up a conversation, seizing the opportunity to engage Zhuang Yanyue as well. Zhuang Yanyue was not inherently aloof. However, during their exchanges, it was evident that she lacked any desire to converse with him, responding politely yet never initiating inquiries about his personal life. Su Sudong was no fool. He recognized that her lack of interest was palpable. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, embodying the spirit of perseverance, especially considering the situation involving Zhang Chen, which might present him with a chance to make his move. Indeed, after a brief exchange, Zhuang Yanyue unexpectedly warmed to him, astonishingly gracing him with a smile and inquiring about the content of the 007 movie he had watched during the recent break. It was perplexing, as she had shown no interest when he had mentioned it moments earlier. Yet, Su Sudong was beyond caring. His heart swelled with joy as he eagerly recounted the plot, while Zhuang Yanyue listened attentively, nodding in response. In his peripheral vision, Su Sudong noticed Zhang Chen approaching along the path, casting a glance in their direction, seemingly curious about the engrossing conversation between him and Zhuang Yanyue. At that moment, Su Sudong felt a surge of fortune. He thought to himself, Zhang Chen, are you feeling a pang of jealousy? Zhuang Yanyue is fully engrossed in my narrative. Zhang Chen, too, found it peculiar that Su Sudong was acquainted with Zhuang Yanyue and appeared to be enjoying their conversation. He felt as though he had become ensnared in a web of obsession, encountering Zhuang Yanyue at every turn, with those around him connected to her in some manner. If Zhuang Yanyue were a ghost from Thailand, She would surely be a lingering spirit, quite frightening indeed. However, Zhang Chen hesitated to judge others too harshly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he recalled the favor of lending an umbrella. Shen Noyi, harboring a grudge over her narrow defeat to Tianjia in the English quiz, felt a heightened sense of anxiety today. Eager yet apprehensive to discover the results of the final exam, she had lingered here, hoping to see her name on the grade list, only to find that it had not yet been posted, intensifying her unease. The anticipation was truly vexing. Zhang Chen has arrived. The list is still not up? Then let us head to the classroom, sighed Jing Shui as she turned back, her face lighting up with surprise. That's right, Xiao Shun, smile a little. You look as though you're preparing for a duel, not a single smile since morning. Shen Noyi was taken aback, glancing at Jing Shui. For reasons unknown, her spirits lifted at the sight of Zhang Chen, as if his very presence brought forth joy. Perhaps it was due to the delightful happenings surrounding him. Her own life felt rather dull in comparison. As Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen walked by, they were suddenly greeted from behind with a cheerful, "Hey, kindergarten classmates." Zhang Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him at the sound of that voice. Turning around, he confirmed his suspicions. It was indeed Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong. Wang Dan was the one who had called out, while Jiang Yutong merely cast a languid glance at him and then at Zhuang Yanyue. Zhang Chen thought to himself, I haven't eaten your rice, have I? However, Wang Dan's loud proclamation in the bustling morning crowd attracted the attention of many. At that moment, Zhuang Yanyue, who had been chatting with Su Sudong, paused and turned her gaze toward them, sharing a brief nod with Zhang Chen. Turning back to Su Sudong, she remarked, I still believe Sophie Marceau in the Black Sun Crisis is the most captivating, don't you think? Su Sudong felt that, in this moment, she exuded the same allure as Sophie Marceau, and they engaged in a spirited conversation, thrilled to discover a shared interest with their goddess. Wang Dan, ever the loudmouth, chimed in from across the way, Zhang Chen, what are you looking at on the bulletin board? Not relieved to see your name at the bottom of the list? In this world, there are always individuals whose mere words make you want to strangle them. They possess a certain magic that can silence a room with a single phrase, dampen spirits, or even breach one's defenses. Had it been the Zhang Chen of his past life, he would have felt utterly ashamed. His face flushed with embarrassment before Wang Dan. Yet Wang Dan remained oblivious, or perhaps indifferent, as she herself was rather thick-skinned. She might have thought, if I were you, I wouldn't feel embarrassed at all. Why should you? At that moment, many turned their gaze toward her, and Zhuang Yanyue's eyes lingered on Zhang Chen for a brief moment before she turned away with a soft smile. Observing the scene, many either pretended not to hear Wang Dan's comment or averted their eyes from Zhang Chen, suppressing their laughter. Shen Noyi watched Zhang Chen, her pupils reflecting a fleeting shadow that passed overhead, momentarily flickering. She recalled the time when she had spotted a little girl near the courtyard, alone and isolated by her peers due to the absence of her father. The child walked home dejectedly beneath the street lamp, devoid of companionship. Suddenly, Shen Noyi raised her hand, her slender fingers pointing towards the sky amidst the bustling crowd, and called out loudly, Zhang Chen. This proclamation drew astonished glances from all directions, leaving many bewildered as to why this celebrated belle of the school had erupted into such vocalization. It seemed she was merely greeting the morning. Such a vibrant salutation indeed invigorated the spirit, bringing a delightful uplift to the heart. One could only imagine the bliss of waking each day to such a melodious voice. Previously, numerous individuals had been discreetly observing her from the crowd, their gazes feigning indifference, yet now, they suppressed their excitement and openly admired her ethereal beauty illuminated by the dawn's light. Her voice pierced through the throng, striking Zhang Chen, who lifted his gaze towards her. Shen Noyi took a deep breath and, with clarity, declared, Come on, let's return to the classroom. She and the astonished Zhang Shui awaited Zhang Chen and Wang Huifen to join them, and together the four of them proceeded towards the teaching building, leaving behind a throng of people still enchanted by her lingering voice. Chapter 35. A perfect essay. The quartet made their way to the classroom of Class 5, Year 2, where the chatter of Wang Huifen and Zhang Shui created a lively atmosphere. As it was a day without classes, they awaited the results of their retakes and the upcoming award ceremony, after which they would head home. The classroom resonated with raucous laughter and playful banter. Zhang Shui animatedly recounted her experiences from the 3 days following their exams, sharing tales of animals and delectable treats encountered at a local farm. Upon entering, she was playfully tugged by a mischievous classmate, prompting her to exclaim, You're going to pay for that. As she chased after him. Meanwhile, Wang Shuawei made his way to a desk. In that moment, Zhang Chen fell behind Shen Noyi and suddenly spoke up. Are you here to defend me today? Shen Noyi's heart skipped a beat, her composure faltering. In such instances, it was crucial not to provoke the other's pride, for it could easily backfire. In the past, she would have respected the fates of others and refrained from intervening. Although she valued loyalty, it was only when someone sought her assistance that she would step in. Otherwise, she would never champion a cause unnecessarily. From a young age, she had understood that not all matters were within her control, and having grown older, she had learned the wisdom of self-preservation. Yet today, she had acted impulsively, and she was uncertain as to why she had done so. Perhaps it was the memory of that isolated girl that prompted her. While she could have offered comfort back then, the current circumstances were far more complex. Once others recognized that her sudden shout was intended to alleviate his discomfort, they would inevitably perceive it as an acknowledgement of his embarrassment. What would a young man feel if he realized that someone had noticed his awkwardness? As Shen Noyi recalled an incident from her middle school days. When a teacher publicly raised funds for a classmate who came from a less fortunate background, she felt a pang of discomfort. The classmate had wept uncontrollably, yet he dared not lift his gaze to accept the donations from his peers. Following that event, he appeared to adopt a particularly stubborn demeanor, refusing any kindness extended by his classmates. At that moment, Shen Noyi pondered whether, despite the noble intentions behind such actions, they inadvertently shattered that classmate's fragile sense of pride. When Zhang Chen confronted her, she found herself flustered, acutely aware that as the renowned figure in her grade, Shen Noyi would undoubtedly be judged for her actions. Zhang Chen, that is not what I meant. Please do not misconstrue my intentions, she exclaimed, her voice slightly strained with urgency. She worried that her words might provoke Zhang Chen further. During their late-night study sessions, she had indeed alleviated the girl's fears of ghosts and zombies, and she cherished the sense of stability that these days provided. The thought of Zhang Chen distancing himself from her unsettled her, and for the first time, she felt a disconcerting sense of panic at the prospect of losing his companionship. In the past, she would have remained silent, but now, her heart was tumultuous. Just as her thoughts spiraled, Zhang Chen, with eyes reflecting the light streaming through the classroom window, remarked playfully, I must admit, you were rather adorable back then. In that fleeting moment, Shen Noyi was rendered speechless, her face flushing crimson as she grappled with his words. Such remarks felt overly frivolous. What did he mean by adorable? Was this a scene from a Japanese anime or a line from a Riska game? She was well aware of the boys' casual discussions about video games and other trivialities. Suddenly, Zhang Chen felt a sharp pain in his shin. Shen Noyi had retracted her foot, and, as she passed by him, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Zhang Chen, you've gone astray. With that, she briskly walked past the bewildered Zhang Chen and returned to her seat, tossing her backpack into the drawer with a thud. Her dark hair cascaded gently over her chest, still trembling with residual emotion. In that instant, she realized that her usual composed demeanor, one that never allowed her to lose her temper or flush with embarrassment, had been shattered by the presence of a boy. Zhang Chen, seated at his desk, grinned broadly. Wang Shuawei, startled, inquired, what happened to you? This drew the attention of several classmates. Nothing. I just bumped into a stone when I came in, Zhang Chen replied, noticing Shen Noyi's shoulders shake slightly as she faced away from him. The onlookers returned to their conversations, dismissing the incident as trivial. However, Wang Shuawei remained skeptical. How did you hit a stone? We entered together, didn't we? Which stone did you bump into? Zhang Chen pointed ahead, indicating, that one. Since Shen Noyi sat in the front row, by the door and the window. While Zhang Chen's group occupied the third row, he directed his gaze toward her. To his surprise, he noticed Shen Noyi's slender figure subtly shifting to the side, revealing the entrance. Where? Which stone? Wang Shuawei gazed around, noting the absence of anything by the door. Could it be over by the podium? Where could there possibly be a stone large enough to injure someone? I must see this alleged rock, Zhang Chen remarked. A person could easily leap from the window. Shen added, just give it another tug, will you? Wang Shuawei, scratching his head in irritation at Zhang Chen's antics, caught sight of Shen Noyi, who abruptly turned, glaring at him with eyes tinged with the crimson hue of the morning light. She pivoted back, raising her right elbow, her slender fingers neatly aligned, presenting a clenched fist behind her back, the delicate veins on her hand visible. Hey, have you heard? Someone called out. A newcomer has brought the latest gossip. The classroom buzzed with disorder. Voices mingled. Novels and comic books were being flipped through, while others frolicked in the aisles. Although the atmosphere appeared lively and relaxed, no one had truly loosened the tension of the day, remaining on edge. Thus, when news arrived from the entrance, a hush fell over the crowd. "What is it?" A girl mimicked a Hong Kong accent. "This time, we actually had a perfect score on the Chinese final." A boy who had just entered exclaimed. "I just passed by and ran into someone from the school newspaper. The teacher from Chuanhua mentioned it. They're off to collect the papers now." Chuanhua is the influential school newspaper at Yuda. A perfect score? Who achieved that? Someone gasped. Wasn't the retest supposed to have no perfect scores? This isn't from the retest. It's from the Chinese exam graded by our school's faculty. The 5th class had not participated in the retest, but they had taken the uniform exam from the Municipal Education Committee, which was graded by the school's grade group. Typically, there are no perfect essays from retests. It's been years since I've heard of one. However, if Yuda's grade group graded it, a perfect essay would be quite extraordinary. At least it hasn't happened in the last couple of years. A perfect essay signifies exceptional talent. It must have been evaluated by the seasoned teachers of the Chinese department, renowned for their discerning judgment. Who could it be? Eyes turned toward Peng Xin. He felt a surge of anxiety, but maintained a facade of composure. Previously spurred by Zhang Chen, he had poured his heart into his writing, weaving in references effortlessly. If it were indeed him, his hands would tremble. Yet, no one dared to speculate recklessly. Even Peng Xin, the best writer in the class, seemed unlikely to achieve a perfect score, especially with the other classes brimming with talent. Who knows? We'll find out shortly, someone declared. The ceremony will announce it. Oh, indeed. The others relaxed, knowing that clarity would soon emerge with the commencement of the ceremony. Chapter 36. Progress. The classroom buzzed with activity, a cacophony of voices. But it quickly quieted as the 2 subject teachers arrived at the door. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions, while Qin Guimei's face brightened with evident delight. The Chinese teacher would be arriving shortly, as a meeting was currently underway. The physics and chemistry teacher, alongside the other class supervisors, refrained from attending Class 5 during this period, delegating the distribution of examination papers to others. Zhou Ming took the stage, his fury palpable. He declared, "This time our class's research examination results have plummeted. If you all continue to languish in complacency, you shall be ranked poorly, a mere drop in position, and we fall out of the top 10 citywide. This indicates your lack of diligence. Throughout this holiday, I expect each of you to muster your spirits. Focus intently on your studies. The material is familiar, yet you seem to have muddled it all." To be fair, Zhou Ming possessed commendable professional capabilities. Hence, despite accepting gifts, the higher-ups tended to turn a blind eye in these times. The school's grade group required him to deliver results, and the parents in his class were aware of his monetary dealings, which could hardly be contested. However, the pressure weighed heavily upon him. His class had consistently ranked within the top 10 citywide, yet this time they had shockingly dropped to 11th place. This ranking was his very foundation, a testament to his reputation as an esteemed educator. The thought of losing such standing was a grim prospect he dared not fathom. Last night, the teachers of the grade group collected the examination papers from the City Education Committee at 7 o'clock, along with the ranking results. Upon seeing the scores of half his class, his anger surged, and he scrutinized the papers of those he had once held high hopes for, searching for the source of their lost points. Taking a deep breath, he contemplated the underperformers, reminiscing about their familial connections and the gifts they had presented, and sighed heavily. Life, after all, is a burden one must carry forth. He then considered the results of those previously deemed subpar. Had they remained, he mused, he could only imagine how far he might have fallen. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the other half of the underachiever scores until he reached Zhang Chen. At that moment, his face tightened with tension, and he intoned quietly, "Distribute the papers." The group leaders stepped forward to collect and disseminate the exam papers. Zhou Ming wished to say more. Yet with the time for paper distribution and the ceremony scheduled for 10 o'clock, he had to relinquish the opportunity to speak further. Qin Guimei entered, clutching the papers, while Zhou Ming stood by the door, awaiting her remarks. Qin Guimei placed the papers on the table. As the group leaders who had just finished distributing the mathematics papers returned to hand out the language examination sheets, Wen Su Rue, the leader from Zhang Chen's group, was about to pass the mathematics paper to Zhang Chen after initially giving it to Wang Shuawei, he hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, he proceeded to hand it over. Continuing with the distribution, though he cast a glance back towards Zhang Chen as he moved to the rear of the class. Naturally, each student examined their scores first. Zhang Chen glanced at his mathematics score of 119, feeling an unexpected sense of disparity. This was not surprising. Mathematics often hinges on a person's test-taking state. Zhang Chen had witnessed instances of individuals scoring 149 in college entrance exams, yet failing to pass the first level of postgraduate entrance exams. He had also seen those who, after gaining admission to graduate school, returned to tackle their younger brother's college entrance papers, finding them more challenging than their graduate studies. The mathematics for postgraduate exams is wide-ranging, encompassing various knowledge points, while high school mathematics, though superficially less complex, is crafted by skillful examiners who can create intricate problems from seemingly simple concepts. This can be daunting for those who possess a foundational knowledge yet lack the requisite problem-solving mindset. A score of 119, considering he had only recently been reborn 20 days prior, was commendable in its own right. After all, there were some questions he simply abandoned. Prior to this, his mathematics score hovered around 60. Thus, in this instance, he performed commendably. One must learn to appreciate the progress made, for there remains ample room for improvement. Consequently, Zhang Chen began to turn the pages, eager to ascertain where he had erred, seeking to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. Huang Huifen, upon receiving his exam paper, instinctively shielded the score from view and hastily glanced at it. 94. A respectable score, just enough to break even with a slight profit. With a total of 150 points. The passing mark was 90. Long live the passing grade. Observing Huang Huifen's furtive gesture of folding the score page to conceal it, Zhang Chen couldn't help but smirk lightly. Despite this lad's seemingly carefree demeanor, he had, in fact, been studying alongside Zhang Chen when the latter announced his intention to tackle practice problems. There existed an unspoken rivalry, a sense of competition, as if each were determined not to be outdone by the other. Now, having received his paper, Huang Huifen folded the score page immediately. Intending to compare results with Zhang Chen later, one would inquire about the other's score, and the response would reveal, "I scored such and such," followed by the triumphant revelation of, "I surpassed you." This was his source of amusement, teasing Zhang Chen with his little victories. Having glanced over Huang Huifen's solitary high score in mathematics, he appeared quite satisfied, though he was aware that his Chinese score was not as high as Zhang Chen's, allowing him to maintain a slight edge in mathematics. Team leader Su Rui retrieved the English exam papers. As the English papers were distributed, Shen Noyi received a score of 144. Upon seeing this score, a wave of relief washed over her, a feeling of liberation. With a mathematics score of 130 and English at 144, she had performed exceptionally well. As expected, a few rows away, Tianjiai's score was revealed, 139. Truly, the wheel of fate turns fairly. Witnessing Tianjiai's dazed and almost tearful expression, Shen Noyi inhaled deeply and felt a surge of triumph. Instinctively, her gaze drifted towards Zhang Chen, the young man who had been returning home with them after evening studies. For some reason, she found herself inexplicably concerned for his future. At that moment, Chen Guimei spoke up, noting that the results of this assessment were quite favorable for their class, which ranked among the top 3 in the grade. This met her expectations, and she encouraged everyone to continue their efforts and further their achievements. This news instantly ignited a wave of excitement among the class. Those who had participated in the assessment felt a sense of pride, akin to representing their class in battle and emerging victorious, garnering a measure of glory beyond that of their peers. The list of participants had circulated among parents, who privately discussed the results. Many were apprehensive about Chen Guimei's list, speculating that their class might not perform well. The reason parents closely monitored the ranking of their children's classes was to have a topic of pride to share during gatherings, especially around the Lunar New Year in Rongqing, when visiting relatives and celebrating together often revolved around such discussions. To their astonishment, amidst the competition, their class had achieved a position among the top 3 in English. How could they not be exhilarated? At this moment, Chen Guimei's gaze transcended the front row, settling upon the seats in the sightseeing area. "I must particularly commend our classmate, Zhang Chen," she proclaimed. Zhang Chen achieved an exceptional score of 139 in the recent English final examination. "I am curious to know how you accomplished such a feat." A collective gasp resonated as the crowd turned their heads. After distributing the English test papers, Su Rui, who had taken the stage to present the results for other subjects, cast a deep glance towards Zhang Chen. This lad, Zhang Chen, is somewhat intimidating, he mused. Meanwhile, Wang Huifen, glancing at his own score of 70, turned to reveal Zhang Chen's English paper, showcasing the impressive score. 139, Zhang Chen. Consequently, Wang Huifen's immediate reaction was, "How did you manage to cheat?" Zhang Chen responded nonchalantly, "The books are right there on the desk." Wang Huifen scoffed, dismissing Zhang Chen's explanation. The English examination was administered by teachers from other schools, distinct from their own, with each student occupying a separate desk, monitored by 2 teachers and occasional patrolling invigilators. How could one possibly cheat under such conditions? If you were to cheat during the final exams at school, that might be conceivable. But to achieve such a score in an external examination, surely someone must have exchanged papers with you? Tianjia shared Wang Huifen's incredulity. What sorcery is this? How can you and I attain the same score? For Tianjia, the experience was disheartening. Having already suffered a defeat at the hands of Shen Noyi, his standing had diminished further, now overshadowed by Zhang Chen's rise. Qin Guimei was similarly taken aback. Her initial surprise upon seeing the examination results soon transformed into an instinctual realization, born from 2 years of closely observing this class. She sensed that within this examination, there was likely one or more exceptional students who had not underperformed. Typically, when the class's average score is calculated, the lower scores tend to drag down the overall average. And the same applied to this external examination. Eagerly, Qin Guimei began scrutinizing each student's scores until she reached Zhang Chen's. Eureka! This standout student had, in fact, become the primary contributor to elevating the average score, although Zhang Chen's 139 appeared oddly juxtaposed with the other scores. As if a clerical error had occurred, perhaps the education committee had mistakenly recorded the results of another student named Zhang Chen. It remained a possibility, given the commonality of the name. Yet, Qin Guimei restrained her doubts until the examination papers arrived. That night, a chill ran through her as she contemplated Zhang Chen's paper. It was undeniably his, yet it bore an unfamiliarity. Compared to Zhang Chen's previous submissions, the handwriting appeared significantly more polished, albeit some words still exhibited his unique style. Despite these peculiarities, Qin Guimei ultimately confirmed that this indeed was the examination paper of their classmate, Zhang Chen. The mystery of how Zhang Chen had suddenly transformed from the bottom of the class to tie for 8th place with Tianjia remained unresolved. Tianjia merely occupies a higher position on the list due to his consistently good performance. However, he is indeed among the top 10. This perplexing matter prompted Qin Guimei to inquire this morning. "Zhang Chen, please stand up," Qin Guimei said, her gaze fixed intently on him. Zhang Chen rose and began. "First, one must accumulate vocabulary adequately. Secondly, comprehension in reading must be achieved. Lastly, attention to grammar in writing is essential." Stop, Qin Guimei interrupted. "What on earth are you saying? It seems you've merely reiterated my classroom requirements." She gazed deeply at Zhang Chen, hoping he would maintain this standard. "If you score similarly next time, you shall share your study methods with the class." She realized questioning would yield no answers. Such occurrences are often peculiar, bordering on the supernatural, and must be addressed through objective reasoning, as they lack consistent recurrence. Thus, it would be prudent to let it be, as the truth would eventually surface. However, for the entire class, this was an unbelievable situation. They were bewildered, followed by skepticism, and ultimately disbelief. "You cheated," Su Sudong declared, pressing the nib of his fountain pen firmly onto his notebook, puncturing a page, a definitive verdict. Though it seemed implausible, an array of theories emerged in the minds of the students. He participated in a retest. How could he have cheated? Naturally, no one believed that Zhang Chen succeeded solely on his own merit, as the first impression was decidedly counterintuitive. Only Su Rui sat there, unable to conceal his earlier horror upon receiving the test paper. "It's not just one subject." Zhang Shui leaned over to Shen Noyi. "Is it even possible? How did Zhang Chen manage to cheat?" Shen Noyi was equally astonished, but remained silent, merely gazing at Zhang Chen. She suddenly realized that, at some point, he seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, it was not merely a case of him being a different person, as he was fundamentally still himself, retaining some familiar habits. Yet, he was strikingly different from his former self, revealing increasingly unique traits. Shen Noyi pondered. Perhaps he has simply had an epiphany? The notion of an epiphany is not a whimsical idea. She herself experienced such a moment. Her academic performance had been lackluster in elementary and early middle school. But during the second year of middle school, after a particularly distressing day marked by her parents' argument over her poor grades, she resolved to strive for excellence. With her diligent efforts, her grades soared, reaching the pinnacle of academic success. Thus, Shen Noyi could empathize. Perhaps it was the public reprimand by Zhang Chen that triggered his breakthrough. But could such an outburst lead to a score of 139? His proficiency in English rivals that of Tian Jie, the same Tian Jie with whom she had previously contended fiercely? Peng Xian's expression was peculiar. Li Ruanjia, ranked first in the grade, turned to look at Zhang Chen, but this time, he did not give a thumbs up. Confusion lingered in his eyes. Meanwhile, those seated around Zhang Chen exhibited unmistakable attitudes. You cheated, didn't you? Zhang Chen, don't pretend. You must have copied from someone scoring high next to you. You haven't been caught yet. How adeptly you cheated. At this moment, there was no jest or mockery, only disdain and scorn hanging in the air. The classroom's loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing that the second-year students should gather on the playground for the award ceremony. With this interlude concluded, the taut atmosphere relaxed, and the class gradually rose to leave the classroom, filled with questioning and derisive glances directed at Zhang Chen as they made their way to the playground. Huang Huifen leaned in and whispered to Zhang Chen, "Tell me how you cheated, and I won't tell anyone." Zhang Chen felt a surge of frustration. You see, that is the crux of the matter. The journey of every underdog is inevitably accompanied by skepticism. No one will trust you completely from the outset. Not even your closest friends. We are all struggling students. How can I know your true abilities? I am well aware of your shortcomings in the closed test. So how can you betray the cause? Let us go to the playground. Yet, as Huang Huifen stood up, he couldn't resist grabbing Zhang Chen's mathematics paper that was tucked beneath his English test. While tugging at the paper, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chen. How did you perform in math? You've been pressing it down without saying a word. Don't worry, I won't ridicule you. Lifting the score column. He caught sight of the results. Huang Huifen recoiled as if he had stumbled upon a hot potato, akin to accidentally playing an inappropriate scene from a film. What is this? Just then, the voice of their homeroom teacher, Zhou Ming, echoed from the classroom door. Zhang Chen, please stay behind. Teacher Wu is looking for you. Huang Huifen was swept away by the throng towards the playground, while Zhang Chen found himself detained in the classroom by Zhou Ming, Qin Guimei, and the hastily arriving Wu Pingyang. The last glimpse Huang Huifen caught was of the sunlight streaming through the concrete corridor, illuminating Wu Pingyang as he hurried into the classroom. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Chapter 38, Star of Progress Zheng Shui and Shen Noyi, who lagged behind, also witnessed Wu Pingyang rushing into the classroom. The two exchanged glances. And after a moment of contemplation, Shen Noyi furrowed her brow and inquired, "What do you suppose Zhang Chen is being kept for?" Zheng Shui replied, "I'm dying of curiosity. I've been pondering the same thing, especially since Wu Pingyang rushed in. Shouldn't they be outside managing the ceremony?" The two girls harbored various possibilities in their minds, exchanging knowing looks. Zheng Shui mused, "It can't be anything serious, right?" "Haha, surely not." Shen Noyi concurred, "Yes. I also believe it's likely nothing significant, perhaps just a question about Zhang Chen's English." Then why did Wu Pingyang enter the classroom? Zheng Shui pressed. The two fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter simultaneously. It can't be. Haha. It must not be as we imagine. Let us head down. Shall I go up and read my essay aloud? Zhang Chen gazed at the animated Wu Pingyang, momentarily taken aback. Winning an award would be splendid, but to read it publicly? That would be mortifying. Indeed, the principal wishes for you to go up directly. You've certainly made me proud, Zhang Chen. Qin Guimei beamed with delight, while Zhou Ming wore a smile that belied the sourness he felt inside. Nevertheless, he forced a smile. All right then, Zhang Chen nodded. The school-wide reading of essays, a feat that Zhang Chen had never accomplished during his student years. In those days, whenever he witnessed such moments, he would exchange whispers with Huang Huifen, feeling a sense of embarrassment. Yet, years later, upon reflection, he realized that his former self, who had thought he was above it all, was merely a lost creature under the glow of achievements he believed he could never attain. Using this facade to numb and comfort himself. "Are you sure you want to go up and read?" Zhou Ming suddenly interjected, gazing deeply into Zhang Chen's eyes. "Do you dare to go up?" "Hey, why wouldn't I dare?" Zhang Chen retorted, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Am I not an adult? Do I lack the courage? He then turned to Zhou Ming and asked, Mr. Zhou, have you ever felt a sudden urge to strive for something? I do now. A student who had never graced the stage, never received accolades, and had never stood at the forefront, was now stepping boldly into the spotlight. Zhang Chen, it seemed, had been underestimated. Wang Huifen stood on the ceremony's playground, his mind still occupied with the image of Zhang Chen's 119-point math exam. But it's math. Zhang Chen's English score of 139 had already left him astounded. How could someone who usually scored in the 50s or 60s in math suddenly achieve a 119? Was this truly the result of his recent efforts in practicing? You might as well tell me you sat next to a super scholar during the exam, and the relaxed atmosphere allowed you to absorb some of their brilliance, leading to your high score. It must be that way. It has to be. Wang Huifen reassured himself. Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong were both in Class 1, and Feng Rui, the deputy editor of the school newspaper, was among them. Today, all members of the editorial team had been instructed to arrive early to assist with the ceremony's promotional printing of model essays. This year's Chinese final exam included a perfect scoring essay. The first batch of editorial students had already gathered to read it, and soon news spread. While the classes were lined up, Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong spotted the newspaper team, led by the pure and scholarly Feng Rui, known as the goddess of literary arts. 4 or 5 students were carrying freshly printed copies of the small publication towards the desks on the first floor of the teaching building, ready to organize and distribute the copies to each class. Unlike the usual school newspaper, for which each student paid 5 yuan per semester, this small publication, released after exams, primarily featured outstanding essays or selected problems explained by certain teachers, printed for free. Each class received 10 copies for circulation. Some read them, while others ignored them entirely. Due to the presence of a perfect essay, this publication garnered significant attention. Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong hurried forward, intercepting the graceful Feng Rui in her flowing white dress, exchanging knowing glances. Feng Rui, let us see the perfect essay. Whose is it? Feng Rui, holding roughly 10 booklets, responded with a slight exclamation. She tilted her jaw against the booklet, extracted one, and handed it to them, adding, This piece is truly remarkable. Her eyes and tone radiated genuine admiration. Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong were taken aback. Wow. The Feng Rui who has garnered the admiration of countless boys at Yuta is now expressing heartfelt praise without her usual air of superiority about literature. Who could have written such an outstanding piece? Wang Dan chuckled softly. Could it possibly be Wu Ziyuan from Class 6? Oh my. The head of the senior high school editorial department hardly attends to worldly matters. It is primarily the deputy head, Feng Rui from Class 2, who shoulders the responsibilities. Wu Ziyuan, handsome and eloquent, is frequently a target for the school newspaper's articles, and Feng Rui has shown considerable admiration for him, even to the point of harboring a fondness. Wang Dan promptly decided to tease Feng Rui about this. However, Feng Rui shook his head, indicating he could not produce any writing. Wow, such high praise, Wang Dan frowned. It can't be Peng Xian from Class 5, can it? He is not nearly as handsome. At the mention of Class 5, Feng Rui's expression seemed to flicker slightly, yet he still shook his head. You all can take a look for yourselves. Someone who rarely submits to the school newspaper? Who could it be? Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong had no choice but to delve into the pages themselves. Upon seeing the article and its author, both Wang Dan and Jiang Yutong were momentarily taken aback. Upon reading the title, they finally comprehended why Feng Rui had claimed Wu Ziyuan could not write it. The student assembly and awards ceremony commenced with a row of school leaders seated on the platform. The leaders were positioned beneath the flag-raising platform, which was cleared for the award presentations. The first to speak was a leader from the Municipal Education Committee, followed by the principal. And then the grade group director took the microphone. Dear students and teachers, the recent research and final examinations for the second-year students have concluded. Overall, we have made steady progress, and I hope everyone continues to strive forward with determination. Now, let us invite the top 10 students of our grade to the stage to receive their certificates. One by one, the top 10 students, winners of the 9 subject awards, and the Outstanding Class Award were announced. The grade group director's voice resonated with vigor through the microphone. Next, we present the award for the most improved student. This student has ascended from the 608th position in the entire grade to the 256th in just one semester, a remarkable leap of over 300 places. Truly a dark horse. The director, robust in appearance, spoke with a commanding tone, his words punctuated with a fervor that conveyed an undeniable force. Pausing for effect, he gestured dramatically as if conducting a symphony. Do not ever declare the impossible in front of him. Nothing is beyond reach. This is a role model, worthy of our admiration and recognition. If he does not receive commendation, who else could? Moreover, he was acknowledged as the recipient of the perfect score essay in the recent second-year final examination. Now, let us invite our classmate Zhang Chen to share his perfect essay. I am merely a struggling student. As an inspiration for us all, the director concluded with a vigorous gesture, his enthusiasm spilling forth. In that instant, a wave of applause erupted, akin to a gust of wind sweeping through a field of wheat. The collective of Class 5 transformed into a chorus of summer frogs, their eyes wide as saucers, blinking in astonishment. Shen Noyi glanced up as Zhang Chen grasped her shoulder firmly. Shen Noyi frowned, but did not shake her off. This is no illusion. This is no illusion. Huang Huifen exclaimed, his eyes glued to the stage. Zhang Chen, you are incredible. Class 7, with countless heads initially turned toward the podium, soon redirected their gaze toward Zhuang Yanyue, who felt utterly innocent in that moment. As she witnessed Zhang Chen ascend the stone steps to the flag-raising platform, clad in a crisp white shirt and wearing a composed, radiant expression, her heart trembled. The boy before her seemed to perfectly align with the image she had conjured of distant mountains. Chapter 39. The Legend of I Am Just a Poor Student. Yuda is a prestigious national secondary school, likely one of the finest high schools in the city. As such, its students have encountered a myriad of experiences. In a realm where martial prowess is paramount and intellectual excellence is revered, it is rather irksome for someone to boast of achieving a perfect score on an essay. Who do you think you are? Furthermore, the school is not devoid of remarkable talents. Individuals like Peng Xian, Wu Ziyuan, Zhang Yujie, and Feng Rui, each renowned in their own right. Even their compositions can draw scornful reactions from peers. Thus, when the topic of perfect essays arose, a multitude of murmurs rippled through the crowd. Is there even a need for such pretensions? A perfect essay is merely a formulaic piece. Master the structure, and the scores will follow. Examiners are fond of this approach. The so-called formulaic essay is essentially an argumentative piece. Among students with a high level of writing proficiency, mastery of style, structure, logic, and depth ensures that low scores are virtually impossible. Luck might even lead one to a perfect score. At this juncture, a widespread discussion among students across the nation was sparked by Han Han's new conceptual essay, Peering into the Cup. This piece would undoubtedly earn a perfect score in the college entrance examination. It serves as a quintessential model for high-scoring argumentative essays, dissected by students who sought to emulate its structure, effectively becoming a textbook for future high scorers. What constitutes a perfect essay is merely the same formula. The opening line establishes the essay's theme, followed by a series of parallel statements interspersed with quotations from classical poetry and renowned figures. Each paragraph presents a point supported by examples, with each argument becoming increasingly profound, culminating in a striking resonance with the reader's inner being, while maintaining coherence from beginning to end. Boyle. This observation came from a high-achieving female student, prompting a stern glance from the homeroom teacher seated in the front row. Zhang Chen. Just because you scored 140 in Chinese doesn't mean you can float above the clouds. A slender student from the adjacent class adjusted his glasses and remarked, moreover, when citing well-known figures and their deeds, you ought to seek out lesser-known references. If an examiner stumbles upon something unfamiliar, they might think, this student has depth. Psychologically, they may feel slightly intimidated. If your essay is cohesive, the score will reflect that. Alternatively, you could reference familiar figures but highlight obscure anecdotes about them, which could also earn you extra points. These insights resonated within the crowd. Yuda attracts the city's top-tier students, many of whom possess an arsenal of examination strategies, as the school's distinguished Chinese teachers are well-versed in imparting wisdom. Consequently, these students began privately deliberating, effectively closing off the discourse surrounding the presentation. In summary, high-scoring essays are merely a series of established tactics. But now, the title, I Am Merely an Underachiever, momentarily left the audience in stunned silence. This was the immediate reaction of the artistic youths, eager to discern genuine talent and knowledge. Is this truly the title? An air of bewilderment enveloped the gathering. The assigned essay topic was the path of growth. In a school like Yuda, To see a perfect essay titled, "I am merely an underachiever" was nothing short of revolutionary. Was this a satire of realism? Zhang Chen, clutching his paper, stood at the edge of the flag-raising platform, intentionally avoiding glances towards his classmates, even neglecting to relish the unprecedented honor before him. In Utah High School, this was indeed groundbreaking. Yet, Zhang Chen felt only a sense of absurdity and abstraction. In his earlier days, he truly was an underachiever, a mere shadow amid the brilliance of others, hidden within the ranks of excellence. His rebirth had not bestowed upon him the intellect to compete with these diligent students. Even now, he found himself unable to match their scores. He had traversed through time, rediscovering the version of himself that once languished in silence, unable to express his true feelings, stifled and concealed in the corners. Indeed, this moment was both absurd and abstract. After a lengthy journey through the vastness of time, having traversed far along the grand timeline, he could finally, at this juncture of the year 2000, let out a faint voice, a cry for the once insignificant self. With resolve, Zhang Chen grasped his test paper, casting aside any lingering hesitation as he ascended the steps of the flag-raising ceremony amidst countless gazes of skepticism, astonishment, confusion, and even excitement. Approaching the wooden table, he found the microphone slightly out of reach and pulled the gooseneck towards himself. This action prompted a sharp screech from the speakers, causing many students on the playground to cover their ears in discomfort. Yet, it was sufficient to silence the previous clamor, momentarily quieting the dense crowd. As Zhang Chen spoke into the microphone, his voice reverberated through the speakers. "This must be the umpteenth time I have searched for my name on the ranking list. Starting from the bottom, it has been far too long since I inscribed a correct answer on pristine paper, one that would delight my teacher, or received a red checkmark, symbolizing acknowledgement. I still remember the teacher pointing at the grade sheet, exclaiming, 'Even a pig could outperform you. Even if I taught a pig, it would learn.' The methods for reforming underachievers echoed incessantly, merely extending study hours, attending various tutoring classes, and rote memorization of key content. While these strategies may appear to be a means of shedding the label of underachiever, they might also forge the chains of the notion that one is simply inept and unwilling to learn. Deep down, I comprehend that if corporal punishment and coercion could liberate me from the ranks of the underachievers, I would endure any punishment without remorse. If gentle guidance could transform me into a learning machine, I would gladly erase my own self to avoid disappointing my parents and all of you. Yet, is our education solely aimed at producing a cohort of methodical high achievers, akin to a cookie-cutter template for success? Thus, I find myself in perpetual resistance. The absence of vibrant passions and the need for a free-spirited existence leads one to impose rigid, monotonous study plans and strategies upon oneself, ultimately resulting in a multitude of personality-less learning automatons. This, I believe, is a lamentable byproduct of examination-oriented education, not only obliterating individual uniqueness, but also inflicting harm upon the spirit of innovation. In the realm of educational materials, the problem-solving models revered as standards have been redundantly applied countless times, while templates for high-scoring essays have devolved into tiresome clichés. Were Edison to find himself in such a predicament, I would surmise that he would no longer feel exhilarated by the prospect of invention. Should Madame Curie be ensnared in such a quagmire, I am convinced that her thirst for exploration would likewise wane. When knowledge is relegated to the realm of mechanical memorization rather than serving as a spark for inspiration, education loses its very essence. Such stringent regulations are indeed beyond my grasp. At this moment, Zhang Chen pauses, his voice echoing against the walls beyond the playground. In that instant, a leader from the Municipal Education Committee continues to smile, albeit with a somewhat rigid expression. Meanwhile, the school officials from Utah seated at the front row appear momentarily taken aback, their focus intensifying and their expressions growing increasingly grave. A larger wave of agitation emanates from the densely packed student body, particularly those who had just criticized the formulaic nature of high-scoring essays, their earlier fervor abruptly stifled. They recognize that the most vocal advocate for Utah High School in this century has emerged. On stage, after the pause, Zhang Chen resumes, stating, "True wisdom and growth should possess the vastness and inclusivity of the ocean. It transcends the rote learning model, embodying the proactive pursuit of knowledge that arises from introspection and understanding. This wisdom is exemplified by 2UU's resilient innovation in her research on artemisinin. The bold endeavors of modern internet pioneers in breaking commercial molds, and Liu Cixin's imaginative constructs within the realm of science fiction. It is the innovative spirit, adventurous consciousness, and unique talents that lie behind exceptional souls. Yes, perhaps you may deem the individuals I mention as unremarkable. They may still be nameless, much like myself, a struggling student. Yet one day, they may rise to greet the dawn. The names Zhang Chen references are initially unfamiliar, genuinely unheard of. The internet is only just beginning to recover from its bubble. Previously exalted media figures now teeter on the brink of obscurity. Liu Cixin is beginning to emerge in the world of science fiction, with his works circulating within the local school magazine science fiction world. But it will be another 6 years before his magnum opus, The Three-Body Problem, is serialized for the first time. While lacking substantial persuasive power, this segment indeed holds its own evidence. Do not waste time, the teacher prompts insistently. My classmates around me are likely scrambling to review for the upcoming exam. Had I chosen this seemingly correct path from the outset, I would now be numbly and blindly reciting the next point of knowledge. However, at this juncture in my prolonged academic journey, I yearn for a different approach. I harbor no regrets. I reminisce about my silhouette racing across the playground, a testament to my pursuit of health and vitality. I long for those moments of daydreaming in class, where my imagination conjures wondrous worlds. I wish to articulate the despondency that follows failure in examinations, alongside the resolute determination to rise once more. I recall the sorrow of being overlooked by my teachers, and the silent vows I made to myself. I reflect upon the complex emotions of being an underperforming student in the mundane rhythm of daily life. I remember the profound grief that enveloped me when my poor grades led to the cold indifference of girls, a sorrow that felt akin to the death of hope. Even in self-examination, I aspire to reject the insincerity of pretenses and excuses and to express my innermost desires and struggles in the most authentic language. Forgive me, dear teacher. The pathways and rote methodologies you have suggested may not suit me, for I have discerned the true path of growth for one like me. The growth I seek is the courage to uphold my self-identity beneath the label of an underachiever, to refrain from self-doubt, and to actively explore new horizons. It embodies the resilient spirit of life that persists despite adversity, flourishing anew with the arrival of spring. The growth I yearn for is the abandonment of outdated notions, guided by passion and profound contemplation. The growth I am devoted to embodies the steadfast belief that there will be moments of triumph amidst trials. I am but a struggling student, yet I harbor a sincere heart that yearns for the light. I am grateful for the revelations bestowed by life. I have come to understand. In conclusion, let us encourage one another. Even as we navigate the challenges of our academic journey, we must possess the bravery and audacity to thrive amidst adversity, rising toward the sun even from the mud and decay. Fear not the treacherous waves of the world. Beyond the storm lies our homeward voyage. As time's bullets traverse decades, they strike behind the youth of today. The silence that follows resonates with the tumultuous emotions echoing within us. In Chapter 40, a beautiful mark, as Zhang Chen reads his essay. Some are moved to tears, not solely due to poor grades, but because it evokes memories of discrimination and neglect, stirring feelings of unrest and bitterness. Some bite their lips, repeating, "Fear not the treacherous waves of the world. Beyond the storm lies our homeward voyage," their fists clenched, drawing upon boundless strength. Others, who moments ago spoke with fervor, now sit in silence. Some quietly sigh, stating, "I may not be a failing student, yet I believe everyone should read this essay." The vice principal turns to the principal, remarking that this essay offers no constructive direction, merely raw emotion. Principal Chen Xiushi of the Moral Education Department responds, "He is but a student. What do you expect him to propose regarding educational flaws and solutions? Who would believe his claims? His expression of emotion and the resonance it creates is commendable." The vice principal nods in agreement, understanding that this sentiment, conveyed through the principal, achieves its purpose. Meanwhile, a teacher in the front row, having overheard the students' discussions, turns and solemnly states, "Listen, but do not emulate. This is not for you to replicate. When writing essays, adhere to my guidelines." Indeed, despite this essay being universally acknowledged as a perfect score by the Language Evaluation Committee, critiquing the monotony of conventional methods and expressing dissatisfaction with the rote educational approach, it serves as a clarion call for those out of sync with an environment that confines them. Yet, in this moment, the teachers still choose to dissuade their students from challenging the system directly. Qing Guimei is a deeply emotional individual. Upon hearing Zhang Chen's essay, she reflected on her past actions with regret, realizing that she had been excessively harsh. Each time she publicly announced Zhang Chen's dismal grades, a wave of guilt washed over her, causing her to shed tears uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming listened with bated breath. Fearing that Zhang Chen might expose him as the teacher who had belittled him, mocked him, and abandoned him to suffer, he felt an icy chill run down his spine. Acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by those who possess the ability to voice their thoughts, a threat that rendered him utterly cold. Wang Shuwei was struck by the brilliance of Zhang Chen's writing. It was a masterpiece that transcended the ordinary, encapsulating the voice of someone like him. In the stillness of the night, he too had pondered the possibility of one day breaking free from the shackles of mediocrity and transforming into an exemplary student. As if that alone would secure his future. A true brother indeed, their thoughts aligned. Yet, he mused, this brother had betrayed the cause, and thus he would no longer concern himself with him. The school recognized the essay with accolades, deeming it worthy of a perfect score. However, as Zhang Chen concluded his reading, the head of the grade group took the opportunity to add, Zhang Chen's essay offers the perspective of a struggling student, articulating feelings of neglect and a yearning to discover an appropriate method of learning, embodying a harmonious blend of intellect, emotion, and aesthetics. Furthermore, Zhang Chen's remarkable progress from over 600 to just over 200 in a short span served as a testament to his own capabilities, earning him the Best Progress Award. The school encouraged all students to witness this dedication and perseverance, reminding them that it is never too late to strive for improvement. Yet, Zhang Chen grew increasingly discontent as he listened to the misinterpretation of his words. What is this? How can they twist my message? He had completed his language exam in record time and spent an hour crafting his essay, only to have his intentions misconstrued. Just as the grade director prepared to redirect the audience's focus and announce the next award, Zhang Chen seized the microphone and, gesturing to the crowd, declared, "Do not believe this. My current scores are not representative. Do not doubt yourselves. Forge your own paths. Find what suits you. Ignore their words. Maintain your passion. Passion." With that, he dropped the microphone and leaped off the platform, disregarding the pale expressions of the grade director and school officials. In that moment, a multitude erupted in astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible!" The applause that followed was thunderous, resonating with the sentiment of self-discovery and individuality. For many present, the true weight of those words would only be understood years later. The applause lingered, disrupting the subsequent award segment, as unity among the audience wavered. Eventually, the ceremony concluded, and students returned to their classrooms, while the school newspaper, Chunhua, experienced an unprecedented frenzy of interest. Zhang Chen had read his essay only once, yet nearly everyone yearned to see the full text and savor its essence. Thus, the teaching building was abuzz with activity. The little magazine, Spring Blossoms, for the first time truly grasped the essence of the idiom "Luoyang paper is precious," as their modest print run proved woefully insufficient. Before long, those slender booklets, akin to lambs ensnared amidst a pack of wolves, swiftly became mere scraps to be devoured. On the eve of the winter break in the year 2000, what was initially perceived as an ordinary and thrilling start to the holiday transformed into a cherished memory of Yuda High School in this unexpected manner. Su Sudong dashed towards Class 7 after school, seeking Huang Lili, but his true intention was to converse with Zhuang Yanyue. They now shared a common topic, the sudden rise of the dark horse, Zhang Chen. There was an abundance of discussions surrounding him that seemed endless. Thus, Su Sudong felt confident that he might obtain Zhuang Yanyue's phone number, hoping for the winter break to come. "Hey, Huang Lili." "Hi, Zhuang Yanyue." Su Sudong excitedly blocked Zhuang Yanyue's path at the classroom door. His face beamed with joy as he intended to propose they watch the movie they had previously discussed. "How about we catch a film together during the break? I have the entire collection of 007. Are you looking for Huang Lili? Then I shall take my leave. You two can chat." Zhuang Yanyue waved him off, passing by him. Su Sudong was left standing there, exclaiming, "Oh," while Huang Lili expressed her uncontainable excitement. "Really? Then I shall come to your house to watch it during the winter break." Zhuang Yanyue hurried away, calculating that if she left now, she could swiftly evade the throng of students and reach the end of the building just in time to encounter Zhang Chen. As she moved with a light step, even prominent boys from her grade greeted her, to to which she responded with a quick, "Ah, okay." She gracefully navigated through the crowd, taking her place at the corridor where Class 5 would inevitably pass. In an instant, her playful demeanor transformed into one of gentle serenity, as if a switch had been flipped. Uncertain of her own motivations, she felt an overwhelming desire to act this way, as if fearing that failing to do so would mean losing something profoundly significant. The chaotic crowd surged forth, with Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen making their exit. Zhang Chen peered over the railing, spotting a familiar figure with a flaxen backpack. Zhuang Yanyue, he pondered, then turned to Huang Huifen, suggesting, "Let's use the back door." While the teaching building did indeed have a back entrance, their corridor in Class 5 did not lead directly there. To access it, they would need to ascend a floor, traverse through the senior high corridor, and then descend on the opposite side of the teaching building. "What do you mean by Tai Ghost?" Huang Huifen was puzzled but offered no objections, as a loyal friend requires no justification. "Let's go, even if it means indulging in your whims. Today, your antics have made me laugh so much that I would gladly accompany you for an eternity." Meanwhile, during the time spent returning to the classroom to assign homework and clarify the holiday arrangements, Shen Noyi had been glancing in Zhang Chen's direction, eager to ask him numerous questions. Once the holiday was announced, as she was the literary committee member, others approached her to discuss preparations for the holiday bulletin board, causing her to miss the opportunity to speak with him. By the time she emerged, Zhang Chen had already vanished. Zhang Shui remarked, "Have these two fellows just fled? Zhang Chen didn't even provide you with an explanation?" Shen Noyi's gaze shifted as she replied, "What explanation could he possibly offer me?" Zhang Shui, wearing an enigmatic smile, fixed her gaze on Shen Noyi, making the latter feel somewhat uncomfortable. With a mischievous grin, she continued, "Of course, it's to explain how he managed to achieve such results. Don't you wish to know? What do you think he needs to explain? Is it about the turmoil in his essay, The Journey Home? Does homecoming mean returning together to report to you?" After saying this, Zhang Shui leaped aside, evading Shen Noyi's attempt to kick her with her black and white striped sneakers, showcasing her remarkable agility. "Zhang Shui!" Shen Noyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. Zhang Shui sighed dramatically, "What a stunning beauty." Chapter 41. What to do? Zhuang Yanyue stood at the convergence of the corridor in the teaching building, a conspicuous location frequented by many passers-by. However, it seemed that everyone was aware of whom she was waiting for. Strangely, many did not express sympathy for Zhuang Yanyue or consider the imbalance between her and Zhang Chen. Instead, they were curious to see whether there would be a resolution and if Zhang Chen would indeed be captured. Some even harbored a delightfully anticipatory sentiment. Yet, Zhuang Yanyue's expectations appeared slightly misguided. She did not wait for Zhang Chen. She lifted her gaze towards the second floor, where the azure sky peeked through the windows. Raising her brows slightly, Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen descended from the back hallway of the senior class, standing beneath a robust yellow-leaf tree, with bougainvillea climbing the wall nearby. Huang Huifen inquired, "What shall we do next?" He was unaware of what Zhang Chen was evading, but he was content to follow him, as if embarking on an adventure together. "We'll exit through the back door," initially intending to head straight through the front entrance. Zhang Chen decided at the last moment that it was too risky to do so and opted for the back. Although the back door typically remained closed, it was a holiday, so it was likely open. As they approached the narrow back entrance and found the iron gate ajar, Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen slipped outside. Stepping onto Fanghua Street, "Zhang Chen, I want to eat grilled skewers." Huang Huifen, drawn by the aroma of barbecue, urged, "You can't resist, so let's indulge." Upon reaching the entrance, they were both enticed by the enticing scent of grilled meat, prompting them to each bite 2 skewers. Just as they turned around, Zhang Chen nearly collided with a figure clad in a fitted pink knit sweater and jeans. Upon seeing Zhuang Yanyue, he genuinely thought it wise to hastily retreat after exiting through the back door. How on earth could one guard against such a formidable presence? Had he turned a fraction of a second sooner, he would have found himself chest to chest with her. The sudden movement startled Zhuang Yanyue, causing her to instinctively raise her hands to shield her chest, her face flushing a bright crimson. Yet, she quickly composed herself, gazing at the two with a charming smile. Huang Huifen was equally taken aback and blurted out, "Wow, Zhuang Yanyue, are you a ghost?" As soon as the word ghost escaped his lips, he turned to Zhang Chen, realizing the meaning behind Zhang Chen's earlier remark and why he had led him on a circuitous route. "Is there something you need?" Zhuang Yanyue disregarded Huang Huifen's nonsensical chatter and turned to Zhang Chen, stating, "Last time, I left you my number, but in the spirit of reciprocity. I have yet to acquire yours. Wang Shuowei, enjoying his skewers nearby, looked at Zhang Chen with a quizzical expression, wondering when such an exchange had occurred. As he was oblivious to it, Zhang Chen had indeed noted down the number Zhuang Yanyue provided, for at that time, most high school students lacked mobile phones. Though Zhuang Yanyue possessed one, she had shared her mobile number, but she typically did not carry it during class. Zhang Chen's family, however, could not afford such luxuries. Thus, he replied, "My family only has a landline." "Ah, I see." Zhuang Yanyue nodded, her hair gently swaying, her demeanor radiating warmth and anticipation. It appeared she was not particularly concerned whether it was a mobile or landline. Merely the fact that he was willing to share his number brought her joy. Noticing Zhang Chen lost in thought, she urged, "Quick, give it to me." Suddenly realizing something, she exclaimed, turned her backpack around, retrieved a pen and a small notebook, and handed them to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, with his index fingers still pinching two skewers, used his left hand to hold the notebook while accepting the pen with his right, maintaining this precarious position. In truth, he had no reason to refuse her, especially after the favor she had done for him with the umbrella that evening. "You want my number? Are you hoping to invite me out during the break?" "I can't go out. My mother is quite strict," he thought, deciding to shift the responsibility onto Huang Huifen. To his surprise, Zhuang Yanyue looked up at him, her lips glistening with a hint of lip gloss, and asked, "What are you thinking? Why would I want to invite you out?" "Zhang Chen, do you wish I would?" The exchange grew more pointed, as Zhuang Yanyue pressed him further, swiftly continuing, "Your progress has been astonishing. Your ranking has surpassed mine. I figured with such rapid advancement, you must have unique insights. If you encounter any academic challenges, I could call you for guidance, right? You wouldn't be so stingy as to withhold your number, would you?" Seeing the triumphant smirk on Zhuang Yanyue's lips, Zhang Chen felt somewhat cornered, realizing evasion was futile. He resigned himself to jot down his home phone number in the notebook. Afterward, he returned the notebook and pen to her. Zhuang Yanyue accepted them, and in the next moment, she swiftly snatched a skewer from his hand, claiming it for herself. She then turned to wave goodbye, saying, "I'll contact you when I encounter questions. Have a wonderful holiday." With a hearty bite of the skewer, her cheeks stuffed and disregarding the grease around her mouth, she chewed earnestly, as if savoring a small act of revenge. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhonghua returned home, fatigued from the day's events. He had been informed of a departmental shift. The company was undergoing personnel adjustments to align with a new development strategy, establishing a new firm with higher wages and a brighter future. Those remaining were to stay with the old company, Nongguang, which offered little prospect, with reduced salaries and altered positions, potentially relegating him to inventory management. Over the years, Nongguang Company has pursued the wave of the internet, exploring numerous fields. Yet none have proven profitable. Those sectors that they have withdrawn from have been abandoned, while those they cannot extricate themselves from are merely maintained through sheer effort, leaving behind individuals who exist on the fringes of the company. Unfortunately, at the age of 45, Zhang Zhonghua found himself excluded from the list of promising new companies. Having crossed the midpoint of life, burdened with family responsibilities behind him and facing a future that seems all too narrow, he was disheartened to discover upon the release of the list that his name appeared among those slated for reassignment, akin to failing an exam. Zhang Zhonghua had previously attempted university entrance examinations 3 times, failing twice before finally gaining admission to an industrial university on his 3rd attempt. Those 2 failures have remained etched in his memory for a lifetime. However, this time, he faced an even harsher setback. Life weighed heavily upon his shoulders, a burden he could not shake. As the list was unveiled, he found himself at a loss for how to respond to the sympathetic sentiments expressed by his colleagues. His mind was clouded with only one thought: what would become of his family, and what future awaited Zhang Chen? Upon returning home, his wife, Huang Huifen, was already in the kitchen, her face etched with worry. "Has your reassignment come through?" she inquired. Zhang Zhonghua nodded. At that moment, Huang Huifen's heart sank further, grappling with the uncertainty of their situation. She was merely a lowly warehouse manager, earning a meager salary, while Zhang Zhonghua, as an engineer, was the primary breadwinner. His average monthly income of 1,200, combined with her 600, barely sustained their household. However, following his reassignment, Zhang Zhonghua's salary would be halved. With mounting expenses and Zhang Chen approaching a time when financial support would be crucial, the pressure of their economic situation loomed over the family like an ominous mountain. As Huang Huifen prepared dinner, her anxiety escalated, leading her to express her frustrations vocally. Her grievances echoed those of her cousin and cousin-in-law, lamenting Zhang Chen's poor academic performance and the exorbitant costs associated with private universities, which far exceeded those of public institutions. "What are we to do?" she exclaimed, her irritation growing as she pondered Zhang Chen's tardiness. "Dinner is almost ready. Where could he be?" Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock announced Zhang Chen's arrival. Upon entering, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhang Zhonghua exchanged a glance with his son, reflecting on the countless worries he had endured throughout his upbringing, and sighed. "Let us eat." The meal was prepared, and as they gathered at the table, Huang Huifen's frustration erupted anew, this time directed at Zhang Zhonghua. She chastised him for his inability to adapt, for not communicating effectively with superiors, for being too honest. "If only you had advocated for yourself, perhaps you wouldn't have faced a pay cut, and you could have secured a position in the new company, ensuring a better salary and an improved life for our family. What shall we do now?" Finally, shifting her ire, Huang Huifen turned to Zhang Chen, demanding, "Have your grades been released? How did you perform? We are too afraid to look. On the bus today, I overheard a group discussing a perfect essay from your class at Yuta. Observe the others. At the esteemed Yuta High School, every student is the subject of praise. Now, reflect upon your own situation. Why can't our family resemble those of the exemplary students? Despite our humble means, you remain oblivious." Zhang Zhonghua dismissed Huang Huifen's incessant tirade, turning his gaze towards Zhang Chen, inquiring about his exam scores. Indeed, although adversity has struck, one must still focus on the present. Regardless of Zhang Chen's current standing and its deficiencies, he must assess his performance and offer recommendations. This ritual has become customary each semester, despite its limited utility. He has grown accustomed to it. Zhang Chen nodded, retrieving his report card and placing it on the table, revealing a total score of 579. Huang Huifen slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "See, a score of 379. At the very least, you should be able to break the 400 mark. This is disgraceful." Zhang Zhonghua, taking a sip of his drink, shook his head in disappointment, murmuring, "How have you regressed so much?" Zhang Chen paused, convinced that one can only absorb what they choose to believe. Raising his voice, he pointed to the report card, articulating each detail. Zhang Chen. Male. Class 5, Grade 11. Mathematics 119. Chinese 130. English 139. Physics 94. Chemistry 97. Total score 579. The cutoff for this exam was 550, placing me 256th in the grade. Upon finishing, Huang Huifen was left speechless, while Zhang Zhonghua's hand trembled around his glass. Huang Huifen swallowed hard, addressing Zhang Chen. "How did you manage to cheat?" Her voice sharpened. "Do not deceive me with these fabrications." Just as she was on the verge of a breakdown, Zhang Chen nonchalantly produced a certificate, akin to a talisman that seals away her fury. "Moreover, mother, the perfect essay you heard about on the bus today was written by me." As the two trembled while grasping the report card and certificate, Zhang Zhonghua scrutinized the documents with his weary, slightly clouded eyes, lingering over the report card, the test papers, and the certificate for an extended period. Ultimately, he poured himself a full glass of liquor and downed it in one swift motion. At 45, having faced a demotion and salary reduction, and endured the cold remarks of colleagues, he has felt the chill of societal indifference and the warmth of human connection. Burdened by family obligations and the weight of life's responsibilities, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, he now hears news of his child's promising future. Tears streamed down the face of this middle-aged man. Chapter 42. Strides Zhou Ming emerged from his office, gathering his belongings, only to find reporters from the newspaper had arrived. They were likely drawn by the scent of opportunity, having heard of Yuta's perfect essay, eager to report on it. This is the standing Yuta High School holds in Rongqing. Any internal stir immediately captures external attention and rapidly spreads. Thus, many matters are approached with caution. For instance, regarding the perfect essay, even within the school's grading committee, evaluations are often conducted with meticulous care. The emergence of a perfect essay will certainly circulate. Other competing schools will observe and think, "Oh, is that all? We can certainly produce one ourselves and challenge you, knocking you off your pedestal." Competition exists among esteemed institutions, with annual assessments and rankings causing disputes among grade levels. Therefore, Discretion is often exercised in such affairs. It is evident that even a perfect essay graded internally is not awarded casually. In ordinary schools, achieving full marks would hardly raise any eyebrows. Who would believe it? Hence, the evaluation committee at Yuta High School was mindful of the implications to avoid giving rise to rumors. Upon returning home, Zhou Ming had his meal and secluded himself in his study. He had been unable to voice a word during the grade meeting, and his aspiration to become the head of the next grade group was now under scrutiny from the vice principal. If this continued, it seemed his ambition to lead the grade group in 2 years might be dashed. Undeniably, Zhou Ming harbored aspirations. He accepted gifts, acknowledging this as part of human nature. Especially in Yuta High School, where numerous affluent students from influential families discreetly offered money, making it difficult to refuse. He recalled his arrival at Yuta High School. Transitioning from a small county to a prestigious institution, a true metamorphosis. He was determined to achieve great things. However, after being invited to the most expensive ginkgo restaurant by a renowned businessman's parent, where the meal cost him half a year's salary, his worldview was irrevocably altered when the parent's secretary discreetly handed him a red envelope in the car afterward. Yet today, Zhou Ming found himself reminiscing about the diligent student who had once strived to enter Yuta High School. He rummaged through his bag and eventually retrieved a small booklet. Indeed, the school newspaper had distributed several copies to each office, and on a whim, he had taken one for himself. Now, he opened it and carefully reread Zhang Chen's essay. After finishing, he closed the booklet, reflecting on Zhang Chen's remarkable progress. He regretted not including Zhang Chen on the list for the upcoming math assessment, as this could have secured his place among the top 10. Well, he still had to accept the gift. Given Zhang Chen's excellent performance, his family ought to express their gratitude, but he hoped they would refrain from sending anything distasteful. Meanwhile, Peng Xian returned home and pulled out the small booklet he had managed to acquire. It was frayed and worn from being passed around multiple times. He had maintained a certain decorum while waiting for it to circulate before it reached him, choosing to focus on grading papers first. However, the booklet had made its rounds from the front to the back and had not come his way. All the while, he could hear the discussions around him. Liu Cixin. Let's be honest, his works are unparalleled in the realm of science fiction. I've never encountered anything like it before. This is a sentiment I share with Zhang Chen. Liu Cixin is bound to achieve great fame. If discipline and encouragement could elevate me from the ranks of poor students, I would willingly endure punishment without regret. If guidance could create a learning machine akin to a hard drive, I would gladly erase my own identity to avoid disappointing my parents and you. What of it? His writing was exceptional, articulating the helplessness of it's not that I don't want to, but rather that I cannot. If Edison were in such a situation, I doubt he would feel excitement over his inventions. If Madame Curie were trapped in such a predicament, I believe she too would lose her thirst for exploration. When knowledge transforms into mere mechanical memory rather than a spark of inspiration, education loses its very essence. The time for the postgraduate entrance examination has arrived. Zhang Chen is preparing for it. Little did anyone expect that Zhang Chen is a hidden prodigy. I recall the complex emotions of being an underachiever in the mundane days. The sorrow of being overlooked by girls due to poor grades is a profound heartbreak. Who overlooked him? Did he not just reject Zhuang Yanyue? What a fade. These thoughts echoed in his mind, and Peng Xian found himself incapable of even reviewing the papers, not to mention that the little booklet had yet to come to him. Finally, after distributing all the exam papers, the bell rang signaling the end of school. Peng Xian slung his backpack over his shoulder and approached the 2 classmates who had been incessantly staring yet refusing to pass the booklet. With a swift motion, he snatched the booklet from their hands and coldly demanded, "Let me see that." He then quickly exited the room, having seized it. The onlookers were left stunned, as if they had encountered a robber, unable to utter a word for a while. Upon returning home, he felt free to unfold and scrutinize the contents. It struck him that a chasm seemed to exist between him and Zhang Chen. In his daily life, he had held himself in high regard, speaking in an overly refined manner, always wishing to outshine his classmates. Now, he realized that behind him lurked a silent observer who had been watching his pretentiousness. However, at that moment, he made a decision. No, it was not just him. He could assure himself that Wu Ziyuan, Zhang Yujie, and Feng Rue, those who took pride in their eloquent writing at Yuta High School, had also encountered a formidable rival. After dinner, as the phone rang, Zhang Chen glanced at the unfamiliar caller ID, sensing an inexplicable premonition. He picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. "Hello, is Zhang Chen there?" A voice with a slight resonance emerged from the receiver, reaching his ears. At that moment, this voice, which had once echoed in his dreams, now materialized into reality. "Is this Shen Noyi?" Zhang Chen inquired. There was a brief pause on the other end before a soft hum responded. If memory served him correctly, he and Shen Noyi had never exchanged home phone numbers. Even upon his return to this life, he had not sought her number at school, as a call would likely be answered by her parents. On the other hand, she did not possess her own mobile phone, rendering a phone call pointless. It was far better to ask for her number. Naturally, Shen Noyi did not have his either. In their previous lives, although both had attended the same prestigious institutions and had been introduced through Wang Huifen, they had never exchanged phone numbers. Zhang Chen frequently teased and provoked her. But that was only in the company of Zhang Shui and Wang Huifen. Privately, they had no real interaction, nor was there any situation that warranted exchanging contact information. Hence, to see an unfamiliar call and realize it was Shen Noyi's home number was quite a remarkable leap for Zhang Chen. Chapter 43. Reunion. How did you get my home phone number? Zhang Chen asked. I got it from Zhang Shui, she replied. Is there something you need? Not really. I stayed after school today to discuss the holiday bulletin board, but you had already left, Shen Noyi responded calmly. However, the sensation of hearing one's own voice through the microphone, as if speaking beside oneself, was quite comforting. Zhang Chen pondered the situation, questioning why she had received a call when they had not arranged to go home together after school. Is this your home phone? Well, I shall save it. She recalled her prior concerns regarding his academic performance, but now it seemed he had suddenly grasped the material, achieving an impressive score. Congratulations, Shen Noyi expressed. While Zhang Chen found herself momentarily taken aback. Had she genuinely worried about his grades? When had she done so without mentioning it? Finally, she called to congratulate him. Such a formal tone was rather endearing. Well, that's all for now. I shall hang up. Wait a moment. Although I achieved a score of 579 through my efforts, I still feel somewhat stagnant, Shen Noyi's voice echoed. I am aware you scored 579. There is no need to reiterate. That is quite remarkable. And then, Zhang Chen replied, amused. Haha, you need not be so disingenuous. Shen Noyi had attained a score of 645, placing her 43rd in the entire school. This was a realm where even a single point could overshadow many contenders. While Zhang Chen merely scraped by the threshold for the first tier, yet to reach the exalted heights of 600. Encountering Shen Noyi, who could easily surpass hundreds in city rankings, was daunting. Zhang Chen continued. I feel there are still many concepts I do not grasp and would like to seek your guidance. Do you have time during the winter break? I could come over so we could study and review together. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, thanks to Zhuang Yanyue. He realized that inviting a girl to study together could very well resemble a date. Shen Noyi fell silent for a few seconds. Just as Zhang Chen began to wonder if he had been too overt, her voice returned. So, how shall we calculate the tutoring fee? Zhang Chen's mouth fell open, slightly altering his perception of Shen Noyi. Was she really asking for a fee? But soon, the muffled laughter on the line made him realize she was merely teasing him. How about this, during the break? I need to go to school to work on the bulletin board. You can help me, and then we can study together. Consider it your tutoring fee. Are you attempting to recruit me? Is there a lack of manpower for your artistic endeavors? Will you come or not? All right. After hanging up, Shen Noyi's soft, melodic voice lingered in his ears, and her final tone seemed almost playful. The thought of working on the cultural wall during the break, alone with Shen Noyi in the classroom, made Zhang Chen clench his fist in excitement before he silently celebrated. To his surprise, he noticed Huang Huifen standing on the balcony connecting to the master bedroom, having appeared without him noticing. Zhang Chen jumped in shock and then scrutinized her expression. Mom, you walk so quietly. Huang Huifen's demeanor was shrouded in the dim light, and she inquired, a female classmate? Zhang Chen felt a wave of dread wash over him. Given Huang Huifen's personality, he wondered whether she would press him for details about the call, compelling him to divulge everything. He racked his brain for an explanation. As Huang Huifen strode past, she held in her hands the clothes belonging to Zhang Chen, freshly retrieved from the balcony, intending to return them to his room. At that moment, she turned and remarked, So, you made plans with someone else to go to school during the break to work on the bulletin board and study together. After placing Zhang Chen's clothes back in his bedroom, Huang Huifen emerged, casting a disdainful glance at him, exclaiming, What a big deal. I'm not deaf, you know. This left Zhang Chen, who had already concocted 100 excuses, rendered speechless by Huang Huifen's abstract retort. However, he soon realized that Huang Huifen no longer pressed him about such matters, and he suddenly became aware that he seemed to possess greater autonomy now. Was it due to that essay and his improved grades? Had Huang Huifen's years of anxiety and emotional instability been closely tied to his own existence? Upon returning to her room, Huang Huifen informed Zhang Zhonghua, "Just now, I was outside and overheard your son talking on the phone with Shen Noyi." Zhang Zhonghua was taken aback. Shen Noyi? The goddess among the children of the 3rd Division and 4th Academy? How could we not know her? Last time, Zhang Chen caused a ruckus at her place, and Huang Huifen was so enraged by Zhang Shui's account that she scolded him. What were they discussing on the phone? Zhang Zhonghua inquired. They arranged to study together. The conversation seemed quite lively. He appeared very excited. Oh yeah, Huang Huifen replied. Zhang Zhonghua nodded, acknowledging it as a positive development. He never anticipated that his son would rise academically, and even planned to study with Shen Noyi, a top student in the class. He hoped Zhang Chen wouldn't adversely affect her performance. It was surprising that this was his immediate concern. Yet, he pondered whether he was overthinking it. After all, Shen Noyi was unlikely to be influenced by his son. They were not high school students engaging in early romance. Was he worrying excessively? Moreover, even if they shared an interest, Shen Noyi's father was a general manager, and her mother was well established in the television industry. Their family backgrounds were vastly different. Zhang Zhonghua sighed again. Meanwhile, Huang Huifen leaned against the bed, holding Zhang Chen's Chinese test paper, engrossed in reading that essay. For some reason, the essay was not overly sentimental, yet it exuded a powerful upward momentum. Nevertheless, Huang Huifen couldn't help but shed tears. After finishing her call with Zhang Chen, Shen Noyi returned to her study desk, intending to read for a while before sleeping. Yet, she found herself unable to concentrate on her studies. She recalled agreeing with her classmates about the bulletin board during the week, and then she had seen Zhang Chen and Zhuang Yanyue at the street corner. It appeared that Zhuang Yanyue was asking for his phone number, which Zhang Chen ultimately provided, and in the end, Zhuang Yanyue even snatched a skewer of grilled meat from him. Upon returning home, Shen Noyi pondered for a long time and decided to ask Zhang Shui for Zhang Chen's contact number under the pretext of congratulating him. However, before dialing, she repeatedly picked up and then set the receiver down again. Ultimately, her mother emerged from the inner room, scolding her for keeping her grandmother from getting through, inquiring what she was doing. After making the customary check-in call to her grandmother, Shen Noyi finally took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and dialed Zhang Chen's home. The outcome was quite favorable. Thus, on that dark and shadowy night, 2 individuals had been eagerly anticipating their reunion during the holiday. However, just before drifting into slumber that night, Shen Noyi donned her clothes and hurried outside to the barbecue stall, where she grilled a plethora of skewers. Shen Noyi's mother, with slices of cucumber adorning her face for a beauty treatment, was taken aback to see her daughter return after washing her hair. "Eating barbecue at night will make you gain weight," she exclaimed. Shen Noyi offered some skewers to her mother, asking, "Would you like some?" "No, I certainly do not wish to gain weight." "You enjoy it and become a little chubby," Shen's mother chuckled. "What made you crave this? You typically don't indulge in late-night snacks. If you had mentioned you were hungry, I would have prepared something for you." Shen Noyi turned back, her hair cascading over her shoulders, cheeks full as she replied, "I simply had a sudden desire to savor the taste of the meat skewers." Chapter 44. The bun heist. Before dawn's light could pierce the sky, Zhang Chen rose to embark on his morning run, with the demands of schoolwork weighing heavily upon him. Particularly during the rigorous final examination period when he was busy supplementing his high school knowledge, he often found himself studying late into the night, leaving little time for physical exercise. Nevertheless, he had meticulously planned to maintain his fitness during the holidays, which merely entailed rising early for a jog. It was certainly not for the purpose of indulging in the famed Qinci Peisu Bao from the renowned Broadcasting and Television Institute located 5 kilometers away, a delicacy he had cherished for many years. This particular bun was his all-time favorite. It contained only the exquisite shasa filling, which infused the layers of the fluffy bun with a delectable aroma. A single bite would not overwhelm with sweetness, but rather present a perfectly balanced flavor, complemented by the soft and elastic texture of the bun. Each mouthful activated his taste buds, the rich fragrance resonating delightfully throughout his mouth and nasal passages. Every bite a profound satisfaction. However, After the establishment was reclaimed by the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, the shop had ceased operations, and Zhang Chen had scoured the city of Rongqing in vain for a worthy alternative, severing the ties to his cherished memory. Now, having returned to life anew, he finally had the chance to rekindle that experience. The most precious aspect of rebirth is the irreplaceable moments and sensations of time, and taste is certainly among them. Moreover, this establishment was bustling with patrons at the height of its popularity, offering both large and small servings of the shasa filling. The larger buns required a day's advance order, making them nearly impossible to acquire. The smaller buns were available, but one had to seize them quickly, as only a limited quantity was produced each day. Compounding the challenge was the proximity of the Broadcasting and Television Institute, where competition was fierce. Fortunately, most of the university students did not rise early, which was why Zhang Chen had arrived ahead of time, intent on snatching his coveted treat. "Boss, I'd like 2 small shasa buns, please." The price was 50 cents for 2, and Zhang Chen handed over a dark gold 5 coin. "Help yourself. They're in the middle." For the convenience of passing students and workers, the vendor typically packaged 2 buns into a food bag and placed them on the stall. Zhang Chen took the bag, opened it, and eagerly stuffed one into his mouth. After so many years, the long-lost flavor surged forth, filling him with bliss as the taste of the bun enveloped his senses. Yet, in the next moment, a voice, soft yet commanding, pierced the air. Zhang Chen turned to see a young woman with twin ponytails, her finely shaped eyebrows framing alluring almond-shaped eyes, her features harmoniously aligned. She wore a waist-length denim jacket over a cotton shirt, the shirt cinching gracefully at the waist. Her lower attire consisted of a brown pleated skirt paired with matching pure cotton tights, and her feet were adorned with brown ankle boots. Even from Zhang Chen's discerning perspective, her ensemble appeared remarkably harmonious. She was likely a female student from the Broadcasting and Television Institute, similarly clutching a shasa bun, savoring its taste with evident satisfaction. Zhang Chen mused that had he not seen her in person, he might have thought Huang Huifen had resumed his intimate rendezvous from the previous day. The girl noticed Zhang Chen and suddenly became aware of the unrefined sound she had just emitted. A wave of regret washed over her. Yet upon observing Zhang Chen's casual attire of a hooded jacket and sweatpants, she realized he was not a university student, but rather a high schooler. She squinted and smiled at him, thinking to herself that this handsome young lad was rather charming, and she still had the allure to captivate him. This was the Broadcasting and Television Institute, a place where many students pursued trendy fashions. Undoubtedly one of the most avant-garde groups in the realms of clothing and art within Rome City. Zhang Chen had previously observed the comings and goings of these well-groomed young women while enjoying steamed buns here, noting that a significant proportion possessed fair skin and beauty, adept at styling themselves. The area was also frequented by luxury vehicles, and at one time, it was said that affluent developers in Rome City took pride in being able to date the girls from this institution. To Zhang Chen, the girl before him likely belonged to the upper echelon of beauty within the university. However, he was not there to admire the female students. Instead, he had noticed that the girl who had just expressed her bliss was indulging in the same shasa bun he had. The vendor's display of shasa buns had dwindled to just one remaining bag. Zhang Chen, having finished the bun in his hand, felt it insufficient and intended to procure another. While other customers might not feel the urgency, assuming the vendor could simply fetch more from the steamer behind, Zhang Chen, well acquainted with the establishment, understood the intricacies involved in crafting shasa buns. The meticulous process of preparing the red bean paste demanded considerable time and effort. If the paste was not thoroughly washed, it would merely be a bean paste bun, yielding a vastly different texture. For a discerning connoisseur like him, the buns would lose their appeal once they cooled down, and the flavor would alter by the next day. The vendor produced only a limited quantity daily, displayed until sold out, adhering to a first-come, first-served principle. Clearly, Zhang Chen was a loyal patron who recognized this. The girl beside him was evidently aware of this as well. Thus, both individuals, still unsated, fixated on the last remaining bag on the vendor's stall. "I'll take another bag," Zhang Chen declared. The girl, already having one in her possession, hurriedly began to extract her money. Zhang Chen, with the last bun in his mouth, swiftly reached out, grasping the drawstring of the bag before she could seize it. Claiming the last bun for himself, he casually tossed down a 50-cent coin and strolled away with his prize. "How dare you compete with me for shasa buns?" The only remnant of the encounter was Jiang Rong, who stood rooted in place, observing Zhang Chen's fluid and practiced actions. Alas, are high school students not rather audacious these days? Do not let me discover the name of your school. Knowing it would seem futile, Jiang Rong reflected. Indeed, how vexing. She could easily consume 2 bags. That way, she could forego lunch to maintain her figure. Yet, there are simply not enough buns to satiate her hunger. How infuriating. Zhang Chen, after a brisk run and a bun, returned home, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. On the table lay a bowl of noodles adorned with a fried egg, accompanied by a beef pancake from the department store below. This was nothing short of a sumptuous breakfast arrangement. Particularly striking was the golden fried egg atop the noodles, a luxury typically reserved for significant examinations. This holiday was extraordinary. Previously, during vacations, he was treated like a mere dog at home. Such treatment was unheard of. It appeared that his mother, upon noticing his morning jog, had prepared the noodles. Unsatisfied, she ventured to the pancake shop across the street, his favorite, to procure more delicacies. This lavish breakfast was indeed a feast. Zhang Chen suddenly felt the respect he had garnered at home after transforming from the lowest-ranked student in his grade to someone who exceeded the cutoff for prestigious schools by 20 points. Truly, being a diligent student is a valuable asset. At that moment, he noticed a note left by Huang Huifen on the table. Dear son, the noodles are ready. If they become congealed and unappetizing upon your return, I have also bought you a pancake. Zhang Chen gazed at the handwritten note. Poor performance warranted punishment and disdain, while good results earned accolades and esteem. How brutally realistic. Chapter 45. A spray of bullets. Huang Huifen, having prepared breakfast for Zhang Chen, arrived late to work. As she entered the corridor of the office building, she could faintly hear several female voices within. Huang Huifen is not here yet. Isn't she usually the most proactive? During inventory, she is relentless, insisting on strict compliance, causing us to redo the counts when discrepancies arise. Does she not realize how much she is disliked for it? Does she believe that her diligence will earn her the favor of the leadership? How naive. I heard that Zhang Zhonghua has failed to keep pace with the new company's ambitions and has been reassigned. What good is all that effort? Does she not know how many have maneuvered behind the scenes to secure their positions? Her husband's temperament, her own disposition, her actions have surely offended many. It's a wonder the leadership would take any interest in her family. When Huang Huifen reached the door, she halted, as if rooted to the spot. Despite her usual fervor, she felt no impulse to confront those inside. She recognized the voices of Sister Li, Sister Chun, and the junior colleague, Xiao Zhong, who had looked after her last year when she joined the company. Typically, they all maintained an amicable demeanor, and Huang Huifen had believed this to be true. Even when she executed her duties impartially, they would often commend her efforts. Just recently, Sister Li had remarked, "You are an upright person." Little did she know, behind her back, she was being so disparaged. It became apparent that her earnest endeavors, her commitment to fulfilling the tasks assigned by her superiors, had rendered her the least favored. It was a revelation that genuine diligence does not yield advancement. Zhang Zhonghua remained unpromoted, while those who engaged in behind-the-scenes maneuvering and cultivated relationships with the leadership were the ones who found themselves on the path to promising new opportunities. However, if everything hinges on personal connections, how can a newly established company, created to divest from outdated operations, enhance its competitive prowess? This thought emerged for the first time in her mind, as she pondered the lack of value in her position within this unit. Until now, she had believed her struggles stemmed from insufficient effort. It turned out she was simply out of her element. Ah, sisterly, congratulations. Your husband has joined the new company, and his rank must be quite respectable, remarked a colleague. Your son is doing well too. He performed admirably in the recent exams at the second middle school. He ranks among the top 10 in his class, unlike that Huang family, though their son is at Yuda, in a school like that. If you're at the bottom of the class, it's better to withdraw altogether. The experience is quite painful. The speaker was the young and spirited Zhong Xianxian. Li Jiyun basked in the flattery, surveying the office with a sense of pride. My son has indeed excelled this time. He ranked 6th. Oh my, that's impressive. Chen Wan, commonly referred to as Sister Chun, offered her praise. 6th in the class, that is commendable. Does that mean he can secure a place in a first-tier university? Li Jiyun smiled. The cutoff for first-tier universities is 550, and he scored 560. If he maintains this performance, he stands a good chance for next year's college entrance examination. Wow, Li Jiyun added. I told him yesterday, if he can sustain his performance above the threshold for first-tier universities, He shouldn't aim for those higher-tier institutions like Financial University or Jiaotong University, which require scores significantly above the cutoff. Instead, aiming for Agricultural University, Polytechnic University, or Normal University, which are just above the cutoff, is perfectly feasible. The other two colleagues in the office expressed their genuine envy. This year, the college entrance examination would see increased enrollment, and the prestige of first-tier universities remains exceptionally high. The children of South Light Company generally struggle academically. Out of the hundreds of children in the company, only a few stand out, while many others have resorted to vocational schools, often embroiled in conflicts, though that is more prevalent in the Western District. The Eastern District, however, is somewhat better off, with fewer children straying off the path. Yet, poor academic performance is a common plight. Among dozens of peers, few exceptional students are heard of. 2 years ago, the general manager's daughter was admitted to Shanghai Jiaotong University, becoming a well-known exemplar within South Light Company. Though the general manager has since stepped down due to corruption, he still carries himself with an air of confidence, as if the family's resurgence is imminent, showing no signs of remorse. Aside from that, few have distinguished themselves academically. Li Jiyun's son, Ding Junjie, can be considered a pillar among these children, akin to a general's trusted commanders in a military campaign. He ranks among the few with commendable academic performance, comparable to Secretary Lu's daughter, Zheng Shui, both qualifying for first-tier university admission. What does qualifying for a first-tier university signify? Recent statistics indicate that approximately 3 million students take the college entrance examination each year. Before the expansion of enrollment, only about 1.2 million were admitted to undergraduate programs, with the rate for first-tier institutions being merely 1/9 of the total examinees. Thus, for every 9 candidates, only 4 gain entry to undergraduate programs, and merely 1 secures a spot in a first-tier university. In the context of South Light Company, such a ratio is indeed rare. Moreover, a student from a first-tier university is akin to a golden asset, highly sought after by all employers, which surely brings great pride to Li Jiyun. At that moment, Huang Huifen entered, bringing a fresh wave of excitement into the office. "Ah, Sister Huang has arrived. Why are you so late today? Typically, you're quite the enthusiast. Look, because of your absence, we haven't even changed the water. It's usually you who assists us. Thank you for that." Huang Huifen observed her colleagues, who were swiftly shifting their enthusiasm, her face rigid and devoid of expression. If she were an experienced office veteran like them, a master of workplace emotional intelligence, she would likely be engaging in jovial banter with them, dismissing the earlier incident without a second thought, perhaps even seizing the opportunity to retort cleverly. But she was not. She was merely Huang Huifen, a person who could not conceal her feelings. Her countenance was stiff. The group soon noticed her discomfort and speculated about the cause. However, based on their understanding of Huang Huifen's character, they quickly resumed their chatter, disregarding her presence. They believed that as long as they cultivated a lively social network and appeared harmonious, Huang Huifen would neither dare to disrupt nor express her frustrations, and her temperament would compel her to suppress her feelings. Indeed, they had accurately gauged her. Filled with indignation, Huang Huifen felt powerless against the united front of the 3 women before her. She simply sat at her desk, stiffly reviewing reports, but after a moment of pent-up silence, she suddenly spoke with a forced tone. "Li Jiyun, how did your son perform?" Li Jiyun turned to her, a proud smile gracing her face. 560. They almost placed 5th in their class. "Oh, I told him to be more meticulous." He came back crying, lamenting that he had mismanaged a question. "But I assured him it was all right. Just try harder next time." "Oh, by the way, how did Zhang Chen fare in your family? Did he do well?" In truth, the entire office was aware that Zhang Chen ranked at the bottom of his class, even within the Yuta grade level. Yet the group maintained a tacit agreement not to mention scores. Li Jiyun perceived Huang Huifen's inquiry as a self-inflicted embarrassment, and relished the opportunity for her son to deliver a resounding blow to Huang Huifen's pride. At that moment, Huang Huifen possessed a singular source of strength. Her weapon was not Zhang Zhonghua, who had failed to secure a promising position at the new company, but rather Zhang Chen, who had once been regarded by all as the family's black hole of potential. Now, her son served as her weapon, the most steadfast support against the whispers that surrounded her. Therefore, Huang Huifen lifted her head, donning an expression she believed more captivating than her younger self, and declared, "He did fairly well, 579 points. Ding Ding ranked 6th in their class. Alas, Zhang Chen did not fare as well, only managing to secure the 22nd position in his class. And overall, he placed 256th in the school. I've told him to put forth diligent efforts and strive for admission into Tsinghua or Peking University. As Huang Huifen spoke these words, her teeth were clenched, wishing to transform her sentiments into metaphorical bullets, unleashing them in a barrage. Following her declaration, silence enveloped the office for several seconds before a chorus of voices erupted in disbelief. Oh my, how ambitious! To mention Tsinghua or Peking University was indeed a lofty aspiration. Yet Huang Huifen was unfazed. She felt compelled to unleash this fervor, transforming it into metaphorical ammunition to deliver a small shock to the women before her. Initially, they were incredulous. What? Goodness, how much did your Zhang Chen score? Surely, you must be out of your mind. At this moment, Chen Wan, who usually possesses high emotional intelligence, uttered a rather tactless remark. Huang Jie, did you not sleep well yesterday? Are you still not awake? Upon saying this, Chen Wan immediately regretted her words, realizing how irritating they might come across. She hoped not to offend anyone. Surprisingly, Huang Huifen did not take offense at all, responding, "What do you mean not awake? I truly did not sleep well, but that was due to excitement. My son performed so brilliantly that I was too agitated to sleep." The others exchanged discreet glances, choosing to refrain from further discussion. They were on the brink of panic, fearing Huang Huifen might become overly agitated, which could lead to a health crisis, perhaps provoked by her son's poor performance. They speculated that she was now speaking nonsensically due to the stress of her son's dismal results. If anything unfortunate were to happen, they would bear the responsibility. Oh dear. Zhong Xianxian nervously averted her gaze. I shall return to preparing the report, Li Jiyun murmured as she bowed her head. Chen Wan managed an awkward smile and retreated to her workstation, leaving Huang Huifen to ponder their disbelief. You all really don't believe me? At that moment, a bright and resonant voice echoed through the corridor. Huang Huifen, Huang Jie. The sound invigorated the entire office. It was Wang Xia, the secretary, whose voice reverberated through the hallway. Wang Xia had a daughter named Zheng Shui, who was just like her mother. If Zhang Chen were present to hear Zheng Shui's mother's voice, he would undoubtedly understand why she had given birth to such a loud child. The office suddenly buzzed with energy. Wang Xia had arrived. Being a secretary, she frequently interacted with the company's upper echelons, standing in stark contrast to those in the logistics department. Whenever Wang Xia came by, it was typically to relay assignments from leadership, so her presence always elicited enthusiasm. As she entered, Li Jiyun, Zhong Xianxian, and Chen Wan stood to greet her with smiles, inquiring, "What brings you here today, Secretary Wang? Is there some work-related information you need to convey? You could have just called." Indeed, there was no need for you to come all this way. Wang Xia, however, had little time to entertain their questions. She merely offered a casual smile, then turned to Huang Huifen, her face beaming with delight. "Oh, Huang Huifen, your Zhang Chen has truly excelled. My Zheng Shui has been singing his praises. I heard that your Zhang Chen has made quite a splash at Yuda, with his scores rising over 300 places." Wang Xia wore an expression of awe. The other three in the office felt their hearts racing, gazing at the exchange between the two women with a mixture of astonishment and confusion, as if they were deciphering an ancient text. Furthermore, I heard from the parents that there was a perfect essay this time. Can I see Zhang Chen's full score essay? Wang Xia continued, her admiration unabated. Huang Huifen was captivated by Wang Xia's enthusiasm, and the two engaged in a lively conversation. Meanwhile, the three others felt as if they were crumbling like stone sculptures, utterly spellbound. This holiday season was already busy, and Zhang Chen would soon be helping out at the television station. This was the launch of the Rising Star program, which represented Zhang Chen's first significant opportunity to earn income and a pathway for his family to escape their current predicament. At 10 o'clock, I met a woman named Song Xiao. She was quite slender, sporting a mushroom haircut and wearing a pair of thick glasses due to her severe nearsightedness. Upon meeting Zhang Chen, she extended her hand and introduced herself as Wang Laosher's assistant. Song Xiao had been Wang Bowen's steadfast aide, primarily managing the financial affairs of his company. She appeared quite unassuming, which was understandable, as Wang Bowen's studio likely only had 1 or 2 employees, with Song Xiao being the cornerstone of his team. "Hello, Auntie Song," Zhang Chen greeted. The woman behind the thick glasses seemed to scrutinize him for a moment before leisurely responding. Hello. All right, Auntie Song, are you a sloth? With no alternative, Accompanied by the sloth-like Song Xiao, a pivotal member of Wang Bowen's team, they proceeded to the television station's office building to retrieve the keys. The interview location for the rising star was situated there. Wang Bowen was still outside, attending to advertisements and collecting printed materials, promotional posters, and banners. He would only arrive around noon, so he entrusted Song Xiao with his pass and broadcasting permit to procure the studio keys from the management of the television station. The interior of the television station building was quite impressive. Historically, television stations have been regarded as prestigious institutions, and following their commercialization, those that profited from advertising flourished even more. The Rongqing television station reported an annual advertising revenue of 100 million, which had even made headlines and garnered recognition from the city. The person at the management office was Zhao Xinhua, a longtime employee of the station. He glanced up at the two and inquired, "Which group are you from?" "The Wang Bowen Group. We've scheduled Studio 7. Studio 7 was located on the ground floor of the television station, an ideal space for preliminary receptions. "May I see your credentials?" Zhao Xinhua asked casually. "Oh, here they are." The sloth-like Song Xiao rummaged through her bag for a while before placing the documents before Zhao Xinhua. Seated behind his desk, Zhao Xinhua felt an inexplicable sense of superiority. He glanced at the papers and remarked, "I see the loan slip, but since it is registered under Wang Bowen's name, he needs to come himself." "What?" Song Xiao, her eyes behind the thick lenses wide with shock, replied, "I can call him, and he can inform you. He won't be here until noon, and we need to set up first. Then you will have to wait for him to arrive to collect the keys." Zhao Xinhua responded curtly. As a veteran employee, he had spent enough time there to derive a sense of superiority from certain situations. He was aware of Wang Bowen's current marginalization. Moreover, with the station's corporate management, even the deputy director treated him with courtesy, so to him, Wang Bowen was nothing significant. Reflecting on the envy he felt during Wang Bowen's glory days at the station, now that the latter had lost his influence, Zhao Xinhua relished the power he wielded over him, feeling it compensated for his past sense of insignificance. Rising through the ranks of the organization changed one's perspective, indeed. Despite merely being the gatekeeper of keys, he could wield that authority to its fullest extent. Zhang Chen was incensed upon witnessing this exchange. "Are you giving us attitude?" he queried emphatically. "The lobby is for public borrowing, and as long as proper procedures are followed, we are entitled to retrieve the keys. We possess the necessary credentials, documentation, and verifiable contact details. Where in the regulations does it state that the signatory must be present to collect the keys? What about those who sign on behalf of others? Are they not permitted?" Zhao Xinhua, undeterred by the commotion, felt compelled to assert his authority in front of his colleagues. Thinking to himself, "How dare this little rascal confront me?" He spoke with conviction, "I know all the signatories here. As for you, I am unfamiliar. Have Wang Bowen come here. Do you think anyone can just come and take things from this place?" The uproar drew the attention of those nearby, with individuals from other offices peering in. As Zhang Chen was about to escalate the situation, a voice interrupted, "What is happening here?" Chen Xiran approached from outside, elegantly attired as if she had just stepped off a set. Zhao Xinhua replied, "Sister Chen, it's nothing. Just two unreasonable individuals causing a ruckus." Chen Xiran glanced at Zhang Chen and stepped closer. "You are here for the keys from Teacher Wang, correct? Allow me to sign. I will hand over the keys to you." She reached for a pen and affixed her signature. Zhao Xinhua was taken aback. While he could afford to offend others, he dared not cross Chen Xiran, the esteemed figure in their midst. His expression turned awkward as he protested, "Sister Chen, this is against the rules." She, however, countered, "I am also part of Wang Bowen's group. I am collecting the keys, and you know me, so there shouldn't be any issue, right?" "Well, if you say so, then it's fine." Zhao Xinhua relented, albeit begrudgingly, and tossed the keys onto the table. The items were exchanged, yet Zhao Xinhua remained somewhat disgruntled, pondering Chen Xiran's involvement with Wang Bowen, wondering if she could truly be of assistance. After handing over the keys, Chen Xiran escorted them outside, stating, "Do you know the way? I have other matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you further." "We know the way. Thank you." Zhang Chen paused, then exclaimed, "Godmother." Chen Xiran almost stumbled in her high heels, turning back to stare at Zhang Chen, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I am not your godmother." Chapter 47, The Battle. After parting ways with his godmother, Zhang Chen and Aunt Song Xiahua, the sloth, arrived at Studio 7 to begin tidying up, moving items, and organizing the space. It was then that Wang Shuawei arrived, fashionably late. likely having indulged in a leisurely morning. Zhang Chen had not anticipated his promptness and had merely asked him to come when ready. Together, they set about organizing the hall, preparing the barriers for queuing. Studio 7 was seldom utilized and had accumulated a great deal of clutter. They needed to move chairs and stools to a back area to free up space. The air was tinged with a slight dustiness when, at noon, an old Xiaoli came to a halt outside. The door swung open, revealing Wang Bowen, who retrieved some banners and printed materials from the back seat, along with 4 boxed lunches. The group huddled together for their meal. With insufficient manpower, Wang Bowen had reached out to some teachers from the training department, and a few individuals arrived gradually. However, he expressed concern over their ability to manage the workload, as it seemed the entire registration process was lacking adequate preparation. Zhang Chen said, "Let me take charge of this. I'll post it online when I return." Wang Bowen nodded. "Then you shall be responsible. Since you are on holiday and this project was your brainchild, you can oversee the internal affairs." "Very well," replied Zhang Chen, confidently accepting the challenge. However, upon witnessing Zhang Chen's determination, Wang Bowen remarked, "Wow, you really are bold. Are you sure you can handle this? People often rise to the occasion, and I am not a child anymore. Why shouldn't I be able to manage it?" Zhang Chen countered. "Did Wang Shuawei not inform you of my progress?" "Huh. He mentioned it as soon as he got home." "All right then, consider this a training opportunity. I'll sign off on it and allocate the budget." He then presented a stack of cash before Zhang Chen. "This is 3,000. Take it and keep track of the expenses. If it runs low, just ask me for more." Wang Bowen placed the money in front of Zhang Chen, who eagerly accepted it with a nod, saying, "Rest assured, Godfather." Wang Bowen gazed intently at Zhang Chen and added, "By the way, there's still a pressing issue. I had previously promised the naming rights to the Xingxin group. Are you familiar with them? They recently acquired a considerable amount of land and require some promotional efforts." Zhang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "The problem lies in our underestimation of this matter. Xingxin has reached out to us for the naming rights, and I've received inquiries from several real estate developers who wish to place advertisements with us." Wang Bowen looked at Zhang Chen. "Do you see any available space for these advertisements in our planning? How should we proceed? Some of them are competitors of Xingxin, and they are offering substantial sums. But their stipulation is that their visibility must not be lesser than Xingxin's." Wang Bowen's business acumen was evident, though constrained by the limitations of the current era. He was merely a middleman, managing a few programs without substantial profit. It was unexpected that his godson had suddenly become so astute. Zhang Chen pondered, realizing that in this age, these commercial competitors were quite straightforward about advertising. There were no unreasonable exclusivity demands. Additionally, television networks held considerable power, with certain companies willing to pay handsomely for a chance to be featured. The most notable example was the king of advertisements on CCTV, where in 1995, Kung Fu Banquet Wine extravagantly invested 30 million to secure the title, leading many to believe the private enterprise had gone mad. However, that year, their sales surpassed those of Mutai and Wu Yanyue, becoming a household name. This set off an annual competition for the title, with bids soaring to as high as 500 million. At that time, the competition for the title was in full swing. With CCTV leading the way, other local television stations followed suit, marking a glorious era of corporate television. "You have plenty of ideas. Think of a way to monetize this situation," Wang Bowen urged. Zhang Chen suggested, "What if we allow the companies to join in? Not just for advertising, but to enhance their visibility? During the tomorrow's Stars Gala, we could set up several judging panels and sell these spots to the companies. This would signify their collaboration with us, and as corporate judges, they would select outstanding contestants to serve as models for their advertisements. This approach would motivate the contestants while providing the companies with promotional opportunities, and we would profit in the process. What do you think?" Wang Bowen contemplated Zhang Chen's proposal for a moment before exclaiming, "Brilliant. Truly brilliant." They themselves would also advertise in magazines, and subsequently sign contracts with outstanding contestants from television for commercials, a natural progression indeed, a seamless operation. "So be it." Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the financial prospects. Wang Bowen responded, "For companies, each contributing 100,000. Zhang Chen nodded in approval. "Not bad. The sponsorship fee is 200,000. And with 4 companies sitting on the judging panel, we could sell them an additional 400,000. Just like that, we have a guaranteed minimum of 600,000. Remarkably, Zhang Chen was taken aback by the lucrative nature of these advertisements. Initially, He merely aimed to leverage Wang Bowen's connections at the television station to secure his first pot of gold, yet he found that the lingering glory of television, coupled with the growth of the real estate industry, revealed opportunities beyond his expectations. The organization at the television station continued until the afternoon, during which Wang Bowen enlisted a few more individuals to assist with the venue setup, compensating each with 30 yuan. They awaited the official registration day. Set for the following day, Zhang Chen and Wang Shuowei returned to his residence, where they accessed Wang Shuowei's computer to post several recruitment messages on the Rongqing Life website, reaching out to a familiar moderator, Zhishu De Li, for assistance in spreading the word. Zhishu De Li had been anticipating this day. Upon receiving communication from the television station, he quickly responded, "No problem, no problem. Brother Zhang, the Star of Tomorrow program is launching tomorrow, right? I wish the entire program great success and eagerly await its airing during the Spring Festival." Zhishu De Li and Wang Hong swiftly disseminated the recruitment information across several sections of the local Life website. That evening, Zhang Chen returned home and encountered a dilemma. As Zhishu De Li had pointed out, the broadcast schedule had yet to be finalized, which posed the greatest challenge. Ideally, it would air on the fourth day after the Spring Festival. The first 3 days were packed with various tasks at the television station, making the fourth day the most favorable for publicity. For now, he would have to rely on his godfather, Wang Bowen, to negotiate. The next day, Zhang Chen arose early to jog to the Baozi shop near the Broadcasting and Television Institute, still pondering whether he would encounter that female university student from the previous day. Suddenly, he spotted a girl with twin ponytails across the street, her face strikingly familiar. In that instant, her eyes widened in recognition as well. The two locked gazes from across the road, with the Baozi shop just 10 meters away. The female student had not anticipated running into the boy who had snatched the last bag of dumplings. Yesterday, having missed out on that bag, she felt unsettled throughout the day, as if she hadn't had her fill. Today, she had risen 10 minutes earlier to buy Baozi, confident that she wouldn't be robbed again and uncertain if she would even see him. Yet, fate had conspired to bring them together once more. At that moment, the traffic light turned red, halting pedestrians from crossing. After all, Rongqing, being a provincial capital, maintained a semblance of order at traffic lights, especially during peak hours when the flow of vehicles made crossing the street impractical. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Rong shot a glare at him, recalling how he had snatched the last basket of delicate dumplings from right under her nose. Today, she resolved to assert her superiority as a university student, intending to intimidate this high school boy and delay him until the light turned green. The young man across from her paid no heed to her intimidation and hastily made his way to the Baozi shop. He paid for 3 bags and turned to leave. Jiang Rong felt a surge of frustration, almost to the point of nausea, but quickly reminded herself that she had arrived 10 minutes early today. Surely, the dumplings would not sell out so quickly. There had to be some left. There must be. As the traffic light turned green, she dashed to the Baozi shop, only to be informed that it was completely sold out. Some customers had come too late yesterday, and today the dumplings had flown off the shelves, with the last 3 bags snatched away by that young man. Once again, she would go without dumplings. Jiang Rong returned to school in a daze, entering the computer lab while nibbling on her guokui, which lost its appeal entirely. As she scrolled through posts, her eyes widened in realization. It was time to seek internships. Her peers at school were in a state of anxiety, scrambling for job opportunities to bolster their resumes, and now, a splendid internship had appeared before her. The Rongqing television station's Tomorrow's Stars program was recruiting temporary workers. For a student in her field desperately seeking practical experience, participating in such a program was an extraordinary opportunity. Jiang Rong devoured her guokui with fervor. Yes, she needed to maintain her strength and prepare for battle. Chapter 48. Initiation. The following morning, on the scheduled registration day, Zhang Chen arrived at the television station bright and early, initially planning to jog a bit. It was evident that Zhang Chen lacked the ability to maintain a facade of calm, at least not convincingly. He arrived early, and even Wang Shuowei was up. The two met in front of the broadcasting building and made their way to Studio 7, which had been cleaned the day before, appearing quite spacious. Outside, poster displays were set up, announcing Tomorrow's Stars registration venue. As they walked, Wang Bowen greeted workers hanging banners that stretched from the entrance along the tree-lined path, with directional banners leading to Studio 7. From the administrative office building across the way, some appeared to find the banners overhead rather obtrusive. Tomorrow's Stars? Is that our stations? Someone remarked. Indeed, it's Wang Bowen's project. Wang Bowen. Wasn't his show cancelled? Has he revived it? Who approved this? Lu Bingrong? Aren't they at odds? When Lu director comes, he has to bring gifts like pig's head meat and soft union cigarettes to pay respects. Wang Bowen, feeling quite qualified, had not sought favors and was now facing defeat. Keep your voice down. It's not that Lu director approved it. He sold it to him. Two individuals seated by the window could discreetly chat and take advantage of their positions. Sold it. Wang Bowen bought it. During a dead time slot, for 50,000 yuan? Wow, Lu director is quite ruthless. Wang Bowen has money. What is he doing? Treating money like it's worthless. Who knows? Just stirring things up. Nowadays, producers with a bit of skill seek out government agencies to earn production fees for their films. Wang Bowen clearly lacks those connections. There are those who make lighthearted remarks. Yet there are also those who earnestly arrive on site to lend a hand. Brother Wang, I shall take care of the stage aesthetics for you. And I can lend you the equipment. Just offer some compensation for the workers' efforts. As for photography, I can collaborate with old Jiang. As one photographer is hardly sufficient for your needs. These are long-standing connections of Wang Bowen, who are willing to assist without counting the costs. To be candid, I am in dire need of manpower. Anyone who can come, please do. Old Wei, I trust in your abilities. Join me as the assistant director. You possess experience that can aid in coordination. Wang Bowen is adept at gathering support, and there is no need to worry about finances. I assure you. I will not shortchange my brothers. Very well, you can arrange whatever is necessary. Some of these long-established relationships depend on the whims of fate. Although there is a basic salary, the guaranteed pay is meager, and often they work for various production teams, which may provide additional funds for stage aesthetics and cinematography. Of course, prominent production teams have long-term contracts that differ significantly. Wang Bowen is touched by the dedication of the stage crew and assistant director Wei Nanchun, who, despite having their own commitments, proactively offer assistance and equipment. This camaraderie is truly remarkable. People tend to embellish successes more often than provide support in times of need. Those who extend a helping hand under pressure, like that from Lu Bingrong, are true friends. As Wang Bowen manages these professional relationships, Aunt Song Xiula, the lightning sloth, has already taken her place at the registration desk. Zhang Chen and Wang Shuawei, serving as orderlies and security at the reception, await outside. As the clock ticks past 9 with no attendees in sight, apprehension begins to set in. Wang Bowen has built a FAAD, while Zhang Chen is responsible for publicity. Although Zhang Chen feels confident and has indeed showcased Wang Bowen's online promotions across several major forums in Rongqing, providing him with a supportive backdrop, this foundation must materialize. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Wang Bowen, too, feels a twinge of anxiety and pats Zhang Chen on the shoulder. Having received an advance on the advertising fees, should the event fail to materialize, it would result in significant losses, even if the funds are refunded without the need for compensation. What would be lost is the credibility and reputation of Wang Bowen and Qin Shiran, something that cannot be bought back with any amount of money. Is everything all right with you? Zhang Chen. Wang Shuawei swallows hard. At 17, although he had been somewhat aimless previously, he has now grasped the entire framework of this undertaking and understands that his fate is intricately linked to its outcome. You and I are engaged in this endeavor together. Do you foresee any issues? In Zhang Chen's room lie numerous signed registration forms, with hundreds of signatures amassed. These signatures come from the retired volunteers who distributed flyers at various schools in Rongqing. However, the only drawback is that neither he nor Wang Shuawei could be present on site, as they lack the manpower and energy. They must rely on these signed documents as a means of settlement. Yet, if those elderly volunteers were to seize the opportunity, rendering the advertising funds wasted, it would be disastrous. While there remains the possibility of online publicity, this is a television program. In this day and age, one must wonder about the efficacy of such online promotions and whether they might be perceived as fraudulent. After all, the prevailing sentiment in the online sphere is that behind the computer screen, one cannot ascertain whether it is a dog or a human. Furthermore, a significant hurdle for potential participants is the necessity of making a personal visit to the television station, which may dissuade many from pursuing this opportunity. At 9:30, vehicles began to arrive in succession at the entrance, from which emerged 2 or 3 parents accompanied by their children, drawn towards the banners displayed. Here they come. Although the number is modest, it marks the commencement of the event. Then, a sequence of procedures ensued. Excuse me, Is this the registration area for tomorrow's stars? Indeed, it is. Here are our materials. Please have a look. To mitigate the need for excessive explanations on site, Zhang Chen had previously collaborated with Huang Huifen to print promotional materials, ensuring that attendees could easily comprehend the process, while also facilitating distribution. May I inquire how we should proceed if we wish to register for the speech group? There will be a teacher conducting uniform training for the speech group. The registration fee is 199 yuan. Participants will receive a set of CDs and have the opportunity to appear on television. CDs? Will we truly be on television? Yes. Specific timings will be communicated later. 199, you say? That is acceptable. Once the explanations concluded, Zhang Chen observed that parents with children were now entering through the main entrance, and new vehicles in the parking lot were beginning to discharge passengers. By 9:45, the crowd began to swell. Initially, the gatekeeper inquired and recorded names, but as the numbers surged, those arriving for registration were simply nodded through. At 10 o'clock, from the administrative office on the upper floor, a colleague returned with a cup of water, only to find fellow employees standing at the window, gazing outside. From the plaza at the entrance to the broadcasting building, parents with children of varying ages, including teenagers accompanied by one or two guardians, were making their way in. Inquiries arose at the entrance. As the number of vehicles outside increased, taxis dropped off attendees and promptly departed, soon replaced by another. Through the taxi communication network, news of the happenings at the television station's entrance would undoubtedly spread throughout the city, even along the winding path from the main entrance to Studio 7. The site was a vibrant tapestry of colorful attire, with the crowd thickening. Someone could not contain their curiosity, exclaiming, "What is this? Is it a temple fair? Or perhaps a school event? Why are there so many people? It's tomorrow's stars." Chapter 49. That female university? 199? That seems a bit pricey. Not at all. They provide you with CDs, recordings that you can watch at home on your own device. This will be a cherished memento for your child's lifetime. All recordings are from the television station. Moreover, there would be corporate evaluations, with renowned enterprises in attendance. Outstanding performers might even secure advertising contracts, effectively enabling your child to earn from advertisements. Zhang Chen had not anticipated that the most significant challenge would stem from explaining the fees. The charges were transparently listed, duly registered with the Price Bureau, and Wang Bowen had a studio, ensuring that each transaction was legitimate and traceable, adhering to proper protocols. Certainly, the price of 199 seems somewhat steep in this year, considering that in the year 2000, the annual salary for an employee in Rongqing was approximately 10,000 yuan, making 199 equivalent to 1/5 of a median employee's monthly wage. However, to put it differently, the cost of supplementary classes at this time ranges from 80 to 100 yuan. The 199 fee includes television coverage and the cost of CD recording, which is indeed quite reasonable. Zhang Chen is not seeking exorbitant profits. Rather, he aims to leverage opportunities for future generations without exploiting anyone, maintaining transparency in pricing. The choir and public speaking events are also priced at 199. In fact, parents who decide to enroll their children possess a certain awareness and budget for such investments. The 199 fee represents the investment budget for average families regarding these opportunities. For those affluent families with higher budgets, alternative projects are available. For groups of fewer than 10 participants, the cost increases to 599. This is tailored for individuals with dance foundations, involving professional choreographers, makeup artists, and instructors, all of which incur additional expenses. Participating in a dance program typically requires a similar budget. And this particular opportunity also includes the chance to appear in the Rongqing TV Spring Festival program, making it an exceptional prospect for these families. Therefore, despite the seemingly high enrollment numbers in this category, many are drawn to it. Furthermore, there is the formidable enterprise evaluation process that dispels many doubts about participation. If a child is selected by a company for promotional advertising, it equates to a substantial gain from a modest investment. The rationale behind prohibiting gambling lies in its exploitation of human nature's tendency to seek fortune through minimal risk, leading to widespread participation and substantial profits for gambling platforms. While blatant gambling can be effectively curtailed, similar situations that resemble gambling are often elusive to manage. Meanwhile, as Zhang Chen fretted over the fee collection, he observed anti-flash lightning sloth adeptly collecting payments, documenting lists with precision, and issuing receipts. her efficiency akin to that of a robot. Zhang Chen was taken aback, realizing that each person was indeed a hidden talent. Auntie Song's swiftness in handling money belied her previously languid demeanor. Besides Song Xiao, a friend from the accounting firm assisted with bookkeeping and counterfeit bill verification. In an era rife with counterfeit currency, cash transactions demand a discerning eye and, at times, the aid of a counterfeit detection device. In moments like these, one longs for the efficiency of smartphone QR code payments, which significantly enhance operational speed. Yet, this enhancement in efficiency relates intricately to the growth of the entire system. As Zhang Chen finally emerged from the throng, he was greeted by a long queue at the registration counter. Not only were parents enrolling their children, but there were also individuals seeking employment. The number of applicants was considerable, prompting Wang Bowen to conduct interviews for the candidates in a nearby partition. Zhang Chen intended to observe, taking a moment to breathe. He desperately needed to recruit a few assistants for commentary, as the workload was becoming overwhelming. When Zhang Rong arrived at the television station in response to the job advertisement, she encountered many individuals from the academy, as the news had already circulated on the campus forum of the Broadcasting and Television School. In the university campus forum, the most prevalent information pertains to part-time job opportunities, which are of paramount importance to the student community. It is evident that positions within television stations are the most sought after. Primarily, these roles align with their fields of study. Furthermore, internships in television-related programs often involve insider connections. By gaining experience in such programs, students can cultivate relationships with producers and seasoned staff, potentially leading to direct recommendations for internships or even permanent positions, thus placing them ahead of many competitors. Even if they do not secure a permanent role, the experience serves as an impressive credential, enhancing their resumes and making them highly competitive for other job prospects. It is no wonder, then, that the recruitment event for the Rising Star program at Rongqing Television Station is highly coveted. However, when Zhang Rong made her appearance, whispers circulated among her peers. Zhang Rong is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the School of Broadcasting and Television. Her striking appearance and ability to stand out in various situations render her the center of attention. Recognized as one of the shining stars of her cohort, she consistently ranks among the top 5 in votes on the college forum. Male students in the dorms regard her as a lofty goddess, while less refined individuals often indulge in crude discussions about female classmates. However, Zhang Rong remains an exception, a figure too distinguished for their inappropriate musings. Some individuals possess an inherently unique and solitary elegance. It is well known that she prefers to navigate through classes and lectures alone, often attending art exhibitions and various showcases. Her impeccable taste in fashion ensures that when she appears at school events or exhibition halls, she is invariably the most striking presence. Numerous legends surround her, with some claiming her family is affluent, others asserting she hails from a prominent family in Fujian, and yet others suggesting her lineage is deeply rooted in Rongqing. Consequently, wealthy suitors who drive luxury cars have pursued her, only to be met with disappointment. Naturally, there are those who harbor disdain for her, perceiving her as pretentious. Yet they can only begrudge her from the shadows, consumed by jealousy. However, the situation has changed. Many assumed that a girl like Zhang Rong would undoubtedly have ample opportunities. They pointed to a few standout students from affluent backgrounds who went abroad, while others with connections secured internships at prestigious media firms in the capital, potentially becoming regulars on television within a couple of years. There was even a classmate whose influential boyfriend facilitated her internship at the provincial station, resulting in her absence from school during her final year. When she returned to collect her belongings, she exuded an air of aristocracy. In stark contrast, Zhang Rong, who should have been on par with these individuals, found herself at this part-time job recruitment event at the television station, personally attending to submit her resume. Was she not the rumored heiress of a wealthy family or a daughter of officials? If that were true, how could she be here, competing for a position alongside ordinary students? The truth became clear. The image of the aloof campus beauty, the well-dressed young lady, was merely a facade. It became apparent during the job search who was truly vulnerable. After much contemplation, it appears you have been merely feigning your aloof demeanor. Oh, Zhang Rong has also perused the recruitment advertisement. How rare. I had thought only ordinary talents like us would scrutinize those bulletin boards for part-time positions. The phoenix perched upon the branch has descended, revealing it is not a phoenix at all. This is someone I have often found irksome. Now, Witnessing Zhang Rong's presence here, she has even deigned to expend a meager sum on a text message, using her sharp flip phone to inform her dormitory mates, swiftly disseminating the news. Naturally, there are also those girls who regard Zhang Rong as a rival. They now sit a little straighter, contemplating that if they could surpass Zhang Rong in the recruitment for the Rising Stars program, upon returning to school, they would achieve instant fame. As the internship period commences, discussions at the university revolve around the prospects of various individuals. Witnessing others' successes elicits envy and longing. Those still searching for opportunities are filled with apprehension about their futures. The Broadcasting and Television Academy is rather small, and today, Zhang Rong is interviewing for a position in the program group. It won't be long before news spreads. If she were to be eliminated while someone among them is selected, becoming the topic of discussion, it would furnish them with an impressive resume and a delightful anecdote to recount upon graduation, a minor fame achieved. What could be more gratifying? At least they would have triumphed over Zhang Rong, rendering their 3 years of university life flawless. Some whispered, to be honest, she possesses commendable looks. She could easily attract a wealthy heir or a benefactor to support her, rather than competing with us for a position. As these students spoke, Zhang Chen happened to pass by, pondering, what sort of benefactor are they referring to? Mine is a genuine partner in entrepreneurship, part of the Wang family conglomerate. They know nothing of such matters. Consequently, following their gazes, he spotted Zhang Rong in the distance. That university student? Chapter 50. I will shield you. Zhang Rong was well aware that the students at the academy were gossiping about her in private. Her family is quite ordinary during holidays. She even works part-time at the first McDonald's in Rongqing, which once garnered media attention, with some commenting that the McDonald's lady possesses a beauty rivaling that of meticulously selected flight attendants. Many of her outfits are purchased with her own earnings. Yet none are particularly expensive. She selects well-fitting garments from stores. She simply has the physique to pull off anything, leading many to inquire whether her clothing and bags are costly. Even when she divulges their true prices, they often remain incredulous. Zhang Rong chooses not to clarify. Indeed, there are wealthy heirs pursuing her, one named Liang Wenhao, who frequently boasts about his father, mentioning contracts signed and profits earned, regaling others with tales of his recent expenditures. While many consider Liang Wenhao an excellent prospect due to his affluent background and connections, so much so that even the university's beauty might seek him out, Zhang Rong, however, remains disinterested. She would rather earn her own living than leverage someone else's affections or familial connections to elevate herself. This path, although perceived as the most advantageous by many young women, is not one she wishes to traverse. Yet Zhang Rong could not comprehend why. Upon entering university and facing the prospect of employment, everyone seemed to have become so pragmatic, prioritizing family background and career potential over personal affection. It appeared as though individuals were compelled to transform themselves into rational machines, adapting to societal demands, only to assume roles as dutiful spouses or pillars of the community, mere cogs in the vast machinery of society. Why could one not remain like the unique Qianxi Shisha Bao, forever embodying singularity and offering a distinct essence that tantalizes the soul? She yearned to become that extraordinary self. At that moment, her gaze, weaving through the throng, came to rest upon a familiar figure, the boy who had snatched her bond. Zhang Rong's mood, already less than buoyant, soured further at the sight of him. In an instant, her emotions resurfaced. She shot him a glare, haunted by the vexatious memories of being robbed of her buns for 2 consecutive days. To her astonishment, the boy approached her without an ounce of decorum, remarking that her classmates seemed to be discussing her. Snapped back to reality, Zhang Rong felt her earlier indignation deflate like a punctured balloon. Despite her usual indifference to the chatter of others at school, she found herself unsettled, particularly in an environment rife with competitive job applications. Indeed, she could bicker over a bun with this high schooler. Yet the stark reality of resources and positions often bore the scars of ruthless competition, malicious exclusion, and slander. Even a seemingly innocuous opportunity to participate in a television program could ignite hostility. Zhang Rong contemplated asking what they were saying about her, but quickly realized that the boy might relish her embarrassment. Thus, she retorted, I don't really care. What are you doing here? Do you want to do a part-time job too? Just sign up with the preschool group over there. Once I get into the program, I might just look out for you. Zhang Chen shot her a glance, his smile laced with sarcasm. How sharp-tongued you are. Zhang Rong playfully stuck out her tongue at him. He turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, she found herself baring her teeth like a predator. At this moment, one would expect a typical heroine to feel a twinge of regret, yet Zhang Rong relished the thrill. I am sharp-tongued and cunning. Who told you to provoke me? Robbing me of buns for 2 days? I am positively bristling with indignation. Suddenly, Zhang Rong's eyes widened as she noticed him cutting in line. In her line of sight, Zhang Chen blended into the crowd, either heading directly into the lobby or mingling with those ahead of him. This revelation was eye-opening. Indeed, he was a delinquent high schooler. Wang Bowen and Assistant Director Wei Nanshan were conducting interviews in the examination room. Before long, Zhang Rong heard her name called. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Wang Bowen, stirring a flutter of excitement within her. A notable figure, his face was quite familiar. Many of those interviewing outside had come with the intent of meeting Wang Bowen. Although Wang Bowen's culinary show has ceased broadcasting, his previous financial program remains quite renowned in Rongqing. Wang Bowen inquired, "Your name is Zhang Rong, and you are majoring in directing arts? Please share your strengths." This interview lasted for several minutes. Once Zhang Rong had briefly outlined her relevant activities and philanthropic performances during her time at the academy, Wang Bowen nodded. "You may step outside and wait. The next candidate will be in shortly." After Zhang Rong exited, Wang Bowen exchanged glances with Wei Nanshan, remarking on the young woman's commendable appearance and eloquence, concluding that she should be retained. They marked their agreement with a check. Unaware of this, Zhang Rong left the room and took a seat in the adjacent waiting area where a dozen others were gathered. Typically, after a round of interviews, names of selected candidates would be announced, while those not mentioned could take their leave, indicating they had not been chosen. In the waiting area, individuals engaged in conversation, expressing admiration for Wang Bowen, noting how striking he was in person. It would be wonderful to be selected, Zhang Rong thought, clenching her fists and curling up on her chair. This was an excellent opportunity she did not wish to squander. However, the competition was fierce among those seated nearby, and she was uncertain if she could surpass them. The atmosphere among the other interviewees from her academy mirrored her own feelings. The program offered substantial compensation, produced by none other than Wang Bowen, attracting a multitude of competitors. Each second spent waiting for the results felt heavy with anticipation. Eventually, Wang Bowen emerged to announce the results. "Shen Hua, Lu Guangrong, Zhang Jun, Zhang Rong, please come in. The rest may return and await further news." Upon hearing her name, Zhang Rong sprang to her feet, her spirits soaring. The 4 candidates entered the interview room and were informed of their acceptance, with instructions to begin work the following day. The remuneration was set at 100 yuan per day, with production scheduled to last just under 2 weeks, necessitating urgent training that day and immediate tasks to follow. Receiving the acceptance notice filled Zhang Rong with a sense of validation and joy. Observing her fellow competitors from the same academy departing with reluctant and dejected expressions, akin to defeated soldiers, she felt a surge of pride. "My capabilities are evident. I am deserving of this." The evening glow bathed her face, tinting her features and eyes a vibrant red. As the sun set, casting a fiery hue across the landscape, she noticed the young man who had previously jostled her for buns emerging from the registration area. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Rong called out to him, "Did you register?" With a playful smile, she approached Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, realizing she hadn't left yet, speculated, "You passed the interview?" "Indeed. I'll be starting work tomorrow," she replied with a grin. "Did you register as well?" Zhang Chen nodded, unable to conceal his amusement at her exuberance. "What did you audition for? What group did you join? You don't dance, do you?" Zhang Rong inquired with a chuckle. "I do not dance." Zhang Chen shook his head. "You don't seem like a professional," Zhang Rong teased. "A professional wouldn't indulge in so many buns." "Did I steal your buns?" "Oh, indeed I did." Zhang Chen, holding back his breath, retorted, "Then you should focus on your work." "Huh, that sounds rather antiquated," Zhang Rong replied, clearly displeased. After all, she was an intern at a university now. In a foreign land, a young man like him wouldn't dare speak to a senior in such a manner. It was time to teach him a lesson, so Zhang Rong declared, "Starting tomorrow, you'll be under our supervision." Zhang Chen, bewildered, nodded, "So what?" With a socialite's demeanor, Zhang Rong warned, "You wouldn't want to miss out on our guidance, would you?" What do you intend to do? Please don't go overboard." "I've already paid the registration fee." The high school student maintained a calm facade, yet his tone betrayed his vulnerability. Zhang Rong felt a sense of satisfaction at his reaction, thinking to herself, "Oh, you young one, are you not afraid when confronted by the adult world?" Paying the registration fee was one thing. However, when it came time for the teacheress training, the attention given would differ between those who had made prior acquaintances and those who had not. Zhang Rong narrowed her eyes and threatened, "Is that so? Then you must assist me." Zhang Chen's eyes sparkled with earnestness. For a brief moment, Zhang Rong felt a pang of sympathy, finding the young man's demeanor rather endearing, and decided to refrain from teasing him further. "Well, that is more like it. Just remember, don't snatch my buns again. Honestly, last time I glared at you, and you didn't even leave me one." The last part she said with an exaggerated fierce expression. Zhang Chen watched her performance throughout, thinking she possessed a talent. Within her delicate frown lay the embodiment of a pure, yet mischievous university girl. He shook his head repeatedly. "I want to do it again. Tomorrow, I'll bring you some buns from that place." Zhang Rong pondered her own image in that moment. Realizing she couldn't break character, she cleared her throat. "Well, it's not that I must have them. It's simply a matter of courtesy. You seem quite polite now, so fine, I want to take advantage of you. I'll pay you. Any excess, consider it a treat." With that, she pulled out 2 coins and handed them to Zhang Chen. "Do well in your program. I'll have your back," she concluded, leaving him with those words as she walked away with a sense of poise. Chapter 51. Youth, perhaps, as you anticipate after parting ways with Zhang Rong. Zhang Chen did not leave, but stayed on as the registration continued until 7:30. People trickled in one after another, and had it not been for the necessity of closing up, he would have had to dissuade the later arrivals, informing them to return the next morning from 10 to 6. Once they closed up and settled the accounts, they secured the cash in a metal box. Zhang Chen and Wang Shui then boarded Wang Bowen's car, assuming the role of bodyguards, first escorting the sloth ant home before heading to the office rented by Wang Bowen. The studio was located on the 2nd floor of a commercial building outside the television station. Upon entering, the three placed the metal box on a cluttered long desk and unlocked it to count the money. The studio was equipped with several large printing machines. Indeed, Wang Bowen was multifaceted, capable of handling numerous poster prints himself. He warmed up one of the machines and printed out the accounts for backup. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen began organizing the forthcoming expenditure records on the computer. Subsequent training expenditures: 3 instructors for the dance group, totaling 3,000. 3 instructors for the recitation group, 3,000. 3 instructors for the stage performance group, 3,000. 2 instructors for the vocal specialty, 3,000. The overall cost for the training period amounts to 12,000 yuan. Anticipated expenses for the team members, 8,600 yuan. Stage design materials and miscellaneous expenses sum up to 30,000. The estimated total expenditure, 50,600 yuan. On the first day, the number of registrants reached 108. The collected fees amounted to 36,692 yuan. Gazing at the stacks of cash lying in the box, the 3 foster fathers exchanged glances. "Uncle, we are about to strike it rich," Zhang Chen remarked earnestly. "The revolution has yet to succeed. Kindly continue to call me foster father for now," Wang Bowen declared as he slammed the iron box shut. Looking around at the two, he proclaimed, "Comrades, further efforts are required." The first pot of gold began to emerge from the vault in this manner, revealing itself before them. Zhang Chen felt for the first time the strength that opportunity could bestow. When Zhang Rong left the television station and arrived at the school, the lights had just begun to twinkle. The small food stall street behind the school was bustling with activity, the vendors shouting their wares in a lively chorus as people entered through the back gate, while nearby, boys hurried off to the soccer field. A small blackboard announced that the cinema, transformed from an old factory, was screening the films King of Comedy and Fight Club. Tickets could be purchased in the adjacent small building. Next to it stood the girls' dormitory, its balcony adorned with an array of clothes, including an assortment of undergarments. But everyone had grown accustomed to it. Below, boys dashed about the playground, and the sight of the girls' dormitory hanging out their laundry was unbothered by the breeze. Such matters were trivial, at most requiring a few extra stacks of tissue beside their beds. In the small grove, couples strolled together, while dance lessons in the ballroom continued with their etiquette practice. Everything remained as it always had been, like every other night at this school. It was calm and peaceful. Yet in the blink of an eye, the leaves turned from green to yellow and back again. The outside world was in constant upheaval, and the people here seemed to change with the seasons. Alongside the administrative building, a mirror reflected Zhang Rong's classically beautiful face as she passed by. Some boys, upon encountering her, found themselves naturally drawn to her, their gazes lingering until they turned away, feigning nonchalance or coincidentally looking in her direction once more. Feeling a surge of joy and excitement as if, according to a renowned scientific study, their lives might be extended by a few years. It was no surprise that this school had its share of girls who hopped into luxury cars at the first sign of a holiday, along with many attractive individuals concerned with appearances. However, Zhang Rong was notably rare, with few scandalous rumors surrounding her, making her exceptionally unique. Unlike Zhang Chen's observations outside, Zhang Rong was solitary within the academy, her demeanor serious and composed, exuding an air of classical beauty. Her fashion sense was exquisite, accentuating her figure, embodying the essence of a heroine that few could replicate. For instance, she currently carried a small bag of bread for dinner, donned wide-legged trousers, and sported Converse sneakers from her interview earlier that day, paired with a fitted jacket. Yet, she still exuded elegance, with a slender waist and flowing hair. Her every movement infused with grace. Thus, a considerable number of eyes followed along. Is it Zhang Rong? She is set to commence her internship this year, isn't she? Indeed. In a few months, we shall all embark on our separate paths, and soon we will be unable to see each other. Will you not take measures to alleviate any regrets? Oh, do not speak so recklessly. What am I to amend? Does she even regard me? Look at Liang Wenhao. Despite his wealth, he cannot win her affection. You are certainly not as foolish as Liang Wenhao. Enough of this. Upon returning to her dormitory, Zhang Rong found herself alone, as some had returned home while others had evening engagements. In this four-person room, the camaraderie she shared with her roommates was merely superficial. She opened the materials she had brought back, reviewing the requirements and considerations for the part-time program the following day. Then, she took a small bite of the bread she had purchased for dinner and sipped from a carton of student milk, treating it as her evening meal. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the Tomorrow Star program began to proliferate on the forum of the Broadcasting and Film Academy. Has anyone attended the recruitment for Tomorrow Star at the television station today? I was not selected. Ha ha ha. May I inquire if subsequent calls will be made? Did any of you receive a call? No, quite a few from our academy went, as this part-time information has been widely circulated. Oh, I even saw Zhang Rong. Who? Zhang Rong. She went as well? Was she there for an audition? Isn't that self-evident? She was right in front of me. It is undoubtedly her. Heh. It seems that the rumors do not align. Who claimed she was a wealthy heiress? Whispers began to circulate. On the other side of the computer, numerous individuals were paying attention. So, who was ultimately selected? Those inquiring were primarily interested in whether Zhang Rong had made the cut. Some were genuinely admirers concerned about her fate, while others harbored darker motives, eager to witness her potential downfall, eager to see the fade of the heiress shatter completely. Before long, new information appeared. I was among the last to exit in the final batch of interviews, and I did not succeed. However, Zhang Rong was selected. Oh, she was chosen. Will this program genuinely air on the television station during the Spring Festival? Zhang Rong, the one from the film and television directing major? The junior? Who else could it be? Wow, impressive. With the latest news brought back by those who attended today's event, the outcome of this seemingly prestigious part-time opportunity within the academy was finally revealed. Voices of envy, jealousy, and bitterness resounded throughout the forum. At this moment, Zhang Rong remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding her. After finishing her dinner, she set aside the documents and gazed at the moonlight spilling in from the balcony. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. I secured a remarkable part-time position today, providing me the chance to get closer to television programming. Perhaps one day, you will see me on television. I will take good care of myself. I shall retire early tonight and rise early tomorrow to begin my work. Rest assured and watch over me. After disconnecting the call, Zhang Rong lifted her gaze. In the notes you left for me, you expressed a desire for my youth to be filled with both laughter and tears, to journey forth and reap the rewards. Time flows like a song. I hope, as you said, to embody the most beautiful version of myself in your heart. Mother. Chapter 52, The Enchantress. The registration for the next day commenced at 10 o'clock. However, the individuals in Studio 7 arrived by 9 o'clock. Outside, there were eager attendees already queuing, having been persuaded to leave last night after work. Yet today they returned to register. However, the preparations inside were not yet complete, and thus the main entrance remained closed. Unlike the disarray of yesterday, today the team had taken shape. 4 part-time workers were recruited yesterday: Chenhua, Lu Guangrong, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Rong. Chenhua, a professional host. was articulate, and was assigned to give explanations. Lu Guangrong took charge of logistics, while Zhang Jun assisted Song Xiao in managing receipts and documentation. Zhang Rong was versatile, ready to assist wherever needed. When Zhang Rong arrived today, she turned heads, dressed in a white shirt layered with a white pearl-patterned sweater, paired with denim jeans and light-colored high-top canvas shoes. Her hair cascaded naturally down her shoulders, framing her classical almond-shaped eyes, exuding an air of purity and grace. This morning, she contemplated stopping by the bun shop, but recalling the words of the high school student from yesterday, she decided to trust him. After all, he had registered and would inevitably show up. It was her first day at work, and arriving early seemed prudent. So she opted for a quick breakfast of milk on the bus instead of taking a detour. Indeed, she soon encountered Zhang Chen, who arrived with Huang Huifen. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback as he entered through the back door. Wang Bowen then called Zhang Chen over, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. "Let me introduce you all to my godson, Zhang Chen, the planner of our entire event," he announced. He is a student at UTA, currently in his second year of high school, and recently wrote a perfect essay. Zhang Chen thought to himself that perhaps Wang Bowen should also disclose his bank card and password. The crowd erupted in applause. The revelation that Zhang Chen was the event's planner elicited a mix of curious glances. However, considering UTA's esteemed reputation, having such an unconventional high school student was not entirely shocking. Wang Shuawei rolled his eyes in apparent envy. Zhang Chen mused that if this were a television drama, Wang Shuawei would undoubtedly serve as the ultimate antagonist, delivering a climactic line. "It's all your fault. It's all you. My father's eyes are only on you. You deserve this." Zhang Rong's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. After the introductions, Wang Bowen took a moment to rally the team, preparing them for the day's tasks. Zhang Chen noticed that Zhang Rong quickly averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with him. At 10 o'clock, the doors opened to a bustling crowd eager to register. Throughout the process, Zhang Chen primarily assisted, previously juggling various roles, but now that the team was organized and efficient, he helped maintain order and pass items as needed. Well, this stage is primarily for the children to showcase their talents. The entire cost is calculated as follows. Please wait while I retrieve the materials. Zhang Rong swiftly adapted to her role as the greeter. At that moment, as she turned to fetch the information booklet, Zhang Chen happened to pass by with the materials and handed it to her seamlessly. The materials have arrived, and it seems that Zhang Rong, akin to a hot iron weight, engaged minimally with Zhang Chen before resuming her duties. One can only imagine the tumultuous emotions she experienced upon hearing Wang Bowen introduce Zhang Chen. She would have preferred to create a molten pit in the ground to leap into and incinerate her frustrations. Reflecting on the threats she posed towards him, she chastised herself for her foolishness, hammering her head against the wall in a secluded corner. Thud, thud, thud. Her mind was a tempest of regretful thoughts. She could only rely on her work to numb her feelings, yet Zhang Chen's presence loomed like a black hole, compelling her to vacate the area at the mere sight of him. At noon, she went to fetch her lunch. Clutching her box meal, she walked ahead, with Zhang Chen trailing behind. Observing her earnestness, she noticed how she had taken a considerable amount of the meals ordered by Wang Bowen from the cafeteria, managing to balance multiple stacks of boxes despite her slender frame of 1.7 meters. This spectacle appeared quite incongruous, as it was customary for the office's elegant women to carry only one meal each, strolling leisurely while sometimes balancing a cup of coffee in the other hand, exemplifying the refined essence of a white-collar worker. Zhang Rong, with her striking beauty and impeccable attire, could easily be mistaken for a celebrity guest at a television station. Yet, here she was, embodying the plight of a beleaguered worker, a most unfortunate juxtaposition. Zhang Chen, having taken the least amount of meals, felt a pang of sympathy and decided to offer assistance. "Hey," he called out. Zhang Rong, juggling her towering stacks of lunch boxes like a circus performer maintaining balance, swiftly departed, leaving Zhang Chen somewhat flustered in her wake. Throughout the day, Zhang Rong avoided Zhang Chen, right up until the end of work when Wang Bowen instructed everyone to tidy up and head to the second-floor office, where he intended to distribute pay. Upon finishing her tasks, Zhang Rong entered the office, receiving a heartfelt acknowledgement of her hard work from Wang Bowen along with an envelope. The reason she lingered until the last moment was to evade an encounter with Zhang Chen. Surprisingly, despite the day's challenges, she felt a refreshing sense of excitement and energy. She mused that she could still visit the university gym or swim a few laps. This was the positive spirit of a worker. With an envelope containing 100 yuan in hand, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Zhang Rong tucked it into her jeans pocket and took a deep breath on the terrace bathed in the slanting rays of the setting sun, where clouds adorned with golden edges stretched across the horizon, creating a breathtaking sight. She overheard rustling noises from the adjacent office, which was typically unoccupied due to its remote location in the broadcasting building. Wang Bowen had repurposed this second-floor office to complement the registration area in the broadcasting hall below. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why there were sounds emanating from the office, as the entire floor was supposed to be vacant. Thankfully, it was not nighttime. Otherwise, she would have never dared to peek through the door. As she tilted her head to glance inside, she spotted Zhang Chen and Wang Shuwei manipulating Wang Bowen's bulky black Dell laptop on the desk, inputting the day's expenditures into a spreadsheet. As I glanced up, I caught sight of Zhang Rong, peering at them like a thief. The crucial detail was that her hair cascaded down straight, giving the impression of a head floating above her. Both Zhang Chen and Wang Shuwei felt their hearts momentarily cease. What on earth is that? Wang Shuwei exclaimed in astonishment. In an instant, Zhang Rong elegantly retracted her head and, without hesitation, turned to leave. The sound of footsteps behind her prompted her to quicken her pace. Wait a moment. Zhang Rong had no choice but to halt, for Zhang Chen had followed her out. A wave of darkness washed over her. What kind of image did she project before Zhang Chen? The pioneer of incoherent dreams, the king of acrobatics, and the beautiful yet tragic figure described by Lu Sun, akin to a head of a snake lurking on a wall. Gradually, she twisted her body to look back, resembling a stiff marionette. To her surprise, she saw the somewhat handsome youth extending 2 yuan towards her. I didn't buy any buns this morning. I'll bring you some next time. No need for the money. I've been wanting to return this to you, but couldn't find the opportunity. Also, I count on you to look out for me, Zhang Chen added, winking at her. Zhang Rong was engulfed in darkness. She recalled a line from a university stage play. Oh God, save your beautiful creation. She felt like a porcelain doll, exquisitely crafted yet fragile, trapped amid sharp edges, susceptible to shattering upon the slightest touch. Chapter 53. The Gathering Goodness, Zhang Chen. To be honest, you truly startled me this afternoon. That Zhang Rong looked like a ghost. I genuinely thought we were witnessing a scene from a horror tale. Wang Shuwei exclaimed. The way she resembles a character from an ancient drama. Yes. Like Joey Wang in a Chinese ghost story. I thought her spirit would linger forever. I heard that the broadcasting building used to be a site of executions. Had you not mustered the courage to confirm, I would have been frozen in place, my hands dripping with sweat. Look, I'm still sweating now. Later in the evening, Wang Shuwei pulled him aside, continuing to discuss the matter. Zhang Chen retorted, can we please drop this? Even if it's not true, let us not mention such things at night. At this time, outside the second ring road in Rongqing, the area remained desolate, shrouded in construction dust, with a chilling fog permeating the night. Although Zhang Chen was a staunch materialist, having lived 2 lives, he had encountered inexplicable phenomena that defied scientific explanation. In the past, he wouldn't have minded dancing atop graves, but now, reborn with a newfound trepidation towards the unknown, he dared not indulge in recklessness. You asked me to come out and relax. Where exactly is there to unwind? Zhang Chen inquired. Furthermore, he found no allure in games anymore. Contemporary entertainment felt utterly disjointed to him. Strangely enough, having returned from his rebirth, he found himself intrigued by reviewing study materials, or perhaps delving into stock market research. Observing the fluctuating tides of fortune, he had resolutely avoided stock trading in his previous life, yet here he was, beneath the weight of ennui, willingly engaging in mathematics, scrutinizing charts, and seeking out literature on stock market strategies. Who could he possibly discuss this with? Purely out of boredom. He had no intention of becoming a mere pawn in the stock market. He simply indulged in reminiscing about the tumultuous market events of yore, hoping to identify potential opportunities. Certainly, although amidst the tumult of the internet era, Zhang Chen was acutely aware of the opportunities at hand. Yet, opportunity is ever a gift bestowed upon those who are prepared. Thus, one must diligently ready themselves for forthcoming prospects, in a bid to accumulate resources and gradually ascend. The program today reported an even greater number of registrants than yesterday, 128 in total, with registration fees amounting to 40,628 yuan. Consequently, Wang Shui's call for relaxation was met with Zhang Chen's approval, marking a moment worthy of celebration. Moreover, there lies an intriguing notion, perhaps due to a childhood reflex. Zhang Chen found himself utterly unable to decline Wang Shui's invitation. It was akin to an enchanting spell woven between close friends, rendering one incapable of refusal, thereby compelling him into compliance. Upon reflection, Zhang Chen discerned that Wang Shui's remarkable talent appeared to be an irresistible knack for making requests. "Follow me, and you shall see," Wang Shui declared with a mysterious smile, casually gesturing to whisk them away to the lively center of the city. In the millennium, the heart of Rongqing had already garnered notable acclaim. Although vast tracts of land between the second and third ring roads awaited development, the city center remained a vibrant hub, adorned with a kaleidoscope of neon lights. In Zhang Chen's eyes, these luminous tubes and neon signs evoked a nostalgic cyberpunk aesthetic. He realized he had yet to explore the city center in recent days. The upscale Japanese restaurant across the street, with its opulent glow and expansive windows, was frequented by affluent young professionals and well-to-do youths, with prices soaring into the hundreds. At this juncture, real estate prices were relatively modest, and the general populace in Rongqing enjoyed a modest standard of living. However, establishments intertwined with the realms of commerce and governance boasted prices that left ordinary citizens in awe. Notably, Wang Fujing in the heart of Rongqing ranked second in national sales, with certain dining establishments setting a minimum charge of 888 yuan per table, embodying an extravagant display of opulence. Wang Shui escorted Zhang Chen directly to Ludi, specifically room 622, an extravagant private suite. A lavish suite? Zhang Chen mused, sensing an air of extravagance. Yet, it did not seem typical of Wang Shui to foot such a bill. Otherwise, Zhang Chen would have reproached him. Though they had the financial backing of Wang Bowen, they had never indulged in such luxury. With the 3,000 yuan from Wang Bowen divided between them, should Wang Shui fall short, he would have to seek Zhang Chen's assistance. As anticipated, there were indeed others present. Even Zhang Chen, with his discerning eye, found the decor of Lidi to be quite grandiose. In his time, such venues were primarily frequented by the elderly, yet now, they thrived in a golden age of development. With marble embellishments and lavish decorations, even antique showcases adorned the space, though one could only speculate about the authenticity of those antiques. Perhaps placed by a wealthy proprietor to lend an air of distinction. Navigating through the lavish corridors, they arrived at room 622. Upon entering, they were greeted by a two-tiered, theater-style private room, complete with a spiraling staircase that elegantly connected the levels, supported by imposing columns. The design, reminiscent of a Greco-Roman amphitheater, struck Zhang Chen as a luxurious embodiment of abstract artistry. He had never ventured to such places before and had long heard tales of Lidi. As time progressed, this establishment had undergone a transformation, reviving the legacy it once held in Rongqing, a chapter he was now privileged to experience. The cost of such private rooms easily exceeds 1,000 per night, possibly around 3,000. Zhang Chen found himself intrigued by the guests of the day. Inside, there were 7 women and 3 men, all adorned in luxurious attire, rendering even renowned brands like Adidas and Nike seemingly trivial by comparison. "Brother Wang, old Wang has arrived. Wang Shuiwei, it's been a while since I last saw you." Upon encountering this group of individuals, all of similar age, Zhang Chen was suddenly reminded of the spirited Wang Bowen from years past, who had mingled with numerous officials and business elites. At that time, Wang Shuiwei had been in his company, socializing with the offspring of these figures. The young men and women before him were likely the acquaintances Wang Shuiwei had made back then. "Did you bring anyone along?" one of the young men inquired. Beside him stood a young woman, her attire and makeup meticulously crafted, showcasing a unique and innovative style. Some wore dresses and formal gowns, exemplifying various fashion trends. Among the 3 young men, one appeared a year or 2 younger, his youthfulness evident, while another was notably tall, and the last slender. All dressed in what could only be described as the epitome of contemporary fashion. Though they had initially directed their question to Wang Shuiwei, as soon as the 2 entered, all eyes converged upon Zhang Chen. Particularly, the 3 young women seated at the bar sofa fixated their gazes on him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Allow me to introduce, this is the recipient of the full marks in moral education from that article. I am just a poor student." "Yes, he is Zhang Chen, my friend since childhood," Wang Shuiwei bellowed, his face beaming with pride. a stark contrast to the mutual teasing they had engaged in when grades were released. In the outside world, one's identity is bestowed by friends. Huang Huifen adhered to a guiding principle. As long as his friends were exceptional, he would proudly present them as a standard bearer, ensuring his entire family basked in their reflected glory. Thus, upon entering, Zhang Chen found himself the center of attention, akin to a rare panda being observed. The young men gazed at him with eager anticipation, while the young women regarded him with curiosity. Huang Huifen proceeded to introduce the group, beginning with the tallest young man, whose name was rather unique, Gu Zhiyu. The one dressed in hip-hop attire was named Yang Du, and the shorter one was Luo Qing. After completing the introductions, all were friends of Huang Huifen from yesteryears. Huang Huifen then remarked to Gu Zhiyu with a smile, "Aren't you just back from studying abroad? It's been ages since we last saw each other, and now you think to call me? If it weren't for Zhang Chen, you probably wouldn't have reached out today." It turned out that Gu Zhiyu and his companions rarely gathered, meeting only a couple of times a year. They had once been close friends, but as some pursued studies overseas and others relocated, their connections had waned. Each year, upon Gu Zhiyu's return, he would seek out his friends for a reunion. In the past, without Zhang Chen, they had not been well acquainted, nor did they belong to the same social circle. Especially, whenever Huang Huifen mentioned plans to join them for a gathering, he would appear remarkably composed and mature, often telling Zhang Chen, "I want to be joining you for gaming tomorrow. You know Gu Zhiyu has invited me. They're heading to the Yueron Club for dinner." This created an impression akin to a fraternity gathering, with Huang Huifen believing his circle to be of a higher echelon. To their surprise, Gu Zhiyu and his companions had indeed heard about the happenings at Yuta High School. Consequently, someone inadvertently mentioned to Huang Huifen over the phone that a remarkable talent had emerged from Yuta, leading to a cascade of inquiries. From Huang Huifen, they learned of Zhang Chen's story. According to Huang Huifen, Zhang Chen had previously been the epitome of mediocrity, a laggard at Yuta alongside him. However, a dark horse had emerged, and not only did this individual excel academically, but he also penned a perfect essay, causing quite a stir in the high school circles of Rongqing. Among their peers, some were studying abroad, while others attended private institutions, particularly foreign language schools, showcasing their privileged backgrounds and refined upbringing. It was evident that they were not the typical spoiled youths, nor did they overtly display any negative traits in front of their friends. Curiosity swirled around Zhang Chen as all eyes were drawn to him. Their conversations were polite, and the most egregious moment occurred when Huang Huifen introduced Zhang Chen, with Gu Zhiyu extending his hand in a graceful gesture. As Huang Huifen introduced Zhang Chen to the others, he shook hands with all 10 attendees, including 7 young women. Among them was a girl named Yan Mingxiu, who, while clad in a black cocktail dress, merely brushed her fingertips against Zhang Chen's, her hand cool to the touch. She exchanged a fleeting glance with him before retracting her hand and settling back into the shadows cast by the terrace above. Yang Du, dressed casually, chimed in. "I used to be in the junior division of Yuta. I still have several friends there. Do you know Feng Rui?" Zhang Chen exchanged a glance with Huang Huifen, who responded, "Isn't she our Yuta's literary goddess? The deputy editor of our school newspaper, Chunhua." Yang Du chuckled. "Oh right, she was my desk mate. And I had a crush on her. But alas, she prefers those with talent. So, Zhang Chen, you know, if I had written that essay, I would have won her heart long ago." Zhang Chen could only smile, refraining from commenting. A girl named Lu Shiwei interjected. "Hey, do you all know about Shen Noyi from Yuta? She's quite famous, supposedly the school belle. What does she look like? Is she exceptionally beautiful?" Her tone carried a hint of jealousy, leaving the question somewhat awkward. Huang Huifen replied, "She's decent, I suppose." Zhang Chen glanced at him, pondering that Huang Huifen was not entirely oblivious. He could discern the undercurrents of jealousy among the girls. Perhaps in this circle, which Gu Zhiyu deemed more refined, he had matured significantly, displaying both emotional and intellectual acumen. As for Zhang Chen, he felt liberated, thinking to himself, what is the fuss about? The conversation quickly turned to the subject of the school bell, igniting a flurry of gossip, particularly among the girls, who eagerly posed questions. When asked whom Yang Du would choose between Feng Rui and Shen Noyi, he earnestly replied, "Though Feng Rui is my goddess, whom I have secretly adored for a long time, Shen Noyi is indeed more attractive. Yet, if given a choice, I would still choose Feng Rui, unwavering in my affections. I am a pure-hearted man." This declaration, of course, elicited a chorus of playful jeers and laughter. lightening the atmosphere considerably and alleviating the earlier awkwardness that had accompanied their first encounter with Zhang Chen. How commendable your teachers at UDA are. In our school, such essay topics would be deemed ideologically incorrect. Moreover, my teacher often remarks that although my writing possesses a certain finesse, it seems to float aimlessly, lacking a solid foundation, concrete examples, and the emotional resonance necessary to truly move an audience. Consequently, I have never scored above 45 in my essays. How did you manage to ascend from over 600 to just above 200? This is indeed UDA. Huang Huifen interjected, I have a say in this matter. Just 20 days ago, this fellow scored merely in the 50s on an English exam. Yet, he proclaimed he would study, and lo and behold, he truly did, abstaining even from games. As a result, he achieved a remarkable 139 in English this time. Are you not impressed? The crowd unanimously raised their thumbs, exclaiming in unison, impressive. You are truly remarkable. They regarded Zhang Chen as one of those exceptional individuals encountered throughout the history of every school. The conversation flowed intermittently, and as fruit platters and beer were served, everyone began to select songs and sing. Unlike before, when they clustered to converse, the girls had dispersed across different levels of the platform. Surprisingly, the girls' singing was generally quite commendable. Gu Jiu and Yang performed English songs, exuding a rap-like flair. Among the girls, English songs predominated, as they seemed to believe that singing in English, with its higher difficulty, tested their vocal prowess. Thus, performing well in this genre naturally showcased their talents. Everyone was considerate of Zhang Chen, inquiring what he wished to sing, but he waved them off. After several refusals, they decided to disregard him. Soon after, it was Yan Mingshu's turn to sing. She ascended to the second floor and took the microphone, delivering a stunning rendition of Coco Lee's song. Upon finishing, she returned to the large sofa in the center of the second tier. Before long, Gu Jiu descended the stairs and approached Huang Huifen, stating, Yan's daughter wants Zhang Chen to come over. He then turned to Zhang Chen and said, Yan Mingshu wishes to ask you something. Why not go up and chat with her? Earlier, they had observed that the girl named Yan Mingshu was the center of attention among her peers, reminiscent of Gu Jiu's leadership among the boys. Huang Huifen, however, was taken aback. Which Yan is that? Gu Jiu met his gaze, that Yan. Zhang Chen ascended the stairs, and there, in the center of the circular sofa, sat Yan Mingshu, clad in a black cocktail dress. As Zhang Chen approached, the girls beside her vacated a spot, leaving a warm space on the sofa. Infused with a hint of fragrance and the aroma of cocktails, Zhang Chen settled beside Yan Mingshu, observing the girl who possessed an air of reserve and a touch of pride in her eyes. Chapter 55. Opportunity. From the moment he entered, Zhang Chen discerned that Yan Mingshu, seated in the luxurious booth on the second floor, was not to be underestimated. Her every gesture exuded an undeniable presence. Earlier, while others inquired about Zhang Chen's exam score, she had merely glanced at him for a fleeting moment before turning her attention elsewhere. Now, having learned from Gu Jiu, he understood that Yan Mingshu had some notable background. Yet, what could she possibly want with him? Zhang Chen sat beside her, and whether it was due to the air conditioning being quite strong in the private room or the delicate fabric of her little dress, he could distinctly feel the gentle warmth emanating from her body, mere inches away. Surprisingly, Zhang Chen remained unfazed amidst the throng of women, which took Yan Mingshu aback. She retrieved a clean empty glass and inquired whether Zhang Chen preferred beer or a soft drink. Either is fine, he replied. She leaned forward to pour him a glass of beer, then raised her own drink to clink with his. After taking a sip, she spoke. I heard from Huang Huifen that you are assisting his father with the planning of the Tomorrow Star project. Do you have a personal performance aspect to it? Zhang Chen was not at all surprised that she was aware of Tomorrow Star. Huang Huifen would have shared that information, and it was likely that the true intention behind her invitation was this very project. They were probably eager to see the mastermind behind Tomorrow Star. Yan, the daughter of the secretary, possessed a solid vocal foundation, clearly honed through practice, and as a young woman, she likely enjoyed such performances, especially given the publicity surrounding this event in the thriving city of Rongqing in 2000. Wang Bowen had published program highlights and registration details in the newspapers, and the fervor of recent sign-ups had even attracted media attention for interviews and reports. Given their proximity to Huang Huifen, they would be privy to even more information. Zhang Chen's collaboration with Wang Bowen on this project stemmed from his identity as a rising star in the field. and it was apparent that Yin Mingshu was observing him closely today. He also noticed that when she posed her question, the nearby girls fell silent. Their attention fixated on the two of them. It was no wonder they chose this secluded spot on the second floor. It facilitated their inquiries and discussions. Yes, there is a personal performance component, Zhang Chen confirmed, but due to varying resource allocations, the registration fees differ. Yin Mingshu nodded, her graceful neck indicating her understanding. Such expenditures were not insignificant, especially for a television appearance. I wish to make it meaningful. I will use my own New Year's money. So it won't be too expensive, right? Zhang Chen comprehended her sentiment. Everyone harbored dreams of stardom, likely influenced by the extensive promotion. If it were a formal competition, these affluent young women represented by Yin Mingshu might not participate, but if it entailed performing on a show, the allure changed entirely. It was akin to the current moment of showcasing oneself, the prospect of having a platform as grand as a television studio to present one's talents. To create a recording for posterity, and to be aired during the Spring Festival was an unforgettable spectacle of familial reunion. The sentimental value was immeasurable. Thus, they were instantly captivated. Zhang Chen had indeed conferred with Wang Bowen about reserving such spots, though this detail was not included in the promotional materials and was only disclosed during inquiries. Individual performances would undoubtedly command a higher price, with preliminary fees ranging from $19.99 to $49.99, depending on the type of act. For instance, a solo speech would be more affordable, whereas a performance featuring stage effects, singing, or a solo dance lasting over 5 minutes would incur a heftier charge. However, this project was merely one of the options. Most participants opting for television appearances would typically choose group performances, such as large choruses or recitations priced at $199 or choreographed group acts at $599 for 10 members. Inquiries have been made regarding individual registrations, and thus far, only 2 have signed up for the solo recitation. Zhang Chen contemplated that, since they were friends, he would offer a preferential price. With one hand, he gestured a 1, while with the other, he indicated 9 by placing his index finger between his thumb and forefinger. He then heard Yin Mingshu exclaim, 19,000 for one spot? After a moment's reflection, she remarked, that's not particularly expensive. Zhang Chen could hear himself swallow, pondering whether affluent young ladies were always so extravagant. The girls nearby, hailing from foreign language schools and private institutions, exchanged glances, deliberating amongst themselves. It seemed to them that spending 19,000 for an opportunity to appear on television during the Spring Festival was quite acceptable. However, it was only when they realized that Zhang Chen could assist the renowned host Wang Bowen with such planning that they genuinely perceived the uniqueness of this dark horse. Yet, it appeared they could accept it. Yuta High School was known for producing prodigies, with students participating in global programming competitions as early as their first year, and others excelling in Olympiad classes, accumulating gold medals with ease. It seemed that Zhang Chen's origins from this institution rendered his brilliance less extraordinary. How about this? The external price is actually 19,000, but for you, the internal price is 9,999, Zhang Chen proposed. Really? Wow, you're so generous. Yin Mingshu glanced at Zhang Chen, softly expressing her gratitude. Zhang Chen felt a bit shy, acknowledging that it wasn't easy for her to part with her New Year's money. All right then, this year, I might have around 50,000 in New Year's money, so it's still a significant saving. Yin Mingshu appeared quite pleased. I will help you promote it, Zhang Chen assured her. Yin Mingshu clapped her hands together, smiling. How long is the registration period? 3 more days, Zhang Chen replied. I'll register before then. Oh, by the way, will the program air during the Spring Festival? When will it be broadcast? It hasn't been decided yet. We're still soliciting opinions. There might be some complications on the television station's end, Zhang Chen said, gazing into her obsidian-like eyes. Do you think the 4th to the 8th day of the Lunar New Year would be better? When would your father prefer to watch? After some thought, Yin Mingshu suggested. How about the 4th? Zhang Chen took a deep breath, smiling as he nodded at the dates spoken by the daughter of Secretary Yin. Then it shall be the evening of the 4th. I find you quite likable, Yin Mingshu said, bringing her cup to her lips for a sip, casting a final glance at him with her eyeliner-adorned eyes. The entire Star of Tomorrow program sold its airtime, targeting primarily the parents of children who would be participating. The festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival perfectly aligned with the desires of their target demographic, families reveling in the sight of their children on television. a tangible manifestation of their aspirations for their offspring to excel. The television station allocated 4 hours for the broadcast, yet Zhang Chen and Wang Bowen resolved that the program would not feature any advertisements during its duration. Advertisements were typically rampant at such times. However, once the station purchased the program, they could only offset the purchase cost through ad slots. Zhang Chen's endeavor was different. It was direct, clients paid, and the platform connected without the interference of advertisers, save for the corporate evaluation panel that was subtly inserted under the guise of selecting model candidates. Zhang Chen regarded himself as a paragon of conscience. However, one should not expect a spectacle akin to the dramatic lighting and smoke effects that accompany the grand reveals of future generations. One cannot simply sit idly and await the conclusion of the show. This, in itself, is merely an advertisement, lacking significance. What Zhang Chen did not anticipate was that Wang Shuawei's networking would fortuitously connect him with Yan Mingxu. It appears that the prime-time slot which Wang Bowen had struggled to secure has finally opened up for him. Chapter 56. Lawless and Audi 200 glided through the side entrance of the television station, ushered in by the attentive doorman, and arrived at the administrative building. Lu Bingrong disembarked and ascended the stairs directly to the third-floor office. From this vantage point, he could observe the commotion in the broadcasting building, causing him to furrow his brow. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xianhua knocked and entered. "Leader, did you need to see me?" Zhao Xianhua inquired. "Lu Bingrong, you oversee the broadcasting building. What is the situation there?" "It seems quite raucous," Lu Bingrong replied, his brow still knitted in concern. "Ah, leader, it appears to be the sign-up for Wang Bowen's show, and indeed, there is quite a disturbance. Furthermore, the individuals entering are rather unfamiliar. Do you advise strict management?" Zhao Xianhua was well aware of Lu Bingrong's disdain for Wang Bowen, and now was the moment to alleviate the leader's concerns. Lu Bingrong grunted affirmatively. "Handle it as you see fit." Zhao Xianhua exited as if bearing a decree of authority. Once he departed, Lu Bingrong's gaze turned back to the tumult. On his desk lay a freshly printed copy of the Rongcheng Urban Daily, featuring an extensive report on the rising star. He had initially presumed Wang Bowen's endeavors to be trivial, yet he was astonished to witness the vast influence he had garnered, stirring the entire city. Moreover, Lu Bingrong was aware that Chen Su-ran was slated to host his program, and the developers with whom he had previously discussed advertising deals had since ceased communication, allegedly flocking to Wang Bowen instead. Lu Bingrong found himself ensnared in a predicament. He had initially set a high price for the time slot, hoping to dissuade Wang Bowen. Yet Wang Bowen had accepted without hesitation and even secured Chen Su-ran's resources. Recalling the earlier delight of being toasted by those developers now eluding him, Lu Bingrong felt a surge of indignation. He was acutely aware that he could not dominate the situation entirely, as the former station head still held sway and maintained a cadre of supporters. He could not simply rescind the contract that had been established, as doing so would invite public reproach. Nevertheless, he was not powerless against Wang Bowen. He could apply pressure through individuals like Zhao Xianhua, though he held little regard for such an antiquated employee. It was undeniable that everyone has their utility at any given moment. Zhao Xianhua was obedient and adept at discerning Lu Bingrong's intentions. A subtle hint would suffice for him to grasp the underlying message. By erecting obstacles for Wang Bowen, he would inevitably seek a resolution, at which point they could negotiate a redistribution of interests. After all, while Wang Bowen's program had been contracted, the time slot had yet to be finalized, thus affording Lu Bingrong an opportunity to demand a greater financial contribution to compensate for the advertising shortfall. If Wang Bowen remains oblivious to the situation, delaying for an additional 10 days to half a month, his promise of broadcasting the program after the Spring Festival would undoubtedly fail. At the very least, it would cause quite a stir. Wang Bowen, oh Wang Bowen, must I resort to drastic measures? Following that day, the interactions with Jiang Rong became less strained. The next day, when Jiang Rong arrived, she walked directly towards Zhang Chen, presenting him with 2 bags of steamed buns. "Here, I brought these for you today, please enjoy." Zhang Chen accepted them with a smile and expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, Jiang Rong became quite at ease. The directing and producing program at the Film and Broadcasting Academy spans 3 years, and as a third-year senior, Jiang Rong had regained her composure after a night of reflection. She thought to herself, what do I have to fear from a high school student? Am I truly embarrassed in his presence? I've already lost all the dignity I could. I shall simply interact with him as I would with any acquaintance. Moreover, he, a mere junior, had inadvertently embarrassed himself. It was time for him to adjust. Watching Zhang Chen enjoy the buns, Zhang Rong felt a sense of relief welling up within her. Despite being slightly older, in the presence of this high school student, she felt a lack of confidence typical of a soon-to-be graduate. Truly, it would take time to find the right balance. Today, the number of applicants seemed to have increased, a consequence of the media coverage that had stirred interest. Consequently, everyone was preoccupied, fully engaged in the registration process. By noon, the flow of people heading to Studio 7 suddenly came to a halt. Upon returning from lunch, Zhang Chen noticed Zhang Rong and several others standing at the entrance. Peering outside, "What is happening?" Zhang Chen inquired. "It seems the gatekeeper has barred entry at the main entrance, claiming that there are too many complaints about the crowd. They require registration for entry," Zhang Rong explained. "However, Teacher Wang has already gone to handle it." Wang Shuawei approached from the side, expressing his frustration. "It seems someone's trying to sabotage us. There are no other activities in this broadcasting building apart from ours, and it's separated from the administrative building by a wall. There's another door there. Entry should be unrestricted." Zhang Chen frowned, contemplating the internal strife this implied. At the main entrance, Zhao Xinhua closed the door, requiring all incoming individuals to register one by one. In no time, the area around the broadcasting building was inundated with people, spilling onto the streets. Wang Bowen approached. "What is going on?" "Zhao Xinhua, what are you doing? Open the door." The gatekeeper hesitated, caught between Wang Bowen and Zhao Xinhua, the director of the management office. Both parties found themselves at an impasse. Zhao Xinhua replied, "I apologize, Teacher Wang. I understand this is your program, but we have received complaints, and we must impose some regulation. Only those who register can enter, ensuring we can properly manage any issues that arise." Zhao Xinhua recognized that outright refusal was not an option, given that the event had been sanctioned by the station and Wang Bowen had connections with the former station head. However, he could create obstacles by enforcing a registration requirement, thereby controlling the flow of people. "I have no choice. Perhaps you should consult Director Liu about how to resolve this matter." Zhao Xinhua gestured towards Wang Bowen, maintaining a facade of bureaucratic formality. Wang Bowen was already aware that this was the handiwork of Liu Bingrong. As the crowd outside swelled, it began to impede traffic near the television station. A black Accord found itself ensnared in the flow of vehicles at the main road's entrance. Inside the car sat Yin Mingshu and a middle-aged man beside her. Observing the scene, the man furrowed his brow and remarked, "What on earth is happening at the television station? Why are there so many people? And why are the gates closed? They're spilling onto the road, and there's still traffic here. What if something goes wrong? Call the station director." The man in the Zhongshan suit sitting in the passenger seat promptly retrieved his phone and dialed. Outside the gates, a cacophony of curses erupted. The residents of Rongqing are known for their sharp tongues. Even if two individuals were to quarrel, they would spend a good 30 minutes hurling insults before anyone dared to make a move. The one who strikes first may find themselves on the ground, familiar with the routine. However, their words are merciless. With the entrance blocked, a chorus of grievances ensued, leaving Zhao Xinhua overwhelmed. Yet, he remained resolute, adhering to the station's regulations. "If you wish to enter, you must register, otherwise, leave." "Who are you telling to leave?" He noticed a younger man in a Zhongshan suit pushing to the front, glaring at him. "What do you mean, leave? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Xinhua, relishing his authority within the management office, felt emboldened, asserting the supremacy of long-standing employees of the station. The guard's phone rang insistently, and Zhao Xinhua, brimming with irritation, answered. "Who is it?" "Oh, Director Liu." On the other end, Liu Bingrong's voice came through, laced with exasperation. "Zhao Xinhua, what are you doing? Are you out of control?" Upon receiving Liu Bingrong's call, Zhao Xinhua hurriedly opened the gates, allowing the gathered crowd to enter the studio compound. At that moment, Secretary Yan's vehicle finally made its way inside, proceeding directly to the inner sanctum. Zhao Xinhua stood frozen, particularly as the 30-something man he had scolded shot him a few menacing glares before entering a Passat S passenger seat, making it abundantly clear that he had likely brewed a storm today. Before long, a message reached him. "Zhao Xinhua, Secretary Yan is here for an inspection, and Director Liu wants you to come over." With his head bowed, Zhao Xinhua approached the studio building, where he found Director Liu and Secretary Yan engaged in conversation. They had not yet turned their attention to him when Liu Bingrong, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived in a flurry, unleashing a torrent of reprimands upon Zhao Xinhua. Zhao Xinhua endured the scolding, keeping his head low, wondering to himself, wasn't it you who instructed me to impose strict oversight on Wang Bowen? How was I to know Secretary Yan would visit today? Am I being set up by Wang Bowen? Lu Bingrong, of course, placed the blame squarely on him, and Zhao Xinhua, feeling too intimidated to retort, accepted the reprimand. After what seemed a sufficient tirade, Secretary Yan interjected, "You must not be so inflexible in your duties. Look at this situation. During a live broadcast, you should avoid adding to the congestion. We saw people spilling into the main road as we arrived. If anything were to happen, would you be able to bear the responsibility?" He spoke to the station director, Yu Shenhua, emphasizing the necessity for the television station to rigorously enforce internal management, rather than confining all matters to the outside. If safety corridors were established for internal guidance and personnel were assigned to maintain order, safety concerns could be alleviated. Secretary Chen coordinated with you to ensure public safety. Yet you scolded him instead. This, I believe, reflects a detachment from the masses and an arrogant stance. It is imperative to eradicate such detrimental practices. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinhua felt a chill run down his spine. Secretary Yan had escalated the issue to management oversight, and he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Even Lu Bingrong could hardly contain his discomfort. Regret and frustration swirled within him as he pondered the fortuitous circumstances that had befallen Wang Bowen, which had even prompted Secretary Yan to investigate the matter. Indeed, I acknowledge my responsibility in this incident, and I shall certainly rectify internal management, enhance employee training, and eliminate these entrenched issues. It is the Secretary's insightful perspective that has provided us with a timely wake-up call. I will ensure that this matter is handled with the utmost seriousness. Yu Shenhua responded affirmatively, leading Secretary Yan forward. Zhao Xinhua remained rooted in place, dazed by the implications of Yu Shenhua's call to eradicate long-standing issues, knowing full well that calamity was imminent. Lu Bingrong could only meekly observe as Yu Shenhua introduced Secretary Yan and his entourage, while Wang Bowen emerged to greet them. Secretary Yan even shook hands with him, commending his creativity and expressing hopes for a vibrant spring festival program. Subsequently, the group assessed the operational status of the television station. As they departed, Secretary Yan glanced at his daughter and inquired of Yu Shenhua and accompanying Wang Bowen. "I hear this program will be aired on the fourth day, correct?" Wang Bowen hesitated momentarily. Fortunately, it was not framed as a question, and Secretary Yan smiled, commenting that on the evening of the fourth day, most families would be visiting relatives, and he eagerly anticipated watching the program, urging them to execute it splendidly. Lu Bingrong could hardly fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Ultimately, the problem stemmed from Wang Bowen's excessive publicity. Moreover, it was not Secretary Yan who had been roused, but rather, it was their children who had been captivated. Secretary Yan's daughter was present today, fundamentally. He was accompanying her to partake in the program, coincidentally using this opportunity to evaluate the television station. The question remained, was this a prior notice or a spontaneous decision? If it was a prior notice, then Yu Shenhua's apparent lack of prominence belied his connections with Secretary Yan, as he had not informed Lu Bingrong of the secretary's impending visit. Furthermore, his close companionship throughout the day was telling. Needless to say, Yu Shenhua's so-called rectification of practices would undoubtedly be leveraged to his advantage, and should he successfully navigate the connections with Secretary Yan, he might ascend to a higher echelon. Though it seemed he had lost his edge, this old fox had been quietly maneuvering behind the scenes. Zhao Xinhua's position in management was surely untenable, and he would soon be dismissed. What Yu Shenhua intended to do next, and how many of his own allies he would maneuver into advantageous positions, remained uncertain. Just the thought of it gave Lu Bingrong a severe headache. Chen Xiran sat opposite them, evidently having heard about today's events and coming to inquire. She widened her eyes at Zhang Chen. "So, you've established contact with Yan Mingshu?" Wang Shua's significant contribution to this matter was evident. Had it not been for his connections, they might eventually have signed up for the program, but not with such an opportunity for negotiation and dialogue. Zhang Chen replied, "Wang Shua's insight is commendable. He mentioned that some of his old classmates have thrived, and just a little assistance could go a long way. That is how I got to know Gu Jiyu. And to my surprise, he also knows Yan Mingshu." Chen Xiran smiled, as if to say, "You two are quite the pair." She took a sip from a bottle of drink she had brought. Today, she arrived with a bag full of beverages, unsure of Zhang Chen and Wang Shua's preferences. So she bought a variety from the supermarket, filling a large bag, which she carried in with both hands. This left Wang Bowen speechless. You really spoil them. Wang Bowen was currently tossing a stack of cash secured with a rubber band into a metal box. He then turned to Zhang Chen. This is nothing. But the key issue is that you've set the time. Now, Secretary Yin insists on watching the program on the 4th day of the new year. Lu Bingrong wouldn't dare to utter a word against it. Haha, you're quite the clever one, aren't you? Soon after, Wang Bowen's gaze landed on the registration list, and he paused, pointing you. You really accepted Yin Mingshu's money? He said earnestly. Zhang Chen, you must return it. Zhang Chen shook his head. Of course, I must accept it. Yin Mingshu used her own savings for the registration fee. This is what gives the matter its significance. Their family is quite affluent. It's not as if Secretary Yin acquired the funds through underhanded means. It's all above board. Returning it would imply we're granting special treatment, which alters the nature of the matter. In fact, this is much clearer. And she wouldn't mind at all. Wang Bowen pondered for a moment and ultimately nodded. You make a valid point. After a brief while, he scrutinized Zhang Chen closely. Wow, this kid is truly remarkable. You really do have a penchant for money. Chapter 58. The legendary figure. Zhao Tao. The 5 days of registration passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zhang Chen was out early and returning late each day. Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen were aware that he was assisting his godfather, Wang Bowen, and since they had been informed, they did not pry further. However, during this period, the Tomorrow's Stars event caused quite a stir in the city. On some evenings, when Zhang Chen returned home, Zhang Zhonghua, holding a copy of the Rongqing Urban Daily, felt a sense of pride. Your godfather has certainly made a significant impact this time. He is so busy he has called you all to help. They believed Zhang Chen was merely assisting, which they did not oppose, as Wang Bowen would surely compensate him. And it was considered a valuable social experience for their child. Founded in 1995, the Rongqing Urban Daily is noteworthy. It is the first urban newspaper in the country, akin to an offline version of a portal website. An urban newspaper covers all aspects of the city, offering vast information and strong readability. Its unique distribution network ensures high timeliness, making it the most widely circulated publication in the Southwest region for a considerable time. The power of dissemination is indeed formidable. In terms of local communication efficacy, local lifestyle portals pale in comparison to the urban newspapers of this time. The portals may offer real-time, sharing, and interactive features. Yet even so, they can only engage in a limited exchange. The splendor of this phenomenon persisted until the advent of the Internet age. Publishing in this newspaper yields significant outreach. Since the involvement of Yin Mingshu, she has, as promised, actively assisted in promotion, leading to several individuals registering under her recommendation, all hailing from affluent backgrounds and pursuing personal projects. Throughout the entire registration period, there were 7 individuals who opted for the highest-tier project priced at 9,999 yuan. Except for one, nearly all were introduced by Yin Mingshu. Among these 7 were Lu Shiwei and 2 other girls, whom Zhang Chen had encountered at Ludi that day. The performances included solo dances, instrumental solos, and piano recitals. These 7 solo acts will be interspersed throughout the entire show, each limited to 5 minutes. With the total number of participants considered, the program's duration has now reached 4 hours. It is expected to commence at 6 o'clock on the evening of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, airing on the Rongqing television station's second entertainment channel until 10. For a live gala, such a duration would undoubtedly be catastrophic. However, Tomorrow's Star is merely a recorded showcase. Moreover, the entire program is tightly scheduled, with seamless transitions between performances, leaving no idle moments. After the full recording concludes, the program details will be distributed to each participating family, allowing them to view the performances at their designated times. Thus, 4 hours is more than sufficient, particularly as a majority of the presentations are group performances, accommodating hundreds of registrants without issue. Since Lu Shiwei and her friends were acquainted with Zhang Chen, they lingered a while after registration to engage in conversation. The 3 girls from elite schools indeed differ significantly from ordinary girls. They exhibit a maturity that surpasses that of typical high school students, their grooming already reflecting a level beyond their peers. And their discourse reveals a wealth of exposure and information. Naturally, Zhang Chen observed them from a discerning perspective, considering them as clients. Lu Shiwei inquired about the number of solo performers and glanced at Zhang Chen's list, exclaiming, "Oh my, you know them all. It seems Miss Yin has truly put in considerable effort to promote you. No wonder. I heard that the evening after we met, Miss Yan hosted a gathering at Zhuang Yanyue. I didn't attend, but it appears she was indeed working to bring in clients for you. She seems quite fond of you. Zhang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Lu Shiwei's remarks. To be candid, Yin Mingshu is indeed decisive. The following day, she brought in Secretary Yan, facilitating the program's seamless progression and instigating a fundamental transformation, for which he is truly grateful. However, Zhang Chen had not anticipated her enthusiasm and her dedicated promotion at the gathering. He was certainly aware of Zhuang Yanyue, a villa district that belongs to the early affluent developments in Rongqing, situated within the main urban area and serving as a residence for dignitaries and the elite. Oh, that is not the residence of Yan Mingzhu. It is the estate of the Xie Shui family, the one on your list. We often gather at her villa, which is adjacent to a private clubhouse where one can indulge in afternoon tea and enjoy sisterly bonding. It is likely that Xie Shui was hosting a gathering at that time, and the esteemed Miss Yin took it upon herself to promote the event with great sincerity. Otherwise, how could such a splendid opportunity arise during your registration period? You should ask her to make individual calls. Yin Mingzhu would undoubtedly find it bothersome, yet for such matters, she is surprisingly enthusiastic. As Lu Shiwei tilted her head to glance at Zhang Chen, she inquired, "Isn't it quite touching?" Zhang Chen nodded in agreement, feeling moved. After all, it is quite remarkable that Yin Mingzhu went out of her way to recommend their gathering to the sisterhood at the villa, achieving maximum promotion without any cost. And it is indeed heartwarming that you are also supporting my part-time endeavor. Enough of that. You are still young, yet your speech resembles that of my father's secretary. So meticulously crafted, Lu Shiwei remarked with a playful smirk. In any case, this is the essence of Yin Mingzhu. The more you interact with her, the clearer it will become. Miss Yin holds you in high regard, even offering us discounts. Hence she is willing to exert herself on your behalf. Lu Shiwei teased him with a mischievous smile. Do not overthink it. Zhang Chen responded, my sister overthinks. Lu Shiwei then smiled knowingly. Are you familiar with Zhao Tao? Zhang Chen paused momentarily before replying. I have heard of him. He was aware of Zhao Tao's renown, a legendary figure in later years. It is said that he possesses striking good looks, resembling Aaron Kwok, and in the vernacular of the underworld, he is regarded as the kingpin of the entire East City area. Zhao Tao attended a prestigious university and reportedly became embroiled in a violent clash with a group from his region upon his entrance, resulting in a brawl involving dozens of participants, with furniture flying about, yet he emerged as the sole victor. Remarkably, what could have escalated into a major incident was downplayed by the university, and he received no disciplinary action, while several from the opposing side ended up in the hospital. This incident became widely known. After graduating, Zhao Tao ventured into entrepreneurship, establishing several entertainment venues along the pedestrian street. His reputation has spread far and wide, and anyone with even a slight connection to the East District of Rong City is likely to recognize him. He has gradually distanced himself from his former life of delinquency, transitioning towards a more influential role within the realm of capital. As time progressed, he successfully shed the notoriety of his past brawls, evading a tumultuous fate. However, many of his former associates have faced imprisonment or worse due to their divergent paths. Wang Shuowei knows Zhao Tao and is said to have some familial connection to him. Yet Zhang Chen has never encountered this individual. He was surprised to hear the name once again from Lu Shiwei's lips. Lu Shiwei then patted his shoulder and chuckled. Zhao Tao's father is in the Education Bureau, while Miss Yan's father also ascended from the Education Bureau. It is said that he acknowledged Zhao Tao as his elder brother. Thus, you see, Miss Yan secretly harbors feelings for him. Do not entertain unrelated thoughts. Zhang Chen nodded, acknowledging, understood, I shall never pursue the affections of a brother's woman. Lu Shiwei was momentarily speechless, exclaiming, I shall strike you. In the subsequent chapter, Lu Shiwei added, do not speak carelessly. It is merely unrequited love on Miss Yan's part. Zhao Tao has never admitted to it. Moreover, he is handsome and stylish, renowned far and wide. Countless young ladies admire him. And even our Miss Yan dares not express her feelings. Zhang Chen remarked, on that day, Miss Yan did not appear to be that kind of person. How could she not dare to speak out? Isn't that obvious? Since childhood, her family has regarded him as an elder brother, and when emotions are involved, one tends to become flustered. While this matter is not a secret, please do not let it slip out. Do not inform Zhao Tao? Zhang Chen pondered. Considering Miss Yan's decisive nature, it was indeed remarkable that she could exhibit such shyness in the presence of Zhao Tao. No wonder he is the leader of the East District, a a legendary figure. It truly can be explained as being flustered by concern. Zhang Chen chuckled. I don't even know Zhao Tao. Lu Shiwei inquired curiously. Isn't he Wang Shuawei's cousin? Well, just remember my words. Lu Shiwei shot him a warning glance. Once the registration concluded, the trio from the Godfather's entrepreneurial venture tallied the total income from the fees. 305,000. What a small sum. Wang Shuawei gasped upon seeing the figure. He had been involved throughout this endeavor and was astonished by how Zhang Chen's initial suggestion at his home, in front of Wang Bowen, had transformed into this tangible amount. He genuinely experienced the substantial power of a well-conceived strategy. This was merely based on Zhang Chen's suggestion. You never expected it to be this much, did you? Wang Shuawei turned to Zhang Chen. I never anticipated this. It certainly relies on your father, replied Zhang Chen. He had leveraged Wang Bowen's influence and resources, yet the idea indeed originated from a prescient insight. The registration fees totaled 305,000, and after deducting over 50,000 in expenses, the profit stood at approximately 250,000. Of course, this did not include the money Wang Bowen earned from advertising. Wang Shuawei then directly addressed Wang Bowen. Old Wang, do the terms you discussed with Zhang Chen still hold? Wang Bowen glanced at him. When have I ever gone back on my word? Even you, I have never treated as a child to deceive. Wang Shuawei contemplated this and realized it was indeed true. Although his father often clashed with him, he retained a playful disposition, lacking the pretentiousness typical of adults. Wang Bowen turned to Zhang Chen and said, Zhang Chen, how do you wish to manage this money? We agreed on a 50-50 split. The idea originated from you. Yet this sum is quite substantial. How would you like to arrange it? I can also allocate a portion of the advertising revenue to you. Even brothers must keep accounts clear, and the same applies to a godfather and his godson. Wang Bowen laid out the matter directly, recognizing that Zhang Chen had matured into an adult. In truth, Wang Bowen was perhaps the first among them to believe that Zhang Chen had grown up enough to make decisions and that his opinions were worthy of consideration for implementation. Wang Bowen, the fifth child in his family, had been sent to another household due to the abundance of siblings, and later, he ventured out to work at a young age. He became the leader of a production team and was admitted to a broadcasting academy. At 15, he was already capable of making his own decisions, and by 17, he was managing a team of several individuals. Hence, he did not find it extraordinary that a 17-year-old like Zhang Chen could possess such remarkable capabilities. Zhang Chen remarked, the advertising fees are yours. I have already stated that sponsorship and advertising are arranged by you, and Aunt Chen Shuran is assisting in this matter. This is not money I am entitled to. As for the registration fee, once everything is executed, please set aside 100,000 for me to give to my parents, under the pretense that it is a loan. The rest, you can deposit into my account. Wang Shuawei gazed at Zhang Chen in awe. Zhang Chen, your arrangement is truly impressive. No wonder you are the dark horse of Yuta. His tone was reminiscent of familiar flattery. Please, spare me the embarrassment. Do refrain from telling everyone about the perfect essay. Zhang Chen replied, bemused. Wang Shuawei continued, what is there to be embarrassed about? Did you plagiarize? If you wrote it yourself, why not take pride in it? I couldn't possibly produce something like that. If I could, I would directly pursue Feng Rui. Didn't you hear Yang mention it? Wang Bowen perked up his ears. Who? Wang Shuawei dismissed him. Oh, it's none of your business. Wang Bowen turned back to Zhang Chen. Are you sure you don't want to clarify things directly with your parents? Saying it's a loan makes me feel like I owe them a favor. Isn't that a bit awkward? You might as well be straightforward. Zhang Chen scratched his head. You know my mother's temperament. I fear that if I mention it, she will overthink and bombard me with questions. It's easier to just say it's your loan. Zhang Chen was clearly conflicted. Moreover, when it came to Huang Huifen, he felt utterly powerless regarding his original family. He had no desire to explain anything to her, fearing it would shatter her worldview. She was not someone like Wang Bowen, with whom one could reason. Zhang Chen could even imagine the chaos that would ensue if Huang Huifen discovered that he had earned this money, likely more than she had made in her previous job throughout the entire holiday. She would go mad, losing sleep over it day and night. Even if Zhang Chen stepped out for a moment, she might suspect he was engaging in some illicit dealings. There would be no freedom whatsoever. The notion of parents regarding their child as a treasure or a significant figure was merely a figment of imagination. Zhang Chen, well aware of his family dynamics, understood that suspicion was the norm. Thus, it would be wiser to have Wang Bowen take the lead. Stating it was merely a loan, this would facilitate a smooth transition. Once they reached university, when academic pursuits would no longer confine him to the role of a student, it would matter little whether his family was aware. It was indeed a matter of presenting oneself in a certain light. Wang Bowen nodded. Let us assess the situation then. When it comes time to settle accounts, I will arrange a card for you. Although the cash for the registration fee had been received, the overall handover would have to wait until the program concluded. Zhang Chen was not in a rush. Ideally, he would manage to present the funds to his parents through Wang Bowen. 100,000 would secure that shop. Zhang Chen was not concerned about any changes. The plans for that area were significant. The entire outer ring of Rongqing was poised for transformation, and in truth, there were few individuals with cash in hand. However, these so-called scarce resources were not truly scarce. For instance, regarding that shop, even if the government had made plans, insiders with connections might lack the courage to act. Although real estate is not a novel concept, it is currently in a phase of burgeoning development. At this moment, homes priced at 4,000 per unit were being heavily criticized in the newspapers, with widespread sentiment that such high property prices would inevitably decline. Who would truly possess the audacity to invest a substantial sum to seize this opportunity? Hence, there are always individuals who lament. Had they known, they would have made different choices. The phrase "had I known" is a sentiment that can only be validated by those who have experienced rebirth. In the present world, for everyone, the future is akin to Schr Dinger's cat. With the registration for work concluded, training and recorded sessions ceased to be Zhang Chen's primary concern. Next, he received a call from Shen Noyi, inviting him to assist in creating a bulletin board at Yuda. Chapter 60, It's settled. After completing the bulletin board, what subjects do you wish to review? Shen Noyi's voice was calm over the phone, as if engaging in the most ordinary supportive conversation with a classmate. Physics and chemistry are my weak points. Could you provide some guidance? Zhang Chen felt confident in mathematics, and he need not worry about language and foreign studies, leaving only physics and chemistry as the formidable obstacles. Zhang Chen contemplated tackling practice problems first, and whenever he encountered difficulties, he would promptly seek Shen Noyi's assistance, revisiting his neglected knowledge while analyzing her problem-solving techniques. With a few attempts, he believed he could grasp her thought processes and methods. If mathematics were his weak point, Zhang Chen would not have felt as self-assured. However, mathematics is the foundation of the sciences, and he felt capable of compensating for the deficiencies in physics and chemistry. After a brief pause, Shen Noyi's voice came through. Zhang Chen, this is like trying to eat corn with a bear. Let us focus on one subject at a time, shall we? The tone was unexpectedly playful. Could it be that this young lady was indeed reprimanding him? It appeared she was genuinely committed to assisting him, adopting a rather teacher-like demeanor when serious. All right then, shall I start with physics? And then alternate subjects daily? Yes, that sounds good. Shen Noyi's voice over the phone was sweetly melodic. Bring the 5-3 mock exams, the Bubu Gao handouts, and a purple book of essential topics to review. Remember, the purple one. Zhang Chen had expected that his revision sessions with Shen Noyi, it would involve some romantic moments reminiscent of past endeavors. Yet, listening to her voice, while pleasant, conveyed a tone of seriousness and task-oriented professionalism, leaving him feeling as though this was not the idealized tutoring scenario he had envisioned. It was far from the romanticized interactions of a Korean drama. It was akin to the expectation of a playful exchange between a junior disciple and a senior brother, only to be met with the ruthless inquiry of Mei Chao Feng, demanding a fight without hesitation. The following morning, Zhang Chen abandoned any notion of haste, opting for the bus instead, meandering through the verdant avenues lined with paulownia trees, embracing the invigorating spring breeze of Rong City. Moreover, avoiding classes allowed him to sidestep the rush hour, granting him the luxury to appreciate the scenery of Rong City, the juxtaposition of new buildings against ancient streets, as he was on his way to meet that young lady. The prospect of compensating for a previously absent scene and regret in his life was undeniably worthy of remembrance and reflection. Upon alighting from the bus, he was met with the pungent scent of ginkgo fruits mingled with the vibrant vitality of burgeoning spring. And there she was, Shen Noyi, emerging from the school gate to greet him. The crimson butterfly hairpin, the deep red woolen sweater, and the casual straight-leg pants, Shen Noyi walked beneath a slant of sunlight, momentarily blinded by its brilliance. Well, she had come prepared. Fortunately, Zhang Chen was not entirely unprepared either. The funds he had procured from Wang Bowen were sufficient to support his recent expenditures. He had first purchased a pair of Adidas sneakers, not the ones sold for a mere 100 on the pedestrian street. but genuine ones costing over 500. He also donned a loose, thick shirt, beneath which he wore a pair of inherited thermal undergarments from Huang Huifen, mercifully hidden from view. And at least not in garish red, one must find contentment. With the weather of early spring, a slightly thicker shirt sufficed without the need for an outer coat. His lower attire consisted of dark, loose-fitting Nike sweatpants, and with a fresh haircut, Zhang Chen radiated youthful exuberance. Since his rebirth, he had developed an affinity for this body, untainted by the toll of alcohol or the exhaustion of late-night labor. In the past, he would be criticized for attempting to appear youthful. Now, he possessed a genuine visage of youthful vitality, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Thus, when Shen Noyi first beheld Zhang Chen, she was momentarily taken aback, her gaze quickly averting. Equipped with a pager, she had just received a message from him via a public phone, prompting her to step out and meet him. "You've arrived early," she remarked. Zhang Chen carried a messenger bag filled with books. However, when Shen Noyi led him to the blackboard wall, she soon realized her expectations had been entirely unfounded. Beside the bulletin board, 2 old wooden student desks were stacked. Since 1997, Yuta had replaced all desks with single units. These old double desks were often relegated to storage, only to be pulled out for special events or occasions like this. Next to the desks stood Zheng Shui, Wang Chun, Li Jiejun, and Zhang Zhihua. Zhang Chen looked at Shen Noyi in surprise. "I thought you wouldn't find anyone to bring me along. I didn't expect there to be this many people already." Shen Noyi was momentarily taken aback. "Did you think it was just the 2 of us?" Zhang Chen thought it was an obvious statement. Clearly, his understanding was lacking. He had assumed Shen Noyi's inquiry over the microphone was a playful invitation. Now, seeing the group assembled, he realized his presence was inconsequential. However, this bulletin board for the cultural season was assigned to their class. It would take an eternity for just the 2 of them to manage 6 blackboards, especially with the spring festival approaching. Suddenly, Shen Noyi froze. Initially believing Zhang Chen was aware of the many people involved in the bulletin board process, since the matter had been discussed and a list established at a class meeting a month prior. Evidently, Zhang Chen had been completely distracted during that session, unaware that it was not merely the 2 of them handling the bulletin board. The scene kindled a flurry of thoughts, 2 individuals of opposite genders working together on a bulletin board. Shen Noyi felt her cheeks warm at the notion and was tempted to lightly tap Zhang Chen on the head, chiding him for his misguided assumptions. If it truly were just the 2 of them, she would have certainly sought out Zheng Shui instead of inviting a boy. Yet, the realization that Zhang Chen had mistakenly believed it was meant to be just the 2 of them, and had agreed to join, left her mind in a tumultuous state. Before there was time for further contemplation, a group of individuals enthusiastically beckoned Zhang Chen to join them for some part-time work. In Zhang Chen's gaze directed at Shen Noyi, there was an unmistakable hint of betrayal, as if to say, "You have led me into this predicament." Shen Noyi, feeling the weight of his stare, hastily averted her eyes. Curiously, this typically aloof and proud girl found herself unable to meet Zhang Chen's gaze. This semester, their Class 5 was tasked with the Cultural Bulletin Board project, comprising 6 bulletin walls. Upon inspection, Zhang Chen realized that it was indeed impossible for just 2 people to manage such a workload. Shen Noyi proposed that they split into pairs, each selecting a theme to collaborate on. As for the groupings, suggestions arose to pair off based on the classic game of rock, paper, scissors, leading to a division where the 4 boys were grouped in black and Shen Noyi alongside Zheng Shui in white, thus forming 2 pairs of girls. However, Zheng Shui interjected, "Shen Noyi, let us not be in the same group. Neither of us can draw. We must enlist someone with artistic talent." Shen Noyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her point. "Perhaps I could pair with Shen Noyi," Li Jiejun quickly offered. "I possess decent drawing skills. I even won an award for best creativity in elementary school." Zheng Shui rolled her eyes. "Oh please, Jiejun, why not pair with me? You just want to be with Shen Noyi. And mentioning your elementary school achievements is hardly relevant. I mentioned my middle school accolades during class meetings, and my drawing skills are commendable." Zhang Zhihua chimed in. "I shall take charge of your board, Shen Noyi." Wang Chen coolly declared, "I specialize in traditional Chinese painting." It was evident that the 3 boys, whether overtly or subtly, desired to be grouped with Shen Noyi, as their words were either pointedly directed at her or preceded by glances in her direction. Zheng Shui, accustomed to this dynamic, felt exasperated. After all, being alongside Shen Noyi often left one feeling overshadowed, as many would come to the reluctant realization that they merely played the role of supporting characters in her presence, leading to her having fewer friends. Yet, not every boy expressed a desire to team up with Shen Noyi. While 3 had voiced their intentions, the 4th remained silent. Zhang Shui turned to see her companion, a rather rotund figure. At that moment, leveraging the momentum, Shen Noyi glanced at Zhang Chen, feeling a slight flush in her ears. Thankfully, the morning sun illuminated her face, casting a warm amber glow in her eyes, obscuring her unusual demeanor. Zhang Chen, casting a pleading look towards Zhang Shui, said, "I suppose I shall team up with Zhang Shui. I can draw a little, though not extensively. I hope you don't mind." "Mind? Not at all." Zhang Shui quickly replied, shaking her head. Suddenly, a sharp clap resounded, startling everyone. It was Shen Noyi, her hands meeting with a decisive force. "Then it's settled. Let us begin." Her voice, while calm, bore an urgency, akin to the finality of a verdict. The others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had been concluded, as it seemed only Zhang Chen and Zhang Shui were paired. Ultimately, Shen Noyi ended up in a group with Wang Chen, while Li Jiejun teamed up with Zhang Jihua, and Zhang Chen paired with Zhang Shui. The theme of the cultural bulletin board is not restricted, allowing for creative expression. However, it must resonate with the student's context. For instance, as the senior year approaches its final semester, themes that inspire motivation and encouragement could be fitting. Thus, Shen Noyi decided to designate the theme of her assigned section as Nurturing Dreams, Setting Sail, intending to depict a ship unfurling its sails and embarking on a journey. Interspersed with motivational texts, Wang Chen was perfectly suited for this task, while Shen Noyi would handle the writing and composition. Li Jiejun and Zhang Jihua aimed to create a theme centered around the Spring Festival. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui and Zhang Chen pondered over their choice. Zhang Shui remarked, "It's truly frustrating. You all are monopolizing the themes, one for the senior encouragement and another for the Spring Festival. With everything already taken, what are we left to choose?" Zhang Jihua replied, "What can we do? Honestly, organizing this bulletin board lacks excitement. It all feels the same. What's entertaining about it? You put in so much effort, yet no one even looks at it." Li Jiejun added, "The homogenization is overwhelming. From kindergarten to now in high school, I'm almost sick of these bulletin boards. They lack charm." The cultural wall bulletin boards at UTA are assigned by lottery for each grade, with classes that have previously participated being exempt. This time, the sophomore grade drew class 5. As the cultural committee member, Shen Noyi was tasked with overseeing this cultural wall initiative. In truth, no one desires to be selected for this duty each quarter. 6 bulletin boards is neither too many nor too few, resulting in a laborious endeavor that yields little reward. This isn't merely a class bulletin board. It is displayed publicly on the cultural wall. Whether the execution is commendable or not, the result often goes unnoticed, as everyone is accustomed to the format and rarely scrutinizes the content. A mere glance suffices, yet if the execution falters, it becomes glaringly apparent and subject to criticism. Thus, this task proves to be quite challenging. It cannot be approached with the same nonchalance as a class project. On one occasion, a class boldly inscribed large characters, with enormous wheat ears dominating the wall, hoping to cut corners, only to be reprimanded at the start of the term. Since then, each class assigned to this task has approached it with renewed diligence. Nonetheless, it is also said that a certain middle school produced a stunning cultural wall that garnered significant attention and even made it into the newspapers. Our UTA, being a nationally recognized high school, should aspire to reach such heights, shouldn't we? Zhang Shui tilted her head and remarked, "It's up to you, committee member Shen." Zhang Chen, curious, inquired about this remarkable cultural wall. It was said that a few years ago, there was an event related to a comet that made headlines, accompanied by photographs, though regrettably in black and white. Shen Noyi explained, "However, they had an entire cultural wall. We're merely working with a bulletin board, so imitation is unfeasible." In truth, Zhang Chen also felt that simply creating a bulletin board lacked excitement. However, it ignited a competitive spirit within him. He pondered whether his foresight could surpass the current aesthetic of cultural walls. While it may be improbable to innovate the content significantly, as it remains relatively standard, the challenge of revitalizing the mundane bulletin board with a fresh perspective could prove worthwhile. This could be a chance for personal reinvention, a small endeavor that could yield meaningful comparison. Zhang Chen suggested, "How about this? Since the board is densely filled with text that most people overlook, no matter how excellent the content is, it remains unnoticed. Instead, Let us streamline the information and transform the entire bulletin board into a visual masterpiece, one that leaves a lasting impression. For the first board, I envision a vibrant depiction of spring. Forget about celebrating the new year. Let us place a deer in the center, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colorful trees, and include a fantastical doorway made of blocks to emphasize imagination, splendor, and the vivacity of life. Isn't that the essence of spring? The others widened their eyes, absorbing Zhang Chen's description. Suddenly, they seemed to grasp his concept. Reminiscent of the moment, he unexpectedly took the stage to read his essay and earned the title of Progress Star. Those haunting memories began to resurface. Shen Noyi listened intently to Zhang Chen's portrayal, recalling a time when she traveled abroad with her parents and encountered a street artist who effortlessly captured the essence of urban life on canvas, creating astonishingly lifelike scenes in mere moments. That was a vivid display of street art, and now Zhang Chen was transforming the blackboard into a canvas, seemingly dismantling barriers and igniting inspiration. In her rapt gaze, Zhang Chen continued, "Do we need a caption? Indeed, and it must be precise, directly resonating with the emotions of those who behold this scene. Therefore, alongside this composition, we shall add artistic lettering. Let us incorporate a poem." "A poem? What poem?" Zhang Shui inquired, her brow furrowed. "Are you aspiring to be a poet now? That essay of yours, were you not inspired by some obscure book, pretending it was your own? I swear I've heard it somewhere before." The others, too, turned their puzzled expressions toward Zhang Chen. This unexpected dark horse had disrupted their perceptions. Now, upon hearing Zhang Shui's remarks, skepticism began to creep in. Zhang Chen dismissed Zhang Shui's taunts and, amidst the sketched outlines, beside the redwood forest symbolizing spring and the life-giving deer, he took up the chalk and, inspired by past news articles, began to write as if he were crafting a presentation for leaders on a whiteboard. This is how the poem should unfold. As Zhang Chen penned, the skills honed from years of writing on whiteboards manifested in his chalkwork, surpassing the typical handwriting of high school students. The chalk danced across the board. "I still like you, like a gentle lamp warming the night. The sparse flowers and redwoods enter my dreams." For a moment, the five of them stood transfixed, gazing at his writing. Shen Noyi's eyes fell upon the beautifully crafted artistic letters at the beginning, her lashes fluttering as she softly recited the lines. "Your chalkboard writing is remarkably good," Li Jiejun exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Zhang Shui could only exclaim in astonishment, her mind ignited by the poetic imagery she envisioned upon the completion of this print. Chapter 62. Ecological circulation. These bulletin boards had once graced the news, shattering the conventional perceptions of blackboard reports for a time in the future. Presently, Zhang Chen merely transposed the content from those news articles into the early years of the new millennium at Yuta High School. Yet, it was sufficient to astonish the youthful audience before him. Zhang Chen continued, "When Shen Noyi expressed the desire to inspire the senior students with the metaphor of setting sail, I thought it fitting. Let us illustrate a cerulean ocean with a wooden ship embarking upon the sea, featuring a straw hat boy raising his fist towards the horizon. I am unsure of the artistic execution, but I have brought along a copy of one piece as a reference. Let us follow its lead, and I assure you, it will captivate everyone upon our return to school." The comic, known in Chinese as, has recently emerged in various rental bookshops, supplanting Dragon Ball as the circulating currency of comics within the school, guaranteed to draw attention. Following this, Zhang Chen elaborated on the remaining four compositions. One depicted the monumental bell of the millennium spanning the vastness of time and space. Another featured a peaking opera girl adorned with floral decorations amidst the falling leaves of a phoenix tree. A third illustrated a half-portrait of a face fixated on the distance, occupying the bulletin board, and the final piece was a direct imitation of Van Gogh's Starry Night. This approach sought to dismantle the rigid conventions of traditional bulletin boards, akin to flat advertisements that seize the viewer's attention, often more effective than lengthy discourses. Now, with the creative talents of Li Jiejun, who had received the craft award at Longqi Primary School, Zhao Zhihua, a recipient of the Rongqing Young Artist Award during middle school, and Wang Chun, skilled in expressive Chinese painting, alongside Shen Noyi and Zhang Shui assisting, the team was ready for action. Zhang Chen's proposals indeed astonished them. Initially, Li Jiejun contemplated countering, questioning whether such audacity might render them a cautionary example. He was somewhat envious of Zhang Chen's performance, particularly as he harbored affections for Shen Noyi. Otherwise, He would not have volunteered during class meetings to participate in the cultural bulletin board project over the winter holidays, having long envisioned collaborating with her during the break. Regrettably, Zhang Chen's lengthy exposition left Li Jiejun speechless, his thoughts spiraling into envy as he pondered Zhang Chen's cleverness, his poetic prowess, and his perfect essay scores. The more he reflected on the latter, the more disheartened he felt, feeling utterly outmatched. Crucially, throughout the discussion, Shen Noyi's gaze remained fixed upon Zhang Chen. He was no fool and could discern the admiration and affection in her eyes. Determined to assert his presence, he sought to interject. However, Shen Noyi declared, "Let us proceed as Zhang Chen suggested. We shall each claim one piece and collaboratively complete the remaining 3. Zhao Zhihua exclaimed, "I shall illustrate the Grand Bell." Wang Chen added, "I will paint Van Gogh's Starry Night." Alas, Li Jiejun realized that no one supported his viewpoint. They were all entranced by the vivid imagery that Zhang Chen had just conjured. Such is human nature. When laboring in a monotonous manner, one seems to lose vitality. Yet, once interest and passion are discovered, each individual transforms into a diligent worker. Under Zhang Chen's deft hand, they were suddenly inspired to create a cultural wall for the blackboard that had never been seen before, aspiring to emulate the legendary cultural wall left by a certain high school, leaving behind a profound impact and a tale for Yuda. Li Jiejun immediately declared, "Leave the one piece to me." In contrast, Shen Noyi and Zheng Shui seemed to be relegated to mere supporting roles. Zhang Chen began to outline each drawing, while they were tasked with adding color and crafting the accompanying text. Zheng Shui consistently adhered to the original arrangement of working alongside Zhang Chen, diligently coloring the outlines she had drawn and frequently seeking Zhang Chen's opinion on which hues were most suitable, engaging in a friendly dialogue. Wang Chen, however, immersed himself in his own world, opening an art reference book and starting to draw from starry sky. Shen Noyi appeared unable to insert herself into the process. Her initial suggestion of setting sail had morphed into Li Jiejun's depiction of One Piece. Thus, she approached Zhang Chen and offered, "How about I help you color? I have nothing else to do anyway. I could color this redwood forest in spring." She tilted her head, a smile gracing her face as she looked at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, focused on sketching, held the chalk with elongated fingers that exuded a certain elegance, and his concentrated demeanor illuminated his profile. However, before Zhang Chen could respond, Zheng Shui interjected, "Oh no, it's fine. I'll color it." With that, she seized a red chalk and began to apply it vigorously. Zhang Chen then turned his head, conceding, "All right. Let Zheng Shui do it. Shen Noyi, come help me with the sea color." Li Jiejun called from a distance. "Oh." Shen Noyi felt the atmosphere grow tense as she complied. In the midst of their labor, the artistic committee member Shen Noyi strolled over as if to inspect the progress, noting that Zhang Chen's depiction of a deer had begun to take shape. She smiled and remarked, "This deer is so adorable. I shall color it as a spotted deer." No. Zheng Shui interjected again, exhibiting a rather brash demeanor. "Who wants a spotted deer? A white deer is far more poetic. I will color it white." Zhang Chen found himself at a loss with her insistence, conceding, "All right then." Shen Noyi continued her inspection, feeling the tension in the air intensify. It was clear that they could not finish the board in one sitting. Today, they merely established the outlines and would continue tomorrow. By 2 in the afternoon, everyone gradually departed, leaving only Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi, who had arranged to study together in the classroom. Thus, in the classroom, Zhang Chen began tackling the exercises, while Shen Noyi swiftly unfolded her test paper and began working with fervor. Hearing the sound of her pen scratching vigorously against the paper and her expression devoid of emotion, Zhang Chen began to doubt whether he should seek her assistance on the problem he found perplexing. She seemed to be in an unexpectedly irritable mood. Had she not rested well? Was it her time of the month? Had she not eaten enough noodles at lunch? Suddenly, Shen Noyi dropped her pen with a thud, turning to him and asking, "Have you finished checking your answers? If you haven't gotten them all right, you must ask immediately if you don't understand something. Why are you just zoning out?" Zhang Chen's lips twitched, thinking to himself, "Doesn't it seem like you're the one in a bad mood?" Reluctantly, he handed over his paper. "What don't you understand?" she asked, her voice icy. The driver discovered a perilous situation and reacted with emergency braking, achieving a response time of 1. When the truck, laden to capacity, travels at a speed of 72, what is the minimum safe following distance? Shen Noyi proceeded to outline the formula and elucidate the problem. One cannot help but remark on the melodious and youthful quality of her voice, which, combined with her graceful demeanor and enchanting almond-shaped eyes, radiated a captivating charm. Solving the problem was arduous, yet Zhang Chen found a peculiar pleasure in the challenge, embodying the paradox of pain mingled with joy. Around 4 in the afternoon, the two gathered their belongings and departed from school. Zhang Chen felt a buzzing in his head. Indeed, Shen Noyi, he was quite adept at explaining concepts, albeit with the occasional stern admonition reminiscent of a strict tutor. Were it not for her evident dedication and lack of self-interest, Zhang Chen might have wondered if he had inadvertently offended her, as her sharp remarks could be quite biting. Fortunately, the torturous day had come to a close. Upon returning home, a phone call interrupted the evening's tranquility. It was Zhuang Yanyue. Zhang Chen, I have a physics problem I can't seem to solve. Could you help me understand it? Please turn to page 3 of the 3rd mock exam from UDA. It's about a light rod fixed at one end with a smooth hinge to a vertical light rod. This was precisely the topic Shen Noyi had covered that day, and Zhang Chen found himself confused until she clarified the matter for him. When Zhuang Yanyue called, he begrudgingly explained his thought process over the phone for quite some time. Zhuang Yanyue took a while to comprehend, which led Zhang Chen to think, with a hint of mischievousness, that she was rather slow, perhaps even slower than himself. Yet, he soon realized that he was merely a bird returning to its nest, sharing the knowledge he had just acquired with the fledglings. Was this not a form of ecological cycle? Did Zhuang Yanyue truly seek his guidance under the guise of friendly tutoring? Chapter 63. The Power to Subdue Dragons and Tigers. The following day, the progress on the bulletin board was completed, displaying the early stages of 6 images. Although Shen Noyi had initially given the impression of a strict tutor on the first day, today she seemed much more cheerful. Let us call it a day, Zhang Chen said, stretching lazily. As the chief planner of ideas, he found everyone revolving around the plans he had devised, which effectively usurped Shen Noyi's role as the artistic committee member. Consequently, her presence was reduced to that of a mere assistant. This was not the assertive Shen Noyi who usually took the lead. Rather, she willingly stepped back, allowing others to shine. Dusting off the chalk from his hands, Zhang Chen glanced past Zhao Zhihua and Li Jiajun towards Shen Noyi. At that moment, their eyes met, and after exchanging a silent understanding, she turned away and quietly walked to the nearby sink to wash her hands. Returning to her desk, she retrieved some paper to dry her hands, organized her backpack, and prepared to head to the classroom for their tutoring session. Zhang Chen observed her actions, a soft warmth enveloping him, akin to the gentle spring breeze found in a cup of warm wine. At that moment, Zheng Shui approached, commenting, Shen Noyi, you're going to tutor Zhang Chen again? Oh dear, the lengths you go to for him are quite significant. However, returning to the topic, it seems that Zhang Chen has truly awakened and recognized the importance of diligent study. He is certainly in a prime position to seek your tutoring. Who better to assist him than you, a model student of UDA? Shen Noyi merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging the considerable cost involved. Zheng Shui remarked, indeed, I concur. Why not let him inform his mother that he wishes to find a tutor on his own? It would save you both time and trouble. Shen Noyi replied, perhaps I could speak to her mother. It's no burden. I could treat it as having a study companion while I attend to my own assignments. She chuckled lightly. Very well then. I suspect his mother wouldn't want to spend on a tutor, especially considering how expensive they are these days. I certainly don't have the leisure to come to school just to do homework. If it weren't for helping you with the bulletin board, I wouldn't even consider it. All right, should you change your mind at any moment, just let me know, and I will approach his mother, Zheng Shui said. Yes, understood. I shall take my leave now. She waved goodbye, adding, if Zhang Chen dares to defy you, feel free to give him a good thrashing. Of course, Shen Noyi replied, her eyes glinting with a charm reminiscent of delicate peach blossoms, infused with the gentle allure of spring waters. Although Zheng Shui sometimes teased Shen Noyi about Zhang Chen, she would never entertain any notions of romance between them. Jests are one thing, but should there be any genuine feelings from Zhang Chen towards the goddess of the 3rd and 4th Academy, Zheng Shui, sharing the same sentiment as Wang Shuawei, would firmly declare, absolutely not. What a ludicrous idea. Throughout their lives, every boy from the 3rd and 4th Academy who harbored affections for Shen Noyi ultimately faced social demise, whose secrets did not echo through the neighborhood. Adults often jested about the infatuations of these youngsters, oblivious to the burdens that the individuals involved might carry for a lifetime. Zhang Chen had witnessed the fates of those who came before him, and he certainly did not wish to become fodder for his parents' conversations. Thus, the bond of childhood sweethearts, particularly with a goddess-like figure alongside the tight-knit community of their surroundings, constituted a significant matter. Every move they made was subject to scrutiny. Who would dare to act recklessly? Moreover, most childhood sweethearts eventually drift apart. The girl might marry elsewhere, and news about her might occasionally trickle back. Meanwhile, boys, as they grew older, faced pressures to marry and settle down, starting families of their own. Is there love in such a life? They would say that the weight of family rests upon their shoulders. Having observed the lives of many in their community, Zhang Shui formed her own judgments, often melancholic and introspective, embodying the spirit of a literary young woman. Thus, she waved her hand, not contemplating any connection between Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi, but rather reflecting on how a girl like Shen Noyi, upon entering university, would undoubtedly lead a vibrant life, leaving behind the shared experiences of growing up together. As Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi made their way to the classroom, they were joined by Li Jiejun, who also carried his backpack. I wish to join you in completing our assignments. If there is anything unclear, feel free to consult Shen Noyi. We can finish our homework here at school, allowing us to enjoy ourselves during the spring festival, Li Jiejun said, casting a glance at Shen Noyi, contemplating how he could never let such an opportunity to be alone with her slip away. Zhang Chen, we are not the same. You are genuinely seeking tutoring. I, however, am simply here for Shen Noyi. Oh, Shen Noyi nodded slightly. As she took her seat, Li Jiejun swiftly located a nearby single desk and settled down. Zhang Chen then positioned himself to her left. Thus, she found herself in the center, while Li Jiejun audaciously pulled the table closer to her, flashing her a grin before diving into his work. Shen Noyi turned to Zhang Chen and asked if he had encountered any difficulties with the problems he worked on yesterday, offering him the opportunity to inquire today. Zhang Chen sat down as well. Despite Li Jiejun's presence being somewhat bothersome, it was not feasible to ask him to leave. Thus, they had to make do with the situation. However, upon hearing Shen Noyi's words, Zhang Chen retrieved the questions he struggled with yesterday and laid them on the table. The gap between his single desk and Shen Noyi's was quite substantial, and seeing that Li Jiejun had drawn his desk nearer to her, he decided to shift his table a bit closer. Just as he stood up, Shen Noyi instinctively grasped the edge of his desk, and with a resounding scrape, she forcefully dragged Zhang Chen's desk closer to hers. She then smoothly took his test paper, reducing the space between them to mere inches. Zhang Chen quietly adjusted his chair to align parallel with the table, observing Shen Noyi as she sifted through the test paper with her delicate fingers, the faint veins on her hand showcasing an unexpected strength. Noticing his gaze, Shen Noyi quickly withdrew her hand, raising an eyebrow and admonishing him to hurry up. As they had a heavy workload for the day, her firm tone masked the flush of her sun-kissed cheeks. The sunlight streaming through the classroom window shifted from the third row to the first, gradually taking on a rosy hue, signaling the end of the afternoon tutoring session. Shen Noyi's temperament was notably different from the previous day. She did not hurl sarcastic remarks at Zhang Chen, leading him to ponder why she couldn't maintain a gentle demeanor instead of being so stern during tutoring. Throughout the session, Li Jiejun had been focused on his own work, as Shen Noyi dedicated her attention to Zhang Chen, leaving him with few opportunities to engage in conversation. However, he was unconcerned, believing that there would be ample time in the future. Eventually, the three of them departed from school and bid farewell at the entrance. Shen Noyi was off to meet her family for dinner, while Li Jiejun headed home, and Zhang Chen also planned to dine out. He had received notice this morning from his great-aunt, who had insisted on going to the upscale restaurant, Jiangjing Hotel, in Rongqing for a meal. Today, the sugar and liquor company was hosting a banquet for its esteemed clients, and Huang Huifen had been persuaded by the great-aunt to bring the whole family along. This great-aunt was indeed adept at indulging in public feasts. However, what was different this time was that the great-aunt's family was already aware of Zhang Chen's commendable achievements. Chapter 64. Feeling stunned, Li Wei felt as if the sky had fallen. The moment she heard about Zhang Chen's score from her mother, Lu Shuzhen, she felt dizzy. A staggering 579 points. Could one truly believe Zhang Chen's score? Li Wei had always struggled around the cutoff for first-tier universities, and this time, she had achieved 564 points, which was already considered an extraordinary performance. She had garnered various honors, placing 5th in her class and 89th in her grade. Li Degui had been boasting about his daughter's score everywhere, claiming an undefeated status in the sugar and liquor company, exuding an air of dominance akin to that of a formidable company. Li Wei felt exceptionally well, Li Gue had casually placed 1,000 yuan in her hand, urging her to spend it freely. That very evening, upon receiving her exam results, she invited her close friends to a CAF for drinks and conversation. They chatted about a myriad of topics, and inevitably, the subject of Yuda High School arose, particularly the renowned perfect essay. Typically, students in their senior year, like Li Wei, would refrain from discussing the experiences of their junior years, as if a boundary existed that separated the focus of senior students solely on their final year. However, there was one notable exception. If there were any strikingly attractive individuals in the lower grades, they would naturally become a topic of conversation. This tendency transcended gender. Boys would discuss the charming junior girls they spotted on the bus, while girls would comment on the athletic prowess of certain boys in the second year or the striking presence of a flag bearer. At Jingjiang High School, there were two legendary figures, both epitomes of youthful charm, who had been swept away by students from other schools. One was Ding Haochen, who had a fondness for Zhuang Yanyue. The other was the president of the student council, a senior from the previous year, who had also been taken by a girl from Yuda. It was said that they now attended the same university and were a couple. This situation incited considerable frustration among the girls at Jingjiang High School. Although it seemed trivial, the rivalry between the two schools had intensified, especially after Yuda High School had surged ahead, leaving Jingjiang in their wake. This disparity had led many well-known boys from Jingjiang to take pride in their ability to win over girls from Yuda. With this latest development, the students of Jingjiang grew increasingly resentful towards those from Yuda, particularly the girls, who perceived their counterparts as nothing more than delicate, manipulative vixens, deeming Yuda a school of White Lotus girls. In discussing these matters, the topic of the perfect essay from Yuda naturally came up. When her friends mentioned it, Li Wei expressed her displeasure, questioning, who wrote that? Was it Feng Rui? She recalled that the deputy editor of the Yuda School magazine was someone named Feng Rui. No, I believe it was Zhang Chen, one of her friends interjected. Another friend then exclaimed, Zhang Chen? Isn't that the same name as your cousin? Li Wei nodded, affirming that her cousin was indeed at Yuda. However, she quickly added, but my cousin's grades are quite poor. He isn't the same person. Although they were engrossed in conversation at the gathering, upon returning home, Li Wei was plagued by a lingering doubt, as if shrouded in a veil of darkness. It dawned on her that since the last incident at the reunion, her family had distanced themselves from Zhang Chen's family for some time, and there had been no communication. Even after Zhang Chen completed his final exams, he hadn't reached out. Consequently, the cloud of uncertainty in Li Wei's mind grew heavier, prompting her, almost unconsciously, to have her mother call Zhang Chen's family to inquire about his exam results. Typically, Huang Huifen would be the first to call and provide updates, but this time Zhang Chen had requested her to refrain from contacting his aunt's family. While Zhang Chen did not wish for a permanent cessation of contact, he understood the difficulty of maintaining such a distance. His mother, Huang Huifen, was currently under his influence, caught in a state of confusion, but he knew that it wouldn't last long. After all, they were still relatives, and she was still his sister. Such thoughts occupied her mind, and she would continue to maintain connections with her cousin's family. Zhang Chen's intention in urging her to remain silent was to prepare a shocking revelation for the family reunion during the spring festival. After all, even a cunning fox may choose to disguise itself. Why should I not be allowed to retaliate? However, this plan was soon disrupted by a phone call from Lu Shuzhen. On the call, Huang Huifen could no longer contain herself. It is essential to understand that while one may boast at work, the wealth that does not return home can cause a sense of suffocation. Consequently, Lu Shuzhen took the initiative to inquire about Zhang Chen's final exam results. Lu Shuzhen was quite relaxed on the phone, saying, "Oh, look, I was busy before, but now that I have a bit of free time, I thought I would call to check in. How are things? Did Zhang Chen finish his finals? How did he do?" "Oh, his sister did quite well this time, scoring 564, which is over 10 points higher than usual, surpassing the key line. Your cousin-in-law was so pleased that he gave her 2,000 on the spot for her to spend. Is Zhang Chen doing well? I hope he hasn't fallen to the bottom of the class. That would be unacceptable." Lu Shuzhen then inquired about Zhang Chen's scores, while Li Wei, who had been eavesdropping, felt a buzzing in her head, especially as Huang Huifen's barely concealed excitement floated through the receiver, mentioning that he had been awarded for writing an essay, where he expressed the experience of being a struggling student, and the school had praised him with a perfect score, stating that his heartfelt writing was commendable. They even asked him to read it aloud. "I had intended to mention this to you earlier." but I've been so busy lately. This time, a major client is expressing gratitude for the Spring Festival by inviting the Zhang family. Li Wei sat at the banquet table in the grand hall of the Jiang Hotel, nervously picking at her nails. When anxious, she had a habit of doing so, glancing towards the entrance from time to time. Each time she saw that her little cousin's family had not yet arrived, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Then, they finally arrived, and she instinctively straightened her back. It was quite contradictory. She felt irritated at Zhang Chen for previously embarrassing her father, yet she was also hesitant to face him due to his transformation. The key was that her cousin seemed to have become a stranger, or rather, it was as if he had suddenly transitioned into adulthood, no longer engaging in their previous playful banter, lacking that competitive spirit. Instead, he exuded a mysterious calm energy. She even thought that his earlier confrontation with her father, where dishes were thrown, felt strangely out of character. It was not the fury one would expect. Rather, it seemed like a well-rehearsed performance. Additionally, the more she heard about Zhang Chen's unusual behavior or growth, the more astonishing it became. Zhang Chen pulled out a chair and sat beside her. Li Wei felt as if the tension in her mind had been suddenly plucked like a taut violin string, causing her to shudder. She turned to Zhang Chen with the startled demeanor of a frightened bird. Zhang Chen maintained an air of calmness that belied his age and smiled at her, a smile that sent a chill down her spine. Beneath Zhang Chen's half-lit, enigmatic smile lay a gaze reminiscent of a deep mountain's golden-eyed white tiger, as he remarked, "Li Wei, I am not a man-eater. What is there to fear?" Li Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 65. Attention. Initially, Zhang Zhonghua had no intention of attending, yet Zhang Chen persuaded his father to join. Observing Zhang Chen's nonchalance, Zhang Zhonghua acquiesced to his son's wishes. Zhang Chen believed that, given the day's shifting dynamics, it was essential for his father to partake in the fervent atmosphere. Indeed, the ambience was notably lively. Lu Shuzhen exuded warmth, adept at cultivating an inviting environment, and she refrained from discussing topics related to achievements. Engaging in conversation with Huang Huifen, Zhang Chen soon noticed his mother caught in the web of Lu Shuzhen's eloquent words. Also present was Aunt Wang Qin from the office of Lu Shuzhen, along with several family members of mid-level leaders who had previously gathered at the same table. However, Lu Shuzhen commanded their respect. Wang Qin even gestured her approval towards Lu Shuzhen, indicating her acknowledgement of Lu's adept management. The previous discord involving their families had seemingly been mended, as today's gathering radiated harmony, dispelling the rumors of discord surrounding the Li Degui family. The situation illustrated Lu Shuzhen's capabilities in maintaining influence within the family, subtly affirming her status. While conflicts within a family are commonplace, the true skill lies in resolution. Observing Li Degui's graciousness towards the family that had once slighted him spoke volumes. Wang Qin's thumbs up signified that Lu Shuzhen effectively managed her kin, which was commendable. Other women from the families of the liquor company leaders exchanged knowing glances, conveying admiration for Lu Shuzhen's leadership. During a pause in the meal, Li Wei could no longer contain her curiosity and tilted her head to inquire, "How did you manage to cheat?" Zhang Chen, unperturbed, replied, "Sister, what score did you achieve in this English exam?" Li Wei hesitated before responding, 124. What's wrong with that? Zhang Chen casually retorted in English, prompting Li Wei to momentarily freeze. Their teacher had taught them proverbs to enhance their writing, and Li Wei reluctantly deciphered that the phrase seemed to suggest that jealousy directed at others ultimately harms oneself. As Zhang Chen observed her expression shift from confusion to comprehension, and her face reddened in preparation for a rebuttal, he continued, "Our jealousy endures far longer than the happiness of those we envy." Li Wei exclaimed. At this moment, Zhang Chen whispered malevolently in her ear, "I scored 139 in my English exam. Blah blah blah." Li Wei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, only to realize that Zhang Chen was merely toying with her. What she felt more than embarrassment was sheer astonishment. Li Wei was taken aback by Zhang Chen's fluent use of English phrases to humiliate her. It was akin to the actions of someone who had excessively practiced their writing. Could it be that Zhang Chen truly wrote that essay herself? Observing her sharp-tongued cousin, now rendered dazed and less astute after being taken down a peg, Zhang Chen decided to ignore her and indulge in her own snacks. Li Degui was one of the leaders of the sugar and liquor company present at the event, seated at the core table engaged in socializing. The main table at the client appreciation banquet was centrally located with 6 tables where the heads of the Chamber of Commerce, Foreign Trade Association officials, city government representatives, and CEOs of large chain stores were seated. All these entities held a certain status, and the heads of other companies were notable figures in their own right. Zhang Chen surveyed these individuals, pondering the myriad of business opportunities that lay within. She felt somewhat entranced, instinctively setting aside her current identity to observe and study these connections. A habit carried over from her previous life, a mindset of weighing benefits in every situation, characteristic of a jaded adult. She thought to herself that now, possessing a certain foresight, she could rise above the petty gains and losses of local resources and networks, for the world was vast and full of possibilities. Moreover, her first fortune was imminent, and just contemplating the future made her feel as though she had stumbled upon billions, dreaming of how to allocate such wealth. Suddenly, a stir swept through the banquet. "Over there," Wang Qin remarked, "isn't our television station's leading lady about to arrive? Sister Lu, our company has tried several times to invite Chen Shiran, and this time we actually succeeded." The banquet hall buzzed with excitement, and the crowd began to turn towards the front, eager to catch a glimpse of the anticipated figure. Lu Shuzhen proudly declared, "Oh, you think so? She is now a sensation at the television station. She doesn't make appearances lightly. This time, it's thanks to Vice Mayor Zhang Sun, as the guests are all prominent figures from Rongqing's enterprises and associations, and Zhang Sun is right over there. So Chen Shiran is coming to liven things up." Clearly, many attendees had learned about this beforehand and were keen to see the local celebrity. As for the people of Rongqing today, Chen Shiran had become a star. Thus, even though Vice Mayor Zhang was present, arguably the highest-ranking official at the event, few recognized or cared much about him. In contrast, Chen Shiran, a local figure surrounded by various rumors, incited far greater interest among the crowd. Chen Shiran, Zhang Chen, Chen Shiran. "Oh, she's that news anchor from the television station. You've seen her show?" This was whispered by my mother, Huang Huifen, who appeared equally excited. "You know your godfather, Wang Bowen? He was quite renowned at the television station back in the day. However, in recent years, he offended his superiors and faced family troubles, leading to his decline." Wang Qian interjected, addressing Lu Shuzhen. "I heard that Chen Shiran is rumored to be Zhang Sun's mistress. Otherwise, why would she have his favor?" The women nearby engaged in a lively exchange, dissecting the various rumors surrounding Chen Shiran. Ultimately, this beautiful host, now thriving, is entangled in a web of political and commercial interests, backed by formidable connections, and possibly under someone's financial patronage, Zhang Sun being a prime suspect. Zhang Chen listened, realizing that the adult world is indeed devoid of innocence. Surely, Chen Shiran's appearance fee must be substantial. Lu Shuzhen, with a mysterious air, gestured discreetly, whispering, 15,000. Her presence at an event like this is rare. One cannot simply secure her attendance with money alone. A chorus of admiration swept across the faces of those present. Even Li Wei was captivated. My mother, Huang Huifen, lamented softly, "Goodness, she earns more in a single event than your father does in an entire year." Zhang Chen, "Look at this, such is the allure of fame." She began to impart her wisdom. Zhang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, the atmosphere peaked with a sudden cheer. As a graceful and appropriately dressed woman in a light gray suit and high heels, Chen Shiran emerged with a microphone, radiating charisma. Chapter 66. Roll call. In the millennial city of Rongqing, Chen Shiran is undoubtedly a superstar, even hailed as the most beautiful host in the province. The shows she anchors, such as Charming Colors, Saturday's Exclusive, Extraordinary Sunday, and Screen Retrospective, have consistently high viewership and have garnered numerous provincial and municipal awards. She is the face of Rongqing television, with reports suggesting that the provincial station has been keen to poach her, but Rongqing has refused to let her go. Moreover, some satellite networks have recognized her potential and are quietly making moves behind the scenes. When Chen Shiran appeared, the attendees of this political and business gathering came alive. She took the stage to guide the event and then hosted 3 interspersed performances, a local singer's rendition, a face-changing act, and a traditional arts display. After her introductions, she stood to the side, her smile illuminating the room as her gaze roamed among the audience. Occasionally, she acknowledged familiar leaders or company chairpersons with a nod. Then, her gaze shifted towards Zhang Chen, and she subtly nodded in his direction. There were several tables in Zhang Chen's vicinity, so it was unclear to everyone which acquaintance Chen Shiran was greeting. Indeed, Chen Shiran was stunning. On television, she appeared less impressive, as the lighting often obscured her true essence. However, Witnessing her in person was a revelation. She was truly remarkable. A lavishly dressed middle-aged woman remarked, "Chen Xiran is destined for greatness. I've heard whispers that she might ascend to the central network. She is incredibly ambitious in her programming endeavors. Chen Xiran's development is undeniably significant. It is likely that before long, she will outgrow her capacity in Rongqing, as some have confidently asserted." Her companions nodded earnestly in agreement. In this era, the influence of television is profoundly stronger. Celebrities seen on screen possess an aura that commands widespread admiration, unlike the ubiquitous stars of later times, whose appeal is often disregarded. Zhang Chen, however, remained silent. By the turn of the millennium, everyone in Rongqing was familiar with Chen Xiran, and discussions about her were ubiquitous. Yet, who could foresee the tragedy that would strike 6 months later, delivering a devastating blow? Zhang Chen at that time, perhaps due to the absence of the Yuta Dark Horse incident, was not included in the grand gathering of major clients at Annie's place, resulting in no recorded encounter with Chen Xiran from his previous life. Now, reflecting on moments shared with Chen Xiran, Wang Bowen, and Wang Shuawei at the Wang family table, discussing the prospects of the next stars, and juxtaposing that with the glamorous image of the celebrity host as perceived by those around him, Zhang Chen genuinely felt the butterfly effect of his rebirth. It seemed that had he not proposed the Next Star initiative, Chen Xiran would not have reconnected with Wang Bowen, nor would there have been that pivotal moment with the Wang father and son. Consequently, he would not have met this legendary beauty of a host in reality and acknowledged her as a potential godmother. However, alongside the fantastical sensations arising from the butterfly effect, a chill crept down Zhang Chen's spine, an apprehensive fear of the unknown. For lurking in the future were murders and the eventual demise of Chen Xiran, rendering the present moment surreal. Zhang Chen pondered whether the changes brought about by his rebirth could prevent the impending tragedy or perhaps save the fated demise of Chen Xiran. "What are you daydreaming about?" A mocking voice broke through. It was his cousin Li Wei. Upon realizing she had been outmaneuvered by Zhang Chen, she felt humiliated and resolved to retaliate with her sharp tongue, though this time she could not belittle him with achievements, resorting instead to, "Are you drooling over a pretty face?" "Humph. Zhang Chen, how low can you be?" Zhang Chen cast her a sidelong glance, refraining from engaging in further verbal sparring. Li Wei, however, felt as if Zhang Chen's gaze regarded her as a fool. There was an inexplicable quality about Zhang Chen that incited annoyance, which explained her aversion to this cousin. After the performance concluded, Chen Xiran approached Vice Mayor Zhang Sun to offer a toast, stirring excitement at that table. Having completed her toast there, she turned to another table, clinking glasses with a middle-aged gentleman who, despite his rotund figure and ruddy complexion, possessed lively eyes. This was Lung Chunlin, the president of Dongfeng Department Store. Dongfeng had opened its 3rd branch this year, and our unit even has shopping vouchers from them. Lung Chunlin was once a chemistry teacher, who, dissatisfied with his meager salary, ventured into the supermarket business, and now he has expanded into a department store, amassing a fortune in the tens of millions. Chen Xiran then moved on to another table, where she toasted a tall, slender man who showered her with admiration, holding her attention with a plethora of flattering remarks. This was Huang Tongfang, the founder of Huang's Peanut Candy. At this year's Sugar and Wine Fair, his peanut candy made waves internationally, earning him considerable acclaim. Liu Changjing, the chairman of the Sifang Hotel Group, has recently acquired a new building in the city center, which will serve as their latest hotel. Chen Xiran, in her role as a core representative, raised a toast to renowned figures, each of whom is a legend in this vibrant city of Rongqing. Many are well-versed in their remarkable stories. Thus, when Chen Xiran acknowledges someone, they inevitably become the center of attention, prompting discussions among the attendees, who are often only familiar with such luminaries through newspapers and business journals. Huang Huifen and Zhang Zhonghua have rarely encountered such grandeur. In fact, even Liu Shuzhen, the wife of the chairman of the Rongqing Sugar and Alcohol Company Union, has not been privy to many such occasions. This gathering is orchestrated by Vice Mayor Zhang Sun, who aims to unite local entrepreneurs from relevant industries and business associations to foster the development of the sugar and alcohol economy. He is also planning to host a sugar and alcohol exhibition next year, intending to elevate Rongqing's profile on the global stage. Therefore, this reunion is a grand affair, with Liu Xiran attending at Zhang Sun's invitation to lend her support. The entrepreneurs present are all illustrious figures, well known throughout the province for their dynamic contributions. In such a setting, even Li Daguet, the union chairman, finds himself relegated to the role of a mere accessory to the company chairman, merely accompanying Zhang's son in social engagements. Lu Shuzhen's decision to invite the Zhang family this time is twofold. Firstly, to counter the embarrassment faced by Li Dagui at the previous gathering, where rumors of family discord circulated. As a union chairman, maintaining a harmonious family image is crucial to avoid scrutiny. Secondly, it serves as a subtle reminder to the Zhang family, despite Zhang Chen's commendable academic performance, Huang Huifen's delayed congratulations suggest lingering tensions from past events. By inviting the Zhang family to this higher-profile occasion, Lu Shuzhen intends to showcase the level of interaction Li Dagui now enjoys, underscoring the authority it entails. She subtly conveys that the Zhang family's recent achievements should not lead them to arrogance, even if Zhang Chen performed slightly better than Li Wei in a single exam. The comparison lacks merit as they are in different grades. Moreover, in terms of family standing, they must remain humble and not elevate themselves unduly. Li Dagui shares this sentiment. Hence he refrains from greeting Huang Huifen and Zhang Zhonghua at their table, planning to wait until the meal concludes to commend Zhang Chen on his final exam results, thereby fulfilling his role as the head of a prominent family. Meanwhile, after raising a toast with the final business representative, Chen Xiuran exchanged pleasantries about enjoying the meal. As the guests anticipated her departure, she unexpectedly approached the southeast corner of the table, moving towards Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, are these your parents? Won't you introduce them to Aunt Chen?" she inquired gently, her warm smile illuminated by the soft lighting of the venue. Chapter 67, Sister Chen Xiuran? As Chen Xiuran approached the nearby table, many eyes followed her, not merely to discern whom she would honor with a toast, but also to observe the astute political and business figures present, all of whom surely comprehended that those whom Chen Xiuran chose to toast today were indeed remarkable individuals. When she arrived at Zhang Chen's table, she had undeniably become the center of attention. As her voice echoed once more, those seated at the table appeared to be in a state of reverie. She did not seek out her distant relative Lu Shuzhen, nor did she engage in conversation with the wife of the chairman of the sugar and liquor company. Instead, she directly approached Zhang Chen. Who was Zhang Chen? One might wonder. It seemed only then that the realization dawned upon them that Zhang Chen was the child of Lu Shuzhen's cousin. Had they not been discussing something earlier? This child, rebellious, had seemingly disregarded Li Dagui's esteem. Now, Huang Huifen and Li Zhonghua were equally bewildered, their gazes darting between Zhang Chen and the cup-bearing Chen Xiuran. Lu Shuzhen gaped, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, she noticed Li Dagui at the central table in the background, equally astonished as he gazed in their direction. Li Wei appeared like a startled bird, oscillating his gaze between Zhang Chen and his mother, utterly at a loss. Zhang Chen finally addressed Huang Huifen and Li Zhonghua, stating, "I met Aunt Chen while assisting my godfather." Oh, hello. Li Zhonghua quickly raised his glass and stood, not forgetting to tug Huang Huifen along. Huang Huifen hastily rose, grabbing the drink before her. Zhang Chen followed suit, and in that moment, he became acutely aware of the myriad eyes observing their family trio, pondering their identities and statuses. Huang Huifen's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Chen Xiuran had actually paid her a visit during an event worth 15,000. It felt as if she were basking in immense happiness. Her laughter resonated throughout the table. To her surprise, Chen Xiuran continued to address Huang Huifen as sister, praising her cheerful disposition and likening her to an elder sister. Huang Huifen felt as though she were floating. Across the table, Lu Shuzhen observed, maintaining a forced smile, her expression stiff. Zhang Chen could not help but acknowledge Chen Xiuran's exquisite charm, as she effortlessly conversed with anyone and ultimately commended Zhang Chen for his cleverness before bidding farewell. Once Chen Xiuran departed, the diners felt as though they had feasted on a lavish meal devoid of flavor. Following this gathering, rumors began to circulate in Rongqing about Chen Xiuran having an elder sister. As the meal progressed, Li Wei could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Zhang Chen. "You mentioned earlier that you met Chen Xiuran while working at the television station. What was your role?" "Tomorrow's Star," Zhang Chen replied. "You know, that one." Li Wei was indeed familiar with Tomorrow's Star. It was the talk of the town as many had signed up to perform on television. Their company even had a participant who had danced since childhood, garnering widespread attention. Li Wei mused that had she possessed any talent in that regard, perhaps Li Dagui would have urged her to enroll as well. Upon realizing the nature of the program, Li Wei understood, though he was taken aback by Zhang Chen's unexpected involvement. Furrowing his brow, He inquired. Is it the same person you previously knew, the one from the television station? Who produced this? Zhang Chen nodded in affirmation. Li Wei chose to remain silent thereafter. This revelation did provide some clarity, yet a persistent shadow loomed in his mind. Was Zhang Chen merely a seasonal worker? What merit did Qin Shiran see in him? This conundrum lingered as a significant mystery in Li Wei's thoughts. As they parted ways, Li Wei cautioned Zhang Chen, do not presume that a sudden surge in your exam scores is a result of sheer luck. You ought to be wary. Deception will eventually be unveiled. Take heed of yourself. With that, Li Wei slipped into his father's car, and the Li family sped away into the night. Seemingly eager to escape the day's bizarre occurrences, Li Wei's cousin, much like him, was equally disdainful and sharp-tongued. Zhang Chen, however, was not taken aback. He was indifferent to the Li family's attitudes. Instead, he found himself more concerned about his mother, Huang Huifen's progress. Reflecting on how she refrained from immediately reporting to Lu Shuzhen at his urging, and how she had not divulged too much about their family during the day's gathering, Zhang Chen felt a sense of pride in his mother, recognizing that she was not entirely one-dimensional. Change, he believed, would come gradually, whether in the context of time or life itself. The following day, due to various commitments from different families, the bulletin board remained untouched. That evening, Wang Shuawei invited Zhang Chen out for a gathering. Previously, in light of the incident involving Yin Mingshu, Wang Shuawei had indeed been quite helpful. However, Zhang Chen made it clear that he would not tolerate any more cryptic hints in the future, lest he refuse outright. Learning from this, Wang Shuawei responded, do you remember when you insisted that I owed you a barbecue? Very well, let us go together. We shall dine at Wang's by the clear water river. Tonight. The treat is on me, and I have invited a few others, some from Yuda, whom you should recognize, Xie Feng, Lu Hui, and the like. The barbecue spot by the clear water river was renowned, and Zhang Chen recalled it vividly. It was situated not far beneath the overpass and had been operating for nearly a decade before relocating due to redevelopment. He nodded in agreement, eager to savor the old flavors once more. Upon arriving that evening, to his surprise, Zhang Chen spotted an old acquaintance, Wang Dan, amidst the crowd. She waved enthusiastically at him, exclaiming, hello, rising star. This drew curious glances from those around the barbecue stall towards Zhang Chen. He had grown accustomed to Wang Dan's penchant for making social faux pas. Thankfully, she refrained from remarking on Jiang Yutong's absence or querying Zhang Chen's feelings for her. However, Zhang Chen's concerns were unwarranted. Having witnessed Zhang Chen's performance and demeanor, Wang Dan had finally come to the realization that any romantic notion between him and Jiang Yutong was implausible. Previously, she had perceived Zhang Chen's feelings for Jiang Yutong, but now she found it difficult to even broach the subject with him, indicating her own growth. Everyone matures over time. For some, it is through experience and the passage of time, while for others, it is catalyzed by specific individuals encountered along the way, such as Wang Dan for Zhang Chen. As Zhang Chen observed the individuals Wang Shuawei had invited, he recognized some faces while others remained unfamiliar. Familiar faces predominantly belong to Yuda High School. Although they are not acquaintances, they share mutual classmates and friends, thus establishing a nodding acquaintance. There are also individuals from nearby institutions, such as Jingjiang Middle School and the Second High School, whom one might have encountered on their way to school. Indeed, among them are 4 from the Cultural Bureau compound. Upon hearing about the Cultural Bureau, Zhang Chen perked up, as it was situated a couple of streets beyond their Nanguang company, a place he seldom frequented. The only occasion Zhang Chen had visited that area was when he accompanied Zhuang Yanyue home. Chapter 68. The cup exchange. Wang Shuawei's social skills left Zhang Chen in awe. In his youth, he was enrolled in various tutoring classes and youth clubs, coupled with his participation in football, which led him to know a myriad of people. He could be described as the social butterfly of the CC and CUN area. This was undoubtedly aided by his father's prior reputation, making it unsurprising. Among the quartet from the Cultural Bureau compound, one couple stood out. After an introduction, the young man was named Li Bin, and the young woman was Yang Lu. Li Bin had fair skin but bore a somewhat effeminate demeanor, while Yang Lu was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a striking presence that commanded attention. With a hint of ethnic minority heritage, she had a prominent nose and well-defined facial features. The 4 individuals from the Cultural Bureau appeared stylishly dressed. Once seated, Li Bin produced his Nokia phone, showcasing it to the onlookers. The Cultural Bureau, where his family resided, was doing remarkably well at that time. They managed various entertainment venues in Rongqing, including dance halls, nightclubs, billiard halls, and arcades, alongside several art centers and large chain bookstores, indicating their substantial wealth. Li Bin, what kind of phone did you buy? Let us take a look. A 4,000 yuan phone. What does it look like? Someone inquired, prompting Li Bin to feign nonchalance while secretly reveling in his pride as he passed the phone around. It was a Nokia 3210, representing a departure from the bulky mobile phones of yesteryears, showcasing a sleek design with a generously sized screen. The official launch price for Li Bin's phone was 459 yuan, but he exaggeratedly claimed it to be 4,000, likely including some mandatory bundled service fees. However, a 4,000 yuan phone at that time was indeed a significant extravagance. Their usual living expenses and pocket money would hardly allow for such a purchase. As the phone circulated among the group, Li Bin wore a smug expression, as this device had brought him a certain prestige since its acquisition, providing him with immense emotional value. Thus, it is not difficult to understand why some individuals crave public recognition and are willing to pay a premium for fleeting consumer goods, relishing in the spotlight. In later years, the release of the iPhone saw individuals resorting to extreme measures, even selling their kidneys. At that time, Apple's perceived arrogance and disregard for the domestic market were evident, with sales concentrated around the mainland. The following year, Huang Huifen purchased one, which offered numerous languages, yet curiously lacked Chinese. Time marched onward, and in a mere 20 years, the tides of fortune shifted dramatically. Zhang Chen took the device into his hands, examining it with a discerning eye, nodding in approval. After all, Zhang Chen possessed decades of experience behind him. One could hardly blame someone for wanting to impress, especially when venturing into the world beyond. And he indeed regarded the phone with a sense of nostalgic curiosity, akin to the joy of reuniting with an old friend from the dawn of the information technology explosion. On the other hand, Huang Huifen was less enthralled, having witnessed the entire planning and flourishing of the rising stars alongside Zhang Chen. He was well aware of the monetary prowess Zhang held. A mere 4,000 yuan for this phone was a trivial expense for them, rendering any sense of unattainable desire non-existent. Furthermore, he had always been the first to acquire various electronic gadgets since childhood, favoring gaming consoles over such devices, which had dulled their allure for him. Conversely, he cherished an array of cutting-edge technology magazines, fantasizing about an ideal phone resembling something from a science fiction film, one that could display a myriad of data and images on a sleek glass panel and surpass computer performance in gaming. To him, this Nokia model seemed to fall far short of his envisioned device. Such is the advantage of a dreamer. They perpetually harbor more avant-garde ideas. Indeed, true knowledge does not solely derive from the paths one has traversed. The books one reads and the worlds one imagines can serve as worthy mentors. Huang Huifen jested with Li Bin, cautioning him not to drop his phone into the river nearby. Li Bin glanced at the adjacent river, then quietly shifted positions with his girlfriend, Yang Lu. As the phone illuminated, it drew the attention of all present, prompting Li Bin to speak exuberantly. Others began to arrive, some classmates and familiar faces from nearby neighborhoods, bolstered by Huang Huifen's extensive social network, leading to a flurry of phone calls. Soon, the gathering comprised 4 women and 6 men. Among the women, 2 worked in the Cultural Bureau, Yang Lu and Chen Yuexin, while the others, Yu Jiao and Wang Dan, belonged to their social circle. Among the 6 men, aside from Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen, the remaining 4 included the flamboyant Li Bin, the lively Huang Su, the more reserved Xie Feng, and the versatile Lu Bo, who could engage anyone in conversation. Notably, both Yang Lu and Chen Kuxin were strikingly attractive, with Yang Lu standing out as the most captivating, while Chen Kuxin possessed alluring peach blossom eyes. Her casual attire reminiscent to Zhang Chen of some past encounter, perhaps a knitted sweater and relaxed trousers. As Li Bin spoke, Yang Lu smiled encouragingly at him. They had grown up together in the Cultural Bureau compound, with Li Bin's flamboyance contrasting Yang Lu's steadiness. Renowned for her beauty, Yang Lu's demure demeanor beside Li Bin left the table with a palpable sense of envy, akin to having indulged in a feast of dog food. Huang Huifen harbored thoughts of wishing Li Bin would refrain from attending future gatherings. His presence was quite irksome, with such a striking beauty as Yang Lu at his side, and Chen Yuexin, the second most attractive, naturally attracting the attention of other men. There was an undercurrent of intent among the attendees to vie for Chen Yuexin's favor during the moments Li Bin monopolized the conversation. Huang Huifen was likely restrained by Zhang Chen's reminder, which is why he refrained from discussing Zhang Chen's commendable deeds in public this time. He is discerning about the context. Previously, he mentioned Zhang Chen in the presence of Gu Jiu and others because they belonged to an elite circle, and it added to his prestige. However, in the current company of Li Bin and his peers, who are merely ordinary folks, Wang Shuwei felt it unnecessary to flaunt. Li Bin and his group, upon first encountering Zhang Chen, had heard of him through Wang Shuwei. They, being affluent high school students with their own mobile phones, did not hesitate to commend Zhang Chen, though they did not regard him with any particular significance. Wang Dan recounted her acquaintance with Zhang Chen from their kindergarten days, prompting several girls to openly scrutinize him. Zhang Chen, possessing a handsome and sunny demeanor, easily garnered favorable impressions, though one might also say he exuded an air of harmlessness. Yang Lu, having glanced at Zhang Chen, compared him to her favored Li Bin. She felt that Li Bin was not inferior in looks and was notably articulate, whereas Zhang Chen had just been praising Li Bin's phone. This led her to unconsciously categorize Zhang Chen with those who typically extol Li Bin. Thus she merely noted him in passing. Shen Noyi seemed adept at social interactions, finding charm in the presence of handsome individuals, even if no significant connections were forged. It simply brightened her mood. Upon hearing Wang Dan's remarks, she raised her beer glass and cheerfully declared, "Since you're Wang Dan's kindergarten classmate, let us toast to our acquaintance." Zhang Chen responded with a smile, "I prefer orange juice, if you don't mind," glancing at his drink. At that moment, Wang Shuwei interjected. He has a low tolerance for alcohol and prefers soft drinks. Zhang Chen, indeed, had little affinity for alcohol, a fact Wang Shuwei was well aware of, and he would always shield him from such pressures. This was merely the youthful Zhang Chen. Later, as he graduated from university and entered the workforce, alcohol would become an essential lubricant for social engagements. He could no longer enjoy the same level of protection he had in his youth. This revelation sparked a wave of playful ridicule from the group. Shen Noyi laughed at Zhang Chen, then downed her small glass of beer in one gulp. Zhang Chen, in turn, lifted Wang Shuwei's glass and took a sip. Shen Noyi set her glass down, casting a knowing glance at him before shifting her attention back to her friends. Chapter 69. Drinking games. As the group indulged in food and conversation, it seemed that Zhang Chen's presence of orange juice as a grown man became somewhat conspicuous. Perhaps it was due to Shen Noyi's earlier toast with him that Zhang Chen had attempted to sidestep the drink. Wang Shuwei's defense of him in such a moment would be seen as a transgression. Huang Su, who appeared to be pursuing Shen Noyi, misinterpreted her earlier demeanor and offered a drink to Zhang Chen, saying, "I'll drink, you can do as you please." Zhang Chen, taking him at his word, casually sipped from his glass, not even finishing half. Meanwhile, Shen Noyi seized the opportunity to lend support, raising her glass toward Zhang Chen, proclaiming, "We too shall be casual." Zhang Chen discerned the subtle dynamics at play. It appeared that the young women around him, like Chen Xinyue, were quite adept in social settings, well-versed in the unspoken etiquette of toasting. Yet, she chose to accompany him casually, refraining from clinking glasses, as such an act symbolized a toast, showcasing her mastery of the social rhythm. Zhang Chen recognized that he had become the focus of their attention, finding their youthful intrigues rather amusing. And he certainly did not object, for it had not escalated to the point of forced drinking. However, the most daunting aspect of such gatherings is the insidious nature of camaraderie. One may feel as though they are basking in a gentle spring breeze, only to find themselves inebriated before they realize it. To the group surrounding Chen Xinyue, Zhang Chen resembled a slippery eel, regardless of who initiated the circle. He adeptly navigated through it. When Huang Su urged him to drink, Zhang Chen sipped half a glass, feigning discomfort, yet in reality, he remained entirely composed. Wang Shuwei added that Zhang Chen was not one to indulge in alcohol, a notion that could be likened to risking one's life for the sake of camaraderie, leaving no room for dissent. In response to the women's playful toasting, Zhang Chen maintained a casual demeanor, taking small sips as they mirrored one another, with him only partially finishing his drink, claiming poor tolerance. Despite this, it seemed that as he continued to partake, the others were becoming increasingly inebriated. Zhang Chen's mastery of this social dance was unwavering, his confidence palpable, and it felt as though the group was engaged in a duel with an elder. Just as they simmered with quiet frustration, Zhang Chen noted Wang Dan's unusual behavior. Wang Dan had noticeably tempered her demeanor, perhaps overwhelmed by the impact Zhang Chen had on her during the recent exams, as she no longer exhibited her usual boisterousness in his presence. Whenever Zhang Chen glanced her way, she would subtly avert her gaze, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the shift in her behavior. As Zhang Chen pondered Wang Dan's peculiar conduct, the collective gaze of the group suddenly fixated on a single direction. It was then that Wang Dan waved and called out, "Yanyue, over here." Turning to Wang Shuowei, she playfully stuck out her tongue. "I just invited Yanyue over. Is that all right?" Wang Shuowei was taken aback. "Of course, that is perfectly fine." The crowd from the Cultural Bureau was momentarily stunned. Zhuang Yanyue? They were all too familiar with her, the most beautiful girl from the Cultural Bureau. A radiant lotus amidst the sea of students at Yuda High School, excelling academically. Yet, Zhuang Yanyue rarely mingled with them. Although they all knew her, memories of childhood revealed her disinterest in their company. Nevertheless, tales of Zhuang Yanyue had circulated endlessly. To think that Wang Dan had summoned her now was unexpected. Yang Lu felt a surge of urgency, casting a glance at her boyfriend Li Bin, who appeared equally taken aback. Chen Xinyue, too, found herself restless. She had long aspired to emulate Zhuang Yanyue, viewing her as a role model, often mirroring her style. For instance, her fitted sweater and loose casual pants today bore a striking resemblance to Zhuang Yanyue's attire. Chen Xinyue had only skimmed the surface of this mimicry, yet it was sufficient to establish her own reputation as a beauty within her school. Now, with the real Zhuang Yanyue arriving, she could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. In the early spring, when warmth is still mingled with the chill, under the warm glow of the roadside stall, Zhuang Yanyue gracefully approached the small booth. Unlike the other girls present, who appeared somewhat awkward due to competitive tensions, she radiated vitality, enveloping everyone around her in a refreshing breeze that naturally eased their spirits. Li Bin's eyes sparkled with delight. Not only him, Huang Su's gaze shone bright, and even the usually reserved Xie Feng seemed suddenly animated. "Yanyue," Yang Lu called out to Zhuang Yanyue with a hint of playful urgency, showcasing their close relationship while subtly puffing out her chest to briefly obstruct her boyfriend's view. "Hello, Yanyue." Chen Yuexin waved, embodying the essence of an enamored fan. Yu Jiao also chimed in with greetings. If there were a star among the children of the Cultural Bureau courtyard, Zhuang Yanyue would undoubtedly be that luminary. "Yanyue from Thailand. You've arrived." Wang Shuowei quickly pulled a chair to place beside him and Zhang Chen, casting a jealous glance at Zhang Chen, silently lamenting how he almost slipped up while chatting with him earlier. Zhuang Yanyue settled beside Zhang Chen, while Wang Dan wore a face ablaze with jealousy, watching the two, practically sparkling with excitement. It seemed she had envisioned this scenario beforehand, intentionally informing Zhuang Yanyue of Zhang Chen's presence and fervently urging her to come, ultimately persuading Zhuang Yanyue to inquire about the address. "Oh, you are from the same school. Alumni must know each other, right?" Yu Jiao inquired, piecing things together. "Of course. We know each other." Wang Shuowei replied without hesitation. "Zhuang Yanyue is a goddess." Li Bin, Yang Lu, and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging how difficult it was to arrange a meeting with her. "I never expected you to come out today. Haha, I just wanted to sit and chat with you all." Zhuang Yanyue responded, and the atmosphere grew lively. Zhang Chen glanced at Zhuang Yanyue and remarked softly, "What a coincidence." She returned his gaze and replied quietly, "I'm a bit upset. You have my number, but have never called me. If it weren't for Wang Dan's insistence, I wouldn't have come to see you." Zhang Chen could only smile in response. Li Bin and his companions had already harbored some disdain for Zhang Chen, and seeing him so cozy with Zhuang Yanyue only fueled their annoyance. Huang Su, the chubby one, stood up and exclaimed, "Zhang Chen, come, let us drink. This time, bottoms up. I just finished 3 bottles. You haven't had 2. Hurry up." Zhang Chen smiled wryly at Zhuang Yanyue, knowing he couldn't evade the situation, and clinked glasses with Huang Su. Yu Jiao also joined in, playfully urging, "Zhang Chen, can you handle a drink? Earlier you were all riled up with Chen Yuexin. You can't be so stiff. We girls have all had our share. You can't hold back. Come on, let us drink." Zhuang Yanyue cast a teasing glance at Zhang Chen, implying he was quite the center of attention. Zhang Chen, feeling a bit overwhelmed, downed another drink, sensing the effects of the alcohol as his youthful body was still unaccustomed to such trials. Chen Yuexin chimed in, half-jokingly, "Oh, Zhang Chen, so you can drink. Earlier, you only took a sip with me. Now you must share a drink." She leaned over to pour him more wine. This is indeed a troublesome matter. At the banquet table, one often cannot simply remain steadfast like a mountain to evade the situation, especially since Zhang Chen is not one to spoil the mood. Those who frequently stroll by the river inevitably get their feet wet. Just as he was about to suppress the turmoil within and lift the cup of liquor that had been forced upon him, a hand beside him intercepted the drink. Zhuang Yanyue took a swig, choking slightly. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and she remarked to Chen Yuexin, "He can't handle it anymore, so I shall drink for him." The chatter in the room abruptly quieted. The onlookers gazed with astonishment at Zhuang Yanyue, who held the empty cup, her face blooming like a flower. Chapter 70. At that moment, the bright moon shone, Part 1. The attendees were momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Only Wang Dan and Wang Shuwei appeared unfazed, exhibiting an air of familiarity with such situations. Li Bin looked at Zhang Chen in surprise, while Yang Lu's gaze darted back and forth over Zhang Chen and Chen Yuexin. Equally astonished, hastily drank from her cup, her eyes lingering on Zhuang Yanyue. At this moment, the plump Huang Su dared not make another move, and Xiefeng fell into a contemplative silence. Zhuang Yanyue cast a glance at Zhang Chen, questioning him silently about his supposed inability to drink. Zhang Chen was unsure when she had acquired such information. He spoke earnestly, his tone firm. "There is no need for you to assist me. Stop joking around." "Oh," Zhuang Yanyue replied, her face still flushed, and she fell silent, obediently sitting beside him. This left Li Bin, Huang Su, Xiefeng, and Lu Bo dumbfounded. Yang Lu squinted, scrutinizing Zhang Chen, unable to discern what remarkable qualities he possessed. Chen Yuexin was equally shaken, particularly witnessing how Zhuang Yanyue crossed her legs and sat gracefully following Zhang Chen's remark, a wave of nausea rising within her. This was Zhuang Yanyue, after all. The reason Yang Lu and Chen Yuexin held her in such high regard, even subtly regarding her as a role model in fashion and demeanor, was not solely due to her impeccable taste. She could make even the simplest attire look stunning. Moreover, Yang Lu, with her mixed ancestry, even surpassed Zhuang Yanyue in beauty. While Chen Yuexin, though perhaps less striking, possessed her own delicate features that did not warrant such idolization of Zhuang Yanyue. Their admiration for Zhuang Yanyue stemmed from her charisma. She embodied the essence of a modern woman, effortlessly navigating through the throngs of admirers without a trace of attachment. They had often witnessed boys vying for her attention, yet each approached her with trepidation, fearing the loss of her favor. They had even seen imposing figures on the basketball court, exuding masculinity, ready to confront those who dared to leer at her, all merely to impress her with their athletic prowess. Such formidable young men dared not breathe in her presence, serving her with utmost caution, fearful that a single discontented word might prompt her to walk away. They had frequently observed Zhuang Yanyue being escorted to the entrance of the courtyard by boys, each one lingering outside with a foolish grin, only to be replaced by another suitor shortly thereafter, leaving the others to wander aimlessly. How could they not admire Zhuang Yanyue, or even Yang Lu? It seemed as though their boyfriends, including Li Bin, might secretly harbor feelings for Zhuang Yanyue, yet they were all too aware of their own limitations to dare to pursue her. However, what unfolded before them was a scene reminiscent of a science fiction film. Zhuang Yanyue, who had never touched alcohol and would never drink for the sake of a man, shockingly did something extraordinary for Zhang Chen. Yet, after this act, Zhang Chen remained ungrateful, even speaking to her with a scowl. Zhuang Yanyue did not turn and leave immediately. Instead, she sat upright, behaving as though she had genuinely erred. What on earth was happening? Zhang Chen gazed at Zhuang Yanyue, musing to herself, "Cunning Zhuang, you truly possess remarkable skill to play this game with me." Zhang Chen lifted her head, and there it was, another luminous full moon, reminiscent of their farewell years ago outside her neighborhood. She chose to disregard the situation, for one could hardly discern Zhuang Yanyue's true thoughts from her exterior. Perhaps this was merely her way of seeking thrill and novelty. Do not presume yourself the hunter, for you may swiftly become her prey. Aware of this, Zhang Chen would never fall easily into her trap. At that moment, several girls decided to visit the restroom, and none of the boys dared to raise their glasses to Zhang Chen again. When the girls returned, Chen Yuexin passed by a table of men in their 30s, and her sanitary napkin fell from her bag. The men, who had been observing the girls, jested. "Hey, beautiful, you dropped something." Chen Yuexin glanced down. Her face instantly flushed crimson, especially since it had fallen right in front of the men. She hurriedly bent down, retrieved it, and rushed back. Her embarrassment was not merely due to shyness. It was more about the fact that these four men clearly did not appear ordinary. Their arms were adorned with tattoos, and their hair was cropped short. Meanwhile, at their table were Yang Lu, Zhuang Yanyue, and Chen Yuexin, all strikingly attractive women, likely to capture attention wherever they went. The four men had been sneaking glances at them and whispering among themselves, exhibiting rather lewd behavior. Now, with Chun Yuexin's inadvertent exposure, they felt slighted. One of them called out, elongating his tone, "Hey, we pointed out that you dropped something, and you can't even muster a thank you before you leave? Is this the quality of today's youth?" The four men simultaneously swung their legs over the benches, turning towards their table, reeking of alcohol. What did this mean? They had offered a kind reminder, yet not a single word of gratitude was uttered. Who would dare to do a good deed in the future with such poor manners? Meanwhile, on Wang Shuawei's side, although there were 6 men and 5 women, their ages and demeanor were starkly different from this group of apparent thugs. Zhang Chen pondered whether history was about to repeat itself. One must not be deceived into thinking that the public order was exceptional at this moment. In recent years, numerous shocking criminal cases had emerged nationwide, and this city, even as a provincial capital, had seen its fair share of motorcycle robberies and assaults. Just days ago, the news reported a gang of tomb raiders apprehended on the Ring Road, while the local ruffians were a common sight, with daily incidents occurring in areas of high foot traffic. In this day and age, the influence of delinquents has truly led astray a considerable number of individuals, with many entangled in the underworld. Tomb raiders, gangsters, crime lords, joyriders, and petty thieves have proliferated alongside this era of renewal and exuberance, intermingling chaotically. It is only through the gradual refinement of the rule of law in later years, coupled with several crackdowns on organized crime and the advancement of technology, such as surveillance cameras, that a portion of these petty crimes and brawls has been mitigated. Nevertheless, even in subsequent times, incidents of public disorder continue to emerge incessantly, making headlines each year. When 4 middle-aged men shouted and caused a ruckus, the group was immediately silenced, with Zhang Chen even choosing to vacate the scene. The others barely had time to register their shock or scorn at Zhang Chen's hasty retreat, for the 4 ruffians were no longer content with mere verbal abuse, having eyed the table of beautiful women earlier. They were now emboldened by the commotion and the influence of alcohol to approach with further hostility. The proprietor of the barbecue stall emerged, attempting to mediate the situation. However, being an ordinary middle-aged man running a family business, he had little authority. His wife, the female owner, remained speechless, merely hovering nearby. The 4 men, clearly thugs, held little regard for the owner, having previously berated him over the limited selection of beer, nitpicking at every turn while he bore their insults in silence. As they approached directly, Chun Yuexin was on the verge of tears, acutely aware that this predicament was of her own making. She quickly stood and bowed, expressing her apologies and gratitude. "I'm sorry, thank you. Your apologies seem rather insincere, as if we are the ones forcing you," one man mocked, preparing to reach out and shove Chun Yuexin's shoulder. His hand was swiftly pushed away by Yang Lu, who, though frightened, retained her feisty spirit. "You are crossing the line. We have already apologized," she exclaimed. Her push seemed to provoke the men, who theatrically feigned being shoved, their hands spread wide as they smirked maliciously. "Hey, why are you pushing me? I haven't even touched her. Who do you think you are to push me?" Yang Lu was terrified, casting a glance at her boyfriend. Li Bin, who shrank back in his seat, rendered mute by the intimidating presence of the men. The aura exuded by these individuals was palpable, making it evident that those present, including Huang Su, Xia Feng, and Wang Shuawei, were all beneath their dominion in the societal hierarchy. None dared to provoke such figures, knowing full well the repercussions of their wrath. In fact, they regarded Zhang Chen with admiration for having the foresight to flee at the first sign of trouble. Yang Lu trembled as one of the men leaned closer, seizing her wrist. Huang Su, the stout fellow, suddenly rose in protest, only to be forcibly pushed back down by one of the men. The sound of plastic cracking echoed as his chair gave way under the strain, sending him sprawling to the ground. Seizing this moment, 2 burly men advanced to grab Yang Lu and Chun Yuexin, while the other 2 eyed the young men before them, surveying their prey with keen scrutiny. They were all seasoned ruffians, having engaged in countless brawls, well aware that the most formidable adversaries were often the impulsive youths. They scrutinized the group of boys, searching for any who might be wielding a deadly weapon or could access one swiftly, ready to deliver a sudden, fervent assault. With their vast experience, they could easily discern that this was merely a collection of harmless, low-tier, Na'vi adolescents. Huang Su was knocked to the ground as Yang Lu continued to push away the man who had seized her hand. He staggered back, but soon returned like an overpowering bear. Shen Noyi was in tears. Zhuang Yanyue, in a moment of fury, splashed a beer directly onto the face of the approaching man. He wiped his face and, with a sinister grin, reached out towards her chest. Wang Shuwei and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. However, in that fleeting instant, Wang Shuwei noticed Zhang Chen appearing beside the bald man whose hand was reaching for Zhuang Yanyue. Zhang Chen held a knotted plastic bag, which he swung with force, creating a whooshing sound as it hurtled towards the man's head. The man, mistaking it for a fist, instinctively raised his arm to block, yet it was merely a bag filled with various substances. Had he been a martial arts expert from a television drama, he might have caught this hidden projectile, but he was not. Even a seasoned thug, adept at fighting, could not withstand such an unexpected assault. With a resounding slap, a vibrant, oily sauce splattered across his face, the bag bursting open with a shower of chili oil and fiery spices. A cacophonous wail erupted into the night. Simultaneously, having thwarted the threat to Zhuang Yanyue, Zhang Chen spun around and seized a bowl of dried chili peppers from the barbecue stall behind him. With a calmness that belied his age, yet tinged with a hint of madness and ferocity, he charged towards the other three assailants, scooping handfuls of chili from the bowl and flinging it towards the foremost attacker. The air was thick with the scent of pungent spices as the 7th chapter unfolded. The man advancing towards Shen Noyi was met with a barrage of chili powder hurled by Zhang Chen, momentarily blinding him and causing him to choke on the burning spice. Disoriented, he stumbled, clutching his face and throat, crashing into a nearby table. Meanwhile, the man targeting Yang Lu, along with the shrewd-eyed observer, snapped back to reality and charged at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen continued to rain down chili powder, creating a barrier against the two approaching figures. Earlier, having noticed the four men's aggressive demeanor, he had risen to retreat towards the periphery, not fleeing the stall entirely, but heading straight for the kitchen. There, he spotted an unsealed bag containing takeout condiments. He swiftly filled it with an abundance of small chili peppers and spicy oil, tying it off before he noticed the chili powder. With one hand holding the chili powder and the other clutching the bag, he proceeded outward just as the conflict erupted. In later years, when Zhang Chen would watch the surveillance footage of that day, he would ponder how he might respond if faced with a similar situation, realizing that a direct confrontation was futile against such seasoned thugs. After all, one could never be sure if they were armed, and a single thrust could cost him his life. Certainly, the most prudent course of action would be to alert the authorities. However, there are instances when such measures cannot swiftly avert an escalating situation. Fortunately, this altercation occurred within the confines of a barbecue restaurant, which is replete with various implements that could be employed, such as chili powder. The chili powder in this establishment had just been sampled and was undoubtedly fiery. There was even devil pepper in the back kitchen. Yet, discerning its potency required discernment. Zhang Chen, with experience in the kitchen, was aware that the devil pepper from the southwestern region is typically quite expensive, imported from India, and barbecue restaurants are generally reluctant to use it in excess. Consequently, it is often ground to a fine powder, mixed with local chili. The finer the grind, the greater the heat. Conversely, coarser chili flakes are less reliable in terms of spiciness. Zhang Chen seized the bowl of finely ground chili powder and unleashed a veritable alchemical assault. A direct application of this powder to the face induces an agonizing, stinging pain that seizes the throat, rendering even the most stalwart individuals powerless. The two assailants charged at Zhang Chen, faces obscured, attempting to grab handfuls of the chili powder he had just flung. In response, Zhang Chen simply tilted the bowl, dousing the two men in a torrent of fiery granules. Despite being seasoned ruffians, they could only thrash about helplessly, howling in agony. Yet, this was a widespread attack. And although Zhang Chen endeavored to contain the area of effect, his companions nearby were nonetheless caught in the fray, succumbing to fits of coughing, tears, and mucus. In an instant, the atmosphere became a chaotic haze. "Let us go," Zhang Chen managed to exclaim, as the burning sensation in his throat felt akin to a swarm of ants crawling upon it. Wang Shuwei, in perfect synchrony with him, hurriedly assisted in ushering those still in the restaurant out. Their advantage lay in the fact that, while affected, they had not been directly targeted by Zhang Chen, allowing them to retain visibility and mobility. Thus, Wang Shuwei urged everyone to flee, with Zhuang Yanyue following suit. Meanwhile, the four thugs frantically searched for water. One dashed to the vegetable washing basin to douse their face, while another, eyes streaming, caught a blurred glimpse of beer and clumsily reached for it. Undoubtedly, each of them harbored murderous intent, their fury now at its zenith. Run. Quick, run. The disadvantage for Zhang Chen and his companions was their overcrowded situation, compounded by the fear that had immobilized some of the women present. It was not just the females. The men were equally irate, and as they attempted to escape, their legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead. One might wonder how it feels to be in a predicament where immense effort and concentration are required just to run, yet even then, speed eludes them. Zhang Chen could empathize with those caught in traffic accidents, standing frozen as a vehicle hurtles towards them, or those fumbling with keys in a lock, perpetually missing the entry point. In their frantic haste, the four assailants, their faces and eyes aflame from the chili powder, were now consumed by a profound rage. Should they regain their composure, vengeance would undoubtedly follow. Thus, their only recourse was to flee, rapidly retreating towards the police station, back to their community, seeking refuge and safety. Zhang Chen had done what he needed to do. There was no point in worrying about everything else. He could not attend to everyone. And as long as he saw Huang Huifen by his side, that was sufficient. Just as he was about to sprint, he felt a grip on his sleeve. It was Zhuang Yanyue, panic-stricken and clinging to him. Well, having an extra person was not an issue. Zhang Chen led Zhuang Yanyue and Huang Huifen towards the opposite street, when suddenly, with a loud crash, a man adorned with a poorly done dragon tattoo emerged, brandishing a beer bottle. In his reckless charge, he sent a table flying and scattered numerous benches to the roadside. Zhang Chen, caught off guard by the man's swollen face, his eyelids bulbous and perpetually weeping, was momentarily startled. Yet, the man remained fierce, swinging the beer bottle menacingly as he advanced towards Zhang Chen and his companions. Run! Zhang Chen and Huang Huifen unleashed their full speed, akin to a 100-meter dash. To Zhang Chen's astonishment, Zhuang Yanyue kept pace with them. He recalled that she had clinched several silver and gold medals in track events at the school sports meet. Zhang Chen, having recently encountered the assailant and inhaled a fair amount of chili powder, felt a burning pain in his lungs, which hindered his speed. Huang Huifen, naturally long-legged and adept in athletics, outpaced him. Zhang Chen, plagued by regret over his lack of prior training, lamented why he had not begun exercising sooner to enhance his sprinting speed. How ironic that he found himself trailing behind Huang Huifen. Oh, that's right. Upon his rebirth, he had not yet found the time to train his legs, leaving him to focus on studies instead. It was a dilemma. If he devoted himself to his studies, he could not embrace physicality. Yet if he embraced physicality, he could not excel academically. One could not serve two masters. Lost in this chaotic reverie, Zhang Chen realized that the assailant was closing in on him with alarming speed. The stamina of this professional thug was astonishing. Panting heavily, he lifted his gaze to behold the moon, luminous and pristine like a jade plate, while beside him stood Zhuang Yanyue, still gripping his arm. In a moment of clarity, he pushed Zhuang Yanyue aside, preparing to shield her from the impending blow of the beer bottle. However, as he pushed her away, his movement slowed, and just as he braced himself for the strike, he suddenly heard a desperate cry. Zhuang Yanyue, instead of retreating, dashed back to position herself between him and the thug. The assailant's beer bottle struck her shoulder with a violent thud. She winced in pain, losing her balance and crashing into Zhang Chen, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. The thug, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, prepared to swing the bottle at Zhang Chen's head. But in that instant, a figure surged forth, delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying. It was a tall man, resembling the famed actor Guofuqing. Zhao Tao? Brother Zhao, Huang Huifen exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Tao, unarmed and resolute, had effortlessly dispatched the thug with a single kick, his presence commanding as he continued forward, seemingly conjuring a tempest around him. Zhang Chen gazed at his silhouette, pondering the legendary figure that stood before him. Chapter 72. Unrest within his field of vision. Huang Huifen observed Zhao Tao advancing, striking the assailant with such ferocity that he resembled a willow swaying in a tempest. Two more individuals charged towards Zhao Tao, who promptly assumed a boxing stance. As they approached, he swung his arm, delivering a powerful blow to the assailant's jaw, causing him to collapse to the ground. Zhao then stepped back, repositioning himself, and when the third attacker approached, he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending the miscreant sprawling once more. When the fourth individual approached, wielding a wooden stool as a weapon, Zhao Tao endured a glancing blow to the head, yet remained unscathed, as if he were made of iron. He advanced once again, and soon the fourth assailant also lay defeated. It was said that Zhao Tao had trained in martial arts since childhood, and had later leveraged this skill to gain admission to a prestigious university. Observing his prowess now, it was evident that the value of his early training continued to rise. With the danger averted, Zhang Chen glanced at the semi-recumbent Zhuang Yanyue and inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhuang Yanyue shook her head, prompting Zhang Chen to assist her in standing. "Can you move your arms?" After a brief movement, she winced slightly, yet it appeared she had not sustained any serious injuries. Zhang Chen nodded. Although the assailant had fled quickly, his steps had been unsteady, and the force of the impact on Zhuang Yanyue had been somewhat mitigated. She seemed to have escaped with minor injuries, which offered Zhang Chen a moment of relief. "Why did you come back after I pushed you to escape? Were you trying to shield me? How many blows can you withstand?" Zhang Chen's frustration intensified. "Who needs you to shield me?" Zhuang Yanyue's disobedience irked him greatly. "Oh, I understand now," she replied quietly, her demeanor shifting to one of obedience. Witnessing her expression only fueled Zhang Chen's ire further. "Do not feign such behavior for my sake. Whom are you trying to impress? I am not swayed by your antics." Zhuang Yanyue crossed her arms, clutching her shoulder, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, revealing her struggle to contain her emotions. Finally, in a soft voice, she murmured, "Next time, I will run away. Is that all right?" Taken aback by her response, Zhang Chen found himself momentarily speechless, unable to continue his admonishment. Following the incident, the police arrived. 2 of the assailants had fled, while the other 2 were apprehended and taken to the station. A group of witnesses provided their statements and were subsequently collected by their respective guardians. Zhuang Yanyue underwent a medical examination at the hospital, which confirmed that she had not suffered significant harm. After the incident, Zhang Chen visited the police station merely to provide his account of the situation as a witness. He chose not to notify their parents, opting instead to summon Wang Bowen as a precaution. Wang Bowen, a prominent figure, arrived shortly thereafter as the gravity of the situation became evident. The parents of the assailants, who were affiliated with the local cultural bureau, expressed their indignation, and it was anticipated that the perpetrators would face charges of assault. After leaving the police station, the 2 headed to a nearby food stall specializing in pig's trotters, where they found Zhao Tao wrapping up his day's work. "Is this Zhao Tao?" Zhang Chen mused, struggling to reconcile the man before him with the legendary figure he had heard about. "This is my brother Zhao," he replied. "He was right here. I ran over to see if he was around. Thankfully, he was." "Brother Zhao." Zhao Tao nodded in acknowledgement. After clarifying the situation at the police station, he returned to prepare for closing, and upon encountering Zhang Chen and Zhuang Yanyue, he generously served them 2 portions of pig's trotters. As a result of the delay, several women emerged from nearby bars after singing, ordering pig trotters, and gathering around the table to indulge, casting furtive glances at Zhao Tao. Once he had finished attending to the last wave of customers, Zhao Tao finally took a seat before Zhang Chen and Wang Huifen, lighting a cigarette. His short hair framed a lean figure, yet there was an inherent strength in his every movement, reminiscent of a leopard. In later years, numerous legends would circulate about Zhao Tao, claiming he opened the largest entertainment venue in Rong City, later ventured into real estate, and ultimately became the city's foremost figure. However, the Zhao Tao of the present was merely a diligent young man, enveloped in the steam of pig trotter soup beneath a bridge. The recent brawl had been undeniably real. Zhao Tao's swift and decisive actions suggested he was no stranger to combat, possessing considerable experience akin to that of a seasoned fighter. Zhang Chen found himself beginning to believe the rumors that Zhao Tao had emerged victorious in a chaotic brawl involving dozens at Min University. It was revealed that the pig trotter stall beneath the bridge was originally set up by Zhao Tao, with Wang Bowen often coming to support his business. The reason Wang Huifen had mentioned his legendary cousin Zhao Tao without ever bringing Zhang Chen to meet him was likely due to considerations for Zhao Tao's dignity. After all, Zhao Tao had attended university but was still selling food at this stall, a profession that was still looked down upon in that era. Having a stable job, preferably a civil service position, was the societal norm. The concept of flexible employment had yet to gain traction. Zhang Chen mused that Wang Huifen, who often appeared carefree and oblivious, actually harbored more thoughtfulness than he let on. Had they not encountered danger today, Wang Huifen might never have revealed Zhao Tao's identity. And this man was indeed the elder brother whom Yan Mingshu admired? It could be said that great things often originate from humble beginnings. Wang Huifen turned to Zhao Tao, jesting, "Brother, Are you selling pig trotters or your own face here? Zhao Tao shot him a glare, retorting, if you can't say something sensible, then keep quiet. You talk too much. Then, the future leader turned to Zhang Chen. Today, as we take your statement. I heard about what happened. What were you thinking when you applied the chili powder? That was quite a cunning tactic. Zhao Tao hesitated slightly as he spoke, evidently searching for a more suitable word. Zhang Chen quickly grasped the implication behind Zhao Tao's gaze, which was tinged with disdain and perhaps even contempt. He recalled that after tossing the chili powder, the group of thugs had pursued him with considerable fury, likely holding a deep grudge. Typically, conflicts of this nature were resolved openly. Thugs would settle their disputes through direct confrontation, whether in one-on-one duels or brawls, employing weapons if necessary. Yet they seldom resorted to calling the authorities or employing underhanded tactics. Zhang Chen's actions were akin to a treacherous maneuver, and had Zhao Tao been in the fray, he too would have fallen victim to such a tactic. A lifetime of reputation could be tarnished in an instant, hence the aversion to such methods. This reflected a flawed mindset among these individuals of the underworld. Zhang Chen felt compelled to rectify this stereotype when it came to dealing with women. They were far less discerning. Thus, it was essential to take the initiative and strike first. This reasoning seemed to resonate with Zhao Tao, who nodded in agreement. Huang Huifen then chuckled. See, brother? Zhang Chen displayed remarkable discernment, promptly vacating the premises at the first hint of irregularity. I initially presumed he was fleeing. Yet, unbeknownst to me, he had ventured backstage in search of chili powder. His swift reaction was impressive. He ascended over 300 ranks in our Yuda examination, a truly extraordinary feat. Zhao Tao cast a glance at Zhang Chen, remarking, you possess a sharp mind and a promising future ahead. Focus on your studies. Despite Zhao Tao's underlying disdain for Zhang Chen, he acknowledged the flaws of the others in their group, deeming them deserving of judgment. Zhang Chen, however, was of a different ilk, and Zhao Tao advised him to concentrate on his education rather than succumb to the temptations of society. Zhang Chen, indifferent to Zhao Tao's opinion of him, pondered this future leader's perspective, inquiring, Brother Zhao, what inspired you to set up a pig's trotter stall? Is this your long-term plan? Huang Huifen shot a glance at Zhang Chen, silently questioning why he would broach such a sensitive subject. Was he not pricking at Zhao Tao's wounds? Zhao Tao replied, I am unaccustomed to working for others. A regimented lifestyle does not suit me. Therefore, I seek to establish something of my own. Currently, I am contemplating two paths, opening a restaurant or starting an arcade. Fortunately, I need to save enough capital before scouting locations. He then turned to Zhang Chen, saying, you have a keen intellect. What do you think I should pursue? Zhang Chen gazed at Zhao Tao, thinking, please don't ask me. What if my suggestion leads you astray? Nevertheless, after some reflection, he concluded that Zhao Tao was unlikely to fall into disrepute in the future and would eventually establish a legacy, indicating that his chosen path was indeed viable. He ventured, perhaps an arcade would be a good idea. It is quite lucrative. Besides, the only other profitable venture apart from arcades is internet cafes, which serve as a boon for those lacking connections, while arcades have consistently been a goldmine for those with influence. Zhao Tao should be able to manage it. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Tao chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, a considerable number of familiar young individuals began to gather across the street, all recognizing Zhao Tao. They greeted him with enthusiastic calls of Brother Zhao. Zhao Tao urged Huang Huifen and Zhang Chen, hurry up and eat. Once you finish, let us head home. There's no need to linger outside. Raising his chin, he gazed into the distance, sensing that the atmosphere might soon become tumultuous. Chapter 73. Gratitude. On the way home with Huang Huifen, Zhang Chen questioned, how did Zhao Tao end up in the stall business? He remained perplexed at how such a renowned figure in the underworld would resort to selling pigs' trotters and sought to untangle the narrative. Huang Huifen responded, it's a long story. After graduating from university, his family pressured him into selling insurance. You wouldn't believe it. I saw him dressed in a suit, looking utterly ridiculous. Was that really my brother Zhao? It was evident he was not the type to coax others into signing contracts. Can you imagine him selling insurance? It's laughable. Zhang Chen considered this and found it indeed quite comical. Eventually, Zhao Tao left that job, and his family pulled some strings to secure him a position at a bank, handling loans. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the deputy manager, aware of his family connections, held a grudge against him. The manager treated him with duplicity, and Zhao Tao soon realized that he was not cut out for a bureaucratic role, subject to the whims of others. He simply set out to sell goods on his own. His family is connected to the Education Bureau. His father was even a former director. The situation has become quite notorious, with the Rongqing Education Bureau aware that Director Zhao's son is selling his mother's pig trotter soup on the streets. His father, a highly educated intellectual and a leader in the education sector, has faced considerable distress over his son's penchant for brawling since childhood. After graduating from university, instead of seeking a respectable job, he chose to sell goods under a bridge, which incensed his father to the point of contemplating severing their father-son relationship. "This is why I had never mentioned it to you before," Huang Huifen remarked. Zhang Chen expressed understanding, noting that his godfather was quite supportive of Zhao's business. "Don't even mention it. My father actually encourages him." Zhang Chen thought that this was indeed something Wang Bowen might do. He recalled the group of clearly unruly youths from earlier and inquired, what did Zhao Tao mean when he said things were getting unsteady? "My brother Zhao has grand aspirations. Think about it. He wants to earn money with dignity. He just asked you whether to open an arcade or a restaurant. But do you really think he would heed your advice? He has long desired to open an arcade. Previously, when my father gave him money to take me out for games, we encountered thugs in the arcade who extorted us. He single-handedly confronted multiple assailants and was ultimately expelled by the owner, who was in cahoots with the thugs. At that time, he told me, Wei, when I open an arcade, you must come and play. I will ensure that such incidents never occur again." Zhao has been simmering with frustration ever since. Who controls the arcades in the East City District? There's a saying you might have heard. If you want to fight, go to Jiazi. If you want to compete for territory, head to Yanshiko. Dong Chao Gu in the east, Luo Yu in the west, Ma Cheng in the south, and Shuang Bing in the north. The arcades and billiard halls in East City are monopolized by Sun Chao, the very Dong Chao Gu mentioned. My brother Zhao has previously suffered at their hands, leading to ongoing animosity between the two factions. If Zhao intends to open a shop, whose business do you think he is encroaching upon? When he says things are not peaceful, he truly means it. The brothers of Zhao who came today are merely looking to stir up trouble. Stirring up trouble refers to rival groups agreeing on a location to settle their disputes through force, a common occurrence among the ruffians of street entertainment venues in these times. Zhang Chen shook his head repeatedly, reflecting that although we live in an information age, remnants of the old era still linger, and those involved in street brawls are merely targets. What good can come from such a future? If Zhao Tao continues down this path, he is bound to end up embroiled in serious legal troubles. Regrettably, such matters are beyond his control. It is fortunate that Zhao Tao managed to extricate himself in time and successfully escape the turmoil, suggesting he possesses some wisdom. Zhao Tao is Wang Shuowei's cousin, and since he has aided them today, there is no need for excessive concern about his future. Upon returning home, Zhang Chen called Zhuang Yanyue, feeling compelled to inquire about her situation. After a few rings, a middle-aged woman answered. As Zhang Chen asked if Zhuang Yanyue was available, he was met with a barrage of insults. "It's people like you who called Zhuang Yanyue out. Who do you all think you are? From now on, keep your distance from my Zhuang Yanyue." The voice was sharp and commanding, and the call was abruptly terminated. Zhang Chen felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. "Had I known, I wouldn't have made this call," he lamented. However, shortly after, the phone rang again, and it was the same woman's cold voice. "Are you her classmate? What is your name?" "Zhang Chen." "So you are Zhang Chen." The tone of the voice on the other end had noticeably lost its earlier arrogance, replaced instead by an oddly elevated pitch. Zhang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. It seemed that the person on the line had been instructed to pass the phone along. Soon, Zhuang Yanyue's voice came through, urgent and insistent. "Zhang Chen, I'm just checking to see how you are doing." After the incident, Zhuang Yanyue had gone to the Rongqing Orthopedic Hospital, and after an examination, everything turned out fine. They had known for a while. Zhang Chen was merely calling to express his concern. "It's all good. I've already returned home and taken a shower. My mother brought me my phone from outside. She was a bit strict earlier, but please don't be upset. It was just a minor issue. As long as you're all right, those thugs will likely face justice." "Yes, that's a relief. I'm fine and not troubled by it at all. In fact, I feel quite good today." Zhang Chen pondered this situation. How could one encounter thugs and not feel any psychological aftermath, yet still feel quite well? What a spirit of adventure. Yet, it is true that some individuals, after enduring unimaginable hardships, do not wallow in despair, but rather find thrill in the danger. Zhuang Yanyue seemed to possess this quality. It was akin to Zhang Chen's current sentiment. Although it is said that a gentleman does not place himself in peril, the The truth is, after a rebirth, one yearns to experience everything to truly appreciate life, engaging in heroic rescues and sprinting through the night to evade assailants, without suffering significant losses in the aftermath, indeed brings a rush of excitement. However, this escapade also emphasized Zhang Chen's need to confront his physical training. Otherwise, he could have outpaced Huang Huifen today. Given Huang Huifen's robust physique, it would have been no problem to use the delay caused by a beer bottle to his advantage. At that moment, he had a plan. He had even tucked a packet of chili powder in his pocket. If the assailants focused on Huang Huifen, he could have obscured their vision from behind. Alas, he was hindered by his physical limitations. Little did he know that Zhuang Yanyue's gratitude stemmed merely from his act of pushing her away at the crucial moment. She herself was unaware of why she had lunged back. She only felt that Zhang Chen, who had confessed to her, was truly admirable, and her judgment had proven excellent. During their conversation, Zhuang Yanyue's mother could be heard speaking in the background. Is he the one who saved the girl, Zhang Chen? Yanyue, you must express your gratitude to him. This was said aloud, not at all concealed from Zhang Chen's ears. He was momentarily taken aback. Today, the parents of those involved from the Cultural Bureau had all come, each with some influence, and at the police station, they had pieced together the full story, revealing Zhang Chen's role in the situation. Recently, discussions have erupted within the Cultural Bureau courtyard regarding a student named Zhang Chen. Initially, there was a fervent desire to confront the group of detained ruffians, yet upon seeing their faces swollen and red, marked by bruises and contusions, some even with heads bandaged due to their own clumsiness, it became evident that these thugs appeared to be the true victims. This narrative quickly spread among parents, who remarked on Zhang Chen's remarkable cleverness. In such dire circumstances, he devised a solution that spared many children from suffering further indignities. Now, parents are deliberating on how to express their gratitude appropriately. In the midst of this, Zhuang Yanyue, observing her mother's transition from fury to gratitude upon mentioning Zhang Chen, couldn't suppress a smile. Chapter 74. The gift of gratitude. After the television station's rehearsal training concluded, Zhang Chen arrived for the recording day. The television station not only allocated Studio 7 for the program, but also opened 4 conference rooms and a dance rehearsal space for Wang Bowen's program-related training. The event was in full swing, and with the approach of the Spring Festival, many nearby shops had closed for the holiday, imparting a sense of desolation, yet infused with boundless hope. On the day of the recording, the television studio was bustling with activity. Performers donned a myriad of costumes, accompanied by family members, creating vibrant clusters throughout the building. The day was segmented into several recording sessions, each tightly scheduled. Often, one group would enter, perform, and swiftly exit. Upon his arrival, Zhang Chen, alongside Huang Huifen, carried several cases of bottled water into the lobby for the performers and their families. Zhang Chen spotted Jiang Rong, who was busy announcing the performance schedule and ushering participants into the recording hall. After their performances, another team would guide them out through a side exit, maintaining an orderly flow. However, Jiang Rong no longer bore the pristine beauty of her earlier days. Her hair was pulled back. Dressed in a practical shirt emblazoned with the program's logo, complemented by a baseball cap and jeans, her attire suited for labor. She took brief moments to converse with Zhang Chen during the intervals. The recording hall was expansive, with a stage lavishly adorned. Far from the simplicity of the year 2000, an aspect Zhang Chen had highlighted in his proposal, emphasizing the importance of stage aesthetics. Drawing from his past experiences, he presented a concept that resonated with Wang Bowen, who grasped the essence of aesthetic appeal, resulting in a stage setup that surpassed the typical productions of the present day. The ambience was striking, with the auditorium dimly lit, while the parents settled into their seats, departing with their children immediately after their performances, a seamless operation. Remarkable equipment, Zhang Chen remarked to Jiang Rong, eyeing the sophisticated cameras arranged like particle cannons. Director Yu called, stating that he wishes to ensure the success of the Rising Star event. I suspect it's merely to guarantee the performance of Secretary Yan's daughter, Jiang Rong remarked, scrunching her nose. Zhang Chen cast her a glance, pondering her radical thoughts. Perhaps Director Yu has recognized Teacher Wang's production capabilities. Zhang Chen chuckled and inquired, by the way, has Zhao Xinhua from the management office been a nuisance lately? Jiang Rong replied, he has been reassigned to guard a reservoir. It is said that Director Yu facilitated this transfer. What? Zhang Chen was somewhat bewildered. Guard what reservoir? It's a reservoir invested in by the television station. Apparently, They were short-staffed there, so he was sent over as an administrator, representing the investors. I've heard the scenery there is quite lovely, Zhang Rong explained. Zhang Chen found the situation amusing. With the Western Development Initiative and the television station's corporate operations investing in local industries, it seems Zhao Xinhua has been placed in a peculiar position. The television station even holds shares in the reservoir. The cultural and tourism sectors are flourishing in tandem. It's utterly abstract. As Zhang Rong spoke, her expression was quite vivid, revealing her seasoned understanding of the nuances of the situation. That day marked the recording of a dance program, where Zhang Chen encountered Lu Shiwei and Yin Mingshu, who were preparing for their solo performances. Dressed in their costumes, Yin Mingshu resembled a mythical creature, while Lu Shiwei donned flowing green sleeves reminiscent of verdant mountains. Noticing that the resting room lacked refreshments, Zhang Chen decided to fetch a bag of water for them. Their dressing room was partitioned into individual sections. Zhang Chen approached to greet them, acknowledging their status as significant clients, and distributed the water accordingly. Yin Mingshu was preoccupied with the mirror, experimenting with various poses, seemingly adjusting something amiss with her costume. Upon noticing Zhang Chen's arrival, she tilted her head and inquired with a smile, "Do I look good today?" "Very good," Zhang Chen replied casually. In truth, she thought the stage makeup, red eyes and white powder, made her resemble a character from Journey to the West. Then Yin Mingshu called out to Zhang Chen before she could leave, "It seems like a button at the back of my collar has come loose. Could you help me with it?" Perhaps it was her gentle demeanor, not overly demanding, combined with Zhang Chen's role as the program's planner, that made her feel comfortable asking for assistance. Zhang Chen noticed that indeed the button on her black dress was on the verge of falling off, exposing a fair expanse of her back. Yin Mingshu lowered her head slightly, pushing her hair forward, presenting an elegant neck to Zhang Chen. He thought to himself, "Miss Yin, you are quite bold." Zhang Chen carefully grasped the collar and attempted to fasten the button, only for the delicate thread to snap. "Are you even capable?" Yin Mingshu shot him a disapproving glance. Zhang Chen, at a loss, glanced around and spotted a safety pin on the table. "I'll use a safety pin instead. The button has fallen off." However, distracted by Yin Mingshu's graceful neck, Zhang Chen clumsily pricked her skin with the pin. "Ouch, that hurts," Yin Mingshu exclaimed, her eyes welling with tears. "Almost done, almost done," he reassured her, finally securing the pin. Yin Mingshu turned back, her eyes reddened, saying, "I don't think I can trust you to help me again." She was both pained and annoyed, thinking, indeed, this man lacks finesse. Zhang Chen found himself in a predicament, ever dutiful to the clients who brought in 19,000. Upon turning around, he was taken aback by the sight of Lu Shiwei returning from outside, her expression one of astonishment. Zhang Chen was at a loss for words. And as Yin Mingshu and the others recorded their segment, Zhang Chen stood at the entrance of the studio. As Lu Shiwei passed by, her flowing sleeves swaying, she shot him an accusatory glare, questioning the integrity of their unspoken agreement not to interfere with another man's affairs. The intensity of her gaze was piercing, yet they missed their moment of connection. Zhang Chen was left speechless, caught in a web of misunderstanding. After the successful recording of Rising Star, they awaited its broadcast. That evening, Wang Bowen arrived at Zhang Chen's residence, a stack of cash in hand. He placed 100,000 yuan before Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen. The sight of these neatly arranged bills left Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen exchanging incredulous glances. Huang Huifen remarked, "You truly brought this?" Wang Bowen, lounging casually on a wooden chair, one arm draped over the backrest and the other resting on the table, patted the cash wrapped in newspaper, feigning nonchalance. "What did I tell you? I have a way to help you, and here it is." Huang Huifen inquired, "Is your show really that lucrative?" Zhang Zhonghua chimed in, "Isn't that obvious? His godfather is no ordinary person. There will always be a time to rise." Wang Bowen felt a tinge of awkwardness as he glanced at Zhang Chen on the sofa and continued, "Ding Shenhua and I discussed some future plans for the station. After the new year, we intend to launch a new program aimed at revitalizing the station. We cannot allow advertisements to consume half of the airtime as before. We must innovate our advertising strategies to enhance viewer satisfaction and ratings." He then raised an eyebrow at Zhang Chen, indicating that the buzz surrounding Rising Star had garnered significant attention, allowing the former station director to capitalize on this momentum to stage a showdown with executive director Lu Bingrong, likely aiming for a decisive advancement in his career. Chapter 75, a phrase that transcends time. Huang Huifen prepared the loan agreement for Wang Bowen, who initially declined it, but was eventually compelled to accept it with a smile. Gratitude filled the eyes of Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen, for they understood the depth of sentiment and the hopes of their family that lay within this act. Wang Bowen felt a wave of discomfort, glancing repeatedly at Zhang Chen. Finally, Zhang Chen offered to see his godfather out, exiting the house alongside Wang Bowen. Must you go through all this trouble? I feel guilty seeing how grateful your parents are. It weighs heavily on my conscience, Wang Bowen lamented. Zhang Chen reassured him, it's no trouble at all, really. You won't hold back the remaining funds from me, will you? Look at how you phrase it. How about I deposit the money into your card tomorrow? You can go get a card and let me know the account details, Wang Bowen suggested. By the way, I mentioned earlier that with the recording concluded, we need to develop a new show. You have a quick mind. Help me brainstorm some ideas. Isn't this your responsibility? Zhang Chen replied. How many programs have I developed over the years? This is the only opportunity to profit, or perhaps it is your proposal. It seems I am aging, while you young individuals possess fresh ideas. Please ponder this and devise another plan. Wang Bowen is self-aware, since this entire Tomorrow Star initiative originated from Zhang Chen's planning. And given Zhang Chen's extensive experience, his proposals exhibit no discernible flaws. Of course, it could also be a reflection of his own limitations, as everything appears commendable. Thus, there was no intervention. Zhang Chen proceeded with his strategy as he deemed appropriate. Consequently, this matter has evolved to a point where even director Yu Shunhua has endorsed him. Therefore, Wang Bowen cannot afford to falter this time. Recognizing his godson's remarkable talent, should they not delve deeper? There is no issue in earning money together. Do you not have contingency plans? I have a few options, which I shall present to you later, but the ultimate decision-making power resides with me. Zhang Chen nodded. How did the television station negotiate with you? Is it still a separation of production and broadcasting, employing a content production model? We are responsible for production, while the television station handles the airing, although specific operational details are still under discussion. Director, you may soon take action. Lu Bingrong's backing is formidable. Wang Bowen sighed. Zhang Chen paused momentarily. So, Secretary Yan's side caught Lu Bingrong off guard, making him sense the encroaching pressure from Yu Shunhua, prompting external forces to intervene. Yu Shunhua's position may be precarious. Is Yu Shunhua then resolved to gamble everything? It is likely that Director Yu will not remain in his position much longer. Hence the urgency for results, albeit with limited financial resources. He cannot mobilize funds, as they are entangled with Lu Bingrong. At most, he can assist us in coordinating the broadcast schedule to secure a favorable time slot. The rest is entirely reliant on our efforts. How limited are the funds? Zhang Chen inquired. 300,000, Wang Bowen replied. Zhang Chen felt that Yu Shunhua's demand was rather audacious. A program for 300,000, yet it must generate impact, maintain high standards, and aspire to achieve a phenomenon? 300,000, and the advertising revenue generated from Tomorrow Star alone amounts to 500,000. What can such a sum accomplish for a legitimate large-scale program? Clearly, Yu Shunhua is a cunning fox. The television station's current negotiating power lies with Lu Bingrong, who has significant clients and various connections. Hence, Yu Shunhua's influence has waned. Yet now with the capable Wang Bowen, Yu Shunhua seeks to play a cunning game. However, there may be no alternative. Yu Shunhua's current influence likely has its limits. With predators in the front and pursuers at the back, Yu Shunhua must rely on Wang Bowen to break the deadlock. Therefore, Godfather, you must secure greater autonomy and a larger share of the advertising expenses. At the very least, the highest percentage of profit sharing should remain in your hands, Zhang Chen suggested. This is not an issue. Yu Shunhua does not aim to generate substantial profits for the station. Influence is sufficient. Thus, this concession can be granted to me, Wang Bowen stated. Zhang Chen nodded. Wang Bowen further inquired, do you have any good ideas? I shall consider them. It is not so easy to conjure thoughts swiftly. I will reflect on this upon my return. You should also bring your alternative plans for me to review. I would like to observe. Very well. Should you develop any ideas, do share them with me. I might find them appealing and incorporate them. As Wang Bowen spoke, his gaze incessantly wandered over Zhang Chen, who mused to himself, Dear Godfather, your demeanor suggests you are not merely seeking inspiration from me. Rather, you are intent on reaping the rewards without hesitation. During this period, Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi synchronized their efforts on the class bulletin and tutoring schedule. According to their initial plan, the 6 vivid scenes envisioned by Zhang Chen gradually unfolded before everyone. Meanwhile, Li Jiejun consistently interjected himself into the tutoring sessions between Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi. Observing Shen Noyi elucidating problems to Zhang Chen, Li Jiejun attentively listened to their discussions about the subjects for the following day. Once he discerned the topics, he would procure the corresponding textbooks and work on problems alongside them. After Shen Noyi completed her assignments, he would present the prepared questions to her for clarification. Shen Noyi patiently addressed his inquiries, causing Zhang Chen's questions to be postponed. However, this did not hinder the tutoring sessions. Zhang Chen did not bombard Shen Noyi with every query, occasionally attempting to tackle some problems independently. While Shen Noyi explained concepts to Li Jiejun, Zhang Chen might just stumble upon the solutions himself. Only when he encountered insurmountable obstacles would he solicit Shen Noyi's guidance, which generally led to clarity. Conversely, Li Jiejun often grappled with misunderstandings, yet Shen Noyi consistently exhibited remarkable patience with him. Sometimes, as the golden rays of the setting sun streamed into the classroom, illuminating her figure and making her hair shimmer, Li Jiejun wished these moments would linger a little longer. Such were the precious, golden hours. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Chen's suggestion. Otherwise, he might never have had the opportunity to spend time alone with Shen Noyi. Before long, the bulletin was completed. With the new year approaching in just a few days, it would be the last tutoring session. We won't be meeting after today, Shen Noyi remarked. Zhang Chen nodded, understanding that it was unrealistic to expect all debts to be settled within this brief period. However, he had gleaned Shen Noyi's problem-solving approach and some key principles for tackling significant issues, primarily focusing on the core concepts that examiners typically emphasized, usually just 2 or 3 knowledge points. Once he grasped this direction, he could readily apply it to the problems at hand. And should any issues arise, he could always seek her assistance later. In a surprising turn, Li Jiejun discovered that he had experienced the most significant improvement. Although his intention was to be near Shen Noyi, he had not anticipated that this week of tutoring would yield tangible results. Thank you, Shen Noyi. I can hardly believe how much I've improved, he exclaimed. Shen Noyi sighed in relief, smiled at Li Jiejun, and cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Chen. Once the desks and chairs were restored to their original arrangement, the 3 of them departed the school. Li Jiejun headed home in his car, while Zhang Chen and Shen Noyi shared a bus ride in the same direction. Their bus journey was marked by a comfortable rapport. If seats were available, they would typically occupy adjacent single seats, allowing for a sideways conversation. However, if the bus were crowded, standing passengers would obstruct their ability to converse freely. As the interplay of light and shadow outside the window shifted, they arrived at the entrance of the television station. Together, they disembarked from the bus. Bathed in the warm glow of the sunset at the bus stop, the silhouettes of the boy and girl stretched side by side upon the ground, creating a poignant tableau. Before her lay the familiar enclave of her community. As the moment of parting approached, Shen Noyi feigned nonchalance and remarked, "You see, organizing the bulletin board was never your concern, yet I brought you in, promising to offer you tutoring in return. However, Li Jiejun also joined us, and he has numerous questions, which has consequently encroached upon your time. Will you be angry?" As she uttered the last phrase, she slightly tilted her head upwards, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Chen, scrutinizing his expression. "No," Zhang Chen replied, shaking his head, a carefree smile gracing his lips. "Working on the bulletin together and tackling problems side by side. Merely having you beside me each day brings me immense joy." Shen Noyi's ears visibly flushed with color. Zhang Chen continued, "Shen Noyi, what I am about to say requires only your attention. There is no need for a response." Perhaps sensing the gravity of the moment, Shen Noyi's body tensed. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chen's voice trembled slightly. Despite the turmoil within him, he felt a twinge of nervousness at that moment. His youthful body reacted to his psychological state with a sensation akin to suffocation, yet he ultimately suppressed these feelings and pressed on. "I like you. I have liked you for a long time. But my affection is not rooted in a desire to possess you. Simply gazing upon you fills me with joy. That is all you need to know." Upon finishing, Zhang Chen felt a profound sense of release, a kind of liberation. In the past, he had wandered aimlessly, time slipping away as Shen Noyi vanished from his world. Life is but a grand dream, and seasons change with the chill of autumn. To traverse the fabric of time and return to her side, to utter this sentiment without regret. How much courage and fortuitous fate must one possess? No one has the chance to relive their past. Yet Zhang Chen had returned, and thus he wished to convey this essence to her. Those lingering regrets. The overlapping realms of dreams and reality echoed the words, "I have liked you for a very long time." On this early spring evening, Shen Noyi stood transfixed in the crimson glow, the echoes of time reverberating in her ears. After a prolonged silence, she finally comprehended that this was indeed a confession. On this day, as the bulletin board drew to a close during the winter break, Zhang Chen had declared his feelings. The valiant Shen Noyi could only manage to exclaim, I am going home," before hastily retreating towards the direction of her home, the very place that had captured Zhang Chen's gaze countless times in a dreamlike yearning. Chapter 76. A promising future at home. Shen Noyi tossed and turned, her mind incessantly replaying the events of the day. She recalled the first meeting with Zhang Chen and the moments they had shared throughout her life. Zhang Chen was vivacious and cheerful. She had harbored feelings for him since childhood. However, his mischievous nature often led him to tease her, causing her to feel flustered during their interactions. To her surprise, of late, Zhang Chen had become increasingly captivating, rendering her unable to look away. She felt an exhilarating thrill each time she reflected on his words, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Even during the afternoon, when relatives visited, she found herself in a dreamy haze as she helped her mother serve dishes at the table. This led her mother to exclaim in frustration, "Is this all the rice you're going to take? And you don't even know which dish to serve? You've been so distracted lately. What are you even thinking about?" Meanwhile, the relatives nearby chuckled, "Your family excels academically, so focused and dedicated. Serving rice and fetching bowls seems beneath you. You all should learn from your sister. Hurry up and help with the food instead of just eating." In the living room, a few of Shen Noyi's cousins, indulging in sweets and fruits, were taken aback. Once the relatives departed, Shen Noyi returned to her room, clutching her doll and gazing blankly at the greenery outside her window, nearly crushing the stuffed toy in her embrace. After a moment, she picked up the telephone extension in her room, took a deep breath, and dialed Zhang Chen's number. Zhang Chen answered. Upon hearing the call, he asked, "Shen Noyi? Zhang Chen, can we meet tomorrow morning at 9 at the overpass by the big roundabout?" The big roundabout was actually a diversion at an intersection, adjacent to a shopping mall, situated at the midpoint between Zhang Chen's company and the television station's complex. The next morning, Zhang Chen arrived at the appointed time and spotted Shen Noyi. She wore a pure cotton shirt, a t-shirt, and straight-leg jeans, adorned with a red bow and carrying a small bag, presenting a graceful and charming figure, albeit with slightly puffy under eyes, likely a result of poor sleep the previous night. From a distance, Shen Noyi observed Zhang Chen on the overpass, her heart skipping a beat. It felt as if they were on a date, and her cheeks flushed as she hesitated to approach. Upon reaching Zhang Chen, her cheeks flushed like the morning sky at dawn. "Hello," Zhang Chen greeted with a wave. Clutching the strap of her small bag, Shen Noyi took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. "Zhang Chen, I received what you said yesterday." He replied. "You mentioned that I need not respond, but after thinking it over, I believe a response is necessary. Our current identities and future aspirations seem distant for us, and we cannot make any promises. However, let us focus on our present tasks, work hard in our studies, and aim for university. We can revisit these thoughts when the time is right, all right?" In that spring breeze, the youth and the girl did not dwell on eternity, but instead looked forward to a promising future together. As she spoke, Zhang Chen noted the slight redness of her nose from the chill, seemingly concerned that he might be distracted, thus encouraging him to strive for university and not lose sight of his ambitions. "I feel the same way," Zhang Chen smiled at her. "I think what you said is quite insightful. Let us proceed with that plan." His smile quickened her heartbeat, leaving her flustered. She feared their relationship might evolve into something uncontrollable. This was not the time to define their romantic connection, which felt inappropriate. Shen Noyi, raised with traditional values and a strict upbringing, was cautious not to overstep boundaries, but was also rational about the dynamics between young men and women at this stage. While she secretly envied the timeless romances immortalized in poetry, she understood that the so-called eternal vows were nothing more than ephemeral dreams. When one is still relying on their parents for tuition, and the future remains an enigma, what promise can truly be made? Establishing a romantic relationship often resembles a child's game of make-believe. While some may hold on to the belief that enduring love will eventually unite them, the odds are regrettably slim. Although Shen Noyi harbors a fondness for romantic novels, she possesses a lucid understanding of reality, She is not one to succumb to the whims of infatuation. Thus, when she receives love letters, some candid, others adorned with elaborate language painting an idealistic vision, she often finds herself merely amused, pondering, is this all you have? This line is decent. But can you offer more? With such a vivid imagination, why not reach for the stars? Take me to Tokyo, Paris, or Turkey. Apologies, but I desire none of those. Yet, she found herself unable to dismiss Zhang Chen's earnest words from the previous day. There was a sincerity that transcended time, making her acutely aware of her feelings. After their exchange, with a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Shen Noyi murmured, I must take my leave now. Is there a gathering at home today? Visiting relatives? Indeed. Happy New Year, she said a moment too soon. On the day itself, I'll call, she added, her cheeks flushed. I truly must go now. Turning in the direction from which she came, she took a few steps before looking back. Hey, you must continue to like me, okay? Shen Noyi continued. Because I find myself liking you a bit too. With that, she turned away, and as Zhang Chen stood momentarily stunned, the slender girl ventured into the misty streets of Rongqing at dawn. Nearby, a sanitation worker, diligently sweeping the fallen leaves, regarded the pair with a knowing smile. Before the spring festival, Zhang Chen, armed with his identification card, accompanied his godfather, Wang Bowen, to the industrial and commercial bank to open a savings account. Wang Bowen transferred the share of earnings due to Zhang Chen into his account, after setting aside 100,000 for his parents. 76,500 remained in Zhang Chen's bank account. The bank teller at the savings counter was visibly taken aback, while the bank frequently handled affluent clients. It was rare for someone of Zhang Chen's age, still under 18, to possess such a substantial amount of personal funds. In today's world, a banking position is considered respectable and stable, one that many envy. The young teller, with delicate features and a poised bun adorned with a fine hairpin, had connections that facilitated her entry into the bank. Yet, despite being from a relatively comfortable background, her savings had never exceeded 10,000. Observing this high school student's fortune only deepened her sense of inadequacy. Thus, her curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, forgive my boldness, but I'm curious, does your family frequently provide such generous amounts? This question arose from witnessing Wang Bowen deposit cash into Zhang Chen's account. It's my New Year's money, Zhang Chen replied with a smile, which elicited a momentary stiffening of the teller's expression. In that instant, Zhang Chen felt a surge of joy akin to that of a young lady reveling in her fortune. Chapter 77. The Reunion upon exiting the bank with Wang Bowen. Zhang Chen flicked his bank card and inquired, Godfather, how much have you earned this time? Wang Bowen counted on his fingers, estimating that after all expenses, it amounted to approximately 600,000. Additionally, I intend to give Chen Shiran 100,000, as she has been of great assistance. Zhang Chen nodded. As for the team, after parting ways with you, I will distribute their New Year bonuses and inform them that although the project has reached a temporary conclusion, there are more programs ahead. If they wish, they can continue working with me after the holidays. Establishing a team is no easy feat, Wang Bowen continued. And regarding your side, please review the proposal after the new year and strive to provide me with a response. Zhang Chen nodded, as he already had a plan in mind. While he might not be able to generate a significant positive influence for Wang Bowen and Director Yu, he believed he possessed a wealth of captivating appeal. There was indeed a forthcoming program that seemed exceedingly promising. By the way, what about Jiang Rong? Zhang Chen asked. She has also returned home for the new year, but she has completed her internship and is essentially ready to commence full-time work after the holidays. Very well. Bring her along when the program begins. We may need her right from the start. A capable assistant must be utilized, Zhang Chen chuckled. Wang Bowen's eyes lit up. So you already have a strategic plan? Just a few ideas to discuss after the new year. It should suffice. Wang Bowen remarked. Glancing at the money in Zhang Chen's hand, what are you planning to do with all that cash? Buy a gaming console? How much would that cost? Zhang Chen laughed. I'll just save it for when I need it. Wang Bowen nodded, chuckling. I should send Wang Shuawei 1,000 as a New Year gift. I can't let him feel like his brothers are feasting while he is left with nothing. Wang Bowen then turned to Zhang Chen. Do you think 1,000 is excessive? Zhang Chen agreed. It is indeed a bit much. He might squander it foolishly. That's a valid point. How much do you think is appropriate? 3,000 to 5,000 should suffice. This holiday should be enough for our expenses. He usually spends about 1,000 on fireworks each year, with the rest going towards meals and treating guests. That way, it won't be wasted. Wang Bowen nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Then let's settle on 3,000. He suddenly realized, you are rather stingy towards me and my son, aren't you? Eating off the public dime. Thus, the new year of the millennium arrived. Zhang Zhonghua and his brothers were scattered between Yangqing and Jingqing, with their ancestral home in Pengzhen, adjacent to Rongqing. The family were among the earliest capitalists of Pengzhen, having established factories and even owned their own ships during the Republican era, transporting goods through the canals. After the founding of the nation, the factories were surrendered, and their descendants found themselves dispersed. Those who struggled remained in Pengzhen, while some ventured to Yangqing, others to Jingqing, and some to Chongqing. The eldest brother in Jingqing fared the best, having become a prominent official, though he seldom interacted with his siblings. The second brother in Yangqing operated a factory and occasionally returned to gather his brothers for meals and festivities, yet the principal activities were still centered in Yangqing. The third sister married a local clerk in Chongqing, and as her husband rose through the ranks from clerk to department head, their family distanced themselves from the rest, growing increasingly aloof. Zhang Zhonghua, the fourth among his siblings, appears quite ordinary in Rongqing, neither particularly distinguished nor lacking, with at least 2 younger siblings in Pengzhen who have yet to make a name for themselves. Family reunions occur every 2 to 3 years, typically organized by the second eldest, and communication among family members is rather sparse, limited mostly to phone calls. This year, however, there was no gathering. Instead, they exchanged well wishes for the spring festival over the phone. On New Year's Eve, the reunion took place at Zhang Chen's home, primarily involving the family of his mother, Huang Huifen. The gathering was centered around Li Dagui, along with Zhang Chen's uncle, Huang Lei, and 3 maternal aunts, Lu Shuzhen, Lu Shuhua, and Lu Shuqin. Huang Huifen and Huang Lei's parents, Zhang Chen's maternal grandparents, passed away early. It is said that his grandfather had struggled with alcoholism, often resorting to violence against Huang Huifen and her brother, forcing them to seek refuge with their aunts. Following the deaths of their grandparents, Huang Huifen and Huang Lei, still in their teens, were taken in by their uncle. Thus, they were essentially raised by their uncle's family, which provided them with a semblance of stability and support. Zhang Chen's uncle passed away when he was just a year old, yet he had held Zhang Chen affectionately during his final moments. After his uncle's death, Huang Huifen regarded his family as her own, and with her 10-year-old brother in tow, she relied on them for survival. His uncle was a benevolent man. Although Zhang Chen never met him, the black and white photographs reveal a kind-hearted elder with gentle features and clear, bright eyes. Zhang Chen understands that severing ties with Huang Huifen and Lu Shuzhen is implausible. His eldest aunt is akin to a sister, and despite Lu Shuzhen's controlling tendencies and penchant for family disputes, she had indeed cared for and protected Huang Huifen and Huang Lei during their childhood. Many familial relationships are inherently complex, devoid of simple dichotomies. Being relatives implies deep connections, rooted in past kindnesses or amicable relations that have waned over time. Succumbing to the harsh realities of a changing world, where material desires flourish, and the landscape has transformed dramatically over mere decades, presenting countless challenges to those living within it. At times, Zhang Chen reflects on the essence of Cthulhu. Isn't much of history itself a living embodiment of it? It represents the tumultuous human heart grappling with drastic changes. Yet, it is not entirely bleak. Life can feel like a fresh start, akin to the lights illuminating a rejuvenated old house, a sanctuary of familial warmth. These moments serve as guiding beacons in the human experience. During the gathering, the second aunt, Lu Shuhua, has a son named Huyan, who is 2 years younger than Zhang Chen, while the third aunt, Lu Shuqin, has a son named Li Dun, a year younger than Huyan, both of whom are in middle school. Their relationships are amicable, albeit infrequent due to the distance, only coming together during festive occasions. They are collectively subjected to the pressures exerted by Lu Shuzhen and Li Wei, aligning them on the same front. However, due to the proximity between Zhang Chen and Li Wei, the latter often directs his sharp tongue at Zhang Chen. During the festive season, it was typically Zhang Chen, Huyan, and Li Dun who faced the brunt of Li Wei's admonishments, akin to being schooled. The reason was simple: their academic performances were mediocre at best. Hence, every new year, these 3 would don expressions of utmost despondency, caught in a dilemma of whether to sit or stand, and today, they dared not even breathe too loudly. While seated on the sofa alongside Zhang Chen, Li Wei approached and tossed 15 yuan in front of them. "Go buy me a cup of Dohua milk tea from the shop across the street. The rest is for you to arrange," she commanded. exuding the authoritative demeanor of a domineering elder sister. It was a well-known fact that she often treated these three like her personal servants. "How much does the milk tea cost?" Huifen inquired, puzzled, pondering how 15 yuan could possibly suffice for 3 cups. "The Dohua milk tea is 9 yuan each," Li Wei replied. "1 cup costs 9 yuan. With the remaining 6 yuan, we can't even buy 3 cups, sis," Huifen timidly remarked. Li Dun, sitting nearby, felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking to himself, "Brother, how can you not grasp such a straightforward issue? Are we even worthy of drinking milk tea? Is this not a self-inflicted humiliation?" As anticipated, Li Wei shot him a glance and retorted, "On what grounds do you think you deserve milk tea? Each of you will get a bottle of cola, the money suffices. If you truly wish to indulge, buy it yourself." Huifen had contemplated resistance, but knew it would be futile. This cousin of his was merely offering them a meager stipend to satisfy her own whims. In the face of Li Wei's tyranny, Zhang Chen remarked, "You all go ahead. I won't drink. There are beverages at home. If you don't go, they won't find that shop." Li Wei glared at Zhang Chen, insisting he run the errand. Zhang Chen smiled at her. "Then you can lead them there. You refuse to go, do you?" Li Wei turned and called out to Huang Huifen, "Aunt, I asked Zhang Chen to buy me milk tea, and he actually refuses." As per her usual demeanor, Huang Huifen would typically admonish Zhang Chen at this juncture. Li Wei spoke to Huang Huifen with a tone that hinted at reprimand. Yet Huang Huifen, emerging from the kitchen with dishes, glanced at her and countered, "Hey, why don't you go yourself? Zhang Chen doesn't want to run." Li Wei was taken aback. She had not anticipated Huang Huifen would so readily dismiss her. Was she not the one who held the highest status in Huang Huifen's eyes? Was she not accustomed to being revered? Feeling a surge of indignation, Li Wei turned to her parents. "Dad, look at Zhang Chen." Lu Shuzhen opened her mouth as if to speak, but refrained. Li Degui glanced at his daughter and, with a tone that lacked warmth, remarked, "What is the fuss about milk tea? What is so special about it? You don't even know what they put in it. With so many beverages available, can't you just drink those? Don't bother." This left Li Wei, who was typically pampered, momentarily stunned by her father's reprimand, while Huifen and Li Dun, who were watching Zhang Chen, were equally taken aback by the turn of events. Li Wei had faced defeat not once but twice. When did the tides begin to shift? The family reunion dinner was not particularly difficult to endure, primarily because Zhang Chen had broken through the barriers in his final exams, surpassing Li Wei in terms of scores. Although comparisons between the second and third years were futile, such discussions were irrelevant. For students, grades were of paramount importance. Certainly, Li Degui and Lu Shuzhen harbored some concerns in their hearts, prompting them to inquire during their meal. "Do you still have contact with that host, Chen Shiran?" Li Degui asked, taking a sip of his drink and glancing sideways. Chen Shiran's pointed remarks about Zhang Chen's family at the annual meeting of the liquor and food industry had indeed attracted considerable attention. Some were curious, and even Li Degui had overheard his company's staff discussing it. The crux of the matter was that even those who knew Huang Huifen was their cousin were spreading rumors, including the absurd notion that she was Chen Shiran's business partner. Although Li Degui held a senior position in the liquor company, his role as the union chairman was of little significance. The real power did not lie with him. He was acutely aware that even those in positions of authority were primarily in pursuit of connections and resources among the elite. With Chen Shiran's esteemed reputation and numerous connections to influential figures, merely gaining recognition in that circle, perhaps even receiving a nod from a leader, would send shivers down the spine of anyone, including the chairman of the liquor company. On one occasion, while on a flight, Li Degui noticed a beautiful flight attendant handing him a magazine filled with sophisticated articles, one of which explored the concept of social circles. He read with great interest, pondering how different layers of society perceived him with reverence, yet he too yearned for recognition in another esteemed circle. Had he known Chen Shiran, their potential connections might have facilitated his ascent beyond the meager authority of his current position. Regrettably, the only individuals with ties to Chen Shiran were his cousin and her inconsequential husband. Out of curiosity rooted in imagination, he decided to ask. "Not at all. It's merely due to Zhang Chen's previous godfather," Huang Huifen replied. Li Degui shot her a glance, thinking to himself how little she understood. Discussing with his wife's cousin was futile as she failed to grasp the essence of the matter. Nonetheless, he mused that sometimes relationships depend on serendipity. Turning to Zhang Zhonghua, he inquired, "What will you do after the position adjustment at your company?" Zhang Chen, Noticing a contemplative expression on his father's face, suggested, "Perhaps I will start a side business. That's what we agreed upon at home. The 100,000 is still tucked away, waiting to secure that store after the spring festival." Naturally, such matters were not to be disclosed openly. Zhang Chen had also cautioned his mother, aware that her unprecedented progress in learning under Huang Huifen's guidance placed her in a vulnerable position. She refrained from mentioning it to Lu Shuzhen, not out of fear they might intervene, but rather to avoid unnecessary complications. It was essential for his mother to adapt and cultivate an awareness of discretion regarding family matters in the presence of his cousin's family. A side business? A stall? Perhaps a fruit stand? Li Deguay shook his head, pondering the nature of such labor. What is wrong with physical labor? I see you, don't look down upon it. I believe that as long as one earns a livelihood for their family, there is nothing wrong with it. Lu Shuzhen's words resonate here, sounding somewhat like a critique of Li Deguay. However, while her words may appear eloquent, only she knows her true sentiments. As the manager of the sugar and liquor company and the wife of the union chairman, she even fusses over the slightly inferior items brought to her home. Her demeanor is far from the positivity she outwardly displays. After the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone returned to their own homes. The Spring Festival Gala had already begun airing. This year's event was hosted by Zhao Zhongxiang, and I Ping, and Zhu Ping. Zhang Chen found himself in a future where many familiar faces had departed. There is a saying that the familiar era is slipping away from us. Observing the youthful figures at the dawn of the new century, he recognized that this era is indeed vibrant. Zhao Benshan and Song Dandan made their debut last year, forming the most celebrated comedic duo in subsequent spring festivals. This year's skit, The Hourly Worker, added to the whimsical lexicon with its humorous take on fitting an elephant into a refrigerator in several steps. This year, the stage was graced by performers like Aimee, Leon Lai, Lin Xinru, and Nicholas Tse. Pu Shu sang Birch Forest. At midnight, fireworks exploded outside. The phone rang with New Year's greetings from his father Zhang Zhonghua's siblings, as well as his grandparents. Zhang Chen extended his New Year wishes to each of them, and also called Wang Bowen and Wang Shuwei, conveying his greetings. Soon after, more calls came in from classmates, friends from the courtyard, and Zhuang Yanyue, who wished him a happy new year. He then moved to his parents' bedroom extension to call Shen Noyi. The line was busy, and after several attempts, he finally got through. "I tried calling you too, but the line was busy," Zhang Chen remarked. Shen Noyi's voice came through. "Zhang Chen. Happy New Year. Happy New Year." He replied, "Let us go to Xinhua bookstore after the holidays to study together," Shen Noyi suggested. Zhang Chen mused to himself. This girl genuinely wants to help him get into a good university, which is a motivating factor. He replied, "Sounds good." Thus began the Spring Festival of the year 2000. Zhang Chen's journey of rebirth can be seen as a retrospective of this stage. He earned his first pot of gold during this Spring Festival, illuminating his family's previously dim prospects. He successfully advanced from the 256th rank among 600 students at Yuta High School, entering the realm of those regarded as ordinary high achievers. He also encountered his childhood crush, Shen Noyi, and revealed his long-buried feelings to the 17-year-old girl. She received his confession and reciprocated with, "I like you a bit too." As the fireworks soared and the winds howled, the world of 2000 was heading toward a different future. All of this, except for Zhang Chen, remained unknown. Chapter 79. Concealment. On the fourth day of the new year, the god of wealth was welcomed, and it was advised to refrain from traveling far. At 6 o'clock that evening, the beloved Tom and Jerry, which had captivated countless children, was replaced by a performance show. The program Tomorrow's Star aired. Undeterred by the absence of the 2 episodes of Tom and Jerry that the children had been deprived of that evening. Prior to this, the residents of Rongqing were already aware of the event, as news had circulated through newspapers and various media outlets. Thus, it was not entirely unfamiliar. Many were simply curious to see what the program entailed. Originally, this show was not intended for the general public, but rather for the families of the participants. Those who registered for the program had received a broadcast schedule in advance, allowing them to ascertain their children's performance times based on the provided order. In many households throughout Rongqing, relatives were contacted to share the news about the show. "Yes, second sister, you should tune into Rongqing Channel 2. Yes, make sure to watch. Jejia's performance is at 7:30, and yes, it's a Dai dance indeed. Let us see how the performance goes." Some viewers even recognized familiar faces on the program. "Isn't that Li Bofeng, the captain of your team, reciting poetry? Look at him, performing on television." Although this was a custom-made program, Zhang Chen still maintained an aesthetic appreciation for the entire production. If one overlooked its excessive customization, lacking the comedic skits and crosstalk that typically enhance the entertainment value, the overall atmosphere and presentation of the stage were of first-rate quality. Indeed, it represented the pinnacle of what Rongqing television could offer at that moment. Thus, the spectacle was visually stunning. The 4-hour program, while not necessarily watched in its entirety by everyone, garnered considerable acclaim overall. That evening, Wang Bowen was in the studio, monitoring the fluctuations in viewership ratings. As the clock struck 6, he observed a surge in the ratings, followed by a slight dip that caused him a momentary pang of concern, only for the numbers to rise again. The ratings oscillated like a sawtooth pattern, ultimately exceeding 60. Wang Bowen stood in the studio, a whirlwind of emotions. In truth, this program was merely an outsourced production for the television station. Monitoring the ratings held little significance. The funds had been received, the program produced, and it had aired, fulfilling the contractual obligations to the participants. Subsequent viewership ratings were inconsequential, yet, as a veteran in the television industry, he felt a certain attachment to the numbers, compelling him to keep an eye on them. This surge in ratings struck him like a thunderbolt. Historically, Wang Bowen's programs had all maintained ratings between 15, with only one instance reaching 35. In contrast, the station's programs typically hovered around 20. Now, this purely performance-oriented production had astonishingly soared to 60. And this was not merely a one-time occurrence. The television station was inundated with calls from the director's office. Leaders called to commend them on the impressive production of this program, and others, leveraging connections, expressed similar sentiments about the station's commendable work. Even Liu Bingrong received feedback via phone. Yu Shunhua specifically called Wang Bowen to relay the accolades from the leadership. The news spread rapidly, and soon, the veteran employees were aware that Wang Bowen had unexpectedly risen to prominence within the station. Do you know what the ratings are? The following day, an exhilarated Wang Bowen called Zhang Chen to share the news. The peak viewership reached an astonishing 65. Do you comprehend the significance of such a figure? Typically, a program hovers around a viewership of approximately 20, so a score of 65, although it did not surpass the previous pinnacle of 75, is nonetheless remarkable. I am utterly astounded. Back in the day, when I was assigned by the former station director to produce a show, I received a handsome sum of 60 yuan for every rating point exceeding 20. If this program had aired in those days, the financial rewards would have been the envy of other segments. The local television station in Rongqing generally enjoys a high viewership, and reaching a peak of 65 suggests that during that particular time slot, 7 out of 10 televisions in Rongqing were tuned into this program. It can truly be regarded as a dark horse. Of course, this is merely a standalone gala program, and thus the viewership figures may lack broader applicability. However, for Wang Bowen, it bears historical significance and serves as a reference point, confirming the capabilities of Zhang Chen. Regardless, after the Spring Festival, you must finalize the next project proposal. I will come to see you, or you are welcome to visit my home. Let us collaborate diligently and strive for greatness. Wang Shuawei also relayed Yin Mingshu's feedback, expressing her satisfaction with the broadcast results, and her father was delighted, prompting him to call the station immediately to commend our efforts. He also mentioned that Wang Bowen is a capable individual, and such talent should be nurtured and encouraged to produce more exceptional programs. Zhang Chen considers Secretary Yin to be an exemplary leader, clear in rewards and penalties, straightforward without pretense, and precise in his expectations. It's no wonder he occupies such a position of authority. The opportunities presented by the Rising Stars program have unexpectedly allowed Wang Bowen to emerge in the upper echelons of visibility, leaving a favorable impression. On the day of the broadcast, Zhang Zhonghua and Huang Huifen were also tuned into Rongqing's second channel, watching intently. Zhang Chen was aware that the television program lacked substantial content, yet they were engrossed. The reassignment has been officially confirmed. After the new year, Zhang Zhonghua will be transferred to the warehouse as an engineer, relegated to performing basic tasks with a significant pay cut. The uncertainty of the future has further burdened the family. Under normal circumstances, this annual meeting would have been rather somber. However, the program has injected a spark of hope into their lives. The substantial sum that could alter their fortunes in this era, a considerable initial investment, comes from Zhang Chen's godfather, Wang Bowen, and this program provides the confidence that enables Wang Bowen to extend such a loan. Moreover, during the production of this show, Zhang Chen also took on holiday work. Hence, they hold this program in high regard. No matter how often they watch it, they find it utterly captivating and splendid. They continually praise the stage design and lighting effects, commending the quality of the filming and choreography. Although the performers are merely youths, they represent the essence of rising stars. Who can say whether they will indeed become celebrities in the future? Zhang Zhonghua then remarked to Huang Huifen after the new year, "Let us proceed as our son suggested and acquire that shop." He has resolved to no longer rely on the whims of others for his livelihood. Nor will he submissively seek favor from superiors. He intends to rise up like Wang Bowen, daring to seize control of his own destiny. Huang Huifen nodded gently, casting her gaze towards Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, I will follow your lead this time." For reasons unknown, despite having anticipated this moment, Zhang Chen felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes. He feigned rising to peel an orange, masking his feelings. Chapter 80. The appointment on the 8th day of the new year, Wang Shuawei called Zhang Chen. "Zhang Chen, Gu Zhiyu and the others have invited me again. Miss Yin has a rather favorable impression of you and wants you to join us. Will you come? I want to be going. I have matters to attend to at home." After hanging up, Zhang Chen donned a hooded sweatshirt, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and stepped out, closing the door behind him. It was the afternoon, and the entire neighborhood was steeped in the festive atmosphere of the new year. An air of tranquility prevailed, with remnants of fireworks scattered along the street. Amidst this serene ambience, the Xinhua bookstore appeared ahead. Situated at the intersection of Lifeng Road, this bookstore boasted large floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing glimpses of patrons engrossed in their readings, framed by the ginkgo trees lining the street. It evoked a compelling urge to settle in with a cup of tea and lose oneself in a book for the afternoon. Furthermore, there were elegant seating areas offering beverages, marking the bookstore's first day of business since the holiday began. Even in the afternoon, few visitors were present. Zhang Chen chose a table and spread his books across it, occasionally glancing at the door. Beyond that door lay a quiet street, the ginkgo trees standing solitary, their bare branches beginning to sprout tender buds. In the future, when Zhang Chen found himself reading here alone, he would often look up, though he could not quite articulate what he anticipated. He simply felt compelled to glance around. Yet, during those fleeting moments in the future, he never encountered the person he yearned to meet. In this reverie, a figure appeared at the entrance, Shen Noyi, her hair elegantly pinned with a clip, carrying a small bag, and possessing a slender silhouette. It was unclear if she had dressed up intentionally that day or if her beauty was innate. Perhaps she had merely bathed, radiating an ethereal charm. She wore a short jacket over a shirt, paired with wide-legged casual pants and sneakers, and carried a pink backpack. Her complexion was as fresh as new snow, with her brows gracefully arched. This was the appointment Zhang Chen had evaded with Wang Shuawei. Although Shen Noyi appeared to be alone, she had just freed herself from the clutches of her clingy cousin. Whenever there was a holiday, her cousin would attach herself to Shen Noyi, often staying at their home. However, this time, Shen Noyi had concocted an excuse about returning to school for an inspection, successfully deflecting her cousin's request to go shopping together. Upon entering, Shen Noyi's gaze roamed through the bookstore until it settled on Zhang Chen, and she approached him. The table was square, with 4 chairs positioned at each corner, designated for patrons to read or study. She sat across from Zhang Chen, mirroring his action of placing her bag on the empty chair to her right. "Would you like something to drink?" Zhang Chen inquired, handing her the menu. Shen Noyi leaned over to glance at it, and replied, "Lemonade, please." She then pulled out her wallet and placed a 5 yuan note on the table. "I'll treat you." Zhang Chen insisted. "There's no need." Shen Noyi shook her head. "After all, we have many more days out together." Zhang Chen observed Shen Noyi's earnest expression and nodded, accepting the money. Given her nature, if he treated her this time, she would inevitably reciprocate on their next outing. This arrangement felt more comfortable and less formal, alleviating any psychological burden on Shen Noyi, thus fostering a more sustainable relationship. Zhang Chen did not push the matter further. Instead, he rose to order beverages at the bar. He chose a cup of jasmine tea, while Shen Noyi's lemonade merely accounted for the tea service fee, totaling 13 yuan. Despite Shen Noyi's graceful entrance and fluid order, there was a hint of clumsiness and tremor in her hands as she fished for her wallet, a departure from her usual demeanor. It seemed that she felt a bit anxious in front of him, making an effort to appear composed. After their mutual exchanges beneath the overpass, they had entered a realm of camaraderie that hovered just shy of romance. Zhang Chen had not contemplated taking things further at this moment. In fact, this stage suited them well, as they shared an unspoken understanding that transcended the need for words, surpassing the connection of most couples. When the server delivered their drinks, Zhang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable sitting directly across from Shen Noyi. He stood up, retrieved his bag from the chair beside her, and moved closer. Shen Noyi glanced at him, her body stiffening inexplicably, her ears flushing with warmth. Their interaction was typically characterized by quiet study or problem-solving, a routine they both navigated with ease. Suddenly, Shen Noyi remembered something and opened her bag, retrieving several packets of snacks. With the ease of a character from a fantastical realm, she produced dried plums, figs, and sweet potato chips. She tore open a packet of dried plums, popped one into her mouth, and extended the bag towards Zhang Chen, her mouth still full, raising an eyebrow in silent invitation. Zhang Chen regarded the snacks, bemused by her earlier claims of sustainability. Now, she was presenting him with a bounty of treats, almost as if she intended for him to owe her something. Perhaps others might be mindful of their image in her presence. As he recalled a science prodigy who fancied Shen Noyi, hastily discarding his food upon seeing her, Zhang Chen reached out, taking a dried plum and savoring its flavor, a taste he hadn't experienced in years, as the sweet and sour essence spread across his palate. He noticed Shen Noyi using a tissue to shield the lower half of her face, catching the pit she spat out, an image far from demure. Yet she appeared unabashed in front of him. When she caught his gaze, she offered a subtle smile, her posture straightening, attempting to project an air of nonchalance that ultimately fell short. The taste of the dried plum mirrored the moment they shared. Shen Noyi then boldly widened the bag of plums, placing it between them, and declared, "Help yourself if you want to eat." Her generosity was unmistakable. Zhang Chen sat absorbed in his book, nibbling on dried fruits, treating the presence of a beautiful companion akin to Daji, almost feeding him by hand. Reminiscent of the life of King Zhou, as Zhang Chen instinctively reached for a piece of preserved plum, his fingers inadvertently brushed against a cool, delicate touch. Suddenly realizing it was Shen Noyi's hand, which had also reached for a snack, their fingers met momentarily before they both withdrew. For a long while, neither returned to the plums before them. Li Jiejun enjoyed a particularly delightful spring festival, especially cherishing the moments spent with Shen Noyi while working on the Cultural Wall project. He had long harbored plans. From the moment Shen Noyi, the class's artistic committee member, announced the holiday cultural bulletin, he envisioned a collaboration with her. Thus, he maneuvered his way into the bulletin duty team. The complication arose from the presence of several members in the duty team, which thwarted his desire for private time with Shen Noyi. To his surprise, Zhang Chen emerged as an unexpected ally, brazenly offering his assistance, seeking Shen Noyi's help with his studies. This was indeed a divine intervention. Initially unsure of how to engage with Shen Noyi alone, this presented a fortuitous opportunity, prompting Li Jiejun to further immerse himself in their afternoon study sessions. As Shen Noyi explained the problems, her face radiated a serene beauty, embodying patience and dedication. Li Jiejun felt his academic performance improving alongside the blossoming rapport with her. He resolved to deepen this connection upon their return to school, employing these study sessions as a means to draw closer to Shen Noyi, ultimately nurturing feelings that would culminate in a romantic relationship, captivating many during their student years and leaving behind a legendary tale. While contemplating this, Li Jiejun was surrounded by a throng of friends on the street, preparing to visit a newly opened entertainment venue to play arcade games and grab toys. However, as they passed through an intersection, he soon found himself walking back alone. He stood beneath a tree, gazing through the large glass window of a bookstore, where he spotted a couple simultaneously reaching for the preserved plums, only to retract their hands in unison. Initially intending to step inside and greet them, Li Jiejun hesitated and ultimately chose not to enter. With uncertainty lingering, he turned and walked into the street lined with bare ginkgo trees. Realizing that the leaves had long since fallen, he reflected in melancholy, "My youth has come to a close."